Nan Zhi, with ambitious aspirations, first ventured into Qiao Jingyue's room. She yearned to be the cherished darling of Professor Qiao. However, she later discovered that Professor Qiao was a sage, impervious to the follies of romantic entanglements. To her, he was the singular treasure of her life, while to him, she was merely a disposable commodity. Should you not wish to engage in this game, step aside, she mused, for her youth and beauty afforded her numerous admirers. He cornered her in another's room, his eyes ablaze with anger. "You are heartless, I once saved you." Her new suitor interjected, "The favor of saving your life shall be repaid in the next life. Please do not delay our plans for a second child." In the hotel suite, Qiao Jingyue emerged from the bathroom, only to find the bedroom shrouded in darkness. His gaze sharpened as he stealthily approached the large bed. "Do not move," a voice commanded from behind him. The deliberately lowered tone exuded a hint of allure, tantalizing in the shadows. A smirk graced Qiao Jingyue's lips as he swiftly reacted upon the lights illuminating the room. He thrust the intruder against the wall, her bright eyes wide with innocence. "How is it you again?" he questioned, grip firm around her neck, his expression darkening. Nan Zhi, the business manager of Nang Pharmaceuticals, had persistently harassed him of late. At a dinner with the health system that evening, she had sat beside him, casting flirtatious glances throughout the night. Now, as she raised her thick lashes, a hint of charm tinged her demeanor. "Professor Qiao, I wish to discuss a collaboration with you." Releasing his hold, he scrutinized her shapely form beneath her delicate dress. "Not interested. Leave." Nan Zhi leaned in closer, her adoration pouring forth from her large, expressive eyes. "Professor Qiao, grant me a chance. I admire you immensely." Such infatuation was commonplace. Qiao Jingyue, renowned as a transcendent medical professor at Shunqing University, had countless admirers. Yet, he had no desire for flattery laced with ulterior motives. With no inclination to engage with her further, he curtly dismissed her. "Nang's products do not meet standards. Do not waste my time." "How can one know they do not meet standards without trying them?" she replied, her words dripping with double entendre, her allure unmistakable. Qiao Jingyue had encountered such tiresome pursuits countless times, only to grow increasingly repulsed. His narrowed eyes held a flicker of impatience as he surveyed her face. "Please leave, I need a rest." Nan Zhi bit her lip, her gaze falling to the towel wrapped around his waist. The contours of his fit physique were striking: narrow hips, defined abs, and an enticing line. Who could have imagined the refined and aloof Professor Qiao possessed such an impressive form? Her eyes sparkled as her gaze wandered lower. Sensing her scrutiny, he grew cold, grasping her collar and pushing her toward the exit. Yet, she clung to his waist as if boneless, her softness and fragrance intoxicating. "Release me," he demanded. "I cannot, I am stuck to you," she replied, her petite face pressed against him, inciting a fire within him. Qiao Jingyue had never entangled himself with women of vested interest. Yet, this girl before him stirred a troubling desire. Just before losing control, he seized her wrist, preparing to push her out. As she recoiled, it was too late. He caught sight of the vial nestled in her palm. "What is this?" he inquired, snatching it from her grasp. Nan Zhi's heart leapt to her throat. "This is a mysterious artifact given to her by her dear friend Su Ku, the magic power of love." In a moment of desperation, Nan Zhi exclaimed, "It's a remedy for inebriation." "A remedy for inebriation?" Nan Zhi nodded fervently, even leaping to snatch it from his hand. The man's gaze turned icy, comprehending her ulterior motive. Since her intentions were not pure, he decided to let her face the consequences of her actions. He grasped her chin and poured the liquid into her mouth. A few drops lingered upon her luscious cherry lips. Nan Zhi, terrified, reached to wipe it away. But upon catching sight of the triumphant glimmer in the man's eyes, she suddenly rose onto her tiptoes, pressing her red lips firmly against his thin ones. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly retreated, her eyes sparkling with defiance. This woman possessed an audacious spirit. Qiao Jingyue's handsome face darkened, as if it could drip water, his eyes swirling with a shadowy intensity that seemed ready to engulf Nan Zhi. Things had escalated. She trembled, instinctively yearning to flee. Yet before she could move, the man seized her, crashing her against his chest. Qiao Jingyue lowered his head, his long fingers caressing the corner of her lips. "This is entirely of your own making, do not regret it." Nan Zhi finally understood the weight of Qiao Jingyue's warning, "Do not regret." She awoke near noon, Qiao Jingyue long gone, leaving behind a check for 20,000 on the bedside table. As she lay in bed, dazed and dizzy, her body ached. She forced herself to take a shower, but upon emerging, something felt amiss. The pristine white towel bore faint traces of blood. Glancing at the bedsheets, they appeared immaculate. Being inexperienced, she dismissed it lightly, but by evening, a significant issue arose. Due to the intensity of their encounter, she ended up hospitalized, and Nan Zhi was utterly infuriated. Qiao Jingyue's bedding was abysmal. Not only did it lack post-intimacy comfort, but it also left her in a state of illness. Her friend, Suku, merely chuckled, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She tossed a tissue at him. Speak your mind, don't hold back. Nan bowed. It seems you two are incompatible. Your temple is too small to accommodate such a grand deity. Leave me be. Even considering Suku as a close friend, discussing such intimate matters was beyond her comfort. Suku was not finished. Could it be that particular issue? The mere mention of it made Nan Zhi grit her teeth. He poured all into my mouth. Suku, was it that intense? Observing her pale complexion, Suku sighed. My poor Nan Bao, perhaps it's time to let go? Qiao Jingyue is an immovable rock, not someone ordinary like us can conquer. Nan Zhi drooped, her small hands gently sorting through the crumpled syringe. After a moment, she lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. I have already taken the first step. With a bit more effort, perhaps I can succeed. You. Suka hesitated, not feeling optimistic. All right, don't discourage me. Quickly help me devise a plan to see him. Suku rolled her eyes. Are you not afraid he might harm you? Nan Zhi habitually bit her lip. Since I am in such a dire state now, he must take responsibility. Suka thought she was overthinking, yet still agreed. They'll help you get transferred to his ward. He's in the hospital this week. When Qiao Jingyue entered with a group of interns, Nan Zhi chose a pose that accentuated her curves as she reclined. After a prolonged silence, she turned her head and met a pair of eyes that seemed to hold a smile, yet were inscrutable. The female doctor stepped forward, inquiring, what seems to be the problem? Nan Zhi's fingers, hidden beneath the covers, were clenched tightly, though her expression remained impassive. Casting a glance at Qiao Jingyue beside her, she weakly replied, palpitations. Then you should undergo a cardiac ultrasound, and an electrocardiogram is also necessary. As she spoke, she swiftly began to prepare the orders. Nan Zhi continued to gaze at Qiao Jingyue. Professor Qiao, could you take a look at me? Qiao Jingyue, engrossed in quietly explaining something to a student, chose to ignore her. The female doctor let out a derisive laugh, tossing the orders onto her lap. Are you refusing to do it? Annoyed, Nan Zhi retorted, Professor Qiao is familiar with my condition. The doctor turned to Qiao Jingyue, adopting a different demeanor. Jingyue, is she your patient? Qiao Jingyue shook his head no. Having endured a torturous night, Nan Zhi felt fragile in spirit, and the provocation from the two made her vision blur. Suppressing the dizziness, she weakly asserted, Professor Qiao, we drank together last night, and now I am bleeding. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still. Her words invited speculation, particularly given her striking beauty. The nearby interns exchanged furtive glances, eager to unearth some gossip. The female doctor chuckled derisively. With a group of over 10 people, you blame Professor Qiao for your gastric bleeding? I believe you should be evaluated by a psychiatrist rather than being admitted to cardiothoracic. Her remarks were unprofessional and rather cruel. In her heart, Nan Zhi scoffed, pretending not to recognize the woman who was clearly targeting her, as Jiang Yuan remained as insufferable as ever. Seeking comfort from Qiao Jingyue, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing her sense of injustice. She had transferred from obstetrics. With her medical history clearly documented, she refused to believe he was oblivious to the turmoil she had caused. Yet, Qiao Jingyue continued to disregard her. He glanced at his watch and told Jiang Yuan, I have a meeting, I'll leave this to you. Jiang Yuan waved him off, abandoning Nan Zhi for another bed. Nan Zhi noticed her name, tag resident physician. Ultimately, she did not transfer departments. She developed a high fever, her face flushed and speaking incoherently. Groaning softly, she felt as though she were on the brink of death. It was only as dusk fell that she regained full consciousness, the encroaching darkness gradually obscuring her vision. Turning on the light, she saw the woman in the adjacent bed eating an apple. Upon noticing her gaze, offered her one. Nan Zhi shook her head and murmured her thanks. The woman couldn't help but ask, Dear girl, where are your family members? With such a severe illness, isn't there anyone to care for you? Nan Zhi smiled faintly without responding, rising unsteadily to head to the restroom. After washing her face, she emerged to find Qiao Jingyue waiting. Chapter 3. Such a great injustice. Qiao Jingyue was gently examining the ant in the neighboring bed, exuding warmth and patience, his entire demeanor radiating a soft glow. This was how he appeared while tending to patients, precisely as she had envisioned. Nan Zhi watched in rapt fascination, the resentment born from her high fever dissipating entirely. After collecting his stethoscope, he offered a few more words of encouragement to the patient before making his way toward her. "Are you feeling better?" he inquired, his tone seemingly nonchalant. Though she thought to herself that he had the audacity to ask, she weakly replied, "Yes, much better." "Then do take good care of yourself." With that, he turned to leave. Nan Zhi stumbled after him a few steps, urgency in her voice. "But I'm not well yet. It still hurts." He turned back, his gaze cool and detached. "Then you should return to gynecology." Nan Zhi was reluctant to depart, hurriedly pressing her hand to her chest. "It's not that area. It's here that hurts." At that moment, her hair was disheveled, her face pale and drawn, exuding an air of fragility. The man's eyes darkened as he recalled certain images, surprised by his own assumptions that she was enjoying the experience. "Lie down. I will take a look," he instructed. Nan Zhi thought she had misheard, her ears tingling from the deep, seductive timbre of his voice. Once settled, he drew the curtain around her bed and lifted her clothing. Nan Zhi had long since discarded any sense of modesty before him, unfastening all the buttons of her hospital gown. Qiao Jingyue's expression remained impassive, though a hint of disdain flickered within him. Such proficiency suggested she had encountered this situation before. The cold touch of the stethoscope sent a shiver through her, causing her to grasp the man's large, bony hand. He regarded her with icy indifference. She reluctantly released her grip, her heart racing uncontrollably. After removing the stethoscope, he pressed a few more spots. "Does it hurt?" "It does." Her tone was thick with a sticky sweetness, reminiscent of Qiao Jingyue's expression hardened, his fingers tightening around the pen. "Dr. Qiao, what exactly is my ailment?" At last, his gaze settled upon her, the fabric of her clothing appearing tighter. While Nan Zhi lowered her head, fidgeting with her collar, "It's not that tight." He was disinclined to continue that line of inquiry, lowering his head to scribble on the notepad. Suddenly, his sleeve was tugged. He looked up. "What is it?" "Professor Qiao, I no longer dare." Nan Zhi's expression was one of innocence and vulnerability. The man wrote swiftly, appearing rather nonchalant. "Dare what?" "To calculate against you. You see, I have already paid a price for this. Perhaps we could discuss something else?" She gently scratched his palm as she spoke. With a swift motion, the man tossed aside the pen, his gaze frigid. "Something else, like an order?" She indeed harbored such thoughts. The effects of Nan Zhi's medication rivaled those of imported drugs. Yet its lack of renown meant no hospital would conduct clinical trials. "Professor Qiao, I implore you to set aside your prejudices and grant Nan Zhi a chance. If successful, it would be a boon for the nation and its people. And if it fails, do you believe that a fledgling enterprise like Nan Zhi can shoulder the responsibility?" She could not bear that burden, nor could Nan Zhi. Hence, the necessity for Qiao Jingyue's assistance. Seeing her bow her head in silence, Qiao Jingyue had already solidified his resolve. He scoffed lightly, thinking that after one night together, he could pull me into his schemes? How naive. As a female public relations professional, 20,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum. However, should the client remain dissatisfied with your services, do not dare to cross my path again. Nan Zhi curled her fingers, her face burning as if she had been dealt several stinging slaps. She understood that in this line of work, one must not be overly concerned with pride, yet in the presence of Qiao Jingyue, her facade of confidence began to wane. After a while, the ward fell into silence, revealing that Qiao Jingyue had already departed. Defeated, Nan Zhi collapsed onto the bed, pulling the blanket over her head. After some time, someone knocked on her. Chapter 4. Moments of friendship. She jolted awake, her immediate thought being that Qiao Jingyue had returned. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed as she reluctantly opened her eyes, only to behold the androgynous visage of Su Ku. Su Ku reached out to gently pat her head, relieved to find that her temperature had normalized. "I merely stepped away for a brief moment, yet I hear you nearly met your demise," he remarked, eliciting a weary retort from Nan Zhi. I was on the brink of death, and you still prattle on nonsensically. Suka hastily apologized and handed her phone back. Your father has called you several times. How did he know you were back? I encountered Jiang Yuan. She is now a resident in the cardiology department. Suka suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, I heard she was admitted to Renan Hospital. I didn't expect her to be in cardiology as well. She didn't give you any trouble, did she? Nan Zhi only scoffed in silence before eventually responding. Are all the post-operative medications from the Jiang family? Not merely that. Ventilators, extracorporeal circulation, machines, the entirety of Renan is involved. If your father discovers that Nan Ku has a share in your treatment, acquiring the medications will become even more arduous. Perhaps, she pondered, I should reach out to Qiao Jingyue. Forget it, considering what you've done to him. Let us not add insult to injury. I will find a way regarding the medications. Nan Zhi acquiesced with a soft sigh, her voice tinged with sorrow. I am feeling quite disheartened. Suku gently embraced her, soothingly patting her back. Outside the ward, Jiang Yuan picked up her phone and recorded the scene before posting it online. Suku, a minor internet celebrity with a playful interest in voice dubbing, had amassed over 100,000 followers. The nursing staff, among his fans, quickly disseminated the information within their circles. Soon, accusations of scandal emerged, with individuals venting their ire on Weibo and even attempting to unearth Nan Zhi's identity. Some nurses, curiosity peaked into the ward to take photos and inquire further. Suka had initially been oblivious to the orchestrating behind the scenes until the commotion made it evident that Jiang Yuan was the instigator. Incensed, he stormed towards Jiang Yuan's office, with Nan Zhi trailing behind, fearful of any repercussions. Upon their arrival, Jiang Yuan greeted them with a smile. You've arrived at an opportune moment. I am currently reprimanding the staff for their intrusive behavior towards you. Nan Zhi scoffed. Is it merely their fault? My apologies. It is my oversight for not being more diligent with the photographs. I only intended to showcase the working environment during the night shift. I sincerely apologize. Apologize? Your words roll off the tongue so easily. We are here for treatment, not to be your entertainment. What shall we do then? Would you prefer I compensate you? She smiled sweetly, a glimmer of provocation and disdain in her eyes that only Nan Zhi could perceive. Nan Zhi felt her blood pressure rise, retorting, If the cardiology department cannot resolve this, I shall seek out your hospital director. Before she could reach the door, Qiao Jingyue intercepted her. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, but she fought to hold them back. Suku, recognizing her distress, quickly stepped in front of her to negotiate with Qiao Jingyue. Once the others were dismissed, only the key parties remained in the office. Qiao Jingyue spoke in a composed tone. While our medical staff may have erred, I extend my apologies on their behalf. However, this hospital is not a playground, and I hope you both can exercise restraint. Such a forceful apology method was almost akin to forcing Nan Zhi to submit. Suku pointed at Jiang Yuan, insisting that she apologize in front of all the medical staff outside their hearts. Jiang Yuan retorted, acknowledging the need for compensation and an apology, but implored Suku to make a reasonable request. What about our patients if all the medical personnel are to serve you? Qiao Jingyue adopted an even firmer stance, declaring it impossible. Suku's face flushed with indignation, and just as she was about to speak, she was tugged by Nan Zhi. He turned to look at her. Nan Zhi addressed Qiao Jingyue, stating that they could let this matter slide. But he must agree to one condition, that their Nan-Kum medicine be allowed to seek volunteers for drug trials within the hospital. Since Ren was unwilling to share the burden of risk with them, let them bear it alone. Jiang Yuan nearly echoed Qiao Jingyue's sentiment, asserting that it was impossible. Observing their synchronized retreat, Nan Zhi felt a sense of discomfort. Professor Qiao, please reconsider. No need for deliberation. Here, the lives and health of patients are not bargaining chips. With that, his commanding gaze swept over Nan Zhi, seemingly mocking her as her true intentions could no longer be concealed. Chapter 5. Instant Noodles. Qiao Jingyue employed assertive measures to safeguard Jiang Yuan. After refusing Nan Zhi's request, he effortlessly thwarted two of Nan Ku's business deals. Suku seethed with rage, her eyes bloodshot, yet the circumstances compelled her to swallow her indignation. Nan Zhi appeared calm, but her heart ached as if being sliced by a dull knife. She had not anticipated that Qiao Jingyue would resort to such a ruthless method to deliver a warning. Had it been anyone else defending her, the discomfort would not have been so profound. Why must it be Jiang Yuan? It was as if fate had conspired to align the daughter of Zhang's medical with the son of a minister, a seemingly perfect match. Concerned that Nan Zhi might blame herself, Suka hastily reassured her, "2 business deals are hardly worth much. We do not mind." Nan Zhi, regaining her composure, turned to comfort him in return. "Rest assured, I have not given up yet. One day, he will kneel and sing conquer." Suka merely smiled, refraining from discouraging her. After a day of fruitless contemplation, Nan Zhi resolved to be unabashed in her pursuit. Later that night, she learned from a nurse that Qiao Jingyue was working the night shift. By 2:30 in the morning, she found herself in the doctor's office, where the darkness and isolation favored her intentions. Qiao Jingyue had just emerged from the operating room, visibly fatigued. Leaning back in his chair, he awaited the water to boil for his instant noodles. The rustling noises outside disturbed him, prompting him to turn his gaze, his expression indifferent. "What is it?" "Professor Qiao, I have come to apologize," she stated. "There's no need. Our doctor was at fault as well. Now that we are even, you may leave," he replied. Nan Zhi, however, remained steadfast. As soon as the water boiled, she deftly prepared the noodles. Qiao Jingyue regarded her attempts at appeasement with disdain, yet did not refuse her. She obediently began to massage his shoulders, seeking conversation. "Professor Qiao, I didn't expect you to indulge in instant noodles too." Leisurely sipping his water, he retorted, "What else would I eat? The cold winds of the northwest." Nan Zhi chuckled awkwardly. "You possess an ethereal demeanor, indeed resembling someone who is above the mundane." His gaze upon her was complex, as he remarked, "That is because you do not truly know me." Nan Zhi blinked. "Then surely you must grant me the opportunity." "Professor Qiao, how about I bring you a meal once I am discharged?" The artificial aroma of instant noodles wafted towards him, inciting a wave of nausea. With a weary sigh, he lifted his eyelids and patiently inquired, "Can you even cook?" In an instant, Nan Zhi cast aside her reserve, leaning closer as she retorted, "Who do you look down upon? Every man who has tasted my cooking has fallen for me." Her freshly washed face, devoid of heavy makeup, appeared delicate and vibrant, emanating a prideful allure that seemed almost irresistible. Qiao Jingyue traced his fingertips along the rim of his teacup, his expression obscured by the rising steam as he cast a faintly disapproving glance at her. "Nan Zhi, know when to draw the line. Such theatrics can be tiresome." She pouted, "You truly lack a sense of romance." Ignoring her, Qiao Jingyue lowered his head to sip from his cup. Finding the atmosphere dull, Nan Zhi began to survey her surroundings. Upon catching sight of a skeletal figure in the corner, she gasped and leaped onto Qiao Jingyue's back, causing a small splash of water to land on his hand. Startled, she quickly grasped his hand, her mouth instinctively enveloping it. Although there was little water and it was not particularly hot, her tongue felt pleasantly warm against his skin. He seized her long hair, compelling her to tilt her head back. "Professor Qiao." The appearance of Qiao Jingyue is somewhat intimidating, his gaze capable of devouring souls. "Nan Zhi, for the sake of a lucrative deal, are you willing to sacrifice your dignity?" A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed her eyes, yet she swiftly masked it with a radiant smile, declaring, "For you, I would relinquish anything." He swept the items on the table aside and embraced Nan Zhi. Caught off guard by this sudden move, "Professor Qiao, do not speak to me in that breathless manner." His eyes were reddened, resembling that night eerily. Nan Zhi considered it a form of desperate compromise. She was about to yield gracefully when a knock echoed from outside. "Jingyue? Jingyue, are you there?" It was Jiang Yuan. Chapter 6. Do not move recklessly in the dead of night. The atmosphere was undeniably sinister. Nan Zhi was unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. Yet the ambiguity of the situation left her anxious about its potential repercussions on Qiao Jingyue. With agility, she slipped beneath the table, exhaling a sigh of relief, only to realize that her shoes lay exposed on the floor. She gestured silently to Qiao Jingyue, mouthing the words "shoes, shoes," in stark contrast to her earlier boldness. Her current demeanor was imbued with a delightful timidity. Noting his continued indifference, Nan Zhi felt tears welling in her eyes. She extended her hand from beneath the table, kneeling and crawling a few steps to retrieve her shoes. Observing her posture, Qiao Jingyue's gaze darkened further, just as she was on the verge of grasping them. He raised his foot and kicked them away. Nan Zhi felt a sting of humiliation. He, however, laughed and nudged the shoes further out of reach, delighting in her frustration. With a playful gesture, he patted her head and concealed the shoes. Fuming, Nan Zhi hugged her knees, her long hair cascading down to her lap. At that moment, the door swung open. Jiang Yuan entered, carrying a large bag. Upon spotting the instant noodles on the table, she smiled and said, "I arrived just in time, knowing you despise instant noodles. Here, I brought you Zhang Ji's crab soup dumplings and some rice noodles." Qiao Jingyue sat at his desk, his knee pressed against Nan Zhi's. His disheveled attire contrasted sharply with his serious expression as he replied to Jiang Yuan with a quiet thank you. Jiang Yuan pulled out a chair and sat across from him, urging, "Eat while it's hot." Qiao Jingyue lowered his head slightly. Noticing Nan Zhi's hand resting on his knee, he pinched her gently, warning her to behave. Relaxed against his leg, Nan Zhi felt the tension dissipate, though a wave of drowsiness washed over her. It was then that she overheard Jiang Yuan say, "Jingyue, I appreciate your protection. I admit I was overly emotional. That Nan Zhi has a bit of a history with me." Qiao Jingyue raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting to the girl beneath the table, who was clearly eavesdropping with perked ears. Jiang Yuan continued, "You might find it amusing, but her mother is the woman from the Jiang family who had an affair. With such a mother, she likely hasn't had the best role model." A cough from Qiao Jingyue interrupted her. "Jingyue, are you all right?" she asked, rising to offer him a pat on the back. He pushed his water cup toward her, requesting, "Please pour me a glass of water. Thank you." Nan Zhi, seething with anger beneath the table, thought to herself, "Who the hell is having an affair? Your mother had an affair. Your whole family must be tainted." The audacity of the mistress, born only months before her, was infuriating. She could no longer contain herself and was determined to emerge from her hiding place. However, the man swiftly pressed her head down, pushing her back and warningly pinching her cheek. With a mischievous smile, she glanced at him, causing him to stiffen. Jiang Yuan, noticing, inquired, "What is wrong with you?" "Nothing," he replied tersely, his lips pressed tightly together, nearly breaking the chopsticks in his grasp. Jiang Yuan's concern deepened as she observed the faint flush rising on his pale skin, prompting her to stand once more. "Jingyue, are you feeling unwell?" Qiao Jingyue pressed closely against the desk, his long legs curled beneath it, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. It was not indifference, rather he was simply fatigued. "You should head back first," he said, stifling yawn. Jiang Yuan, sensing the moment, decided it was best not to linger. "I will take my leave then. Rest a while after you finish your meal," she replied. With a hint of suspicion, Jiang Yuan cast a glance back at him before turning to depart. Once the door was closed, Qiao Jingyue pulled out a chair and embraced Nan Zhi. The surface of the desk was rigid, and Nan Zhi inhaled softly, whispering, "Close the door." Chapter 7. Dissatisfaction. After everything concluded, Qiao Jingyue turned his back to Nan Zhi, adjusting his trousers. Nan Zhi sat on the ground, her lips swollen and red, her fingers trembling. She had never anticipated such an outcome. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld the man, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of cold detachment, which struck her as profoundly unjust. She poked him in the waist. "Professor Qiao, could you not lend me a hand?" The man, who had moments ago seemed so agreeable, now wore a face of contempt, recoiling from her touch as if she were refused. He tossed his garment over her and urged her to tidy herself up and leave. Feeling utterly wronged, Nan Zhi was on the verge of tears. Wasn't she worth a simple wash after being used? Struggling to her feet, she embraced the man from behind. Qiao Jingyue, who had been opening a window for fresh air, stiffened, his grip on the handle tightening abruptly. The exhilaration of earlier was now replaced by fury, anger directed at himself and at Nan Zhi. Qiao Jingyue had always prided himself on being rational and composed, yet time and again he found himself ensnared by a woman of dubious intent. If the previous incident was due to that liquor antidote, what could this one possibly be attributed to? Let go, he commanded, his voice chillingly severe. Nan Zhi, however, only tightened her embrace. I won't release you. Jiang Yuan spoke so harshly. My mother is deceased, and yet, as her junior, she dares to tarnish her memory. There isn't a decent person in the Jiang family. Qiao Jingyue's expression hardened. Though she appeared youthful, her cunning was as sharp as a sieve. He pried her fingers apart and turned to face her, his gaze laced with disdain and sarcasm. Can you not contain yourself? Even if you malign Jiang's medical, I shall not partner with Nan Ku. With a sigh of resignation, Nan Zhi realized he was indeed aligned with the Jiang family. Fortunately, she had anticipated this outcome. If she wished to continue their acquaintance, she needed to provide him with a reason to feel secure. Producing her phone, she displayed the payment code before him. Transfer the funds. Qiao Jingyue raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by her straightforwardness. However, a clear transaction was merely business, far more manageable than insatiable demands. He scanned the code, and in no time, 10,000 yuan was transferred. Nan Zhi felt a pang in her heart, her nails digging in her palm until it turned white. The man, perceptive as ever, inquired, "Are you dissatisfied?" "Not at all. To be with you and still receive money. I couldn't be happier." The statement felt awkward, as though she were paying him. Qiao Jingyue's irritation deepened. "You may leave now. Add me on WeChat. I will be at your beck and call." He brushed her hand away, declaring, "No need, there won't be a next time." Nan Zhi's hand hovered in the air, tears nearly spilling over. Biting her lip, she attempted to salvage her dignity. "Not necessarily. Perhaps you will find it so delightful that you will crave my presence every night." Unable to sleep, the man's scrutinizing gaze swept over her, dismissing her notion. "You think too highly of yourself. I do not fancy your type." "Then what is your type?" "Jiang Yuan?" She retorted. "If I don't show up tonight, will it be just the two of you?" "Nan Zhi, if you were wise enough, you would understand when to cease." His tone was calm, yet it delivered an unspoken pressure that silenced her, leaving her unable to continue. She silenced her lips, yet her heart remained restless. With a trembling voice, she inquired, "Professor Qiao, are you truly a doctor? How can you bear to inflict such pain upon me?" Qiao Jingyue's expression was as if cloaked in a layer of frost. "I am indeed a doctor. It is my duty to save lives and alleviate suffering. However, that does not extend to treating your delusions of grandeur. If you truly respected me, you would refrain from burdening me with your troubles." His words were logical and irrefutable. A wise individual should part ways after the conclusion of a game, remaining strangers thereafter. The fault lay in her own unwarranted aspirations. She endeavored to suppress her discontent, mustering a smile for him. They were distinct entities. I was I, and I was unlike any other. She repeated this mantra several times, as if to reassure herself. Chapter 8. A beautiful delusion. The following day, Nan Zhi was expelled from the hospital, marking a comprehensive victory for Jiang Yuan. However, she had no time to lament her circumstances. The business of Nankai Pharmaceuticals was already struggling, and with 2 deals lost to Qiao Jingyue, she needed to act swiftly to remedy the situation. After several rounds of negotiations, she managed to salvage a contract, compensating for her earlier losses. The medical industry is a small circle, and it was inevitable that she would encounter acquaintances of Qiao Jingyue. It didn't take long for her to learn that the Jiang family indeed wished to pursue a marriage alliance with him. The two families maintained a close relationship. Yet for reasons unknown, Qiao Jingyue had declined their overtures. Currently, the situation remained in the phase of Jiang Yuan's unilateral pursuit. Nan Zhi had attempted to visit him at the hospital and school several times, but he had consistently evaded her. It appeared that his assertion of there being no next time was genuine. Distraught, she received a call from Jiang Shudong, who wished to meet. Initially reluctant, she remembered they lived in the same city and would inevitably cross paths. Reconciling with this thought, she arrived at the designated CAF. Jiang Shudong was quite presentable. At over 50, he was neither balding nor overweight, and he possessed an amiable appearance. It was no wonder that both of his cousins had taken a liking to him. Even after he married one of them, his other cousin had shamelessly attempted to undermine her. Jiang Shudong regarded Nan Zhi with a complex expression. She increasingly resembled her mother, Nan Zijuan, even in her disdainful demeanor. After sipping his coffee, he assumed a tone befitting an elder. "You arrive in Shun City and do not even inform me." Do you still regard me as your father? Nan Zhi found his demeanor laughable. My surname is Nan. What connection do we share? Do you lack basic decorum? Is this how you speak to your father? Her sarcasm was palpable. Did I ask for you to bring me into this world? To give birth, but not nurture, is the mark of a beast. Nan Zhi, he slammed his hand on the table, rising with the intention to strike. Clutching her coffee cup tightly, she resolved that if he dared to move, she would douse him with the contents. Jiang Shudong's expression shifted through various shades before he recalled his intentions, ultimately suppressing his temper. Are you seeking to engage in the business of post-operative medications with Renan? Nan Zhi's guard went up. She should have anticipated this. There was no familial affection at play. His motivations were purely self-serving. Yes, she candidly admitted, for it was hardly a secret. The post-operative medication, the one your mother has been developing? Nan Zhi did not deny it. If this medication were to be launched and widely applied in the medical field, her mother's name would once again be mentioned in the industry, representing her only opportunity for redemption. This was also the reason she had long sought to conduct clinical trial for the drug outside of Renan. You will not succeed, Jiang Shudong asserted confidently. Nan Zhi's expression stiffened. That was not a certainty. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, he added, your mother's reputation is already tarnished. No one will trust her work. A small company like Nankai Pharmaceuticals can only sell medical dressings. Anything beyond that is mere fantasy. Instead, why not grant me the agency rights? I can arrange a position for you as a regional manager within the Jiang family. Nan Zhi found herself laughing out of exasperation. The audacity to offer her a token position as a ruse to swindle her was astonishing. Rising from her seat, she disdainfully shrugged. You may not look impressive, but your aspirations are quite delusional. Jiang Shudong was filled with fury. After holding his position for so many years, when had he ever been so openly defied? Wretched scoundrels. No hospital in Shunxiang would ever use your medications. Even if you sought out Qiao Jingyue, it would be futile. He is my son-in-law. Nan Zhi paid no heed to his bluster. Mere words do not guarantee success. Since Qiao Jingyue had not acquiesced, he should relinquish any notions of acting as a father-in-law. Nevertheless, with the Jiang family setting their sights on Nankai Pharmaceuticals, the matter of the drug trial required urgent attention. Jiang Shudong was both cunning and unscrupulous, and she had not anticipated encountering him so soon upon her return to Shunxiang. After leaving the CAF, she embarked on a quest to forge connections and seek avenues of influence. After much effort, she learned that Director Yang Kun, who oversaw clinical drug trials, would be at Huangjintai that evening, and she hurried there. Chapter 9. A rare guest within the private room. Men exchanged toasts amidst swirling smoke. The heavily made-up Nan Zhi donned a black off-shoulder dress, instantly capturing the attention of the men upon her entrance. Yang Kun arranged for her to sit beside him, taking her hand and affectionately calling her sister. Laughter erupted from the group, teasingly exclaiming that she could very well be his daughter. Yang Kun relished the banter, wrapping an arm around her waist, dismissing their jests with a smirk, claiming that the older ones knew how to treat a lady. Nan Zhi subtly evaded his touch, sensing something amiss. In previous gatherings, men had made suggestive jokes at her expense, but none had been as brazen as today. It felt as though she were merely a companion for their revelry. Hastily, she presented her business card to clarify her identity. Yang Kun casually set it aside, continuing to smoke and jest. As the highest-ranking individual in the room, Yang Kun was the focal point, and someone proposed that Nan Zhi share a toast with him. The suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement. Nan Zhi found herself without the power to decline, especially since she had her own agenda. What was a mere drink in the grand scheme of resolving her company's plight? Gritting her teeth, she smiled with her eyes, stating, let it be agreed, 1 drink, and Director Yang will grant me a request. Yang Kun, well aware of her desires, chuckled heartily, promising to fulfill her wish. He extended his arm, pretending to link it with hers for the toast. Having committed herself, Nan Zhi refrained from being coy, though both her smile and her arm felt rigid. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a tall, commanding figure entered. It was Qiao Jingyue. Why was he here? She felt a pang of guilt, uncertain how much he had witnessed of her earlier actions, and instinctively lowered her hand. The others were equally surprised to see him. with Yang Kun hurrying over to greet him personally. Professor Qiao, what a rare visit. Please, we have a seat saved for you. Qiao Jingyue made no pretense of modesty, confidently taking the prime seat, conveniently positioned next to Nan Zhi. In this unexpected circumstance, she felt her cheeks flush with heat. Bowing her head, her softly curled hair cascaded down, shielding much of her face. The group now directed their flattery towards Qiao Jingyue, shifting their attention from Yang Kun to him. Though Qiao Jingyue maintained a low profile at the table, he offered the expected courtesies without excessive words. He engaged in conversation and drinking, hardly casting a glance in Nan Zhi's direction since his arrival. However, this did not alleviate her tension. She sought an opportunity to excuse herself from the gathering. Yang Kun promptly followed her outside. With a glass in hand, Qiao Jingyue's gaze turned icy. Nan Zhi had not ventured far when Yang Kun pulled her into a dim alley behind the venue, devoid of passers-by. Feeling the imposing figure approach, she instinctively retreated, her almond-shaped eyes darting anxiously. Yang Kun seized her arm, exclaiming, "Darling, don't move, give me a kiss." Nan Zhi swiftly slapped his face, commanding, "Get lost." He rubbed his cheek, his tongue probing his cheekbone, remarking playfully about her father's words regarding her rebellious nature. It became evident that Jiang Shudong had been the instigator in this scenario, a despicable character indeed. For now, Nan Zhi chose to set that aside, yearning only to extricate herself from this predicament. She took a step back, her eyes widening in shock as she suddenly called out, "Professor Qiao." Yang Kun instinctively turned around, only to receive a swift kick from Nan Zhi in a vulnerable spot. Seizing the moment as he bent over to cradle his knees, she hastily lifted her dress and sprinted towards the path she had come from. Once she reached a crowded area, her safety would be assured. However, after just a couple of strides, her high heel broke. Behind her, Yang Kun limped after her, his patience waning due to the pain. Grabbing a fistful of Nan Zhi's hair, he yanked her closer to him. "You little brat, dare to strike me? Let's see how I can make you pay." As he spoke, he reached to tear at her dress. Nan Zhi offered no resistance, her gaze fixed vacantly on a single point as she murmured, "Professor Qiao." "You little brat, still trying to deceive me." Yang Kun scoffed, having been fooled once before. Just as he was about to continue his assault on her dress, he suddenly heard a chilling laugh. Chapter 10, I turned my gaze at the sound and saw Qiao Jingyue standing not far away. A gentle smile gracing his face as he looked at them. Yang Kun immediately halted, pulling Nan Zhi into his embrace, awkwardly greeting, "Professor Qiao, what brings you here?" "I stepped out for a smoke," he replied, a slender cigarette poised between his long fingers, unlit. "Then please carry on. I shall escort Miss Nan home." The moment Qiao Jingyue appeared, Nan Zhi became entranced, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fixated on him with a fervent, silent plea for help. Yet, Qiao Jingyue paid her no heed. Yang Kun, seeing his indifference, felt his heart settle back into place. It seemed he was indeed just smoking, not specifically for Nan Zhi's sake. He tugged her away swiftly, creating distance between them and Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi struggled a few times, but remained silent, although the tears had already begun to trickle down her cheeks. Until now, she could hardly believe he would disregard her. She knew they would pass each other by. "Wait." Qiao Jingyue suddenly spoke, causing Nan Zhi's heart to leap back in her throat, her eyes wide with anxiety. However, he merely smiled at Yang Kun, Director Yang. "Could I borrow a lighter?" Yang Kun exhaled in relief, rummaging through his pockets before tossing it over. "Here you go." Qiao Jingyue caught it, flicked it open, and cupped the flame close to his lips. The red glow flickered as he squinted, tilting his head back to exhale smoke rings. In the dissipating haze, his face appeared particularly cold and detached. He tossed the lighter back to Yang Kun and took a couple of steps into the shadows, waving them off. Was he truly unwilling to intervene? Nan Zhi felt her heart plunge, her silent struggle against him becoming a farce. Suddenly, she mustered her strength, breaking free from Yang Kun's hold and rushing to clasp the man's arm. "Professor Qiao, please take me home." A fleeting look of well-timed surprise crossed Qiao Jingyue's face. "What is this about?" Yang Kun's eyes flashed with annoyance, but he quickly masked it, smiling as he attempted to pull Nan Zhi away. Miss Nan, you're intoxicated. Don't trouble Professor Qiao. I'll take you back. Turning his face away, he leaned in close to her ear, whispering a warning. If you continue this, I will ensure that Nanku Pharmaceuticals has no standing in Shin City. Fearless of his threats, Nan Zhi forcefully pushed him away, hiding behind Qiao Jingyue. Yang Kun anxiously rubbed his hands together. Yet, with Qiao Jingyue remaining silent, he dared not act recklessly. Although Qiao Jingyue was merely an external physician, his father held the highest position in the pharmaceutical management system, and even the leaders of Shun City had to regard his opinions. Qiao Jingyue appeared troubled. Since Miss Nan is so insistent, how about I take her back in Director Yang's stead? Yang Kun, unwilling to concede, replied, No need, right? Deputy Director Zhang is here as well. He is looking for you in the private room. Damn, who brought his supervisor here? Are they trying to get us killed? Yang Kun could no longer focus on Nan Zhi and limped away. Once he disappeared, he turned to Nan Zhi. It's all right now, you can leave. She threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly. Professor Qiao, I beg you, don't abandon me. I'm so scared. Beneath the dim streetlight, her long hair was disheveled, and her heavily made-up face was etched with the panic of one who had endured suffering. She was not particularly attractive, yet she managed to awaken the latent flaws within men. Qiao Jingyue cast a quiet glance in her direction before saying softly, Get in the car. Once inside, Nan Zhi seemed to revive, her laughter and chatter returning. She clung to his arm, her small face tilting up as she asked Professor Qiao, Did you come specifically to save me? Qiao Jingyue shot her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Unfazed, Nan Zhi continued her playful banter. I know you can't bear to part with me. What is it about me that you find so hard to let go of? I am young, still beautiful, perceptive, with a slender waist and long legs. She counted on her fingers. The man glanced at her once more, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Upon arriving at her building, he showed no inclination to exit the vehicle. Nan Zhi propped herself against the car door, fluttering her eyelashes. Professor Qiao, would you like to come up for a late-night snack? The invitation was laden with implications, difficult to misconstrue. Qiao Jingyue pressed his lips together. The warning in his eyes unmistakable. Nan Zhi, do not repeatedly test my boundaries. With a mischievous arch of her brow and a playful glint in her eyes, she retorted, And where exactly are your boundaries? How'd you learn of my whereabouts? It was a grave misunderstanding. She had inquired about Yang Kun, not him. Yet as she spoke, he remained unconvinced, deeming it a lie. With a decisive slam of the car door, Qiao Jingyue pressed the accelerator, driving away with a cloud of dust. Nan Zhi, exasperated, pouted slightly, about to ascend the stairs when someone seized her shoulder. Chapter 11. Do not act impulsively. She stiffened momentarily, then relaxed her guard, languidly uttering, Su-ku. Let go. Su-ku stepped in front of her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Nan Bao, are you all right? I'm fine, but you almost got yourself into trouble. I've told you countless times, do not extend your claws from behind. Otherwise, you are responsible for your own life and death. You heartless one. The moment I heard that you were being bullied by that oaf Yang Kun, I rushed to find you and berated him. He lamented, his voice tinged with mock despair. Nan Zhi felt nauseated by his antics. Stop it. Let's go upstairs first. As they walked, Su-ku inquired what exactly happened. Why did Qiao Jingyue bring you back? She promptly recounted the events of the dinner. Su-ku complained, How could you dare to go alone? Why didn't you call me? She pinched Su-ku's chin playfully. If you had gone, it might have been even more perilous for you. His expression darkened, and he mimicked a swift, slicing motion with his hand. Then I shall cut him down. Forget it. This is Shun City, not a place for us to be reckless. Now that I've offended Yang Kun, the usual avenues are blocked. We must proceed through the hospital instead. Su-ku sighed. We still need to confront Qiao Jingyue. Indeed, I have no psychological burden, and neither should you. Upon reflection, I am the one benefiting from this. The more casually Nan Zhi spoke, the more uncomfortable Su-ku felt. He was, after all, a man, yet he constantly relied on Nan Zhi. He stood up, agitated, ready to rush out. We cannot let this slide. Nan Zhi caught his arm. What are you doing? Do not act impulsively. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Nan Zhi, unable to dissuade this stubborn mule, collapsed onto the sofa in frustration. She covered her eyes, thinking if only that person were still here, they would certainly be able to keep him in check. That night, Nan Zhi struggled to sleep, and by morning, she awoke with a throbbing headache. After freshening up, she took a painkiller and headed to work. Upon arriving at the office, she received a notification of a client's order cancellation, which she discovered was orchestrated by Yang-kun. His retaliation came swiftly. With Suku absent, several managers vented their frustrations on Nan Zhi. Although Nan-ku Pharmaceuticals held shares in her name, she had spent the past 2 years in Lee City, engaged in other endeavors. Now, she had been parachuted into the sales department as the manager, which did not sit well with the older employees. At merely 23 years of age, and possessing a youthful appearance, she struggled to command respect. Many believe that Nan-ku Pharmaceuticals was doomed ever since the previous manager left, resulting in a drastic downturn in business. Thus, securing the Ren Anshin account held significant importance for her and the company. Nan Zhi convened a meeting, listened to a barrage of complaints, then set to work on managing the order cancellations, striving to minimize the losses. In the midst of her busy schedule, the clock struck 10 at night. Starving and exhausted, she contemplated boiling some noodles when she received a call from the police station. Suku had been arrested for fighting and was now awaiting someone to bail him out. Nan Zhi was taken aback. It had been ages since Suku last got into a brawl. What had prompted this? As she changed her shoes, she suddenly recalled his words from the previous night about seeking vengeance, causing her hands to tremble. Surely, this unfortunate child would not have gone after Yang-kun, would he? That would be courting disaster. Nan Zhi was in a state of urgent distress, fearing that Suku might encounter further misfortune. By the time she arrived, the situation had been largely resolved. Suku sat on a bench, his head bowed low. Upon hearing her voice, Suku lifted his gaze, revealing a bruised eye beneath his disheveled bangs. Nan Zhi pulled him up, inquiring about his injuries. Apart from your eye, where else are you hurt? Before Suku could respond, a derisive snicker interrupted. Such a weakling, unable to stand on his own, resorting to women to defend him. Chapter 12. Steamed Chicken. Nan Zhi abruptly turned her head. The speaker was a tall, slender youth with silver blue hair and visible scars on his face. Upon recognizing Nan Zhi, he let out a mocking whistle. Sister, you're so beautiful. Why are you with that weakling? You'd be better off with me. I'll show you what a real man is like. Suku, upon hearing this, was filled with disgust and was about to charge at him when Nan Zhi quickly intervened, signaling him to hold back. Nearby, a police officer sternly warned, haven't you caused enough trouble? Do you wish to remain in custody? The boy disdainfully curled his lip, but once the officer turned away, he defiantly raised his middle finger at Nan Zhi. She remained expressionless. After signing the necessary documents, Nan Zhi glanced at the other party involved, whose name was Song Chun. As she and Suku exited the police station, they chose to walk along the road rather than hail a cab. Nan Zhi inquired, how did you get entangled with such a spoiled brat? Suku gritted his teeth in anger. That little scoundrel. I'll make him pay. It turned out that the girl Song Chun was pursuing had an interest in Suku, prompting Song Chun to trick Suku into a private room at a club, where, in front of the girl and a group of others, he attempted to humiliate Suku by forcing him to strip to ascertain his gender. Naturally, Suku could not tolerate such indignity and retaliated against Song Chun. Nan Zhi was equally furious upon hearing this. They ganged up on you? They deserve to be punished. Suku, however, did not forget the matter at hand, revealing that the girl was the daughter of Yang-kun. Nan Zhi raised an eyebrow. What business do you have provoking her? Suku replied, I do not permit you to use your charm as a weapon. He continued, somewhat dejected, I didn't provoke her. I merely wanted her to know of her father's misdeeds. Who would have thought she would take a liking to me? Such bad luck. Turning back, Nan Zhi noticed a bright red sports car approaching and fell silent. The vehicle came to a stop, and Song Chun leaned out of the window, leering at Nan Zhi. Sister, come on up. I'll take you for a ride to see the stars. Nan Zhi exchanged a glance with Suku before leaning closer to the car window. Young Master Song, I am Suku's. He dismissed her with a wave. That doesn't matter. As long as you are willing, you are mine. With a smile that danced in the night air, Nan Zhi's long hair fluttered like a fairy. Enchanted by her fragrance, Song Chun felt dizzy and opened the car door. Sister. The rest of his words turned into a scream as Nan Zhi seized his collar and shoved his face against the steering wheel. With swift movements, she delivered several sharp slaps to his face. Song Chun, still defiant, bellowed threats of revenge. Nan Zhi chuckled, recalling how insignificant he was while she and Su Ku ruled the streets of Liqing, and he was likely unaware of his own incompetence. Su Ku squeezed into the car beside her, and together they restrained him. Nan Zhi clicked her tongue. Is this all you've got? You haven't even matured yet. Calling yourself a man, just a steamed chicken. Su Ku adjusted his angle to capture a photograph. Song Chun, give us a smile. Damzu, Su Ge, I'll make you pay for this. Song Chun, still a boy at heart, clutched his belt and finally began to cry. Nan Zhi sneered. So young Master Song can feel fear after all. But you started crying too early. Once we record this, you best put on a good show. Su Ku urged Nan Zhi to step aside. Let me handle this. Nan Zhi imitated Song Chen's manner and whistled, even taking out her lipstick to draw a large turtle on his chest. Indeed, Song Chun cried, his tears resembling blooming pear flowers. She patted his face, declaring him a true man, and then became lively. With her back turned to them, she hummed a playful tune, but when someone gave her a heavy pat on the shoulder, she turned around, her smile freezing on her face. Chapter 13. Indulge her. Nan Zhi never anticipated that the visitor would be Qiao Jingyue. His expression was frosty, his dark eyes unfathomable. What are you doing? Before Nan Zhi could respond, a cacophony erupted from a car. Uncle, save me. Uncle. The commotion escalated as Song Chun broke free from Su Ku's grasp and rushed out, one hand clutching his trousers and the other grasping Qiao Jingyue. Uncle, it's them. They want to harm me. You must take care of them. Su Ku looked anxiously at Nan Zhi. Why does it have to be Qiao Jingyue? Initially frightened, Nan Zhi now found herself oddly calm. The hostility radiating from her was too intense to conceal, and her usual sweet demeanor was nowhere to be found, replaced by a cool indifference, as if she were an entirely different person. Qiao Jingyue beckoned to her. Come here, we need to talk. Nan Zhi assumed he intended to defend Song Chun, but to her astonishment, his first words were, if I hadn't shown up that day, you wouldn't have faced any trouble with Yang Kun, would you? She was taken aback, realizing she had overlooked that detail. Indeed, given her capabilities, Yang Kun could not have harmed her. Her act of feigned vulnerability was merely a tactic to draw out Qiao Jingyue. With her mask now unveiled, she found it was not as significant as she had imagined. Regardless of her efforts, he had never truly acknowledged her. Kicking a pebble, Nan Zhi replied, I still must thank you. His gaze followed the stone for a moment before returning to her. What is he to you? Who? Ku Kiskiviko. My brother. Have your brother delete the video. This matter ends here. That is not possible. What if young Master Song retaliates against us? He has wealth and power. Crushing us would be as easy as squashing ants. It won't happen, I assure you. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Zhi conceded, very well, I'll take your word for it. She held a certain idolization for Qiao Jingyue, easily placing her trust in him. Once she agreed, Qiao Jingyue turned and left, climbing into Song Chen's vehicle. Su Ku approached. What is going on? Delete the video. Su Ku, accustomed to following her lead, voiced his discontent. You are utterly lacking in principles when it comes to Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi shrugged. What else can I do with my man except indulge him? Su Ku contemplated countering that he did not acknowledge her, but fearing it might hurt Nan Zhi, he fell silent. Once the car had traveled a considerable distance, Song Chun dared to speak to Qiao Jingyue. Uncle, thank you for coming to my rescue. Please don't tell my mother about today's incident. Qiao Jingyue stared ahead, indifferent to his words. Song Chun leaned closer. Uncle, what do you think of that girl? Isn't she both beautiful and spicy? Qiao Jingyue shot him a glance. Are you a masochist? Perhaps I should ask you, which is more appealing, the slap mark on your face or the bruise on your chest? Song Chun stammered. Can you not undermine me as a relative? Uncle, I'm not joking. I mean every word. She opened my heart with a single slap. More like she opened your mind. Qiao Jingyue scoffed lightly, flooring the accelerator. Song Chen's head jolted back, and he rubbed the back of his head, grinning foolishly. He is someone who doesn't let a good meal go to waste. Upon returning home, he thoroughly investigated Nan Zhi. The following day, when Nan Zhi arrived at the company, she was greeted by a large bouquet of dew-kissed roses. Just as she was taken aback, Song Chun swaggered over. Furrowing her brow, Nan Zhi asked, What are you doing, Song Xiao? He slicked back his greasy hair and retorted. Isn't it apparent? I intend to pursue you. Nan Zhi chuckled softly. You don't believe me? Weren't you just fighting for Miss Yang yesterday? Song Chen's face flushed. That was a misunderstanding. I simply found Suke displeasing. Nan Zhi chose not to press further and merely stuffed the flowers into his embrace. I'm not a little girl. Flowers won't sway me. Song Chun clicked his tongue. Come on. Are you even 20? I am 23. Ah, older women are like gold bricks. We are fated to be together. Nan Zhi smiled, but remained silent. Song Chun, feeling a bit uneasy, asked, what do you want then? Adults tend to be more pragmatic. I have 2 conditions. With an air of indifference, Song Chun declared, first, you must stop targeting Su Ke. Fine. I shall make amends with him immediately. Secondly, if you can persuade Ren and hospital to allow us to conduct clinical trials for the medication, I will agree to your terms. Song Chun returned the flowers. How hard can that be? I will go at once. Song Xiao, to speak frankly. Professor Qiao does not agree. Can you convince him? Song Chun waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Just prepare yourself to be my woman. Once he left, Su Ke emerged. Are you entertaining this lunatic? He can't possibly accomplish that. Nan Zhi placed the flowers in a vase in the lobby, assuring him, don't worry, he is not my target. Qiao Jingyue? Nan Zhi blinked yes. What scheme are you concocting now? Chapter 14. Dishwashing liquid. Song Chun indeed possesses remarkable skills. Within just a single day, he managed to place the contract on Nan Zhi's desk. He strutted about like a proud rooster, exclaiming his prowess and demanding a kiss from her. However, Nan Zhi merely set the contract aside, stating, although I am unsure how you acquired this, I suspect it may not hold water. Song Chen's temper flared. Are you having second thoughts? Nan Zhi playfully waved a slender, white finger near his lips, saying, not so fast. Once it is truly executed, I shall fulfill my promise. The fragrance emanating from her finger unexpectedly reddened his cheeks. I'll be waiting. In the hospital, Jiang Yuan grasped Qiao Jingyue's arm, exclaiming, Jingyue, it's bad news. He frowned, inquiring, what is it? Nan Zhi Pharmaceuticals has signed a clinical trial contract with the hospital. He paused momentarily, asking who approved it. The dean. It was Song Chun. He approached the dean. His grip on the pen tightened as a menacing glint flickered in his dark eyes. Observing his hurried departure, Jiang Yuan smirked. Nan Zhi is like a clown, thinking she can contend with the Jiang family. What a fantasy. Qiao Jingyue's arrival stirred quite a commotion at Nan Zhi Pharmaceuticals. Nan Zhi stood confidently before him, greeting Professor Qiao. What an unexpected visit. Qiao Jingyue glanced at Song Chun before coldly addressing Nan Zhi. I need to speak with you. Nan Zhi gracefully gestured for him to enter. Please come in. Song Chun attempted to follow, but was met with a fierce glare from Qiao Jingyue. You should go home. Song Chun remained, turning to find Su Ke. As the door closed, Qiao Jingyue pushed Nan Zhi against it, causing her head to collide painfully, leaving her momentarily dazed. That hurt. Listening to her teasing tone, a vein throbbed at Qiao Jingyue's temple. His large hand seized her neck, abruptly cutting off her breath. His expression was cold and ruthless, his eyes dangerously lethal. I warned you not to challenge my limits. Nan Zhi's face turned crimson, yet she forgot to struggle. Staring blankly at him. Was this the gentle and patient Dr. Qiao she had known? How profoundly did he despise her? Overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. A tear fell unexpectedly. The warm liquid landed on Qiao Jingyue's hand, surprising him and stirring inexplicable emotions within. Gradually, his grip loosened, and he released her neck. As the pressure dissipated, Nan Zhi began to cough violently. Outside, Su Ke's voice called out, Nan Zhi, are you all right? Taking a deep breath, Nan Zhi replied, I'm fine. You carry on with your tasks, don't mind me. After speaking, she looked up at Qiao Jingyue. She wore a green dress, her arms exposed, and her fair skin contrasted with the rich green, exuding a refreshing aura akin to mint. Qiao Jingyue loosened the top 2 buttons of his shirt, gradually calming himself. I'm sorry. His ability to apologize prompted Nan Zhi to soften her stance. She wrapped her delicate arms around his neck, her voice tinged with vulnerability. They say a night as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Do you truly see me as an adversary? In recent years, Qiao Jingyue has seldom lost his temper. Although Nan Zhi's manipulation of Song Chun is infuriating, it is undeniable that he has indeed lost control. Releasing her hand, he adopted his usual cool and detached tone, stating, "We are not even friends with benefits. Behave appropriately and discuss the matter at hand." Nan Zhi chuckled softly. At last, there seemed to be a topic of importance between them beyond mere slumber. She became significantly more serious, pulling him to sit and pouring him a glass of water. "You must have noticed the roses in the hall, right? They were sent by Song Chun. Early this morning, he came to profess his intentions toward me, which startled me greatly. He is your nephew, and you know his temperament. I simply could not refuse him. Yet I am yours and I." The man seized her hand that had climbed onto his thigh, urging her to speak more kindly. "Am I not yours? Very well, if I am not, then I am not." She lowered her eyelids, a palpable sense of disappointment evident. Qiao Jingyue remained steadfast in his gaze, continuing, "Where was I? Ah, yes, I am indeed yours, and naturally, I shall not accept him." To dissuade him, I instructed him to retrieve the contract. "I thought that any matter external to your purview would not gain your approval. You would certainly educate him accordingly, and this affair would be behind us. However, I did not anticipate that he would find another way, leaving me in a rather precarious position." Observing her earnest fabrications, Qiao Jingyue mused that he should have silenced her earlier. She had clearly exploited Song Chun while managing to present herself so innocently. Was she some kind of detergent? The man's well-defined fingers lightly tapped on the contract. "You need not feel troubled. I will handle this matter." "The contract is void. I shall take Song Chun away, ensuring he shall not trouble you." This meant that Nan Zhi's efforts had been in vain, yielding no advantage whatsoever. She lay across his lap in a playful manner. "That won't do. The contract has already been signed. Professor Qiao, please grant me this opportunity." The softest parts of her body pressed against his thigh, enveloped in a fragrant embrace, as he struggled against the rising tension within him. He averted his gaze, only to catch sight of the curves concealed beneath her skirt, causing his throat to constrict and his eyes to darken with intensity. Suddenly standing, he departed, his demeanor slightly flustered. Chapter 15. As soon as Qiao Jingyue left, Suka rushed in. He pulled Nan Zhi aside, asking if he had harmed her. With a smile, Nan Zhi replied that Qiao Jingyue was a gentleman and would never resort to violence. "That's a relief," Suka continued. "By the way, he took Song Chun with him and mentioned he would offer us compensation." Nan Zhi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of cooperation. "Probably not. The clinical trial is likely to fall through." She gently touched her neck, reflecting, "If I keep trying, success is within reach." After a brief silence, she added, "My mother's wishes are modest, yet I will do everything in my power to fulfill them." In the afternoon, Qiao Jingyue's form of compensation arrived, albeit indirectly. The Lintang Community Hospital in the suburbs was set to receive a batch of medical supplies, and he had already made arrangements, allowing them to make contact. These community hospitals operated through specialized procurement systems and had intricate connections with higher-ups. Penetrating this network was no easy feat given such a splendid opportunity. It would be foolish for Nan Zhi to let it slip away. Suku insisted on accompanying her, stating, "If you choose to tackle the issue with Yang-kun, you must see it through. I will take Sang Sang to Lintang." Sang Sang, Nan Zhi's assistant, though somewhat awkward, was quick with numbers. The two set off early the next morning, arriving in Lintang shortly after 9. Lintang was thriving, characterized by charming small buildings, with distant mountains and lush trees nearby. Offering pristine air, Nan Zhi successfully met with Director Wang, the procurement head, yet she was taken aback to find a representative from Jiang's pharmaceutical company present. Gripping her bag containing a jade pendant tightly, she felt a pang of insecurity. Jiang's wealth would surely overshadow her modest gift in Wang's eyes. The meeting stretched on for 2 hours, with one side speaking for 50 minutes, leaving the remaining 20 for a three-way tea break. Director Wang, a cunning old fox, engaged in frivolous banter that rendered the discussion nearly futile. The representative from Jiang's side, a man in his 40s, exuded an air of arrogance, looking down on Nan Zhi with disdain. It dawned on her that Qiao Jingyue's indirect compensation came with its own implications. Despite feeling uncomfortable, she steeled herself. This order represented her first direct encounter with Jiang S, where the power dynamics were skewed, but she could not afford to lose. To her surprise, they were offered further assistance. At noon, Director Wang hosted them for lunch at a mountainside farmhouse. In the parking lot, Sang, ever observant, exclaimed, "Isn't that Professor Qiao from Renan?" Nan Zhi turned to see him stepping out of his car, the mountain breeze tousling his short hair, exuding a quiet elegance. Her heart raced. Every encounter with him left her breathless. Just as she was about to greet him, she noticed Jiang Yuan alighting from the passenger seat. Director Wang promptly approached for a handshake, bending over backwards in front of Qiao Jingyue, disregarding the age difference. After about 10 minutes of flattery and small talk, Nan Zhi felt like an outsider. The awkwardness continued during the meal, with Jiang Yuan adding, "Professor Qiao and I are here for follow-ups on heart transplant patients. We thought we'd enjoy the renowned pigeon soup here, and what a pleasant surprise to run into you." Qiao Jingyue showed no reaction, elegantly lifting his slender, pale fingers to sip his tea. Director Wang quickly chimed in, "Let us eat. Let us eat." Although he was quite enthusiastic, it was evident that he was leaning towards the Jiang family. Nan Zhi cast a glance at Qiao Jingyue and Jiang Yuan, who were huddled together, and her heart began to understand the situation. She slipped off her shoes and gradually extended her foot between Qiao Jingyue's legs. The man, who was sipping his soup, trembled slightly, causing the broth to splash onto the table. Jiang Yuan hurriedly grabbed a napkin to wipe it, asking, "Jingyue, are you all right?" Qiao Jingyue calmly restrained the wandering foot, replying, "It's nothing." Nan Zhi chuckled, deliberately moving her foot again. The man's fingers tightened, and a flicker of sternness flashed in his eyes. After the meal, Director Wang arranged for them to take a nap in the rooms at the villa before embarking on a mountain hike in the afternoon. Nan Zhi had already laid her bait during lunch and was now preparing to reel in her catch. She touched up her makeup in front of the mirror, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with her little suit, deeming it insufficiently alluring. However, she had no alternative attire, so she pressed her lips together and made her way to Qiao Jingyue's room. Just as she turned the corner, she spotted Jiang Yuan standing in front of the door, adjusting her clothes before stepping inside. Chapter 16. Weeping slowly, Nan Zhi was a person of great patience, timing her weight. After half an hour, Jiang Yuan finally emerged. Her hair was disheveled, her makeup smudged, and her neck bore several conspicuous red marks. Glancing around awkwardly, she returned to her room. In an instant, Nan Zhi lost her enthusiasm. She passed by Qiao Jingyue's room and stepped outside, ascending the mountain path. On a summer afternoon, the sunlight was intense and the shadows of the trees danced. The forest was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the chirps of birds, while a small stone pond ahead exhaled faint wisps of mist. Nan Zhi settled by the pond, removed her shoes, and tentatively dipped her feet into the water. The chill penetrated to the bone. She blissfully squinted her eyes and gazed up at the sky through the gaps in the leaves. After a while, she heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Qiao Jingyue's tall and imposing figure appear on the mountain path. She quickly turned her head, pretending not to notice. The man halted beside her, observing her delicate, pale feet in the water, akin to a mischievous fish. He swallowed hard and spoke in a husky voice. "What are you doing here alone? It's quite dangerous." She turned to him, a hint of playful defiance dancing in her eyes. "How dangerous could it be? Is there a big bad wolf lurking around?" Qiao Jingyue lowered his gaze upon her, responding, "Yes, indeed, many." "Ah, a wolf of a different kind, perhaps?" Nan Zhi chuckled lightly, splashing water with her small feet. Qiao Jingyue plucked a leaf and tossed it into the pond. She immediately flicked it away with her toes. And after a while, the leaf returned. She muttered something, but Qiao Jingyue did not catch it. Frowning slightly, he said, "I was unaware that the Jiang Corporation was involved in this project as well. Nonetheless, there are alternatives without them. You must rely on yourself. Networking is part of one's abilities, but I wonder if Professor Qiao will allow me to rely on him." Her words were rapid and urgent, almost coercing Qiao Jingyue to take a stance. He did not respond, or perhaps he took a moment too long to contemplate. A sense of damp despondency rose from her feet, and Nan Zhi felt a chilling loneliness. Looking up, she met the cool, unruffled visage of the man. "Professor Qiao, I wish to be alone for a while. Would you kindly leave?" She was angry. Qiao Jingyue regarded her silently for a moment before turning away. He was unaccustomed to her vexatious temperament. With a splash, Nan Zhi slapped the water surface forcefully, splattering her face. She realized she was mistaken. Qiao Jingyue was no ordinary man, and her tantrums bore no weight in his presence. The forest sank back into silence. Nan Zhi closed her eyes, her mind drifting into a hazy slumber. She was jolted awake by the rumble of thunder, her eyes fluttering open to a darkened expanse. As raindrops the size of beans pelted the water surface, she swiftly rose, donned her shoes, and sought to return. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, and she screamed, covering her ears. The cacophony of rain, wind, and thunder intermingled with the flashes of lightning, darkness, and shifting shadows of trees, weaving an unbreakable net that ensnared her in a hellish grip. The clamor of raindrops against the leaves sounded as if countless voices were screaming, "We are all dead. Why do you still live? Why?" Clutching herself tightly, she continued to encourage her spirit. As if someone had told her that the rain would cease and the sky would clear, she endeavored to live in this precious world, where the sun shines fiercely and the waters ripple gently. She must persevere. With this thought, she gritted her teeth and trudged back through the downpour. A bolt of lightning flashed perilously close overhead, eliciting a shriek from her as she collapsed to the ground. This time, she surrendered all her strength. When Qiao Jingyue found Nan Zhi, she resembled a small, rain-soaked sparrow curled up beneath a tree. He crouched down and gently patted her face. Only then did she slowly lift her head, blinking the raindrops from her long eyelashes. "Are you foolish? Hiding under a tree during a thunderstorm? Let's go." He grasped her hand, yet she remained immobile. Frowning, Qiao Jingyue admonished, "Are you still causing a scene? Nan Zhi, you must discern the occasion and its priorities." Suddenly, the girl clung to his thigh, bursting into tears. He wiped the rain from his face, refraining from uttering any harsh words, and simply reached out to pat her head. "Enough now. To be so frightened by thunder, isn't that a display of bravery?" Her sobs grew louder in response. Qiao Jingyue, lacking the knack for gentle words, found himself drenched in the downpour, enduring her cries with the utmost patience. Crouching once more, he said to her, "Let's head back. You can cry at your own pace." Nan Zhi threw herself into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go. With no other choice, Qiao Jingyue held her close, smiling carelessly amidst the storm. "If you keep this up, I might just leave you here." Nan Zhi clung tighter, burying her face into his damp neck. Upon exiting the forest, the sky gradually brightened and the rain diminished, offering her some relief. Her delicate form still trembled in his arms, and he gently patted her shoulder, saying, "All right now, cease your tears." Nan Zhi remained silent, merely tightening her grip on his hand. The path from the mountain to the hotel was not short, and halfway there, she began to regain her composure. Concerned about tiring him, she nevertheless yearned for the warmth shared between them, caught in a moment of internal conflict. Ultimately, she mustered the strength to say, "I can walk by myself. To spare me some effort, you should behave." Indeed, Nan Zhi dared not move, her gaze fixed on his drenched shirt, revealing the contours of his chest. The rich laughter of the man resonated above her. Confused, she lifted her head, her tear-streaked eyes wide with inquiry. "What was so amusing?" Her voice was hoarse. "Nothing," he replied, wearing an enigmatic expression. Intrigued, Nan Zhi asked, "Professor Qiao, weren't you leaving? Why return? Do you not wish to part with me?" He smirked, "You think too much." Unrelenting, she persisted, seeking an explanation, growing weary of her inquiries. He suddenly loosened his grip, causing her to slide downward. With a startled scream, he quickly secured her again, tightly encircling her waist. Heat radiated from beneath them, and Nan Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he? She heard the sound of her own gulp. Suddenly, the man laughed, leaning down to capture her lips. "Little temptress, you need to be taught a lesson." Chapter 17. A minor temper. The two individuals returned to the villa, one ahead of the other, and due to the rain, encountered few people along the way. Nan Zhi indulged in a warm bath, her clothes rendered unwearable. She wrapped herself in the hotel bathrobe and used a hairdryer to dry her garments. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside. Her grip tightened, and her heart raced. Could it be Qiao Jingyue seeking her out to continue their earlier discussion? With a hint of anticipation, she opened the door, only to find Jiang Yuan standing there. Jiang Yuan had no intention of entering. She handed over the items in her possession, stating that Jingyue had mentioned they had returned from the mountains, and that her clothes were soaked. Thus she was tasked with delivering a change of attire along with some cold medicine. Qiao Jingyue sent you? Nan Zhi regarded her with skepticism, evidently unconvinced by her words. Yet, without Qiao Jingyue's confirmation, how could she ascertain the truth? Jiang Yuan did not grant her the luxury of contemplation and swiftly pushed the items towards her, insisting they needed to leave as there were matters to attend to at the hospital. Only after watching Jiang Yuan's figure vanish did Nan Zhi return to her room, and shortly thereafter, the sound of a car engine echoed from the courtyard. She opened the bag to find a simple set of women's athletic wear, still with the tags attached, presumably prepared for female guests at the villa. Additionally, there was a bag of medicine containing fever reducers, anti-inflammatories, and cough syrup. Although she did not fully grasp Qiao Jingyue's intentions, she did comprehend what Jiang Yuan sought to convey. It was merely a reminder that irrespective of how close Qiao Jingyue might become with her, Jiang Yuan remained an irreplaceable presence in his life. Indeed, it seemed even in his pursuits of women, he relied on her for support. With a dismissive toss, Nan Zhi set the items aside and continued drying her clothes. After a while, Sang Sang knocked on the door. Nan Zong, the Zhang family members have left. What about us? Left? Do they believe success is certain? Nan Zhi pondered for a moment. Such an opportunity was rare, and since they were here, they might as well enjoy themselves. Let's go fishing. She spent the afternoon fishing with Director Wang, and even visited his small farm to pick peaches and plums, returning laden with her bounty. By the time she got home, it was quite late, yet Nan Zhi still prepared the fish she had caught, along with the peaches and plums. She dialed Song Chun's number, requesting Qiao Jingyue's address. Song Chun's voice dripped with irritation. Sister, are you planning to betray him? Brother, get it straight. I have no financial ties with you. Quickly, provide me with your uncle's address. Grumbling, Song Chen nevertheless relented and shared the address of Qiao Jingyue's residence. Armed with the information, Nan Zhi proceeded to his door. Had it not been for Jiang Yuan's earlier intervention, she might not have felt such urgency. Yet, her competitive spirit had been ignited. He belonged to her, and she could not allow that to slip away. Qiao Jingyue had not dined yet. He prepared a cup of black coffee while working on his thesis. The knock on the door annoyed him. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback by Nan Zhi's radiant smile. What are you doing here? Who did you expect? She retorted playfully, attempting to step inside. Qiao Jingyue blocked her entrance, insisting, "Speak your mind from outside." Pouting, Nan Zhi softened her voice in a beguiling manner. "Please let me in. I've traveled such a distance, and my arms are sore." Only then did Qiao Jingyue notice the 2 large bags she was carrying, and he furrowed his brow. "What trickery are you up to now?" Nan Zhi's complexion paled, nearly brought to tears by his irritation. He regarded her with great suspicion, whatever she did. He assumed she was playing tricks. Nan Zhi thrust the bag into his hand and turned to leave. Wait, though anger simmered within her. The joy in her eyes was unmistakable, prompting her to turn back despite her lack of resolve. The man returned the items to her, preparing to depart. "Why are you like this? These fruits were picked from Director Wang's farm. He asked me to bring them to you and Jiang Yuan. If you don't want them, just throw them away." With that, she tossed the bag to the doorway, her demeanor tinged with a hint of spoiled defiance. Yet she did not leave, instead glaring at him in confrontation. Suddenly, her hand felt wet, as if something had licked it. Looking down, she saw an oddly shaped dog extending its tongue towards her. What a coincidence! It seems we were dressed alike. The dog had a white body with black spots on its upper half, while her attire, a black polka-dotted shirt paired with black shorts, strikingly matched. Qiao Jingyue also noticed this amusing detail and raised an eyebrow. "Brother?" Nan Zhi shot him a glance of exasperation and pushed past him, declaring, "I'm here to claim kinship." After a moment of silence, Qiao Jingyue relented, bringing the bag inside and shutting the door. Nan Zhi had already begun to play with the dog. The aloof male god had an unreserved canine companion. What is its name? She inquired. Ask it, he replied, at a loss for words, yet unwilling to concede. She scratched the dog's ear and asked, What is your name? Wong Wong. Nan Zhi tugged on Qiao Jingyue. The dog doesn't seem very bright. Then that means its owner isn't very clever either. Qiao Jingyue commanded her to wash the fruits. Standing before him, she pointed to her own face, then give me a kiss. He pushed her away, Wong Wong. Give her a kiss. The dog jumped up, eager to lick her face. Nan Zhi nestled into Qiao Jingyue's embrace, playfully asserting, You're not that bad. He held her waist, relishing the smoothness of her form, his tone turning teasingly low. What's wrong? Did you not enjoy yourself in the woods? Did you enjoy yourself? The latter part of her words faded into his ear, becoming inaudible. He grasped her restless hand, hungry, lacking energy. The rest of her words were muted in his mind, understood without needing to be voiced. Perfect timing. I brought you something to eat. Saying this, she opened a bag and laid out the food on the coffee table. Carp soup, with the fish meat and bones removed, just a broth. This is water-boiled fish slices. Mildly spicy, made from black fish, boneless. I also prepared 2 side dishes and rice. Would you like to eat now? He looked at her quizzically, surprised that it was all his favorite food. Chapter 18. The big sun as Qiao Jingyue dined. Nan Zhi ventured into the kitchen, carrying fruits to wash. Observing her familiarity with the surroundings, Qiao Jingyue's countenance darkened further. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. It was Song Chun, accompanied by Su Ke. As soon as Song Chun entered, he began searching for someone, and upon spotting Nan Zhi in the kitchen, he exhaled in relief, fearing his uncle might devour her whole. Nan Zhi emerged with the fruits, her expression one of surprise as she inquired, What brings you two together? Song Chun, holding a dog, replied, I am now brothers with Su Ke. I brought my brother to meet you. With that, he shoved the dog into Su Ke's arms, instructing it to call him daddy. Su Ke, having been bitten by a dog in his childhood, recoiled in disdain, nodding at Song Chun while muttering, the big son of a father. Disregarding the boy's childish antics, Nan Zhi discerned the reason for the dog's lack of intelligence. Su Ke whispered, He dragged me here, likely to sabotage your plans. Song Chun, munching on a peach, grabbed another to feed the dog. Qiao Jingyue hastily ushered both the boys and the dog outside, urging them to leave. With his objective achieved, Song Chun promptly stood up, seizing Nan Zhi's hand. Sister, let me escort you home. Nan Zhi inwardly cursed him 1,000 times. He had shattered the atmosphere she had painstakingly created. Once downstairs, Song Chun advised her, Do not provoke my uncle. He does not favor you. Even Su Ke found this remark unpleasant, retorting, Your uncle is an emperor. What merit does my Nan Bao hold for him to take notice? Song Chun, with sincerity, clarified, It's not that my sister is inadequate, but my maternal grandfather's family. My mother has been quite close to the Jiang family. I heard she plans to bring that woman to the capital to meet my grandparents. Thus, Jiang Yuan was to become the future daughter-in-law of the Qiao family. No wonder she paraded around with such an air of superiority. Nan Zhi, resourceful as ever, began to extract information. Is your mother particularly close to the Jiang family? Although they were half-siblings, it was rumored that the Qiao siblings shared a strong bond. And Qiao Jingyue's elder sister, Qiao Jingnan, was a remarkably successful woman. Song Chun divulged, My mother holds shares in the Jiang family's company. It was clear the two families were intertwined. On the way back, Nan Zhi remained unusually silent. Su Ke, feeling a pang of sympathy, asked, Nan Bao, are you upset? Nan Zhi shook her head. Not really, just a sense of unwillingness. Gazing at the flickering streetlights outside, her voice hardened. Anyone would do, but it cannot be Jiang Yuan. Su Ke, having witnessed the trials and tribulations of her youth, understood that all her suffering had been wrought by the Jiang family. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he reversed direction. Nan Zhi, startled, exclaimed, What are you doing? Taking you back. Upon seeing Nan Zhi return, Qiao Jingyue was hardly surprised. Nan Zhi, feeling a bit sheepish, said, Professor Qiao, I forgot to grab the takeout box. Noticing his silence, she took small steps inside, seemingly intent on retrieving the box. However, the man, captivated by her swaying form, suddenly grasped her wrist, spinning her around and pulling her into his embrace. As their noses collided, A sharp sting shot through her, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, he seized her chin and kissed her. Her touch left him utterly weak, her voice dripping with honeyed sweetness. "I haven't showered yet," she murmured. He paid no heed, only breathing heavily by her ear, whispering, "The woods were perfect. Let's try that again." After their second passionate encounter in the bathroom, he carried her to bed. Exhausted, she lay like a dew-kissed peony, her fair skin adorned with faint crimson marks. Leaning against the headboard, a cigarette between his lips, he reached for her through the curling smoke. Too drowsy to open her eyes, she managed to murmur, "The woods weren't good. It hurt." Tossing the cigarette aside, he gazed down at her. His eyes burned with intensity, tracing every inch of her nerves, reigniting the vivid memories of their earlier passion. Heat flooded her cheeks, and she quickly shut her eyes. His lips found the shell of her ear, teasing with slow, deliberate kisses. A flush spread across her skin, her pulse drumming wildly in her ears. Chapter 19. Young Master. The following day, Nan Zhi received a notification from Director Wang, requesting her to sign a contract. While $1 million contract may not be considered substantial, for Nank Pharmaceuticals, it alleviated an urgent predicament. Director Wang, either intentionally or inadvertently, mentioned Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi had already formed a suspicion, and now it was confirmed that Qiao Jingyue had intervened. She could not help but ponder whether this was a form of recompense for the previous night. Yet an unavoidable discomfort settled within her, as if she had tacitly acknowledged the transactional nature of their relationship. She felt a sense of shame for herself, recognizing her own complicity, akin to a harlot who erects a facade of virtue. Upon returning to the city, she first visited the company, followed by a trip to the market to procure ingredients. After dedicating much of the day to preparing an exquisite dinner, she ventured to the hospital to deliver the meal. Seizing this opportunity, she aimed to keep Qiao Jingyue firmly within her grasp. At the nurse's station, a nurse was munching on a peach, claiming it was a gift from Professor Qiao to Dr. Jiang, and that it was particularly sweet. Nan Zhi understood immediately, realizing that Qiao Jingyue had brought the fruit for Jiang Yuan. Instead of hastily seeking out Qiao Jingyue, she proceeded to the resident doctor's office to find Jiang Yuan. Indeed, on her desk lay freshly washed peaches and plums. Upon seeing Nan Zhi, Jiang Yuan displayed a hint of displeasure. "What brings you here?" Nan Zhi picked up a plum and remarked, "Thank you for your help yesterday. You were a tremendous assistance to me. I have little to offer in return, so I asked Professor Qiao to bring you some fruit. How is it? Is it delicious?" Jiang Yuan's expression darkened immediately as the fruits she had consumed transformed into insects, gnawing at her stomach and provoking a wave of nausea. It was unexpectedly revealed that the fruits were given to Qiao Jingyue by Nan Zhi. When did she offer them? In what place did this occur? What words were exchanged, and what actions transpired between them? Jiang Yuan prides herself on being a refined lady, striving to uphold her dignity. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the muscles in her face betray her, subtly contorting. Nan Zhi observes this keenly and cannot help but feel a sense of satisfaction at witnessing her discomfort. Without further ado, she hummed a little tune as she sought out Qiao Jingyue. He was engaged in a stern conversation with a student, occasionally reprimanding him with a sharp tone. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment as he stole glances at Nan Zhi. Being scolded in front of such a beautiful young lady was quite humiliating. Nan Zhi smiled at him and subtly made a gesture of encouragement. The boy's cheeks reddened further, tinged with youthful exuberance. Suddenly, Qiao Jingyue slammed the clipboard onto the table. Both Nan Zhi and the boy started, quickly straightening up in alarm. Qiao Jingyue then instructed the boy to leave. The boy bowed respectfully and, as he passed by Nan Zhi, waved at her. "Goodbye, big brother. You're the best. Keep it up." Qiao Jingyue's expression darkened even further, and with palpable impatience. He asked, "What are you here for?" Nan Zhi wore a beaming smile as she brought him his meal. "Take it away," he replied, his expression one of blatant disdain. Suppressing her discomfort, Nan Zhi feigned cheerfulness, presenting a dish of pork chop rice, stir-fried gailan, and a rich old duck soup with pickled bamboo shoots that she had simmered for a considerable time. To her surprise, these dishes were all his favorites. He pressed his thin lips together and remarked, "Your cooking is not palatable, do not meddle. What a preposterous statement. Just last night, he had relished her culinary creations. Nan Zhi's prowess in the kitchen was widely acknowledged. Professor Qiao was indeed a charming little trickster, full of contradictions. Utter nonsense. He suddenly growled, restraining her restless hand. Nan Zhi pressed her entire being against him, pitifully accusing, "You scoundrel, last night you were so passionately affectionate, and today, having pulled up your trousers, you no longer recognize me." Qiao Jingyue pushed her away. "You have obtained the contract, haven't you?" The enchanting bewilderment on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a faint professional smile. "Thank you, Professor Qiao." Thus it was settled. As long as it remained within the bounds of propriety and was within my capabilities, I would strive to fulfill your wishes. Beyond that, do not dwell on it. Such words were rather hurtful. Even though Nan Zhi had steeled herself for this moment, it still pierced her heart deeply. She longed to turn and leave, yet she could not. She had already declared war, and there was no notion of retreat without a fight. Biting her lip, she affected a touch of delicate petulance. "No one has treated me so poorly. In what way am I lacking?" A knock resonated at the door, prompting both individuals to cast their gazes outward. Jiang Yuan entered, her eyes briefly traversing over Nan Zhi before settling upon Qiao Jingyue. "Jingyue, it is nearly time. Shall we dine?" The man nodded, shedding his white coat before stepping outside. Jiang Yuan lingered behind, offering a provocative smile to Nan Zhi, as if to say that the previous grievance had been swiftly avenged. Nan Zhi followed suit, letting out a soft sigh. Chapter 20. A bit strange, Nan Zhi was feeling down after being mistreated. To cheer her up, Suka took her to the Golden Terrace. No sooner had they sat down than Song Chun approached, sandwiching Nan Zhi between them, one exuding elegance, the other a roguish charm. Their presence alone enough to lift her spirits. Nan Zhi's gaze drifted toward a girl in a JK uniform nearby, and she murmured, "Is that Yang Kun's daughter?" Suka gave a faint hum of acknowledgement. "Yang Weiwei. Rather foolish, that one." Plucking a grape, Nan Zhi replied languidly, "Never underestimate a woman, nor the influence love can have on her." "Thank you. That matter is nearly settled. I won't need to deal with her anymore." Nan Zhi arched a brow. "You're not foolish enough to tell her yourself, are you?" "Of course not. He will." With a glance, he indicated Song Chun, who was currently boasting to others. Nan Zhi sighed, bullying the simpleton heir of a wealthy family. "Are we?" Song Chun, sharp as ever, turned to them. "Talking about me behind my back?" Nan Zhi smiled like a blooming flower. "Just thinking you seem a bit strange today." "Strange how?" He smoothed his hair and adjusted his clothes. "Strangely adorable." Song Chun, "What if I blush?" Their laughter was like oil poured onto flames, scorching Yang Weiwei's heart to ashes. Today, she had planned to confess to Su Ku, only to find him with his girlfriend. Jiang Qing leaned in beside her. "That woman is disgusting, flaunting herself between two men like she is something special." Yang Weiwei spat out venomously, like some cheap floozy. Jiang Qing goaded her. "Should we teach her a lesson?" Yang Weiwei's eyes gleamed. "What do you have in mind?" Jiang Qing revealed what she held in her hand. "Leave it to me. I'll make sure that bitch loses face and suffers beyond belief." Fear flickered in Yang Weiwei. She'd never crossed the line before. But under Jiang Qing's prodding and Nan Zhi's provocation, she nodded. A glass of red wine was pushed toward Nan Zhi. She eyed it and shook her head. "I drove here. Can't drink." Someone immediately chimed in, "Call a driver. The Golden Terrace has plenty to spare." Song Chun reached for the glass. "I'll drink for my little sister." Yang Weiwei blocked him. "Why interfere? This toast is for Su Ku and his beloved." Nan Zhi suddenly lifted her gaze, locking onto Yang Weiwei with piercing intensity. "Miss Yang seems quite eager for me to drink this." Yang Weiwei's eyes darted away, her face paling. Jiang Qing pinched her waist, a silent command to steady herself. Raising her glass, Yang Weiwei declared loudly, "Of course. A toast to you and Su Ku's everlasting love. Unless you have eyes for someone else?" The words were laced with malice. All eyes turned to Nan Zhi, as if she truly were some heartless seductress, ensnaring innocent young men. Now, she had no choice but to drink. As Nan Zhi lifted the glass, Yang Weiwei tensed further, her gaze tracking every movement with bated breath. Until, "Miss Yang, why don't we drink together?" Eager for her to down the wine, Yang Weiwei clinked glasses half-heartedly. Nan Zhi's luscious red lips pressed against the rim of the cup, as the crimson liquid slid down her throat. Once she noticed that the cup was entirely emptied, Yang Weiwei felt a sense of relief and drank her own wine. Applause erupted around them, and a group continued their game of dice. Yang Weiwei exchanged a glance with Jiang Qing, both lost in their thoughts. After approximately 10 minutes, Nan Zhi appeared somewhat unwell and rose to leave. Yang Weiwei hurriedly followed her, but Nan Zhi quickened her pace, her expression icy. After a while washing her hands, she discovered a throng of men and women blocking the restroom door. Nan Zhi stood there, bewildered, wondering if the restroom was exclusively for groups. Jiang Qing looked at her in surprise. "Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? It's just Miss Yang. What is the matter with Wei Wei?" Jiang Qing suddenly became agitated. Nan Zhi, with an innocent expression, replied that she seemed to have vanished. Jiang Qing shot a fierce glare at Nan Zhi and began searching for Yang Weiwei. At that moment, a shrill cry echoed from the men's restroom. Following this, a disheveled man rushed out, shouting for help. Behind him, a more disheveled Yang Weiwei chased after him. The onlookers were taken aback. Yang Weiwei, who usually carried herself with such dignity, was unexpectedly so indiscriminate. Nan Zhi and Su Ku exchanged knowing glances, realizing that had they not switched that drink, it would have been her in this embarrassing situation. Yang Weiwei clung to a Roman column, swaying back and forth. Jiang Qing exclaimed, "Help me restrain her, quickly. We need to take her to the hospital." To which Yang Weiwei retorted, "Who needs to go to the hospital? I am a doctor." A man and a woman entered the crowd. The woman was Jiang Yuan, and the man was Qiao Jingyue. Chapter 21. Superficiality. Jiang Yuan approached and immediately recognized Yang Weiwei. "Weiwei, what has happened to you?" Jiang Qing, appearing as if she had found a savior, clutched at her, tears streaming down her face. "Cousin, you must help Weiwei. She has been tricked into consuming something unwholesome." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jingyue's gaze fell upon Nan Zhi. "What do you mean? Suspecting her?" Nan Zhi shot back, defiantly raising her middle finger in response. Qiao Jingyue averted his eyes and, in a detached tone, informed Jiang Yuan. "She needs to be taken to the hospital for a gastric lavage." Jiang Yuan nodded, reaching out to support Yang Weiwei. At this juncture, the situation could have been resolved amicably, but emboldened by the presence of support, Jiang Qing concocted a malicious scheme. "Nan Zhi, you must accompany us to the hospital. You have caused Weiwei such distress. Do not think you can distance yourself from this." Jiang Yuan gasped in surprise. "Nan Zhi, did you do this? Why would you act this way? Weiwei is just a child. A child, or perhaps one who wishes to bear children herself." Before she could respond, Su Ku, unable to contain herself, retorted, "Jiang Yuan, which of your eyes saw Nan Zhi doing this? Speak irresponsibly, and your tongue will rot." Su Ku's words were venomous, causing Jiang Yuan's eyes to redden with indignation. I cannot argue with you all. Perhaps I should call the police." Nan Zhi observed her performance with calm disdain, recognizing that Jiang Yuan, though lacking in many aspects, excelled in the art of pretense. Without further engagement, Nan Zhi declared, "Yes, call the police. No one present shall leave." Jiang Qing, in a fit of panic, exclaimed, "Nan Zhi, you are truly malevolent. Do you wish for Weiwei to suffer further humiliation? If anything were to happen to her, I will not spare you." Jiang Yuan shook her head at Jiang Qing, then turned to Qiao Jingyue for assistance. "Jingyue, what do you suggest we do? You all should go to the hospital. I will handle matters here." His seemingly indifferent demeanor exuded an undeniable authority, prompting Jiang Yuan to swallow her dissenting thoughts. "Very well, we shall depart first." As the door opened and closed, Qiao Jingyue's piercing gaze swept across the room, filled with colorful youths, ultimately resting on Nan Zhi's face. A sense of heaviness settled within her as she deliberately whispered to Su Ku beside her. Since her uncle's arrival, Song Chun had been as timid as a quail, now cautiously inching closer. "Uncle, this matter is more complicated than you perceive. Perhaps it would be best to let it go and provide everyone with a way out." Qiao Jingyue countered by questioning Nan Zhi. "Miss Nan, do you concur?" Nan Zhi shook her head. "Let us wait until the police arrive. The room was filled with murmurs of discontent. They dared not direct their ire toward Qiao Jingyue and instead quietly berated Nan Zhi. She feigned deafness, for she would not bear the blame. The police arrived swiftly, escorting everyone away for questioning that lasted into the early hours of the morning, leaving only Nan Zhi. She felt no fear. The identity of the culprit would soon be revealed, and she would not be unjustly implicated. At around 2 in the morning, the police returned to release her, stating that they had apprehended the assailant, a known offender. As Nan Zhi emerged from the interrogation room, Su-ku approached, draping her coat over her shoulders. "Are you all right?" Nan Zhi shook her head, her gaze drifting to the man standing at the far end of the corridor. Qiao Jingyue was on the phone, his form silhouetted against the dim light, appearing both distant and formidable. Song Chun eagerly exclaimed, "Sister, today I owe it all to my uncle. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark about capturing the perpetrator." This earnest child was earnestly speaking in praise of Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi, appreciating his sentiment, replied, "Please convey my gratitude. I wish to personally thank your uncle." Song Chun hesitated slightly. "You're not upset, are you?" Although Nan Zhi's complexion was somewhat pallid, her smile radiated warmth. "Why would I be upset?" Unable to articulate a coherent reason, he turned to call Qiao Jingyue. However, before he could do so, the man had already approached them. Nan Zhi extended her hand. "Professor Qiao, do you have a cigarette?" The man observed her delicate, pale hand, with distinct lines etched in her palm, her love line continuous and unwavering. She did not strike him as someone prone to capriciousness. However, every time he encountered her, she was surrounded by various men. A good girl does not smoke. She arched her brow and quipped, "Then what defines a good girl? Jiangyue, perhaps?" The man's expression darkened slightly. In terms of intellect, upbringing, refinement, and expertise, she certainly fit the mold. Nan Zhi bit her lip and chuckled. "Professor Qiao, your judgment of character is rather superficial. Be wary of getting smacked in the face by reality." He disapproved of her audacious demeanor, retorting, "Not everyone who engages in conversation with you is your adversary. If those who bullied her were not villains, should she simply submit to their whims?" Was Professor Qiao's theory so uniquely peculiar that it was meant solely for her? Feeling wounded, Nan Zhi found herself at a loss for words. "Professor Qiao, let me ask you one last question. Is it because the assailant is Jiangyuan's cousin that you choose to shield them?" Qiao Jingyue furrowed his brow. "It's not as you imagine. Then what is it that you envision? You're convinced I am the mastermind, thus reporting me without hesitation, only to retract it later and seek a scapegoat. You." Her voice faltered, as if her throat had been obstructed by waterlogged cotton. She could say no more. The commotion had escalated, prompting Su-ku to fear for the situation and pull Song Chun over. "Nanbao, are you all right?" Nan Zhi found the situation utterly tedious. She wiped the corners of her eyes and smiled. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. Shall we head back?" "All right." As she turned away, Qiao Jingyue also pivoted in the opposite direction, gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 22. Bowing down first that night was tumultuous and chaotic. Nan Zhi had not slept a wink, and by dawn, she was still in a daze. Just as she was drifting into a deep slumber, Su-ku incessantly called her, rousing her from her dreams. With a heavy heart, she lashed out at Su-ku, demanding a reason for not being killed. Declaring that she would certainly not die, but rather it was Yang Kun who was in trouble. What? Nan Zhi was startled by the news so early in the morning. Su-ku hurried to clarify that it was not death in the conventional sense, but rather that he had been caught in an affair. Last night, an incident involving Yang Weiwei prompted Jiang Yuan to contact her mother, who was at her grandmother's house. Mrs. Yang returned home late at night and caught Yang Kun and his mistress in bed. To her astonishment, the mistress was actually a classmate of Yang Weiwei, someone who frequently visited the Yang household, whom Mrs. Yang had regarded as a goddaughter. The two women immediately began to tear into each other, while Yang Kun defended his mistress and pushed Mrs. Yang, causing her to fall and hit her head. This stirred a veritable hornet's nest, leading Mrs. Yang to publicly accuse Yang Kun of misconduct online. Su-ku sent her the video link, expressing gratitude towards Yang Weiwei, as they did not even need to intervene. The scandal had unraveled on its own. However, Nan Zhi found Mrs. Yang's desperate outburst bewildering, as it seemed more like someone was orchestrating the chaos. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to her. All she cared about was that Yang Kun would no longer be in a position to disgust her. With this thought, she felt invigorated, knowing that the Yang family had long-standing ties with the Jiang family. With Yang Kun under scrutiny, the Jiang family would undoubtedly face repercussions, and she intended to seize the opportunity. With renewed vigor, Nan Zhi worked tirelessly for several days, enlisting Song Chun to support her, ultimately securing several million in orders. The morale within the company soared, and those who had previously considered resigning were now content to work overtime. Yet, Nan Zhi was cautious and determined to secure a significant deal: the medical dressings from Renan. Although the profit margins on medical dressings were slim compared to high-priced pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, the technology was not complex, allowing ordinary pharmaceutical companies to produce it. For a large hospital like Renan, capturing even 30 to 40% of the market share would equate to half a year's revenue for their company. More importantly, this would serve as a stepping stone. Once they established a partnership and garnered a good reputation, opportunities for clinical trials would surely follow. However, she dared not involve Song Chun this time, as she had been sternly warned by Qiao Jingyue regarding the previous incident. Frequenting Renan, she could not avoid encountering Qiao Jingyue. Since their last parting at the police station, she had refrained from reaching out to him, partly due to her busy schedule and partly because she was still upset. Her anger felt unjustified, and she knew that speaking more would only make her seem petty. Realizing she could not wait for him to placate her, she understood that she must bow down first. Thus, when they met for the second time, she set aside the young doctor by her side and approached him to greet him. To her surprise, he brusquely pushed her aside, demanding she move. The gurney rolled over her foot, causing her to wince in pain. The male doctor who had been conversing with her caught her, asking if she was all right. Nan Zhi shifted slightly, feeling a sharp pain, and did not dare to be brave. "Dr. Li, could you please take a look at my foot? I fear it may be fractured." Li Xiao instructed her to sit on a nearby bench while he crouched down to remove her shoe. The middle toe of the left foot has turned a deep purple, while the fourth toe is in an even more severe condition, with a nail cracked and bleeding. He gently squeezed it, but it is currently impossible to ascertain whether there is a fracture. You should first undergo a CT scan. Nan Zhi's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded in acknowledgement. The moment Qiao Jingyue lifted his gaze, he beheld the sight of a delicate, fair foot nestled in a man's hand, and his handsome face instantly darkened as if stained with ink. Chapter 23. The subordinate beneath her skirt as Jiang Yiwen turned around. She was met with the composed visage of a man. "Jingyue, what are you doing here? The surgery is about to begin." Qiao Jingyue withdrew his gaze and replied coolly, "I will be there shortly." Following his line of sight, Jiang Yiwen couldn't help but smile. Nan Zhi was impressive indeed, even managing to turn Li Xiao into a subordinate. It was well known that in our hospital, he was the second most discerning after Jingyue. Releasing the tight fist he had clenched, Qiao Jingyue turned and headed towards the operating room. Jiang Yiwen smirked, then hurried after him. "Jingyue, wait for me." Li Xiao had borrowed a wheelchair, pushing Nan Zhi to get a CT scan. Fortunately, her bones were fine, but her nails would likely have to regrow. "Does it hurt?" "I can prescribe some painkillers," Li Xiao offered. Nan Zhi, with red-rimmed eyes, simply uttered a thank you. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao added, "This time it was Professor Qiao's fault, but he's in surgery and won't be out for several hours. I apologize on his behalf. As for compensation, you may have to wait for him to discuss that with you." Nan Zhi waved her hand dismissively. "We all know each other. There's no need for compensation. You go ahead with your work, I will go for my 4. With that, she limped away without waiting for Li Xiao to say anything further. After several hours of surgery, Qiao Jingyue's back was damp with sweat, leaving him utterly fatigued. After a shower and changing clothes, he grabbed his car keys and hurried towards the parking lot, eager to return home for some much-needed rest. Before he could approach, he noticed a small figure sitting on the steps beside his car. As he walked past, he unlocked the vehicle with a beep. Nan Zhi looked up, beaming at him, and attempted to stand, only to cry out in pain and fall heavily back down. Qiao Jingyue paused, observing her from a distance. She was wearing a plastic sandal on her left foot, her toes wrapped in white gauze. Nan Zhi pouted, Professor Qiao, don't just stand there, help me. He walked over, bending to pick up her bag that had fallen to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, she reached for his waist, but he deftly evaded her grasp. With her small hands empty, her eyes brimmed with tears. How can you be so indifferent? I was injured because of you pushing me onto the wheelchair. He smirked mockingly. Are you employing a strategy of self-pity? The pain in her foot, dulled by painkillers, suddenly surged with his words. Her emotions swelled, blurring his face before her. Do you see me as someone who can endure suffering? Indeed, when they were together, she was utterly delicate, complaining about everything and crying in pain after only a moment. He wondered how she could ever hope to win him over. Lost in these thoughts, his gaze darkened as he brushed aside her outstretched hand. What do you want? Speak. Noting the impatience radiating from his cold, handsome face, Nan Zhi offered a faint smile. I want you to take me home. Nan Zhi, you have but one chance. Are you certain? She understood his implication. After all, each time, the benefits were traded for flesh. Thus, whether she was to be seduced or hurt seemed to make little difference. Yet, for once, Nan Zhi felt a desire to be capricious. With her eyes twinkling, she adopted a sweet demeanor. I just want you to take me home. After speaking, she added, I've been waiting for you here for quite a while, feeling cold, pained and hungry. The woman's soft gaze entwined him like vines, and as Qiao Jingyue glanced at her feet, he could not help but nod. Suddenly, not far away, Jiang Yuan's voice echoed. Jingyue, have you been waiting long? Jiang Yuan approached and linked her arm with Qiao Jingyue's. Nan Zhi's heart sank, and she instinctively looked at that fair, delicate hand. Jiang Yuan met her gaze directly. Nan Zhi, I'm going to the concert with Jingyue, so I won't be able to accompany you. Nan Zhi shifted her attention back to the man's face. Professor Qiao is going to take me home. Jiang Yuan appeared somewhat surprised. Really? Jingyue, have you forgotten our date? Nan Zhi fixed her stare on Qiao Jingyue. Some answers were glaringly evident, yet she felt compelled to hear them aloud. Let us go. We're going to be late. Qiao Jingyue entered the car first. Jiang Yuan waved at Nan Zhi. I'm sorry. Would you like me to call a cab for you? She retorted coldly. Sure, call an ambulance to take me home. Jiang Yuan looked helpless, hesitating to respond. Inside the car, Qiao Jingyue honked the horn, and Jiang Yuan got in. Watching the car depart, Nan Zhi sat back down, her fists tightly clenched. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Yuan apologized to Qiao Jingyue. I'm sorry, I lied to help you out. If you have something to attend to, just drop me off ahead. The man remained expressionless. It's nothing. I find her rather bothersome as well. Jiang Yuan smiled, uncertain whether his words were sincere or not. Chapter 24. Making headlines, Nan Zhi endured a night of excruciating foot pain, and even the painkillers afforded her no relief. Exhausted from the turmoil, she finally succumbed to slumber as dawn approached. Having turned off her phone, she remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside until the insistent knocking at her door roused her around 10 o'clock. With dark circles under her eyes, she limped to the door, only to find Suke standing there. As she opened the door, while stifling a yawn, she began to inquire, Suke, what brings you here? But her words were abruptly interrupted when several individuals burst from the hallway, launching an onslaught of questions at her. Suke swiftly intervened, demanding, what do you want? Who are you? One of the intruders thrust a microphone towards her, asking, Miss Nan Zhi, what are your thoughts regarding the alleged harm caused by the doctors at Renan Hospital? Have they apologized? Is there any compensation? Nan Zhi was utterly bewildered. Suke, however, grasped the situation, hastily pushing Nan Zhi inside and forcefully shutting the door. What's going on? Nan Zhi exclaimed in surprise. How did they find out about my foot being crushed by the stretcher? Suke, equally astonished, replied, Wasn't it you who leaked the information to the media? Without further questioning, Nan Zhi immediately grabbed her phone. As she stumbled about in a frenzy, Suke followed her into the bathroom, urging, Nan Bao, are you leaving? Yes, I need to find Qiao Jingyue and explain myself, or it will be disastrous. He grasped her hand firmly, saying, Can we not be so impulsive? Look at your foot. It's nearly crushed. If there is to be a settlement, it should be initiated by him. Nan Zhi was exasperated. Is this really the time for bravado? Don't you see? This is a trap, a scheme targeting both us and Qiao Jingyue. She first issued a statement on her Weibo and social media to refute the rumors, then instructed Su Ku to secure trending status before heading to the hospital. Upon her arrival, she found Qiao Jingyue packing his belongings. He wore a gray shirt with his white coat draped over a chair, and his desk was impeccably tidy, with the stethoscope neatly rolled up and tucked away in a drawer. Has he been suspended? The words caught in her throat, leaving her at a loss for what to say. He glanced at the doctors and nurses who had followed her in and gestured for them to leave. Once the door closed, the office was left with just the two of them. Professor Qiao, Nan Zhi's voice quivered. I am here to explain. It wasn't me. Come here, he interrupted her. Confused and somewhat fearful, she limped towards him. He lowered his gaze to her foot, which was wrapped in bandages. Does it hurt? Instinctively, she nodded, feeling her thoughts spiral in disarray, her mind not fully clear. Come up, he commanded, pointing to the desk. Nan Zhi stared at him wide-eyed, momentarily perplexed. Qiao Jingyue maintained his calm demeanor, a faint beauty mark gracing the corner of his left eye. Do you want me to carry you? In that moment, Nan Zhi recalled an incident that had occurred on this very desk, warmth flooding her cheeks as her ears flushed with embarrassment. Professor Qiao, I have already denied the news. The video was not posted by me. He remained silent, reaching out to lift her onto the desk. A gasp lodged in her throat. Nan Zhi dared not utter a sound. He grasped her ankle and reached out to unravel the bandage. What are you doing? She winced as he pressed down on her bone. Isn't this extortion? If I make it more serious, with injuries to 3 limbs or more, I shall provide for you for a lifetime. No. Nan Zhi's complexion turned pale, and genuine fear glimmered in her eyes. At that moment, the calm man appeared more deranged than a lunatic. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, pleading pitifully, Professor Qiao, I truly did not do it. Please believe me. Her delicate face was ashen, her almond-shaped eyes slightly dazed, glistening with unshed tears. Qiao Jingyue's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The woman, vulnerable and seemingly fragile beneath him, was the most enchanting siren, capable of drawing one into the depths of despair. He said coolly, Our affair is over. This is the end. Gazing at his handsome, indifferent visage, Nan Zhi was momentarily taken aback. I will compensate you for the medical expenses double, but do not appear at Renan again, nor before me. Do you understand? Nan Zhi clutched his arm as he attempted to rise, her voice laced with urgency. I do not understand. I do not know what has transpired. I did not send that video. The man's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression rife with sarcasm. Let go. Shaking her head, she broke into tears. He systematically pried her fingers apart and leaned in close, his voice low and rich, yet tinged with an unmistakable cruelty. If you continue to cause a scene, I will ensure that Nanku Pharmaceuticals vanishes from Shuncheng. Do you believe me? The door swung open and then shut again, leaving Nan Zhi alone in the cold confines of the office, as if trapped in an ice cellar. Qiao Jingyue departed without affording her a chance to defend herself. In that moment, she felt like a drowning person, helplessly watching herself sink to the ocean floor, without even the opportunity to struggle. The sensation was indescribable, akin to suffocation and profound sorrow. The door opened once more, and Jiang Yuan entered. Upon seeing Nan Zhi's tears, her face betrayed a triumphant glee. As the victor, she carried herself with a haughty demeanor. Nan Zhi, do not presume that your looks can entice a man like Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi slowly lowered her eyelashes. Thus far, she had nothing to say to Jiang Yuan. Keep her distance from Li Xiao. Li Xiao, what does he have to do with me? A fleeting thought crossed Nan Zhi's mind, yet it remained tangled and incoherent. Chapter 25. I Embrace You. The farce at Renan Hospital lasted merely a day, concluding with the unfortunate incident involving a pharmaceutical representative. The hospital issued a detailed announcement clarifying that the injured party was indeed a medical representative and that doctor. Qiao was engaged in a life-saving procedure, racing against time, when the gurney inadvertently injured the representative's foot. Beneath the official statement, influential voices stirred the narrative, unleashing a wave of personal interpretations, all condemning the representative, with derogatory terms like escort and concubine surfacing, as if she were the very embodiment of corruption. Simultaneously, others unearthed Dr. Qiao Jingyue's numerous accolades, a prodigy, the youngest professor in the country, a golden right hand, lavishing him with praises that soared to the heavens. Such an esteemed physician was nearly suspended due to a trivial incident involving a mere pharmaceutical rep, rendering her utterly culpable. After returning home, Nan Zhi languished in despair for several days. It had been 2 months since she moved from Liqing to Shunsheng, and during her initial encounter with Qiao Jingyue, she was filled with ambition. She believed her beauty, intellect, and past affections would be sufficient to win over this elusive flower atop a high mountain. To her dismay, she found herself utterly defeated without having made any progress. Ultimately, she felt unworthy. The pain in her injured foot intensified, and once again, she was engulfed by a profound sense of desolation akin to death itself. However, reality afforded her no time for melancholic reveries. A crisis had erupted at Nank Pharmaceuticals. Due to her involvement, the company faced attacks, and orders in negotiation were at risk of being rescinded. Although Su Kum managed to negotiate a lower price to salvage the situation, the Drug Regulatory Authority inexplicably refused to issue the necessary certification. Without this certification, even the most lucrative orders would be futile, and there were those intent on their destruction. Su Ku, resembling a desperate grandson, scoured for assistance, nearly compromising his integrity. After extricating Su Ku from the clutches of a corpulent woman, Nan Zhi, her eyes red with determination, made her way to the hospital to seek out Qiao Jingyue. Business aside, there must be some semblance of goodwill. Even in the absence of friendship, such harm could not go unchallenged. Was it truly over just because he said so? She would not acquiesce. In the early hours of the morning in Kyoto, torrential rain poured down. Disembarking from her flight, Nan Zhi felt a wave of helplessness as she gazed outside. Just hours prior, she had sought out Qiao Jingyue at the hospital, only to learn that he was on annual leave, accompanying Jiang Yuan back to Kyoto to celebrate his grandfather's 80th birthday. Without hesitation, she booked a flight and rushed over in the dead of night. Who could have anticipated such dreadful weather? Stranded at the airport for an entire night, she finally secured a hotel room the following day. That evening, having dressed impeccably, she took a taxi to the Jingxiang Grand Hotel, the venue for the elder Qiao's birthday banquet. Though the Qiao family maintained a low profile, guests continued to arrive in droves to extend their congratulations. Nan Zhi arrived shortly after 9 o'clock, instructing the driver to drop her off at a distance on a tree-lined avenue before she ventured forth with her umbrella. To her dismay, she discovered that the Qiao family had reserved the entire venue without an invitation. She was barred from even entering the lobby and was forced to wait outside. The temperature in Kyoto had dropped in recent days, and with the incessant drizzle, she soon began to feel the chill. Around 10 o'clock, Qiao Jingyue emerged to bid farewell to the guests. The moment Nan Zhi caught sight of him, her eyes sparkled with hope as she took a few steps forward. Qiao Jingyue was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man who was noticeably inebriated, displaying signs of impatience as he furrowed his brow multiple times. When he finally lifted his gaze, it fell upon Nan Zhi, standing beneath the sycamore tree. She donned a black off-shoulder gown, its flowing hem caught by the wind, gracefully accentuating the contours of her lovely legs. Her ebony curls were tousled by the breeze, a few strands drifting across her eyes. In the chill of the wind and the fine drizzle, she appeared as fragile as a sycamore leaf, yet still managed to maintain a quivering smile, lips rosy and teeth white. Upon noticing his gaze, Nan Zhi quickly curved her lips in an attempt to greet him. However, Qiao Jingyue averted his eyes, continuing his conversation with the inebriated man before him. Disheartened, Nan Zhi lowered her gaze and pressed her lips together, patiently waiting. At last, the man was ushered into the car by the driver, and Qiao Jingyue prepared to return to the hotel. Nan Zhi discarded her umbrella and, lifting her skirt, hastily pursued him. "Professor Qiao Jingyue, wait. I have something to say." A thin veil of darkness passed over Qiao Jingyue's obsidian eyes as he called the doorman. The doorman approached and extended his hand to block Nan Zhi. Anxiously stamping her foot, she called out, "Qiao Jingyue." His countenance remained cold and aloof as he turned back with a faint expression. A gust of cold wind swept through the entrance, carrying the scent of rain, and he frowned in annoyance. He took a few quick steps, not casting another glance at Nan Zhi. Watching his retreating figure, Her smile faded further. It seemed that the serene, artistic demeanor was truly ill-suited for her. She ought to appear before him like the characters described in Lust, Caution, always brandishing 2 pieces of meat. The fine raindrops stung her eyes like needles, causing her discomfort. Just as she was grappling with her distress, she felt warmth envelop her. Someone had draped a coat over her shoulders. A flicker of joy surged in her heart as she lifted her heavy, rain-drenched lashes. "Dr. Lee, how is it you?" The rise and fall of her voice barely concealed her disappointment. The man in the thin shirt spoke gently, dressed so lightly. "Let me take you home." Nan Zhi turned a glance toward the entrance. Realizing her wait had become futile, she nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Lee." After taking a couple of steps, she slipped slightly, nearly falling. Li Xiao quickly reached out to steady her. "Be careful. Perhaps my shoes are too tight, pressing against my injury," she replied. Li Xiao leaned slightly. "I'll carry you." Just as she was about to refuse, someone firmly grasped her arm from behind. She looked up, startled, meeting Qiao Jingyue's icy, piercing gaze. From his elevated stance, he demanded, "You intend to go with him?" The pale skin on her arm bore deep red imprints from his grip, and she squirmed uncomfortably. "Let go of me." Li Xiao, who had been smiling, now retracted his hand, ready to pull Nan Zhi toward him. Qiao Jingyue freed one hand. Hurling a suit jacket at him, "Get lost." A fleeting shadow of gloom passed over Li Xiao's eyes, yet he did not advance further. Qiao Jingyue lifted Nan Zhi into his arms and strode toward a nearby vehicle. Gazing at his handsome face above her, her eyes began to redden, her chest rising and falling more rapidly. She balled her fists and struck him. "Qiao Jingyue, you scoundrel." He grasped her hand, his tone icy. "Save your strength for later." In bed. Chapter 26. To your home, the sleek sports car glided through the fine mist of rain, coming to a halt on a secluded road flanked by high walls. Qiao Jingyue unfastened his seatbelt and turned to glance at the girl beside him. She was curled up in the passenger seat, her small face pale with cold. The man reached over and lifted her from the passenger seat. Nan Zhi stared at the handsome face so close to her, her eyes widening in surprise, her lips moving slightly. Qiao Jingyue's pupils contracted slightly. The soft, rosy lips that enveloped his heart ignited a warmth within him. His large hand encircled her waist, caressing her gently, and then Nan Zhi struggled. "I don't want to be here." The man's breath was heavy, laced with a faint scent of alcohol. "Then where would you prefer? The office, or perhaps the restroom? The woods, or downstairs?" With such an opportunity presented, he wasn't tea-seeking. The rain outside intensified, pattering against the car windows, while Nan Zhi heard her own soft voice. "You're home. Do you dare?" In response, he pressed a fierce, domineering kiss upon her, flavored with a hint of smoke and wine. Nan Zhi opened her eyes to see him, his own eyes closed, lashes long and thick, his nose proud enough to serve as a slide. He was tempting her, and he succeeded. With a sigh, she closed her eyes as well. This was as far as she could go with this man. Sensing her compliance, his warm lips slid to her ear, his breath searing. "First in the car, then I'll take you home. Be obedient." In the early morning, Nan Zhi was roused by the sound of the doorbell. Blinking her eyes open, she felt disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. It took her but a moment to recall that Qiao Jingyue had brought her home the previous night. She glanced beside her, but the space was empty. Rising, she made her way outside. As she entered the living room, she was startled to see a stranger entering with a bag in hand. Nan Zhi gasped and grasped a nearby decorative vase. The man, however, merely nodded at her, "Miss Nan." Furrowing her brow, she did not respond. He made no move to approach, simply placing the bag down. "This is for Brother Yu. He said he would provide what you asked for. Please freshen up. I will take you to the airport." "Qiao Jingyue?" The man nodded. "I will wait for you outside." With that, he exited. A brief moment of confusion enveloped Nan Zhi. What did Qiao Jingyue mean by this? Last night, he had been insatiable, demanding her in the car and continuing until the early hours of the morning. Now, her waist ached and her body was sore. She had hoped for an opportunity to negotiate with him, to perhaps part ways amicably. Even if they were to have no further entanglements, she did not wish to possess such a formidable adversary. Yet, he had once again shattered her hopes. Refusing to acknowledge her, disappearing without a trace, truly a rogue of the highest order. Glancing at the bag on the floor, she opened it. Inside lay a designer dress, its color and style reminiscent of the one he had torn apart the previous night. There was also a plane ticket, set to depart in 2 hours. He was hastily sending her away from Kyoto. Was he afraid of jeopardizing his relationship with Jiang Yuan? After a swift freshening up, Nan Zhi gathered her belongings and stepped into the waiting car, leaving the dress behind. The driver was a taciturn individual, offering no more than a single glance as he watched her board the aircraft, implying a subtle expulsion. Nan Zhi lacked the strength to resist. She had not eaten since the previous night and felt as if she were on the brink of fainting. Her sluggish, emotional response finally reached the cerebral cortex, and a prolonged ache pierced her heart like a slender needle, quickly engulfing her entire being. A wry smile crept upon her lips as she found herself both foolish and ridiculous. Someone nearby glanced over. Dr. Li. Nan Zhi was taken aback. You're on this flight back too? What a coincidence. Li Xiao appeared entirely at ease, showing no signs of embarrassment from the previous evening's events. However, Nan Zhi still felt a twinge of discomfort and hesitated before saying, "Thank you for last night." He regarded her with a meaningful look before abruptly changing the subject. It's getting chilly in Kyoto. You're dressed rather lightly. With that, he requested a blanket from the cabin crew. The awkward tension between them was deftly alleviated by his intervention. He inquired about her foot. At this, Nan Zhi felt somewhat exasperated. Her foot had been healing well, but after wearing high heels last night, she had inadvertently kicked the dashboard while being pinned in the car by Qiao Jingyue, and it was even more painful this morning. Nevertheless, she smiled and replied, "It's fine. Thank you for your concern. Do you still have a medication I prescribed? Remember to apply it." Their conversation meandered along, light and superficial, touching on matters from the hospital. Suddenly, Li Xiao asked, "Is your company participating in the hospital's medical bidding?" Nan Zhi's eyes brightened for a moment before dimming again. Given our current situation, do we even qualify? She felt that the staff at Runan Hospital held a deep disdain for her due to the incident with the wheelchair. Li Xiao remained unfazed. Why would TU qualify? Any misunderstandings with the hospital should fall upon me. After all, you are a victim in this situation as well. Nan Zhi gazed at him intently, her eyes reflecting depth. She was not the only victim. It seemed Qiao Jingyue was also implicated. Li Xiao, with his calm demeanor, continued, "Do you not believe me? Why would I help you?" Li Xiao possessed strikingly expressive eyes, exuding an inherent warmth even without a smile. Looking at him gave her the illusion that she held a significant place in his life. After a moment, he averted his gaze, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a sense of reconciliation. The person filming was one of my students." Nan Zhi frowned, puzzled by his motives. Why would he do that? It's a disgraceful act, easily exploited by those with ulterior motives. Nan Zhi regarded him, her emotions quite complex. "So, you don't intend to turn him in?" Li Xiao nodded. "I owe his family a favor. In this rare situation, I can only ask for your understanding and attempt to make amends." She did not entirely trust his words, nor did she wholly agree with his methods. Yet, what options did she have left? Without Qiao Jingyue, Li Xiao could prove to be an excellent partner. She clinked her milk against his water and said, "Dr. Li, then, may our collaboration be fruitful." Upon disembarking, Nan Zhi was greeted by Su Ku, who had shed the despondency of the past few days, his youthful face radiating vitality. "Nan Bao, you are truly remarkable. Even before your return, the Drug Regulatory Agency has notified me to collect the qualification certificate." Nan Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, some individuals spoke with conviction. He utilized this method to convey a warning to her. Everything lay within his control. He dictated the commencement and conclusion of events, possessing the power to grant her life or snuff it out. Yet, it was of little consequence. She could only blame herself for straying down the wrong path. After all these years, he was no longer the person he once was. It was her own blindness that tethered her to the past. Nan Zhi possessed a remarkable capacity for self-healing. After a day of rest, she emerged once more as a resolute woman. Good news also arrived from Li Xiao, indicating that the director wished to meet her. On Monday, Nan Zhi chose an elegant and sophisticated outfit, adorned herself with a light touch of makeup, and made her appearance in the director's office. Shortly after taking her seat, There was a knock at the door, and as she glanced up, she lowered her gaze again, her lips curving into a perfectly measured smile. Chapter 27, A Private Conversation. Qiao Jingyue cast a calm glance at Nan Zhi before choosing to sit beside the dean. "Dean, you summoned me?" The dean poured him a cup of tea, saying, "Jingyue, this is Miss Nan Zhi from Nank Pharmaceuticals." Qiao Jingyue nodded slightly, recalling the incident when the wheeled bed had inadvertently crushed her toe. Was she here to seek retribution? Nan Zhi smiled. "I wouldn't dare." Setting aside the fact that my interruption of Professor Qiao was a mistake, Dr. Li has already treated me after the incident. I came to express my apologies to Professor Qiao and to present a banner to our hospital. It was then that Qiao Jingyue noticed the bright red banner beside her, emblazoned with the golden characters, "Skilled hands, benevolent heart." Nan Zhi stood up and bowed to him. "Professor Qiao, I apologize for the trouble I caused." Observing the pendant swaying at her collar, he rose as well, a warm smile gracing his features. "Miss Nan, there is no need for such formality. If apologies are to be made, it is I who should apologize. I neglected to ensure your safety during the surgery. Please consult a professional to determine the compensation, and I shall cover it." Though his smile was pleasant, there was an undercurrent of warning in his eyes. The dean, listening to their exchange, felt a pang of anxiety. With only a year left until his retirement, maintaining stability during this delicate time was paramount. He wished to leave on a high note. This matter, which had finally calmed, could not afford to escalate again. The seemingly gentle and harmless pharmaceutical representative before him might very well become a source of turmoil, while Qiao Jingyue appeared unscathed, leaving the dean feeling the pressure. With this in mind, he cheerfully poured tea for both of them, saying, "You are both good colleagues. The real trouble lies with those media outlets spreading falsehoods. Let's consider this matter resolved, shall we?" Being a pragmatic person, Nan Zhi was amiable and readily agreed with the dean. However, a shadow crossed Qiao Jingyue's features, although his lips curled into a faint smile, remaining silent. The dean's heart raced at the sight. "Jingyue, are you unwilling?" Qiao Jingyue sipped his tea and replied, "How could I be unwilling to heed the esteemed dean's words? I am merely curious. Who is acting as a guarantor for Miss Nan?" The dean hesitated, unwilling to disclose Li Zhao's involvement. He forced a laugh. "We are all colleagues here. Let bygones be bygones. If Miss Nan is interested, she could participate in our hospital's medical bidding this coming fall." "No," Qiao Jingyue interjected. "It is unnecessary for the hospital to bear the consequences of my error. I will compensate Miss Nan." Nan Zhi felt a surge of frustration. Taking a deep breath, she smiled. "Thank you, Dean. I will prepare the bidding materials promptly." At this juncture, she suddenly turned to Qiao Jingyue. "Professor Qiao, the bidding conference at Renan Hospital is open to all qualified pharmaceutical companies nationwide. This wouldn't be considered favoritism, would it?" He felt a wave of irritation. Although he sought to be free from her entanglement, witnessing her current aloof demeanor left him feeling unsettled. He unbuttoned a collar and took a few more sips of tea to quell his discomfort. Rising, he addressed the dean. "Dean, I would like to have a few words alone with Miss Nan." The dean was more than happy to relinquish this hot potato, replying, "Feel free to chat. I have some matters to attend to with the vice dean." "You need not leave, Miss Nan. We can converse here." However, Nan Zhi was reluctant to engage with him, sensing it would be unwise to waste Professor Qiao's time. "Miss Nan," his voice suddenly escalated, "are we not conversing?" Perceiving the veiled threat in his words, Nan Zhi reluctantly steeled herself and followed him into the lounge, which was separated by several rooms. Upon entering, the chill of the air conditioning caused her to shiver. The lounge contained only a bed, lacking chairs, which rendered Nan Zhi quite uncomfortable. She positioned herself by the door, as if ready to flee at any moment. Professor Qiao was almost amused, asking, "Are you afraid I might assault you?" Nan Zhi, maintaining her composure, replied, "Professor Qiao, please do not jest. What manner of woman could you possibly lack? Why would someone of your caliber find interest in someone of my modest appearance?" Modest appearance? His gaze lingered on her a moment longer due to her remark. Today, Nan Zhi was attired quite appropriately, wearing a white blouse paired with a green skirt that clung to her figure, accentuating her waist and legs. In terms of both visage and physique, She conformed perfectly to his aesthetic preferences. While other boys were preoccupied with their burgeoning hormones, he had devoted his youth to study, channeling excessive energy into the dissection of corpses, which ultimately earned him the distinction of being the youngest medical professor. His earliest inspiration had come from a patient who bore a striking resemblance to Nan Zhi, possessing a purity that belied an underlying allure. Years had passed, and he had long forgotten her exact appearance, save for her long legs and the sweet, soft way she had called to him. Nan Zhi felt a tingle as he scrutinized her, instinctively raising her hand to pinch her ear. The man's eyes darkened. He was uncertain if her actions were deliberate or inadvertent. Such gestures, particularly in the presence of a single male and female, could easily be misconstrued as an invitation. "Do you have a benefactor?" he inquired suddenly. Nan Zhi frowned, torn between contradicting him and conceding to the absurdity of the matter, ultimately choosing silence as her tacit acceptance. The man's brow furrowed as he imagined her exquisite form being enjoyed by another, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Loosening another button, he asked her, "Why did you not retrieve your dress?" She offered him a pleasant smile. "That one is a high imitation of little value. I wouldn't want to take advantage of you." She had always spoken with respect, even in more intimate settings, which had lent a certain charm to their interactions. Yet now, her formal tone dripped with sarcasm. Unable to restrain himself, he grasped her chin, recalling, "I was intoxicated that night." What did he mean? Was he suggesting she should not overthink it, that it was merely a drunken indiscretion? Nan Zhi brushed his hand away, her impatience surfacing as she replied, "I understand." With that, she attempted to pull open the door and leave. The man frowned, observing her restless hands. Such disobedience warranted a firm reprimand. Suddenly, she pivoted back, gently closing the door and nervously gazing at him. Professor Qiao nearly laughed, realizing he had misjudged her. Her actions were but a game of seduction. Just as he was about to speak, she covered his mouth. Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed, and voices could be heard at the door. With keen eyes, she scanned the surroundings before retreating into the restroom. Qiao Jingyue allowed herself to be led away, her gaze occasionally darting towards the entrance, pondering whom she might be evading. The door was suddenly thrust open from the outside, and a voice declared, "This room is neither locked nor occupied." In the restroom, the bodies of a man and a woman were entwined closely behind the door. Qiao Jingyue nearly enveloped Nan Zhi in her embrace from behind, whispering against her ear, "Are you trembling?" She shot him a glare over her shoulder, thinking him a scoundrel. Did he not comprehend the reason behind her shivers? Leaning slightly forward, she distanced herself from his searing warmth. Unexpectedly, the man pressed closer again, and just as she was about to speak, he covered her mouth with his hand. Outside, the sound of a door closing echoed, and the footsteps of two individuals grew increasingly nearer to their hiding place. Chapter 28. Do you deserve this? All right. There's no one around. Speak your mind. Why are you so fierce with me? You weren't like this before. A man and a woman are present. The woman's voice is crisp and tinged with a hint of arrogance, familiar to me. In her nervousness, Nan Zhi felt a flicker of amusement and turned her head to look at Qiao Jingyue. "It's Jingyue." She leaned in close to his ear and whispered. The man at her waist pinched her, warning her not to cause any trouble. Yet, Nan Zhi felt emboldened, threatening. "If you don't agree to let me participate in the bidding, I'll call her in to catch you in the act." "Are you afraid?" Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her ear. He bid her, "Go ahead, try it." Nan Zhi covered her ear and focused on the situation outside. "Enough of this nonsense. What do you want from me?" The man's voice was also familiar. It was. Suddenly, she heard her name from Jiang Yuan's lips. "Do you like Nan Zhi? Why else would you stick your neck out for her to find the dean?" "Speak up, Li Xiao." The person outside was Li Xiao. What was his relationship with Jiang Yuan? Given their closeness, was he about to betray Qiao Jingyue? Nan Zhi glanced back at the man behind her. Although the light in the room was dim, it was evident that his expression was grave. Qiao Jingyue was not merely grave. His heart felt even heavier. It was Li Xiao who stepped in. This woman truly was capable. No wonder she had been sneakily pulling him away, fearing Li Xiao would discover their connection. Qiao Jingyue felt a surge of irritation and began to write in her palm. "Have you slept with Li Xiao?" Nan Zhi, upon hearing this, was infuriated and slapped his hand. The sound, though not loud, drew the attention of those outside. Taking 2 steps closer, Jiang Yuan asked, "What was that sound? Is someone here?" Li Xiao hastened to the restroom door. "Where's the light? Turn it on." At this, Nan Zhi's back tensed, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. The man behind her, however, remained remarkably calm, pinching her ear playfully. Nan Zhi regretted not standing behind him. She could have simply pushed him out, for being discovered would merely lead to embarrassment. Outside, a conversation resumed, revealing that the restroom light was broken. Nan Zhi exhaled in relief, but upon hearing approaching footsteps, her anxiety returned. She grasped Qiao Jingyue's hand, signaling him to exit. The man, whether out of ignorance or obstinacy, held her firmly, eyes fixed on the door. Li Xiao's tall figure loomed at the entrance, a shadowy silhouette. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan remarked, "Perhaps I misheard. There's really no one here." Li Xiao, ever cautious, decided it was best to investigate further. With that, he reached for the door. "It's over." Nan Zhi closed her eyes, her heartbeat thunderous, her mind racing with images of the impending confrontation. Jiang Yuan stood behind Li Xiao, peering inside. In the dim light, the narrow restroom appeared cold and immaculate, devoid of any presence. "No one, I was overthinking it." Li Xiao observed the tall washing machine in the corner before shutting the door. Just as Li Xiao was about to push open the door, Qiao Jingyue pressed Nan Zhi down, and the washing machine effectively concealed them. Nan Zhi shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to remain still and listen to their conversation. In the darkness, Qiao Jingyue's smile was wicked, akin to that of a devil, as he held her tightly. Nan Zhi felt as though she were torn in two. One half focused on the commotion outside, while the other struggled to manage his advances. This scoundrel, had they not agreed to end things? Had they not promised to refrain from disturbing one another? The conversation outside continued, yet Nan Zhi could no longer discern the words. All her consciousness was consumed by the man behind her. As she attempted to rise, her legs weakened, and she leaned breathlessly against the washing machine. Outside, silence had fallen. The 2 individuals had long departed. Nan Zhi observed the man washing his hands, gritting her teeth in disgust at his presence. How vile of him to carry that around. The man slightly turned his head, a satisfied expression adorning his handsome features, which made his cold voice seem even more frigid. "Do you think not wearing it would lead you to bear children? You are hardly worthy." Nan Zhi trembled with rage. Of course, she had no desire to bear his child, but the notions of wanting and worthiness were entirely different concepts. "Huh, does your lineage belong to a prince? Are you in search of a princess to bear your offspring? Certainly not someone like you, who indiscriminately engages with others for personal gain." She did not expect him to be so blunt, having just shared the most intimate moment, and yet. Nan Zhi, pale-faced, retorted Qiao Jingyue, who claimed we were done. "You declared it, but now deny it. To call you a dog would be an insult to dogs." He flicked the droplets of water from his hands and opened the window to dissipate the odor, remarking, "I said, don't appear before me. Every encounter with you leads to the same outcome. When did you ever say that?" Nan Zhi's vision darkened with fury. The man, with his damp hand, pinched her nose, asserting, "Remember this moment." Nan Zhi. Upon exiting the lounge, Nan Zhi attempted several times to reach the parking lot, but ultimately chose to sit in the small garden, reflecting on the events that had transpired. During their time in Kyoto, Qiao Jingyue had decisively brought their affair to a close. How could he now? Was it the simultaneous appearance of Li Xiao and Jiang Yuan that had provoked this change? What was the relationship between Li Xiao and Jiang Yuan? Suddenly, she recalled that day when Jiang Yuan had advised her to keep her distance from Li Xiao. Did she aspire to possess both men? How greedy of her! The more Nan Zhi pondered, the more intrigued she became by Li Xiao, prompting her to head toward the orthopedics department. The department she most dreaded was cardiothoracic surgery. Yet perhaps due to Li Xiao, the orthopedic staff treated her with unexpected kindness. At least they conversed with her, unlike other departments who regarded her as a rare specimen. Although she did not find Li Xiao, she did encounter Qiao Jingyue's severely reprimanded student, Su Wu. She greeted him with a smile. "Hello, young man. Have you rotated to orthopedics?" Su Wu was an intern, typically spending 13 months in each department. However, upon hearing Nan Zhi's words, his face flushed, and after stammering for a while, he finally admitted I was expelled from cardiothoracic surgery by Professor Qiao. Oh, Nan Zhi felt it was best not to inquire further. To my surprise, the child continued to speak independently. The video was captured by me, as I was infuriated by his bullying of you. Little did I know, he was the very student that Li Xiao sought to protect. His initial intention for filming the video was, astonishingly, to vent his own frustrations. Could it be that this situation arose not from a calculated scheme, but rather due to her irresistible allure? Well, it is what it is, having come this far. Can one really avoid Qiao Jingyue? Nan Zhi's thoughts were commendable, yet reality proved to be harsh, even if she deliberately distanced herself. Fate would have it that they encountered one another at the bidding conference a week later. The man, today, was not clad in a white coat, but instead donned black trousers paired with a black trench coat, his expression icy and embodying the essence of an unattainable, ascetic figure. Chapter 29. Truly insane, the bidding meeting for medical supplies at Renan took place in the hospital's conference room. Attendees included leaders from relevant departments, the hospital president, the vice president in charge of procurement, and several directors, along with two young talents, Qiao Jingyue and Li Xiao, who sat on either side of the president, embodying the youthful vigor of Renan. Both were tall, one exuding an icy demeanor while the other radiated warmth. Yet regardless of their contrasting temperaments, both were undeniably handsome. The audience, comprising individuals of all ages, could not help but steal glances in their direction. After all, who could resist the allure of such striking figures? However, Nan Zhi was an exception. She kept her head down, appearing absent-minded, and even when Suka spoke to her, she remained oblivious. Nan Bao, what's wrong with you? Suka prodded her. It was only then that Nan Zhi snapped back to reality, her hands clammy with cold sweat. Just moments ago, as she brushed past Qiao Jingyue, he had whispered in her ear not to forget what he had said in the lounge. What had he said? That she should not let him see it again. Or would he act on it? He was truly insane. What of his aloof, ascetic demeanor? He was nothing more than a frisky teddy bear, and a greedy one at that. Contemplating this, she glanced up and found herself unexpectedly locked in his gaze, where he lingered for a moment before curling the corners of his lips. Nan Zhi's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to look away but felt it unnecessary, choosing instead to meet his smile. Beside her, Li Xiao, keen to avoid any misunderstandings, discreetly coughed into his hand and then picked up his phone. Soon after, she received a WeChat message from him. Keep it up. She replied with a simple, thank you. Qiao Jingyue's gaze flitted between the two, growing increasingly frosty. He checked his phone, scanning through his contacts but found no trace of Nan Zhi. At that moment, a commotion at the entrance broke the tension among the three. Nan Zhi glanced outside, surprised to see Jiang Shudong himself had arrived. As the vice president of the Pharmaceutical Association, Jiang held considerable influence, prompting the hospital leaders to rise and greet him warmly. Jiang Shudong wore a smile, showing no signs of the turmoil he had endured with Yang Kun. Colleagues became anxious. Several companies that had previously felt confident now seemed uncertain upon seeing him. For Jiang's family, such a bidding was trivial, and with his personal presence, it was likely that no other contenders stood a chance. Nan Zhi shared this sentiment, not bothering to conceal her animosity towards Jiang. When he condescended to greet her, she merely offered a curt nod. Gone was the aggressive demeanor he had displayed in the CF. Instead, he adopted a paternalistic attitude, even offering her a few compliments. The hospital leaders regarded Nan Zhi with disapproval, perceiving her behavior as haughty and disrespectful. Suka whispered, "You showed that old fool." Nan Zhi was not incapable of feigning politeness. She simply found it impossible in the presence of Jiang Shudong's loathsome countenance. Let us wait and see, she thought, feeling her earlier confidence wane. The bidding conference commenced, and after a series of tedious procedures, a brief intermission of several minutes was granted before the final opening of bids. The judges were intensely verifying the last results while the bidders stepped outside to smoke and relieve themselves. A throng of older gentlemen congregated at the restroom door on the conference floor, prompting Nan Zhi to ascend to the second floor. As she entered, the door was abruptly wedged open, and Qiao Jingyue squeezed in. Nan Zhi's expression soured, and she attempted to leave. The door closed behind her, and he leaned against it, half a cigarette dangling from his lips, regarding her with a sidelong glance. Nan Zhi furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of surrealism. Shouldn't such behavior be exhibited when she was the one pursuing him? Why had the roles reversed? Suddenly, the man leaned in and exhaled smoke directly into her face. Nan Zhi coughed twice, her charming visage now etched with displeasure. Qiao Jingyue, what do you mean by this? He gazed at her with an indifferent expression. Did you go to Li Xiao's place? Is his bed spacious? Do you also complain while in the act? Nan Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief, blinking rapidly. Was this truly Qiao Jingyue? When had he become so vulgar? Her silence, in his eyes, signified acquiescence. He darkened his expression and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Nan Zhi was taken aback. Qiao Jingyue studied her slightly parted, rosy lips, a flutter of desire stirring within him. He raised a hand to turn her face towards him and leaned down to kiss her. Their breaths intertwined in a complete conquest. He encircled her waist, pressing her body firmly against him. Nan Zhi felt a wave of dizziness. The masculine vigor, dominance, and reckless ferocity enveloped her, mingled with a faint scent of tobacco. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe, raising her fist to pound against him, signaling him to release her. He withdrew, his lips brushing against her cheek and lingering near her ear. Remember my words. Each time I see you, I will take you down a notch. You dare, she began, only to have her words cut off by a swift bite on her lip. He quickly stepped back and exited through the door. As she watched his effortlessly stylish figure with hands tucked into his pockets, Nan Zhi grabbed the plunger from the restroom and hurled it at him. He dodged nimbly and turned to offer her a slight smile. Nan Zhi's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, a sense of losing control overwhelming her. After composing herself in the restroom and applying makeup to conceal her split lip, she realized that she had taken too long, as the host was already speaking upon her return to the conference room. Li Xiao frowned, casting a worried glance in her direction. Hastily, Nan Zhi reclaimed her seat, and Su Ku, filled with concern, asked, "Why did you take so long in the restroom?" "Constipation," she replied dismissively. Su Ku pinched his nose and cautioned, "Be mindful. Little fairies don't eat or relieve themselves." Nan Zhi rolled her eyes, and upon looking up, found Qiao Jingyue gazing at her. When their eyes met, he teasingly licked his lips, as if savoring a lingering taste. Nan Zhi felt herself on the brink of madness, cursing him as a rascal, a scoundrel, a lunatic. Suddenly, the conference room erupted into applause. The results of the bidding had been announced. 4 companies emerged victorious, with the Jiang Group claiming a dominant 50. The remaining half was divided, with 2 companies each securing 20 and Nanku Pharmaceuticals obtaining 10. This outcome is indeed somewhat unexpected. Based on her prior discussions with the dean, it was certain that Nanku Pharmaceuticals would secure the bid, serving as a form of compensation for her, although the exact amount remained uncertain. However, with Jiang Shudong personally intervening, the prospect of monopolization loomed large, a notion that she dared not entertain. In her mind, the ideal share was 20. Now, although it has been reduced by half, it still marks a promising beginning, and she feels quite content. It must be said that this success is largely attributed to Li Xiao. The department she supplied this time primarily focused on orthopedics. After the meeting concluded, she hesitated to approach Li Xiao directly and instead sent him a WeChat message, inviting him to dinner that evening. Upon receiving a friend request, she opened it to find it labeled as business. Without further contemplation, she assumed it was from one of the many industry peers she had added today. Li Xiao responded promptly, accepting her invitation. Nan Zhi lowered her head to reply, suggesting they meet at Shihu Tower in the evening. After sending the message, she busied herself with other matters, unaware that she had mistakenly messaged the wrong person. Chapter 30. The wind blows on this evening. Su Ku reserved a rather spacious private room to host Li Xiao and the doctors and nurses from the orthopedics department. However, much to her surprise, Li Xiao received an unexpected notice for a last-minute shift, causing their plans to fall through. As the two were about to cancel their reservation, they encountered a minor leader from the drug administration who was there to book a table for welcoming the new superior. Was the new leader the one succeeding Yang Kun? Nan Zhi, ever resourceful, promptly approached the minor leader to engage in conversation, ultimately leading a group of individuals into her private room, turning the occasion into her treat. Suka secretly admired her audacity, applauding her unabashed spirit. When the new leader arrived a bit later, Nan Zhi's eyes lit up. She had not anticipated such a strikingly handsome young man. Director Sheng Huayan's slender eyes scanned the room, his gaze both unremarkable yet piercing. A chill ran down Nan Zhi's spine. This Director Sheng was different from the seasoned veterans she was accustomed to. He exuded an innate pride reminiscent of Qiao Jingyue. It was not surprising. Attaining such a high position at a young age undoubtedly indicated he hailed from a prominent family. With the minor leader's charm and Nan Zhi's perceptive nature, coupled with the youthful crowd, the atmosphere quickly became lively. As the host, Nan Zhi could hardly avoid drinking, while Director Sheng managed to hold his own, sipping lightly on a few glasses, after which no one dared to urge him further. The meal lasted 2 hours, and by the time it was winding down, Director Sheng proposed to host the next gathering at Huangjintai. As they moved to the next venue, Nan Zhi realized that this new group was composed of either elites or second-generation heirs, all adept at revelry. Although Director Sheng appeared understated, his future prospects seemed boundless. She urged Suku to be on her best behavior and cultivate a rapport with this individual. Suku, however, resisted, remarking that she was not a woman and suggested Nan Zhi take the lead, as it seemed the director had been observing her all evening. Nan Zhi was aware of this attention, but did not perceive it as mere male gaze. Rather, it held an indescribable significance. She chose to remain engaged with the group, as someone called for a few female companions to join them. Even Suku was paired with one, yet Director Sheng remained unaccompanied, naturally gravitating towards Nan Zhi. Director Sheng had a penchant for snacks, continuously nibbling on tidbits, and congratulated her on securing the Rin in order. This had been mentioned during the meal, yet Nan Zhi understood it held greater meaning than mere small talk. The subsequent events only confirmed her suspicions. As the group encouraged them to sing, Nan Zhi, unable to refuse, selected The Wind Blows. Director Sheng's Cantonese was commendable, and with both of them singing, their first duet revealed a remarkable synergy, fostering a sense of mutual appreciation. When Qiao Jingyue entered, he caught them at the chorus, resonating with the lyrics, "Let the wind blow." He frowned slightly, accepting a cigarette offered by someone nearby. That individual, emboldened, remarked without restraint, "Brother, you, look at this new girl Director Sheng has, so fair and tender." A mere touch would yield a response. Qiao Jingyue, observing the smoke swirling between his fingers, found his gaze drawn to the woman. She was perfectly matched with the song this evening, exuding a vintage allure. The dress of Klein blue was adorned with a profusion of red blossoms, complemented by a petite denim jacket. Her gently curled, long hair cascaded to one side, revealing striking red circular earrings. The vivid and exaggerated clash of colors radiated through the dim light of the private booth, casting an enchanting spell upon the night and striking a deep chord within him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and shifted his posture. Beside him, a frivolous youth swayed his head to the rhythm of the music, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Nan Zhi's face. As the song concluded, applause and whistles filled the air, with some calling for an encore. Sheng Huayan's eyes found Qiao Jingyue in the corner, and he made his way over. The frivolous youth immediately seized the opportunity to sit closer, urging Nan Zhi to join in a duet. Her gaze, however, remained on Sheng Huayan, and upon recognizing the man beside him, a hint of understanding flickered in her eyes. Indeed, they were all acquaintances. She quickly diverted her attention back to the frivolous youth to engage in conversation. Sheng Huayan clicked his tongue, intrigued. "Are you interested in her?" Qiao Jingyue exhaled a puff of smoke, his indifferent tone imbued with a charm unlike his usual demeanor. "Interested? Indeed." Sheng Huayan, abandoning his previous composure, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Mind your leadership image." He instantly adopted a serious demeanor again, his gaze returning to Nan Zhi. No wonder he had been sent to Shuncheng in advance to secure her certification. It was all to curry favor with her. "Qiao Jingyue, you seem invested." The man remained aloof, omitting the third word. Sheng Huayan felt an urge to pinch his flesh and place it on the table, questioning, "What are you flaunting? Or perhaps, what message are you trying to convey?" Qiao Jingyue shot him a solemn glance, indicating, "I'm not done yet. Keep your distance and refrain from setting your sights on her. Sheng Huayan, well-informed and curious, remarked, "You certainly have your hands full, juggling both sisters." The final word was decidedly lewd. Qiao Jingyue cast him a sidelong glance, opting not to continue that line of inquiry. The two fell silent, their attention once more drawn to Nan Zhi. She had ceased singing, tilting her head as she conversed with someone, a strand of dark hair brushing against her lips, exuding an alluring charm. Sheng Huayan clicked his tongue, contemplating that it was no wonder Qiao Jingyue had been captivated. Qiao Jingyue averted his gaze and asked nonchalantly, "What transpired with Nan Zhi back in the day?" Sheng Huayan's expression sharpened. "Why the inquiry?" "She possesses a certain drug developed by Nan Zhi." Sheng Huayan replied, "Stay away from it. It could harm you." After spending over an hour at the Golden Stage, Nan Zhi had not exchanged a single word with Qiao Jingyue. Su Ku, having had too much to drink, suggested they take their leave. Sheng Huayan did not object and personally escorted them to the door. Nan Zhi cast a glance at Qiao Jingyue, noticing a female attendant lighting his cigarette. She and Su Ku awaited their designated driver. When the driver arrived, Qiao Jingyue also approached. Instantly, Nan Zhi tensed like a cat sensing danger, her back arched and her guard raised. However, it seemed her apprehensions were unfounded. The man merely glanced at them before proceeding towards a nearby vehicle. The sound of the locking mechanism made her heart leap, and it only settled once he entered the car and closed the door. She and Su Ku reside in the same community. After escorting him upstairs, she leisurely made her way back. At this hour, the neighborhood had grown tranquil, with barely a soul in sight, her only companions being the dim, feeble streetlights. She had traversed this path countless times, sometimes even later than now. Yet, for reasons unknown, tonight it imparted an especially eerie sensation. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace. Just as she reached the ground floor, a figure emerged from the shadows of a dark corner, seizing her hand. As she prepared to cry out, her mouth was covered, and a low, slightly hoarse voice whispered, "It's me." Turning her head, Nan Zhi beheld the cool, striking visage of Qiao Jingyue. Chapter 31. Cherished affection. Nan Zhi broke free from his grasp, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment. "What are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death?" The man, instead of displaying anger, laughed, taking her hand and leading her toward the apartment door. "Open the door. I'll take care of you." Nan Zhi gazed at him in disbelief, suspecting he had lost his senses. Is he intoxicated? Or perhaps my appeal has roused his pride? Regardless of the reason, she refused to accept it. She was a selfish individual, yet not devoid of dignity to be trampled upon. She could forego status and pity, but she demanded at least a modicum of respect, even if it stemmed solely from mutual benefit. To give oneself away for nothing would be a true tragedy. "Professor Qiao, you should leave. We are finished, and I am unworthy." The man's eyes darkened as he suppressed his smile. "If you feel unworthy now, what were you doing in my bed?" It was a naive misconception on her part, thinking that men only desired youth, akin to wealthy individuals in ancient times collecting young maidens. Although she possessed a lower status, her novelty was her advantage. However, after your critical teachings, I have come to realize my superficiality, and thus I have resolved to reform and no longer disgust you. Her sarcastic remarks amused Qiao Jingyue, causing him to laugh in exasperation. Suddenly, he pulled her into the shadows. Not entering the house is fine. It's even more stimulating. Holding onto her skirt, Nan Zhi exclaimed, "Qiao Jingyue, are you out of your mind?" "Indeed. I am lovesick, unable to sleep at night thinking of you." This line, once spoken by Nan Zhi when she clung to him, now emerged from his lips devoid of allure, carrying an undercurrent of menace. Nan Zhi frowned, instinctively assessing his expression. However, the darkness obscured her view. Even with the streetlights casting a faint glow, she could only discern the outline of his brow. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her waist. She widened her eyes in surprise, attempting to pull her skirt down, but he resisted. The two of them tussled, their shadows entwining on the ground. In the early autumn of a bustling city, the night was still young. Nan Zhi resided in an apartment complex, predominantly inhabited by men and women striving to make a living in the city. At this hour, only those working late were returning home. It felt as though eyes were watching from every direction. Nan Zhi's voice was a whisper, pleading close to Qiao Jingyue. Yet the more she cried, the more he indulged himself. The camphor tree they leaned against swayed violently, shattering the moonlight above. Suddenly, the man let out a muffled groan and doubled over. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Zhi hastily adjusted her clothing, stepping back in disarray, her eyes wide with fear. It was unintentional. Qiao Jingyue, enduring a piercing pain, straightened up, his dark eyes filled with both anger and confusion. Weren't you just being reckless? Why the sudden restraint now? Is it for Li Xiao or Sheng Huayan? His ability to connect the dots was astonishing. Li Xiao was one thing, but Sheng Huayan, whom she had only met a few hours prior and was a friend of his, was another matter entirely. It dawned on him that their relationship was devoid of trust and respect. She was merely an object in his eyes. Nan Zhi's pride surged unexpectedly. She pushed him away and hurried into the building. Qiao Jingyue arrived with high hopes, only to depart in disappointment. He had presumed that Nan Zhi would be an effortless conquest, yet she chose to don the mantle of a virtuous woman. Regardless of whether her intentions were to feign modesty or genuinely sever ties with him, he resolved to acquiesce to her wishes. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and departed in his vehicle. Nan Zhi stood by the window, watching his car exit the community, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. At times, Qiao Jingyue resembled a madman, and she could scarcely predict his actions. This was a facet of him that Nan Zhi had never encountered. The version she knew was merely the one whispered about in society and the one that inhabited her dreams. To put it plainly, it was perhaps a naive fantasy of an adolescent girl, as insubstantial as a wisp of smoke, easily dispersed with a mere flick of her sleeve. Restless, she rummaged through her wardrobe and unearthed a square box. Upon opening it, she discovered a small photo album, no larger than half an A4 sheet, containing only a few photographs, all depicting the back of a man. Some showed him standing amidst ruins, others captured him bent over clearing rubble, and one depicted him squatting on the ground, gnawing on a bun. 7 years prior, a devastating earthquake struck Liqing, and upon his return to the country, Qiao Jingyue had joined a volunteer rescue team, spending over a month there. Nan Zhi examined the photographs closely, one by one. The Qiao Jingyue of 7 years ago appeared more slender, though his complexion remained as pale as ever. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on the image of him squatting with the bun. She noticed a small mole behind his ear. Qiao Jingyue bore a similar mark beneath his eye, one that Nan Zhi had a peculiar fondness for, often teasingly kissing it with the tip of her tongue. How had she never noticed this one? Next time, she would surely. But perhaps there wouldn't be a next time. Today, she had offended him gravely, leaving her uncertain of the potential for retaliation. This aspect of Qiao Jingyue left her feeling apprehensive. She had a nagging suspicion of his pettiness. A sense of dread enveloped her. Yet, there was no remedy. She could not simply offer herself up to be belittled again. Whether he desired her or not remained uncertain. With a resigned sigh, she decided to sleep, holding on to the hope that a new dawn might bring unexpected change. Remarkably, she fell asleep and dreamt of a strikingly handsome young man embracing her tenderly, calling her Gigi. The sweet sound sent her heart racing, and upon waking, she felt a profound sense of loss, struggling to focus at work. Suku, too, was in a disheveled state, having overindulged the night before, appearing as lethargic as a quail. Nan Zhi brewed a cup of hot coffee for him to invigorate his spirits. Nan Bao, you are truly wonderful. Oh, by the way, Xiao Lizzie is coming to Shuncheng. Nan Zhi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Why is she not focusing on her studies and coming here instead? She lamented that Xiao Lizzie claimed she couldn't concentrate and wished to start working early to earn money. Nan Zhi frowned. Despite the circumstances, she hoped Xiao Lizzie would still pursue her education. Well, you can figure it out, she said, surrendering the matter. Xiao Lizzie, whose full name was Shui Li, had been under the care of Nan Zhi's grandmother, who had passed away, entrusting Nan Zhi with her well-being. Nan Zhi envisioned a future for her as a teacher, but the girl seemed obstinate, as if fearing harm from those who genuinely cared for her. Nan Zhi felt her spirits dampened by the situation. She worried that her frustration might spill over onto Suku, prompting her to seek solace at the hospital. Her foot continued to ooze, echoing the emotional scars of a heartbreak. She carried a large bag filled with milk tea desserts, distributing them to the orthopedic doctors and nurses. Li Xiao had just returned from his rounds, his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, smiling as he inquired, "Why was I left out?" Nan Zhi handed him a separately packaged portion, coffee without sugar, accompanied by freshly baked mung bean pastries. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, asking, "Where did you hear that?" "Those are my favorites." Seizing the opportunity, Nan Zhi replied, "Then you must take good care of me." As he noticed the dimples on her cheeks, Li Xiao suddenly reached out and pressed down gently. Just as Nan Zhi was about to evade, she felt a chilling sensation at the nape of her neck, an aura of menace. Instinctively turning around, she saw Qiao Jingyue standing not far away. His icy gaze resembled that of a society that looked down upon a fallen woman being escorted out from a hotel raid, laden with disdain. Chapter 32. The fiancé. Nan Zhi suddenly recalled the events of the previous night. She had been pressed against a tree by Qiao Jingyue, who persistently questioned her. "How many men does it take to satisfy you? Are you seducing them for money or to prove your allure?" The darkness had obscured his gaze, yet she imagined it mirrored the intensity of his present demeanor. Nan Zhi averted her eyes, feeling a sense of discontent. Why was Ren An's external affairs supervisor, who worked in a different building from orthopedics, here? As she pondered this, a commotion erupted nearby, filled with shouts and the sharp, piercing voice of a woman. Surprised, Nan Zhi saw Li Xiao striding purposefully toward the ruckus. After a moment's hesitation, she limped after him. Upon nearing the scene, she discovered a crowd gathered around Jiang Yuan, who stood with a young girl pointing and berating Chen Wu. Chen Wu, clad in thick black-rimmed glasses, appeared bewildered, his face flushed as he bowed his head, occasionally attempting to defend himself but getting drowned out by the girl's shrill voice. While Nan Zhi usually refrained from passing judgment on hospital matters, the sight of the girl swayed her opinion in favor of Chen Wu. It was Jiang Qing, Jiang Yuan's cousin, the very person who, alongside Yang Weiwei, had conspired against her that night at the Golden Pavilion. With such a character, what good could possibly come of it? Li Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Wu, sternly addressing Jiang Yuan. "Why are you causing a scene in my department when you should be at work? Cleaning the morgue?" Jiang Yuan maintained her demure facade, replying softly, "Li Xiao, I apologize, but you should advise Chen Wu to return what he took from Jiang Qing." Li Xiao turned to Chen Wu, inquiring, "Did you take something from her?" Chen Wu's eyes darted around until they landed on Nan Zhi. In that instant, he seemed to crumble, the humiliation intensifying, veins bulging on his forehead. He stammered at Li Xiao, his voice low at first, but rising in desperation. "I didn't take it. It's mine." "You're lying. It was clearly my work, Chen Wu. How can a grown man like you distort the truth so shamelessly? Look at yourself. You're like a rat in a sewer. What can you do besides peep and photograph? You're a pervert." Jiang Qing struck a nerve with Chen Wu, especially when called a pervert in front of the girl he admired. His eyes reddened, and he erupted in fury. He seized Jiang Qing, raising his fist as if to strike. Qiao Jingyue intervened, asking, "What do you intend to do? Leave the hospital?" Chen Wu, resembling a wounded beast, whimpered, "Please step aside. I don't want to fight you. You are not worthy." Nan Zhi rolled her eyes at this remark. Not worthy again. Men unworthy, women unworthy. He, however, was deemed suitable for mating. Chen Wu, paralyzed by fear of confrontation, even shed tears under Qiao Jingyue's pressure. Li Xiao stepped forward. "Professor Qiao, any issues should be resolved through the hospital's administration. You bringing external affairs personnel here to cause a disturbance tarnishes the hospital's reputation." Qiao Jingyue smirked sarcastically, his gaze suddenly landing upon Nan Zhi's face. A chill ran through her. She thought, "Why are you all looking at me? As if this has anything to do with me?" As she prepared to evade the situation, Jiang Qing suddenly pointed at her and shouted, "Nan Zhi! It must be Nan Zhi!" She first incited Chen Wu to secretly film and cyberbully Professor Qiao, and then had Chen Wu steal my thesis. She harbors a deep hatred for me and seeks to ruin my life. Nan Zhi never anticipated that her attempt to distance herself would lead to her being embroiled in this chaos. She retreated further, intending to leave. Jiang Qing's nonsensical tirade was not something she wished to engage with. After all, words were merely a sound emerging from her lips, and she cared little for idle chatter. More importantly, she could not afford to partake in this debacle. She had no desire to offend anyone. In truth, others also perceived Jiang Qing's behavior as insane. The issues surrounding her and Chun Wu's thesis could hardly be attributed to Nan Zhi. Yet, some individuals were convinced. Jiang Yuan wore an expression of genteel astonishment, exclaiming, "Nan Zhi, could it truly be you? The matter with Huang Jintai has long since passed. Qing merely criticized you a few times. How could you possibly seek such vengeance upon her?" It seemed the tender shoots of Renan Mountain had all been snatched away by these cousins. Nan Zhi had no intention of engaging with the intellectually challenged and merely turned to Li Xiao, stating, "Dr. Li, I need to attend to my foot in the outpatient department." Li Xiao, wishing for her to swiftly vacate this tumultuous scene, nodded in agreement. "Do take care." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qing charged forward. Seizing Nan Zhi, "You shall not leave until this matter is clarified." Chun Wu intervened, grappling with Jiang Qing. "You deranged woman, if you have the courage, confront me instead, and do not drag innocent people into this." The three of them were entangled, and amidst the commotion, someone inadvertently stepped on Nan Zhi's foot, causing her to cry out in pain and stumble backward. "Be careful." Almost simultaneously, both Li Xiao and Qiao Jingyue rushed forward. Li Xiao, being closest to Nan Zhi, reached out to steady her waist, only to be forcefully shoved aside, leaving Nan Zhi to fall into Qiao Jingyue's embrace. He lifted her and placed her gently onto a nearby bench. Nan Zhi's face turned pale from the pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and the tip of her nose. Qiao Jingyue crouched down, asking, "Which foot?" However, Li Xiao was quicker, grasping her left ankle. "Did you step on an old injury?" Nan Zhi bit her lip and nodded weakly. Without hesitation, Li Xiao removed her shoe to find that blood had already mingled with her sock, adhering it to her toes. "We must attend to this quickly. I shall carry you to the clinic." Qiao Jingyue restrained his arm, whispering, "Let her go." This time, Li Xiao refused to yield, sneering, "Professor Qiao, are there no other patients outside of the heart? Are you here to snatch my patient from orthopedics?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuan. Lowering his voice further, "Your betrothed is watching. Do you not fear?" Qiao Jingyue's clenched fists relaxed, taking an unwilling step back. Li Xiao, with a cold snort, swiftly carried Nan Zhi toward the clinic. Despite her pain, Nan Zhi remained acutely aware. She even mused that Qiao Jingyue's immediate instinct to catch her suggested he might not be as heartless as he appeared. Had he held on just a moment longer, she might have found it in her heart to forgive him. Yet, it was merely Li Xiao's mention of Jiang Yuan that prompted him to release her. It seemed that having met the parents and being designated a betrothed brought forth such reservations. "Does it hurt?" Hearing Li Xiao's inquiry, Nan Zhi regained her focus. Realizing she was already seated on a chair in the clinic, while Li Xiao used long scissors to cut away her sock, it dawned on her that perhaps she should have thought of Qiao Jingyue earlier. He could indeed provide relief. She shook her head, feeling much better. "Dr. Li, will my foot be permanently damaged?" Li Xiao smiled. "It's not that severe. However, if you continue to wear high heels and run around recklessly, it may take a long time to heal. By the way, I noticed there are dried bloodstains on your socks. Did you injure the wound last night?" Nan Zhi chuckled sheepishly. "I accidentally bumped it." Indeed, it was an accident, but it was all because of Qiao Jingyue. His roughness and temper caused her to be pressed against the coarse tree trunk, resulting in the bump. It was also the pain that made her inadvertently kick him. Thinking of this, Nan Zhi could not discern whether her heart was filled with more anger or disappointment. Nevertheless, her eyes brimmed with tears. Li Xiao assumed she was in pain, so he became gentler with his movements as he applied the medication. Just as he was treating her, a loud shout echoed from the corridor outside. "Professor Qiao." Chapter 33. Good things a tremor passed through Li Xiao's hand, causing the gauze to slip askew. Nan Zhi, momentarily disregarding the pain, leaned out to glimpse the scene outside. What was amiss? Surely a confrontation wasn't brewing? Li Xiao shook his head with conviction, asserting that Qiao Jingyue would never stoop to engaging physically with a student. It would be beneath him. Nevertheless, He rose from his seat and made his way to the door. Outside, Qiao Jingyue held one student by each arm, intent on escorting the two troublemakers to the administrative office. Jiang Qing was the one raising her voice, while Jiang Yuan tugged at her from behind, pleading with Qiao Jingyue to resolve the matter without involving the administration. Surely, Professor Qiao would heed Jiang Yuan's request, right? Nan Zhi whispered from behind Li Xiao. Li Xiao hurried to support her, cautioning her against running around after just having her medication. She obediently nodded, her gaze returning to the scene outside, where she indeed spotted Qiao Jingyue shifting direction toward the heart of the matter. Li Xiao sighed. Although Professor Qiao was commendably talented and skilled, he was unyieldingly protective of his own, to an unreasonable extent. Nan Zhi shared this sentiment, noting that Qiao Jingyue seemed to have no qualms about indulging Jiang Yuan. Another sigh escaped Li Xiao, this time laced with the realization that he might not be able to safeguard Chen Wu. Was it truly the case that Chen Wu had pilfered Jiang Qing's thesis? Li Xiao chuckled bitterly. How desperate must Chen Wu be to resort to such measures? Stealing from a student of a top-tier medical university, when Jiang Qing merely saw shortcuts by feigning a romance with him to obtain her thesis. Chen Wu was merely a stepping stone in her scheme. Goodness, Jiang Qing's character was indeed deplorable. Did her connection as Jiang Yuan's cousin afford her the privilege of escaping accountability in Qiao Jingyue's eyes? Given Qiao Jingyue's protective demeanor, it seemed unlikely that Chen Wu would receive the justice he sought. Observing the chaotic figures recede from view, Nan Zhi furrowed her brow, inquiring of Li Xiao whether Chen Wu, being inherently honest, would have suddenly exposed Jiang Qing without provocation. Had Jiang Qing perhaps committed some wrongdoing? Indeed, it was Chen Wu who had discovered that Jiang Qing was the one who reported his video incident. Nan Zhi was taken aback, realizing how Jiang Qing had deftly maneuvered the situation to her advantage while it remained unresolved. Li Xiao retrieved an envelope from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Take this for now. We shall communicate via phone. I must go ahead to see what I can do to protect Chen Wu. He has the potential to be an excellent doctor. It would be a great loss if he were to fall from grace now." Without waiting for Nan Zhi's response, he departed. Upon opening the envelope, Nan Zhi discovered an invitation to a medical enterprise exchange summit. She had heard of this summit, where only renowned pharmaceutical companies, prestigious hospitals, and leaders within the medical system would gather. As a small enterprise, Nanku Pharmaceutical had no rightful place at such an event. However, this invitation from Li Xiao, while unlikely to secure contracts, would certainly enhance the company's prestige and broaden its network. Eagerly, she decided to return and boast to Su Ku, leaving the matter of Su Wu beyond her concern or jurisdiction. As soon as she arrived at the company, Su Ku, with an air of mystery, pulled her into a room. "Nan Bao, allow me to show you something remarkable." Nan Zhi's gaze fixated on the emblem of his belt. "Are you certain?" Understanding the lewdness of Nan Zhi, he instinctively reached out to cover, only to feel it inappropriate. His face instantly flushed crimson. Where should he look? As a girl, why would she ponder over the sordid affairs of men all day? Does she not have any shame? My face is mine. I will display it as I wish. Regardless of your opinion, Su Ku retorted angrily, slamming an object onto the table. "Look, what is this? Hurry and call Dad." Nan Zhi glanced at it and immediately recognized it as identical to the item in her pocket. She smacked Su Ku on the head. "I curse my father daily. Are you certain you wish to receive the same treatment as Jiang Shudong?" Su Ku recalled a year when Nan Zhi slaughtered a chicken while cursing Jiang Shudong. Instantly feeling a chill run down her spine and obediently closed her mouth. Yet, unable to resist showing off, she pointed to the envelope and urged her to open it. Without looking, "I know it's an invitation to the medical summit. Is it from Song Chun?" Su Ku scoffed. "That brat hasn't returned from Kyoto yet. Even changed his phone number. This is from Sheng Huayan. Impressive, right? You still have connections with Sheng Huayan?" Su Ku felt deflated, realizing she had faltered in their banter. "Sheng Huayan, I delivered tea to his office today, and he handed me this." She remarked, "He is quite amiable." During their last encounter at Huangjintai, he had spoken fondly of Li Qing's local customs and expressed a particular affection for its tea. Coincidentally, Nan Zhi's mother was well-versed in this realm and had collected many tea cakes, so Nan Zhi had sent two with Su Ku. To her surprise, the tea cakes had yielded an invitation. Suka was right. This man was indeed capable. As for whether his interest lay in the tea or in Qiao Jingyue's favor, Nan Zhi chose not to ponder. Connections, after all, can flourish as long as there are no deep-seated grudges. Suka inquired about her foot. How is it? If it remains unwell, we should consider an injury assessment for Run An's compensation. Nan Zhi suddenly recalled Qiao Jingyue's words about severing limbs and shuddered. Do not dwell on it. What is done is done. If all goes well in the coming days, I will work from home and focus on healing my foot. Suka had no objections and personally escorted Nan Zhi back home. Thus, she genuinely behaved herself, spending the following days recuperating at home, relying on takeout or Suku-esque deliveries for meals. However, even in seclusion, one cannot sever ties with the outside world. Li Xiao messaged her daily, mentioning that Chun Wu's side had been taken up by the hospital administration, though the situation was dire. Nan Zhi had little to say, so she shared some details about attending the summit. The summit would be held at the picturesque Lanxi Mountain Villa, nearly 100 kilometers away, necessitating an early check-in. Li Xiao had booked a room next to hers, suggesting they could hike and fish together. Nan Zhi genuinely wished to inquire if Qiao Jingyue would attend, but felt disheartened. While awaiting Li Xiao's response, she scrolled through WeChat and suddenly noticed a message she had sent to an unregistered contact regarding a trip to Shihu Tower. Confused, she wondered if she had arranged to meet this person. Then it struck her. Hadn't she sent that message to Li Xiao? How could it have gone awry? Not knowing who the recipient was, she assumed that an unfamiliar contact would likely not ponder it further. Time had passed, and this individual's WeChat name was composed of English letters, adorned with an icon of the emergency medical services system, the Star of Life. Could he possibly be an emergency physician? She perused his moments, only to discover they were set to be visible for 3 days. South Ji sent a message, apologizing for the erroneous send. She did not expect a reply. However, it was evident he was holding his phone, responding almost instantaneously. Driving, drinking, wearing high heels. Your feet are clearly in distress. Faced with such perplexing words, South Ji found herself even more bewildered. Who was this person, seemingly so familiar with her? A thought suddenly struck her, and she leaped out of bed. Chapter 34. Qiao Teddy Nan Zhi hurriedly dashed back to her room, her heart racing with excitement. Leaning against the door, she found herself yearning for someone's embrace. Although he was emotionally detached, his warmth was undeniably genuine. However, that warmth no longer belonged to her. Perhaps that eager sister-in-law was now nestled in his arms. How distasteful. After a brief respite, Nan Zhi poured herself a glass of water and sent a WeChat message to Sang Sang, asking her to return. Sang Sang replied promptly, revealing that she had gotten lost in search of the restroom and had returned to the hotel. To her surprise, Nan Zhi noticed a private message from Sheng Xiaohao, inquiring if she had returned. A warmth spread through her heart. Despite Sheng Huayan's aloof demeanor, he was at least considerate. She turned on the light in her room and replied, "Yes, I'm back. Thank you for your concern." Little did she expect that Sheng Xiaohao would once again reveal the unpleasantness of powerful men. "Are you inviting me with that bed photo?" She rolled her eyes at the message. What nonsense! She would sooner invite him to dine on excrement. Was this leader suffering from some affliction? Indeed, narcissism could be a malady in need of treatment. Unsure how to respond, she chose to ignore him altogether, turning off her phone and drifting off to sleep. In a haze of slumber, she thought she heard someone knocking at the door. Rolling over, she lifted her heavy eyelids and called out, "Who is it?" but received no reply. Convincing herself it was merely a figment of her imagination, she was about to close her eyes again when she heard 2 more knocks. Neither too light nor too heavy. This time, she was fully alert. Suddenly, she recalled Sheng Xiaohao's message. Could it be him outside? If so, she absolutely could not open the door. The knocking persisted. Nan Zhi understood that if she continued to ignore it, she might awaken everyone on the floor. She slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the door, peering through the peephole. The dim light outside obscured the man's tall silhouette, but she recognized him instantly. It was Qiao Jingyue. In the stillness of the night, with a solitary pillow and restless thoughts, there was a fleeting moment when she contemplated opening the door for him. Nevertheless, she was not foolish. Securing the safety chain, she opened the door just a crack. "What is it?" The man pushed gently against the door, but did not yield. Frowning, the prolonged wait had left him visibly irritated. Are you keeping me out? Shouldn't I? She retorted, amused. You didn't seem so reserved when you used to come my room. With a playful smile, she replied, I was young and naive back then. His gaze lingered on her collar, his thoughts clearly wandering. You. Nan Zhi felt her face flush with indignation. In the past, she had gone to great lengths to tease him, yet he had never behaved so brazenly. If you have nothing else, I'll close the door. He blocked her from shutting it, peering inside. Do you have someone else? Do you think everyone is as promiscuous as you? Nan Zhi shot back coldly. No comment. Since there is no one, let me in. It's too cold out here. Your room is over there. Are you really not going to let me in? His tone was infuriating, laced with a hint of alcohol. Was he drunk and acting foolish? Nan Zhi frowned. If you desire it, seek someone else. I believe Jiang Qing would be more than willing. He hung his head, a lock of hair falling across his brow, exuding a youthful and rebellious charm as he exhaled softly towards her collar. The gentle warmth caressed her skin like a cat's tail, leaving her feeling pleasantly vulnerable. Clenching her fists, Nan Zhi fought against his infuriating allure. A smug smile danced upon the man's lips. Do you think I wish to sleep with you? What else could it be? You think too much. I ran out of t-shirts. May I borrow one from you? Gazing at his fair and handsome visage, Nan Zhi mused that a slap would surely look exquisite on him. Get lost. He forcefully held the door ajar, declaring, I rather like this hotel. Your type suits me just fine. Then let your princess bear you a litter of pups. With that, she slammed the door shut with all her might. That night, sleep eluded her, and she awoke the next morning with a pain in her chest from the lingering anger. In the morning, Nan Zhi and Sang Sang were dining in the restaurant. Just as they finished their meal, Qiao Jingyue arrived, impeccably dressed in a suit, presenting an image of scholarly elegance. As if last night's rogue was merely a figment of her imagination. Jiang Yuan appeared at some point, trailing behind Qiao Jingyue, with Jiang Qing reluctantly following. Wishing to avoid confrontation, Nan Zhi intended to leave without a word, but Jiang Yuan called out to her. Nan Zhi, wait a moment. Nan Zhi turned to her. What is it? Jiang Yuan pulled Jiang Qing forward. Nan Zhi, the hospital has arranged for Qing to reconcile with Chen Wu, and the paper has been nullified. Since we will all be working in the same hospital, it will be prudent for you to persuade Chen Wu to be more open-minded. From where did this lotus flower emerge from the mud, only to leave its brain behind? Nan Zhi smiled lightly. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with this. I am not well acquainted with Chen Wu. Jiang Qing scoffed. How can you claim not to know him when you film a video for him? Who are you trying to fool? Your relationship is anything but ordinary. Nan Zhi's calm gaze swept across Qiao Jingyue's face. If familiarity were the measure, Professor Qiao was indeed Chen Wu's mentor. Once a teacher, always a father. Dr. Jiang, for the sake of the father-son relationship between Professor Qiao and Chen Wu, perhaps you should advise your cousin to offer a sincere apology to Chen Wu. After all, regarding matters of academic papers, fathers have the clearest understanding of the situation. Qiao Jingyue appeared oblivious to her sarcasm, or perhaps was simply a man willing to forsake principles for the sake of beauty. What do you mean? Jiang Qing snarled, abandoning her pretense of innocence in front of Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi remained unfazed. Literally what I said. If you don't comprehend, perhaps your cousin could assist with a reading comprehension exercise? You, Jiang Yuan intervened, pulling Jiang Qing back, somewhat exasperated. Nan Zhi, considering Jiang Qing is also your cousin, why must you so viciously malign her? Nan Zhi was almost amused by the absurdity. Don't repulse me. Having relatives like that would be worse than death. Jiang Qing was seething with rage, her hands raised to strike Nan Zhi. Nan Zhi tilted her face slightly, ready to retaliate, should Jiang Qing dare to strike. She would not hesitate to plunge her head into the nearby refuse bin. Jiang Qing's hand was intercepted mid-air as Qiao Jingyue's gaze sharpened, emanating an unmistakable impatience. Without regard for their surroundings, he questioned the commotion. Jiang Qing felt a wave of grievance, exclaiming, Professor Qiao, she instigated me first. Enough, Qing refrained from causing trouble. Interjected Jiang Yuan, turning to Qiao Jingyue with a conciliatory tone. Jingyue, Qingqing merely possesses a fiery temperament. Do not take her to heart. Jiangqing shot a fierce glare at Nan Zhi, whispering a subtle threat. You'll see. Nan Zhi, clutching her wrist, expressed her regret. However, considering the long-term consequences of causing a scene here, she decided to keep a mental note of Jiangqing's behavior. Upon exiting the dining hall, Nan Zhi's phone chimed. She unlocked it to find a message from Sheng Xiaohao. Enter the venue early to avoid embarrassment. Frowning, she pondered his intent. Ultimately, she dismissed it, reasoning that director Sheng's peculiar thoughts were unfathomable, likely requiring a decade of cerebral stagnation to conceive. Chapter 36. The short film Nan Zhi arrived 15 minutes early, successfully locating her seat. She was not seated with Sang, but overall, her position was relatively central rather than tucked away in a corner. At 9 o'clock, the guests on the podium began to arrive in succession. Nan Zhi recognized many familiar faces, including leaders from the medical system in Shun City, officials from the Drug Administration, and Jiang Shudong. The old man was surrounded by acquaintances, effortlessly engaging in jovial conversation. Nan Zhi lowered her gaze slightly, once again acknowledging his formidable influence. Especially with his impending marriage to the Qiao family, his standing in Shun City appeared unassailable. How blind fate could be! Why had no lightning struck such a scoundrel? Suddenly, a wave of hissing erupted from the crowd. Nan Zhi looked up to see Qiao Jingyue, Sheng Huayan, and Li Xiao entering in succession. Among the medical system's attendees, most were elderly or balding, so the sight of these three young and accomplished gentlemen was like a breath of fresh air, invigorating all ages and genders. Some women even discreetly snapped photos with their phones. Nan Zhi suddenly felt a searing gaze upon her. It was Li Xiao, who offered her a slight smile. She returned the gesture and then picked up her phone. Did you arrive this morning? Yes. I had an emergency surgery last night and drove over at around 5 this morning. That sounds exhausting, she replied, sending him a small token of affection. Li Xiao glanced at his screen, a smile playing on his lips. Qiao Jingyue, sitting beside him, stole a glance before abruptly pulling out a chair with force. Li Xiao flinched, looking around before quickly putting away his phone and sitting up straight. His seat was adjacent to Qiao Jingyue's. Although they were not entirely estranged, the tension between them was quite palpable. Noticing that Li Xiao had tucked his phone away, Nan Zhi intended to do the same, but to her surprise, Sheng Xiaoyao sent her another WeChat message. Seeing the two of them squabble over you, are you not quite pleased? She hesitated, composing and deleting her response multiple times before ultimately discarding it. Perhaps it was best to keep her thoughts about the leader's judgment to herself. However, she was taken aback when the other party continued to message her. What do you want to send me? Nan Zhi glanced at Sheng Huayan, who was engaged in conversation with a leader and had not been looking at his phone. If he had not been so focused on his device, how could he have noticed her persistent typing? Suddenly, a thought occurred to her, prompting her to look at Qiao Jingyue. He appeared rather bored, idly twirling a pen in his hand, also not glancing at his phone. Had she been overly suspicious? She picked up her phone to reply, "It's nothing much. Mainly my foolishness in not understanding the meaning." As she sent the message, her attention remained fixed on the podium. Sheng Huayan was still conversing. Qiao Jingyue continued to play with his pen, and Li Xiao took a moment to glance at his phone. Nan Zhi's WeChat message went unanswered for some time, and as the meeting commenced, she lost interest in the exchange. Regardless of the event's prestige, it inevitably descended into the realm of monotonous tedium, and she found herself drifting into a haze of drowsiness. Suddenly, she heard her company's name mentioned. Initially, she thought a small company had won an award, but as she listened further, her brow furrowed tightly. The speaker, a manager from Unrequited Pharmaceutical who participated in the failed bid at Renan Hospital, boldly named Nanku Pharmaceutical, accusing them of employing unscrupulous competitive tactics that disrupt the order of the pharmaceutical market. His gaze persistently drifted toward Nan Zhi, the only attractive woman in the vicinity, making her an easy target for scrutiny. It felt as though she were being publicly executed. Initially, she was at a loss, feeling exposed under the myriad of disparaging stares. The speaker seized the opportunity, his words growing increasingly vile. Miss Nan is quite formidable. She has secured numerous orders shortly after joining Nanku Pharmaceutical, and her relationship with Yang Kun is rather extraordinary. They have even shared a toast at a banquet and ventured into secluded alleys together. The atmosphere in the venue erupted in a cacophony of jeers, mockery, and insults. A man lewdly approached her, inquiring if she had indeed slept with Yang Kun, boasting about his stamina and asking about the brand of medication he used. Nan Zhi trembled with indignation, her fists clenched tightly. Such overt targeting could only be orchestrated by Jiang Shudong. If not for his involvement, she would have nothing to do with him. Ever since their conversation at the CAF had soured, Jiang Shudong had not sought her out again, even having taken a few of her orders while feigning ignorance. It became apparent that he had been waiting for her here. The sense of insult spread through her like wildfire, as she could no longer suppress her tears. She was not a weak person, nor one who could not bear defeat, but at merely 23 years of age. She felt the weight of the world's disdain pressing down upon her. The throng of onlookers pointed fingers and hurled cruel words, treating her as if she were the most despicable creature on earth, while they perched atop their moral high ground, trampling upon her dignity. Memories of a long-ago incident resurfaced vividly, being slapped in front of the entire school by a woman who insulted her mercilessly, comparing her to her debased mother and proclaiming she would grow up to be just as promiscuous. Those dark images, which she had buried deep within her memory, surged forth with brutal clarity, tearing at her sense of self-worth and inflicting unbearable pain. Her complexion drained of color. Cold sweat began to bead upon her skin as she instinctively sought someone to shield her from this torment. That instinct led her gaze to Qiao Jingyue. The distance between them felt like an insurmountable ocean. She was submerged, awaiting his rescue. She parted her lips, silently pleading, "Help me." Qiao Jingyue glanced her way, his expression profound and earnest. He then gently set down his pen and rose to his feet. As tears cascaded down Nan Zhi's cheeks, she knew he would not abandon her. With each deliberate step, he descended from the platform, navigating through the crowd, inching closer to extricating her from her inferno. Yet, he veered toward a side door, taking Jiang Yuan's hand instead. Nan Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind blank. She bit her lip tightly, feeling despondent. What was she thinking, seeking assistance from Jiang Shudong's prospective son-in-law? Upon reflecting on this, she retracted her gaze, her expression gradually transforming from one of helplessness to one of steely resolve. Taking a deep breath, she rose to her feet. While seated, her presence may have been obscured. Yet upon standing, Nan Zhi undoubtedly became the center of attention. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with raven-black brows, large expressive eyes, a prominent nose, and porcelain skin. Even clad in a modest black suit, her figure was striking, rivaling that of any star on stage. The audience's interest surged, their imaginations ignited by the dubious dealings mentioned by manager Yuan, conjuring vivid scenes reminiscent of scandalous films. Sheng Huayan shook his head disapprovingly, while beside him, Li Xiao had already crushed the water bottle in his grasp. He too felt the urge to stand, yet the dean firmly restrained him, urging caution against impulsivity. The host, concerned about potential chaos, approached in an attempt to intervene. However, Nan Zhi snatched the microphone, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she offered him a smile. Expressing her gratitude, the host, taken aback, could only mutter a distracted acknowledgement, momentarily forgetting to withdraw his hand. Chapter 37. A problematic situation. Nan Zhi surveyed her surroundings, inhaled deeply, and finally parted her lips slightly. Her voice, though somewhat hoarse, resonated clearly throughout the hall. Since you have brought up our Nan Ku Pharmaceuticals, I would like to pose a question to the esteemed leaders and senior colleagues present. The government is currently supporting small and micro enterprises. Yet companies like Zhong's and Yuanri are monopolizing the industry, squeezing the survival space of smaller businesses and leaving us in a precarious position. If we speak of unfair competition that disrupts the order of the pharmaceutical market, we certainly lack the capability to engage in such tactics. The recent downfall of Yang Kun is revealing enough regarding the nature of the companies behind him. The audience was taken aback by her audacity in implicating Zhong's and dragging Yang Kun into the conversation. In just a few sentences, she had exposed the cracks in Jiang Shudong's facade. The reality was undeniable. No amount of rhetoric could obscure it from those present. When blame was shifted onto an obscure small company, many welcomed it. And when a delicate young woman stood up to challenge Jiang Shudong, they were eager spectators, reveling in the unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to her, someone initiated a round of applause, which soon grew louder. The leaders of Yuanri were visibly incensed, their faces flushed with anger. One of them bellowed, "Nan Zhi, do you not recognize the nature of this occasion? Spreading baseless rumors and slander. And what proof do you possess?" She retorted, "Simply because your company is larger than ours. You think it justifiable to cast aspersions on a girl barely half your age? Do you not find that absurd? My appearance is not the root of industry corruption. We, at Nanko Pharmaceuticals, refuse to bear this unjust blame." With each word, Nan Zhi stood taller, transforming from a seemingly fragile girl into a figure of unwavering resolve, compelling those who had previously regarded her with disdain to reconsider their perceptions. Sheng Huayan, who had been observing quietly, straightened in his seat, his gaze fixated on Nan Zhi. Recognizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Jiang Shudong hastily intervened. "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding here. Let us not hinder the progress of this meeting. Moderator, let us move on to the next item." The moderator's microphone was still in Nan Zhi's grasp, and he awkwardly extended his hand toward her, fueled by a surge of adrenaline. She felt her courage wane in the face of the entire medical community. She passed the microphone to him, murmuring her thanks, and turned to exit the hall. Behind her, Li Xiao rose and hurried after her. Nan Zhi walked briskly, oblivious to her surroundings, until she found herself at the edge of a walkway. The Lanchi villa perched atop a mountain, its elevation rendering the trees and rivers below minuscule. The gusty mountain wind tousled her hair, causing her to stagger slightly, and she instinctively grasped the iron chain for support. Life rarely unfolds as one desires. Her circumstances were more unfavorable than most. Perhaps only a leap into the unknown could set her free. Nan Zhi, a hand grasped her firmly, pulling her into a warm embrace. Turning, she met Li Xiao's concerned gaze. She smiled. "Why are you so anxious? Did you think I was about to jump? It's not that serious." In an effort to avoid provoking her, Li Xiao gently remarked, "I find this place too perilous. Just a glance leaves me feeling dizzy. Let's converse in that pavilion over there." Nan Zhi accepted his kindness, only to realize that her back was drenched, and the autumn breeze enveloped her in a chilling embrace. Li Xiao supported her as he guided her to a nearby pavilion, which jutted out from a cliff like a bird in flight, surrounded by iron chains that provided a sense of security once seated. He procured a bottle of beverage from a nearby vending machine and, noticing her relatively calm demeanor, cautiously said, "Do not pay heed to those barking dogs." Nan Zhi's gaze drifted into the distance before returning to Li Xiao's face, which radiated warmth akin to a blazing flame. "I can disregard the opinions of strangers, but I cannot overlook Jiang Shudong. As a father, I do not expect him to love, pamper, or care for me. I merely hope he will not cause me harm." "Is that too much to ask?" Li Xiao quickly shook his head. "It is not too much. Nan Zhi, I apologize for not being able to assist you earlier. The director mentioned that if I were to intervene, it might bring trouble to both you and the hospital." Nan Zhi smiled and nodded. "I understand. And I am grateful to you. My biological father treats me this way. What more could I expect from others?" Her words were laced with self-deprecation, leaving Li Xiao feeling uncomfortable. Just as he was about to speak, Nan Zhi interjected, "Dr. Li, to be honest, I do not trust you either." Li Xiao was taken aback. "Jiang Yuan advised me to keep my distance from you, and I have seen you together. So, are you allied with Jiang Yuan?" Intelligent individuals need not articulate their thoughts too clearly. With that single statement, those who understood, understood. Li Xiao fell silent, the usually gentle glimmer in his eyes now tinged with a sharp intensity. Nan Zhi remained unhurried, sipping her drink, her gaze distant, as if she were merely admiring the scenery. "I attended the same university as Jiang Yuan, and we once had a relationship," she stated, reclaiming her focus on him. "Does she still harbor feelings?" Li Xiao scoffed lightly. "Not exactly. That is just her nature." He furrowed his brow slightly, taking a moment to choose his words carefully. What was once possessed is often viewed as eternally hers. Nan Zhi let out a soft scoff. recognizing the similarity to her own mother's disposition. It's getting a bit chilly. Let us descend the mountain. Nan Zhi refrained from pressing further. She could not afford to alienate a potential friend. Li Xiao followed closely behind and shifted the conversation. There are many media reporters present today. The situation may become more chaotic. Prepare yourself mentally. Nan Zhi felt a sense of helplessness. I believe I have done my utmost. If I am subjected to online harassment afterwards, there is little I can do. Li Xiao hastened his pace to walk beside her. Rest assured, I will always stand by your side. Nan Zhi's eyes narrowed slightly. Some words perched on her tongue, but ultimately swallowed. Thank you. Both she and Li Xiao were in a phase of mutual exploration, and she sensed that he was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. After descending the mountain, she encountered Qiao Jingyue at the intersection. He was leaning against a large tree, smoking a cigarette, with a glaring autumn sun casting its rays upon his pale face, almost penetrating his skin, creating a depth that appeared as if dusted with a faint layer of gold. Nan Zhi resisted the urge to gaze at him longer and intended to leave with Li Xiao via another path. However, he spoke first. Dr. Li, the director is looking for you. Li Xiao did not believe him, yet the two had not fully severed their ties up to this point. Nan Zhi sensed that Qiao Jingyue wished to divert Li Xiao to speak with her, so she gently nudged him. You should go ahead. What about you? In broad daylight. I will be fine. Then call me if anything happens. Their voices were subdued, and they stood close together, akin to intimate whispers. Qiao Jingyue felt a surge of irritation within him. He took 2 hard puffs of his cigarette before discarding it into a nearby trash bin. 20 taels of silver may seem a meager amount, but in modern terms, it equates to 8 to 10,000 yuan. Currently, a common soldier in the Great Yu dynasty earns a maximum of 1 or 2 taels monthly, while a centurion receives 3 taels. Perhaps he would accept it. Furthermore, Qin, who intended to offer Li Xiaoquan a grand proposal, for he had once possessed considerable wealth. Now, it remained to be seen if he and Qin could endure the night ahead. Young lord, I fear I may not last much longer. I am so hungry that my hands and feet have turned numb. Qin mumbled drowsily. Xiaoan, hold on, you must not stay still. Get up and run. That's the only way to survive. In truth, Qin, who was also struggling, although he had been a special forces soldier in his previous life, this body was not the same as before, and all he had now was an indomitable spirit. Wait. Qin, whose gaze sharpened like a cold star as he suddenly whispered, alerted by a glint and rustling sounds that emerged just a dozen meters from camp. With the instincts of a special reconnaissance soldier, he sensed that it was the enemy. But should he notify Li Xiaoquan? Qin, who hesitated. What if he misjudged the situation? He was acutely aware that his current physical condition was vastly different from before. If he reported incorrectly and caused alarm or panic, it could result in him being rightfully executed. Xiao, pass me the bow and arrow, Qin, who whispered while crouching beneath the cart. However, Qin's next words nearly caused him to leap up in shock. Bow and arrow? What are those? What? This era actually lacks bows and arrows? Qin, who looked around and noticed a sharpened wooden stick about 2 meters long, with a thick handle that tapered toward the tip. The more he observed, the more it resembled a weapon. A wooden spear, a quintessential symbol of the cannon fodder soldiers. Get closer, move closer. After a few breaths, Qin, who was convinced he had not misseen, the individuals might be enemy scouts, known in this era as sentinels, attempting to infiltrate the camp for reconnaissance. Naturally, if circumstances allowed, they might also poison, set fire, or carry out an execution while they were at it. 1, 2, 3. He and Qin lay motionless on the ground until, in a sudden burst of energy, he sprang to his feet and hurled the wooden spear like a javelin. Thud! It was impossible for the scout to don armor due to the constraints of movement. Thus the spear pierced directly through his chest. Following this, Qin, who seized Qin's wooden spear, leapt from the cart and desperately pursued in the opposite direction. To ensure the reliability of intelligence, scouts were required to monitor one another, never permitted to act alone, necessitating a minimum of 2. In a matter of moments, Qin, who tackled the dark figure to the ground. He then pressed the wooden spear against the man's throat, and with a sharp crack, the person's head slumped downwards. Panting, Qin, who, drenched in sweat, nearly collapsed, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. His body was exceedingly frail. Just moments ago, he had snapped the enemy's neck, a feat he could have accomplished with mere hands before, but now he had to rely on the strength of the wooden spear. Qin, come here. Help me search him. Familiar with the rules of the battlefield, Qin, who knew he had to gather all the spoils from these two men as swiftly as possible. 2 daggers, 2 sabers, a level, 7 or 8 taels of silver, 2 bags of grain, a scout flag, a water flask, 2 sets of cotton clothing, 2 helmets. Hear me. Qin, brother, quickly eat something, you're saved. Trembling, Qin, who grabbed a handful of roasted beans from the grain sack and stuffed them into Qin's mouth, then poured him some water and helped him don the captured cotton clothing. Before dawn, Qin, who, eager to avoid the arrival of the changing sentinels, severed the scout's head and carried it into the camp of the squad leader, reporting the events of the previous day. This was to prevent anyone from claiming credit for his accomplishments. He was acutely aware of his current circumstances. 30 taels of silver for a single head. You've struck it rich. The squad leader, named Gauda, was a robust man of considerable stature, adorned with a scruffy beard. Initially, he was incredulous until he beheld the spoils Qin who had acquired, along with the 2 corpses. At that moment, his eyes glistened with envy and resentment. It is not I who has struck it rich, but all of us. This is the combined effort of our 10 men. Chapter 38. The untamed play. Nan Zhi stood a slight distance away from him. Professor Qiao, is there something you need? Her gaze shifted from his face downwards, ultimately resting at the neckline of her attire. She wore a white knitted camisole beneath her suit, the neckline modestly low, revealing her delicate collarbone adorned with a slender platinum chain, for which hung a string of petite pearls that cascaded into her garment. Noticing his gaze, Nan Zhi lowered her head, suddenly comprehending the nature of his scrutiny, and was instantly consumed by fury. How dare he? At the moment she needed him most, he had gone off to hold another woman's hand, and now he had the audacity to lecherously ogle her. Did he possess no sense of shame? She immediately turned to leave the lascivious man behind. Stop, he called after her. Nan Zhi halted, yet did not turn back. What is it? Turn around and look at me. I do not converse with people from behind. Damn it, what a father. Nan Zhi, feeling irritable, did not wish to engage in further banter, so she pivoted back, calmly gazing at him. You may speak. The man's throat bobbed as he momentarily forgot what he intended to say. Nan Zhi frowned. If there is nothing, I shall take my leave. Keep your distance from Li Xiao. Do not sell him out and then help count the money. Is that all? Nan Zhi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Thank you for the reminder. The man strode forward, pushing her against a tree. Stop with your sarcastic remarks. Nan Zhi's back collided with the tree, causing her pain. She furrowed her delicate brows and suddenly struggled to open her bag, retrieving paper and a pen. Soon, she penned a series of numbers and handed it to him. What is this? The purchasing link for that kind of towel you desired last time. Buy 2 boxes, and you will receive a pack of delay wipes, sufficient to keep you occupied without concern for others' affairs. As she spoke, she thrust the note into his embrace, pushed him away, and strode off. Qiao Jingyue crumpled the note into a tight ball in his hand, seething with the urge to strip her bare. This woman dared to mock his idleness. Upon returning to her room, Nan Zhi swiftly boarded a vehicle with Sang, heading back to Shin City. A sense of impending pressure washed over her, leaving her both anxious and fearful. She could not fathom the consequences her actions today would bring upon Nanku Pharmaceuticals. If it were to collapse, she would feel remorse for the loyal comrades who had fought alongside her. The loyal comrades proved to be more resilient than she anticipated, preparing flowers and cake, welcoming her back as a hero. Nan Zhi was momentarily taken aback until Suku knelt on one knee, presenting the flowers to her. She hesitated to accept. Suku, have you fallen ill? Suku, infuriated, nearly erupted. Can't you think something good of me? As one approaches death, their words become kind. Did you not say that if you were nearing death, you would marry me? Suku, vexed, tossed the flowers into her arms. I retract that statement. If I am to die, I would rather be a wandering spirit than marry you. Sang, initially feeling downcast, was now invigorated by their antics. Boss, do you usually play this wild? Suku embraced Nan Zhi, proclaiming that he and their manager had shared meals and bed since childhood. He asserted his unwavering support for her, even if it meant standing against the world. His words, though somewhat crude and overly sentimental, brought tears to Nan Zhi's eyes. Turning away to wipe her tears, she jabbed him in the ribs with her elbow, retorting that she had no intention of fighting the world and questioning who had ever shared a bed with him at such a young age. Laughter erupted around them. Nan Zhi remained quietly observant, prepared for the worst. Strangely, by nightfall, the attendees had scrubbed their social media of any incriminating videos, and the media remained silent on the matter, instead lauding the grandeur of the conference. Was it possible that higher authorities had forbidden any scandal? This left Nan Zhi perplexed. The evening banquet was grand, with photographs circulating among pharmaceutical colleagues, while in the Rennan Hospital group, the pictures of Jiang Yuan and Qiao Jingyue were lavishly praised. They were dubbed a perfect match, with some even playfully urging them to marry and produce exceptionally gifted offspring for the medical field. Nan Zhi observed the photos. Noting their compatibility, Qiao Jingyue wore a rare smile, contrasting with his usual stern demeanor. The only discordant note was Jiang Qing standing in the background, though it was unclear whether it was intentional or not. Nonetheless, this was of no concern to her. She had long moved on from what was once hers. After a shower, she lay down and her phone buzzed twice. It was a WeChat message from Shang Xiaohao. "Are you back? Just send a signal if you're alive." Reading the words, she recalled seeing his smiling face while patiently taking photos with female colleagues, feeling an odd dissonance. How could this man possess such contrasting personas? She typed a reply. "I'm home, boss. I saw your photos. You look handsome." At this hour, the banquet was likely still underway, and he seemed bored, replying swiftly. "No need to flatter. I know how I look better than you." This statement struck her as peculiar. Was Sheng Huayan not referring to himself? "Nan Zhi, you performed admirably today." Huh? Was he complimenting her? Unsure how to respond, she sent a silly smiling emoji. There are issues within the pharmaceutical sector. Yang Kun is merely the beginning. Higher-ups need to address it. As long as you conduct your business properly, there will be no problems. Upon reading this, Nan Zhi's heart raced. What did he mean? Was Sheng Huayan hinting that the Jiang family might face scrutiny? Or was he suggesting that if she was willing to engage in a certain transaction, he could assist her in bringing down the Jiang family? No, Nan Zhi. Do not place your trust in anyone, she admonished herself, rubbing her face vigorously before offering a foolish smile in response. "Thank you, leader. Our company will certainly strive to do our best." Perhaps Sheng Huayan did not receive the reply he desired, as he ceased to respond thereafter. Having endured a sleepless night, Nan Zhi found herself utterly exhausted after the events of the day, and upon lying down, she fell into a deep slumber, devoid of dreams. In the following days, she dared not let her guard down, remaining vigilant regarding public opinion. Fortunately, both she and Nan Ku Pharmaceuticals emerged unscathed, while the leader of Yuan Ri was dismissed. With even Jiang Shudong lowered his tail in defeat. It was then that Nan Zhi began to reconsider the messages sent to her by Shang Xiaohao. Perhaps there truly were impending changes on the horizon. On the day designated for supplying goods to Rennan, Nan Zhi personally visited the hospital. After the goods were inspected, she made her way to the orthopedics department. An insider informed her of a shortcut, a covered walkway connecting the two buildings. This area resembled a glass walkway, appearing somewhat daunting, which resulted in a lack of foot traffic, rendering it eerily quiet. Nan Zhi, untroubled by heights, even took a selfie. Suddenly, she heard voices, peering around the corner. Her brow furrowed in dismay. It seemed that fate had conspired against her. She unexpectedly encountered Qiao Jingyue in a clandestine meeting with a woman. Intent on retreating, Nan Zhi abruptly brushed against the railing with her bracelet, producing a faint sound. The man turned his gaze in her direction, causing her heart to leap into her throat. In a panic, she crouched behind a pillar, frozen in place. Chapter 39. Eavesdropping. Qiao Jingyue cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, idly observing the woman across from him. The girl, her cheeks flushed, extended her hand, offering him a gift. "Professor Qiao, I heard you have a fondness for this brand of coffee, so I had a friend abroad bring some back for you." Qiao Jingyue's sharp eyes shifted to the pillar. "You may keep it for yourself. If you find it insufficient, I have several boxes more. Then, after your recent cervical surgery, you must be experiencing considerable discomfort. Allow me to give you a massage." As she spoke, the girl lunged towards him. Nan Zhi peered in quietly, unable to see the girl's face, only catching sight of her bare legs beneath the white coat. Suddenly, she heard Qiao Jingyue's low growl, "Jiangqing, mind your boundaries." So it is Jiangqing, she thought. Jiangqing was pushed away, pouting as she protested, "Professor Qiao, in what way am I inferior to Jiang Yuan? What good does she possess aside from her pretentious demeanor? She's dry, thin, and dull, far less appealing than I." Qiao Jingyue interrupted her. "The most significant advantage she has over you is her lack of malice when speaking of others behind their backs. Jiangqing, were it not for her, you would never have entered the cardiology department, and your matters with Chan Wu would not have concluded so effortlessly. If I were you, I would express gratitude to your cousin rather than attempting to undermine her." Nan Zhi clenched her phone tighter. His affection for Jiang Yuan was palpable. Jiangqing, now indignant, retorted, "Her kindness is all an act. She only invited me to Lanchi to keep an eye on you, fearing you might." "Enough." The man's harsh reprimand interrupted Jiangqing's tirade. Nan Zhi shivered at his tone, casting a furtive glance at his ashen face, her heart aching. Could she not even speak ill of Jiang Yuan? This implied that Qiao Jingyue was fully aware of Jiang Yuan's actions against her and had condoned them. Her nails dug deep in her palm, yet she felt no pain. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Jiangqing fled in tears, and the man, staring at the pillar, coldly commanded, "Come out." Nan Zhi composed herself and stepped forward with a bright smile. Observing her carefree demeanor, Qiao Jingyue felt an unsettling discomfort. Curiously, when they first met, she had been even more intolerable than Jiangqing, employing various manipulative tactics for a meager order, even venturing into his office too. His body had readily accepted the pleasure she offered, yet he held her in disdain. Now, however, Nan Zhi's demeanor had normalized. She could smile at him or offer him an icy glare, even scolding and striking him at times, and he found no aversion in it. This was not a healthy development. He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at her. "Since when did you learn to eavesdrop like a mouse?" In truth, Nan Zhi was reluctant to engage in conversation, but recalling her earlier eavesdropping, she replied with a playful smile, "It is chiefly because you, Professor Qiao, lack discretion. Such rendezvous ought to occur in a more secluded venue. This is a public corridor. Mind your wording, it is not an affair." Nan Zhi chuckled. "If it's not, then why the urgency? Perhaps you should continue enjoying the scenery here while I take my leave." He abruptly seized her wrist, pulling her back. Nan Zhi's scalp tingled, and her entire being was fraught with agitation. Suppressing her temper, she questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Qiao Jingyue fixed his gaze upon her, a surge of blood rising within him. This woman possessed a rather unfortunate habit. Whenever she felt anxious, she would bite the inner side of her lower lip with her left teeth, oblivious to the fact that to the men who had tasted her, it was akin to adding fuel to the fire. His breath quickened as he leaned down and captured her lips. In that gentle collision, the turmoil within him subsided considerably, and witnessing her lack of overt resistance emboldened him further. It had been many days since he had held her, and he had not previously realized how exquisitely sweet she was to taste. Nan Zhi was not entirely resistant. She was simply bewildered by his actions. One moment they were conversing, and the next he had leaned down to kiss her. He truly was a reincarnation of a teddy bear, capable of igniting desire at any moment. Instinctively, she began to resist, biting him fiercely. The man frowned and retreated, his tongue probing his cheek, where he felt warmth, blood. His gaze turned deep and cold, causing Nan Zhi to step back in fright, before hurriedly retreating down the path. It took him a few steps to realize the absurdity of his actions. He muttered a curse under his breath and walked away in the opposite direction. Li Xiao was delighted to see Nan Zhi. "You arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out." "Seeking me? For what matter?" Li Xiao effortlessly squatted down to remove her shoes, prompting Nan Zhi to retract her foot, her face flushed. "I can manage myself." However, Li Xiao continued nonchalantly, "Your foot has healed quite well." Nan Zhi glanced at her darkened toenails, feeling a twinge of melancholy. She could not apply nail polish for the time being. Li Xiao, puzzled, remarked, "If you wear socks and shoes, others cannot see them. Who are you painting them for? Ah, you simply do not understand. It is for oneself, she replied, donning her shoes before heading to wash her hands. Li Xiao observed her slender waist, a dryness forming in his throat, but he quickly suppressed it and smiled at her. Do you have time to accompany me on an outing? To the third hospital of Shuncheng. In the cardiac ward, an elderly woman lay in distress, her pallid complexion and bluish lips betraying the torment of heart disease. A middle-aged woman at her side wore a sorrowful expression, sighing over the medical bills. Aunt Xiao, Li Xiao called out. The woman quickly rose. Dr. Li, you've come. Please have a seat. She greeted Li Xiao with respect and courtesy. Li Xiao remained standing, inquiring about the patient's condition. From their conversation, Nan Zhi learned that the elderly woman suffered from severe heart failure, experiencing chest pain and difficulty breathing, necessitating hospitalization each year. Before long, Li Xiao took Nan Zhi outside, neglecting to introduce her to the patient's family. Once outside, the two settled on a bench in a small garden, sipping water. The warm sunlight filtered through the branches of the trees, imparting the comforting sensation of being alive. Li Xiao remarked, every year, Grandma Zhao requires a substantial quantity of tolvaptan medications, the most effective of which are imported from country M, costing approximately 370 per tablet. Her annual expenditure on medication amounts to several hundred thousand, and not a single cent can be reimbursed by insurance. Coupled with hospitalization and treatment costs, their family is already overwhelmed. Nan Zhi rotated the bottle of mineral water, her words imbued with gravity. Are you suggesting that she wishes to become a clinical trial volunteer? Qualified hospitals possess their own clinical trial centers, conducting rigorous and meticulous experiments for various new drugs. Volunteers are categorized into groups, and the stages of drug trials are meticulously delineated, adhering to strict protocols. However, there are cases of ailing patients who can directly apply to the hospital, serving as volunteers while receiving treatment. Previously, Nan Zhi harbored such thoughts, but Renan's management was exceedingly stringent. The method of advancing from the first to the second trial and then directly into the fourth carried significant risks, which Qiao Jingyue would not endorse. Gazing at Li Xiao, Nan Zhi felt compelled to express something. After a moment of contemplation, she could no longer restrain herself. Dr. Li, what motivates you to assist me? Chapter 40. A desire to provoke Li Xiao's gaze was clear and serene, for the sake of your mother. Nan Zhi furrowed her brow slightly. My mother? Professor Nan was an exceptionally accomplished scholar. I had the fortune of studying some of her notes and had long regarded her as an idol. I could not bear to see her brilliance obscured. Her excellence deserved to be acknowledged by all. I also believed that her research findings would undoubtedly aid the unfortunate. Like Grandma Zhao, a mixture of emotions swirled within Nan Zhi. This rationale felt overly formal and, paradoxically, irrefutable. Sansing had his station, Li Xiao elaborated. The individual responsible for the experimental center at the Third Institute is my senior brother. They conduct such experiments annually, with a commendable success rate. Everything is conducted lawfully and reasonably. She understood that his willingness to approach her indicated confidence. However, this also meant she would have to completely disregard Qiao Jingyue. Was it worth it? What were the odds? Dr. Li, this is a matter of great significance. May I speak with the person in charge first? He glanced at his watch. All right, I shall take you there. Li Xiao's senior brother, around 40 years old, was somewhat plump and very amicable. He conversed with Nan Zhi for over an hour, leaving both eager for more. Consequently, Li Xiao took the initiative to organize a gathering at Shihu Building. A table seated 8 individuals, with Nan Zhi being the sole female and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became less restrained. Li Xiao shielded her from rounds of toasts, exclaiming, "Why bully a young girl?" Someone remarked, "She is no ordinary girl. She is the heroine who dared to scold Jiang Shudong at the summit." Laughter erupted. Indeed, Jiang Shudong hasn't been scolded in years. I was close enough to see his face darken like a soot-covered pot. Nan Zhi remained silent, listening intently. The Third Institute also had product from the Jiang family. But from what she overheard, Jiang Shudong's reputation in this circle seemed rather unimpressive. An older gentleman set down his chopsticks and remarked, "Speaking of which, Jiang Shudong's ex-wife was quite the talent. How did things come to this? A cough from Li Xiao interrupted as he raised his glass. In the adjacent private room, Sheng Huayan offered Qiao Jingyue a piece of bitter melon, saying, "Here, I know you've been feeling hot lately. Eat some bitter melon to cool down." Qiao Jingyue swatted his chopsticks away. Get lost. A large piece of meat-stuffed bitter melon rolled onto Sheng Huayan's trousers, prompting an outburst of profanity. "You ungrateful brat. You've stained your father's pants." Rising to his feet, Qiao Jingyue attempted to push Sheng Huayan's head into the nearby cake. Sheng Huayan cried out for mercy. "Dad, I was wrong." Qiao Jingyue's hands, skilled and precise from his surgical practice, insisted firmly, "Speak properly and emphasize your words." "Dad, I was wrong." "What good son." The onlookers had become accustomed to their antics, with one commenting, "Sheng, you deserve the beating. Your approach to cooling off is all wrong. Just find a fresh, juicy beauty for brother you, and what fire wouldn't tea be extinguished." Following his remark, the surrounding individuals chuckled lewdly. Sheng Huayan patted Qiao Jingyue on the shoulder. "Stop talking nonsense. Your brother Yu is quite particular." Another burst of laughter erupted as the newcomers remarked, "Yuge, you must hasten to marry." It is said that a doctor's marital trajectory often follows this pattern. First, marriage to a college classmate. Second, to a beautiful nurse. Third, to a charming pharmaceutical representative. And the fourth, to a youthful student. Look at Director Zhong from the third hospital. He has already reached his third step. I just saw him drinking with that alluring pharmaceutical rep from Nank Medical. Who? The speaker, noticing Qiao Jingyue's cold demeanor, faltered, stammering, "The one from Nank Medical. The woman who caused a scene at the summit, named Nan Zhi." Sheng Huayan discreetly withdrew his gaze and remarked, "Our Yuge is efficient. Marrying means securing a youthful student. As for that plump Zhong, does he really think he can win over the pharmaceutical rep? That fellow is courting disaster." Oblivious to Qiao Jingyue's expression. What's the issue with pursuing her? To put it bluntly, they are merely a different form of female public relations. As long as the business is lucrative, what can't be done? Besides, old Zhong isn't even old. He is not unpleasant to look at. Once married, she would become the director's wife, which is surely better than being in the limelight everywhere. Suddenly, a glass shattered on the floor, drawing everyone's attention to Qiao Jingyue. His face darkened as he rose, stating, "I need to use the restroom." The man, belatedly realizing his faux pas, turned to Sheng Huayan, asking, "Brother Sheng, did I say something wrong?" Sheng Huayan shook his head. "No, you spoke the truth." The truth, albeit harsh. Didn't Qiao Jingyue himself harbor similar thoughts? From a moment Nan Zhi first climbed into his bed, he deemed her filthy, despicable, and filled with petty schemes. Yet even so, hearing others echo such sentiments pierced his heart. Lighting a cigarette, he stood on the safety staircase, inhaling the swirling fog of smoke that mirrored the tumult in his mind. He despised this sensation. He was Qiao Jingyue, a man whose rationality dominated 98 of his being, with the remaining 2 governed by instinct. Yet, Nan Zhi had a peculiar ability to manipulate that instinct. "Be careful on your way." The soft voice broke through his thoughts, causing Qiao Jingyue's brow to twitch. He glanced outside to see Nan Zhi standing face to face with Li Xiao, her cheeks flushed, appearing quite bashful. Huh, this woman truly knows how to put on an act. Li Xiao was evidently taken in by her charm, gazing down at her radiant face with a hint of reluctance. "Why don't you come with me? I can't help but worry about you being with those old men. If we leave together, they might concoct all sorts of stories. I cannot allow your reputation to suffer. I've already called Su Ku. He will be here shortly to pick me up." Observing the dimples on her cheeks, Li Xiao felt an urge to poke them, but recalling her apparent dislike for such familiarity, he merely twirled his fingers. "Then I shall take my leave." "All right, goodbye." Nan Zhi watched as Li Xiao entered the elevator, just as she prepared to return to the private room. Suddenly, she spotted Qiao Jingyue emerging from the corner. A half-lit cigarette pinched between his fingers. Her emotions were a tangle. What was happening today? In the morning, she overheard him, and now he had been eavesdropping on her. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him, he brushed past her, his back radiating disdain. Nan Zhi let out a sigh of relief. Recognizing that mutual non-interference was perhaps the greatest form of respect they could offer each other, she bit her lip and quickly made her way back to the private room. After a few minutes of silence, she decided it was time to take her leave. Director Zhong also stood up, offering to escort her home. Everyone was aware that his intentions were not solely focused on the alcohol, and they began to tease him. With a smile, Nan Zhi politely declined, stating, "It's all right. My boyfriend will be arriving shortly." Upon hearing the mention of her boyfriend, Director Zhong's expression darkened. Fortunately, Su Ke had just arrived, allowing Nan Zhi to hastily exit the realm of gossip. Upon returning home, she first took a shower and then grabbed a yogurt, sipping it while working on the feasibility report for her drug experiment. This was familiar territory for her. She simply needed to make some adjustments based on the current situation at the third hospital and the patient's conditions. Just as she was engrossed in her work, the doorbell rang. She rolled her eyes, thinking, "Su Ke, have you forgotten something again?" However, the person outside was not Su Ke. Chapter 41. Peach Flavor. Nan Zhi and Qiao Jingyue had not spent much time in each other's company. Their encounters were often marked by physical confrontations, as if that were their sole intention. Now, facing each other and engaging in genuine conversation felt somewhat unfamiliar. I will fetch you a glass of water." "No need," Qiao Jingyue interjected, taking the half-finished yogurt from her. She hesitated to object, feeling it unnecessary. If he wished to indulge in this ambiguity, so be it. How could Li Zhao's words be deemed unreliable? This was an unspoken rule within the industry, with numerous precedents, and even Renan Hospital was not an exception. Qiao Jingyue sipped the yogurt, the half-bottle somehow rendering an eternal quality to the act. What was acceptable in the past was no longer feasible. The higher-ups were implementing changes. Nan Zhi recalled the words sent via a small trumpet by Sheng Huaiyan. Was her plan destined to come to naught? She felt a surge of frustration. But our conversation today went splendidly. We could sign the contract imminently. Zhong Xian will not retract. He will, as soon as I lodge a report. Do you believe he would dare continue collaborating with you? Not only him, I could ensure that no hospital in Shuncheng or even across the nation would partner with you. You, Qiao Jingyue, have I disturbed your ancestral grave? Why are you treating me like this? Qiao Jingyue felt even more aggrieved than she did. He had indeed disturbed her ancestors, but it seemed he wished for their lineage to be extinguished. Nan Zhi, I am nearly suffocating. Better to suffocate than to utter such words. Wait, was he intoxicated? She stepped forward, tugging at his clothing to catch a whiff. The man reached out, attempting to embrace her. What are you doing? Have you come to your senses? You've been drinking. I do not wish to continue this conversation while your mind is clouded. Qiao Jingyue let out a cold laugh. Just a drink or two. I am not yet drunk. Care to test that? With that, he tossed the yogurt bottle onto the table and suddenly pulled her in, kissing her forcefully. Here we go again. Nan Zhi thought he would have the decency to refrain from such behavior. Yet, she underestimated his innate flaws. He not only kissed her, but did so with fervor. Ultimately, Nan Zhi found herself pinned to the sofa, her body rendered limp. He leaned close, his voice low and laced with a slight huskiness, exuding an undeniable allure. I retract my previous statement about us being finished. We are as we were before. This time, my compensation will be that I take full responsibility for the clinical trials of your new drug. Nan Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly Qiao Jingyue? For the sake of mere physical pleasure, he was willing to make such significant concessions. Undoubtedly, his proposition was incredibly tempting. A slap followed by a sweet date. He had her firmly in his grasp. However, she still harbored doubts. Let me consider it first. Qiao Jingyue was agreeable. All right, then you. I will stay here tonight. Qiao Jingyue, Nan Zhi exclaimed, until I give my consent, do not presume to act as you please. He feigned innocence. I had no ulterior motives. I simply drank too much. It is inconvenient to call for a designated driver here. I'll manage for one night. Very well. You can sleep on the sofa. Nan Zhi glanced at the rather small sofa. She was weary and decided to let him be. She went to the bedroom to fetch a blanket and tossed it to him, explaining that her home lacked spare pillows and quilts. Qiao Jingyue did not mind, inquiring if there were slippers available, as he intended to take a shower. You might as well go home to wash up, she replied. Qiao Jingyue frowned, expressing concern about the alcohol scent clinging to him. Aren't you worried you might soil your sofa? Nan Zhi rolled her eyes. retrieving a pair of slippers that Suka had worn and tossing them to him. Is Suku staying over at your place? She retorted, too indignant to engage further as she turned to enter her room. Yet, he playfully resisted, declaring, I won't wear them. Amused by his stubbornness, Nan Zhi suggested, then you could go barefoot. Go buy me a pair. He insisted, I noticed there's a supermarket beneath your complex. And give me some shorts too. Nan Zhi thought he was being ridiculous, replying, I'm not going. I'm tired. Qiao Jingyue removed her hairband and, after assessing her pajamas for any impropriety, pushed her out the door. Locked outside, Nan Zhi stomped her feet in frustration. While she didn't feel the chill inside, the brisk wind outside made her shiver. Cursing Qiao Jingyue in her mind 18 times, she resigned herself to purchasing a pair of slippers and a pack of inexpensive shorts for him. Upon returning home, she found him on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. He glanced up and said, put it down. Forget you. Nan Zhi retorted with a curse before retreating to her room, locking the door to deny him any opportunity. Outside, she heard rustling noises, which initially annoyed her, prompting her to open her audiobook app. However, the gruesome scene in the book, where the ex-husband gouged the protagonist's eyes and hung her from a beam for 7 days, soon made her forget the man outside. In the morning, Nan Zhi was dreaming of a large dog licking her face when she jolted awake to find the man's handsome face mere inches from hers. Good morning. Have you thought it through? He asked, glancing at the man clad only in pants. She suppressed the urge to touch his abs and replied coolly, I don't care how you got in here. Just leave. He clearly was not swayed by her words. Have you made up your mind? I've given you an entire night. I was busy sleeping, and I need to discuss this with Suko. Don't play tricks. Do you think Suko can influence you? You mean to consult Li Xiao, right? The mention of that name filled the air with tension. Nan Zhi wished to avoid a morning quarrel, so she pushed past him, stating that the matter couldn't be resolved without his input. Qiao Jingyue watched her head toward the bathroom and called after her. Li Xiao is helping you to deal with me. Don't let him use you as a pawn. Stay away from Li Xiao in the future. Let others handle the business, and don't frequent the orthopedic department. Do you hear me? Nan Zhi found his attitude quite amusing. I'm not concerned with your grudges, so don't meddle in my affairs. Where I go is my choice, and besides, I'm worried that Jiang Yuan might devour me. That's unlikely. She isn't as petty as you are. Nan Zhi felt a lump in her throat, wanted to scream at him, but she held back. She reminded herself that since there were no genuine feelings involved, it was best to choose practicality. What do you want for breakfast? I'll take care of it. Upon witnessing her overture, Qiao Jingyue could not help but raise an eyebrow. There was no need for unnecessary complications. A simple soup dumpling would suffice. Anything more intricate was unwelcome. I desire only this, he asserted, unwilling to compromise. After some hesitation, Nan Zhi reluctantly took her phone and ventured downstairs to the breakfast shop to procure the dumplings. However, upon her return, she found herself unable to open the door, realizing that Qiao Jingyue had already departed. Clutching the dumplings, she stood at the entrance for a good 10 minutes before dialing his number. When the call connected, she stated, I forgot my keys. His voice was cold and devoid of any remorse, simply replying, forgotten. Nan Zhi ended the call and reached out to a locksmith. While waiting for their arrival, she scrolled through her social media feed and came across a video posted by Jiang Yuan, showcasing a long queue. Someone was indeed waiting for soup dumplings. Within the frame, Qiao Jingyue briefly appeared. Although only the back of his head was visible, Nan Zhi recognized him clearly. In a fit of frustration, she raised her hand and discarded the dumplings into the trash bin. Chapter 42. Sofa, sleeping perhaps stirred by the events of the morning. Nan Zhi's resolve from the previous night grew even stronger. She would not acquiesce to Qiao Jingyue. She wished to avoid a second experience akin to being discarded like a used tissue, and she had no intention of living under someone's oppressive grip. However, she could not afford to disregard Qiao Jingyue's threats. Thus she sought to find Sheng Huayan, hoping to gauge his attitude toward her through his social media account. That should provide an opportunity for discussion. She sent him a WeChat message. Director Sheng, are you in the office? The response came promptly. What is the matter? Feeling a bit hesitant, she replied, I have a question I wish to consult with you. Let us wait a couple of days. I am on a business trip. He replied. Disappointment washed over her. It was rather unfortunate that Sheng Huayan was away on a trip. Yet, she could not voice her discontent. So she sent a sweet smile emoji. "All right, I'll wait for your return. I shall treat you to tea." There was no further reply from him. But Li Xiao messaged her, inquiring about her considerations. Nan Zhi forwarded the feasibility report to him, asking, "Could you please take a look? If there are no modifications needed, I will print it out and deliver it to Director Zhong." Li Xiao responded with remarkable efficiency, offering several professional suggestions within a quarter of an hour. After making the necessary revisions, she printed the document, preparing to find an opportune moment to deliver it to the third hospital. Lost in thought, her phone rang. It was Zhong Xiang, scheduling a meeting at 3 in the afternoon. However, the venue was not the hospital, but rather a CAF in the Western District. Nan Zhi thought little of it. Although Qiao Jingyue had divulged Zhong Xiang's private matters regarding domestic abuse, she was not his wife and thus felt no need for undue alarm. Around 2 in the afternoon, as Nan Zhi exited the company with her car keys in hand, Suka happened to catch sight of her. "Nan Bao, where are you headed?" she asked. Nan Zhi raised the document she held. "I'm discussing the clinical trials of a new drug with Director Zhong from the third hospital. By the way, do you know the general location of the Liyuan CAF in the Western District?" Suku shook her head. "Just use the navigation." "Why did he invite you there?" "I'm not sure. He is off today, probably handling some matters over there. I'll accompany you." However, just as they took a couple of steps together, someone approached Suku regarding an issue with a batch of raw materials. Naturally, work took precedence. Nan Zhi said, "You go ahead. I can manage on my own." Suku glanced around, noticing no one else was free, and replied, "Let us stay in touch." Nan Zhi waved her off and stepped out. Adorned in a striking red trench coat, her long curls tied into a high ponytail, exuding a graceful aura as she walked, vibrant and radiant, reminiscent of canna lilies basking in the sun. Arriving at the CAF with 10 minutes to spare before 3 o'clock, Nan Zhi was surprised to find Zhong Xiang already present. She hurried over, and he greeted her with a warm smile. Not only was Zhong Xiang punctual, but he also possessed a keen sense of propriety, refraining from ordering coffee in advance, allowing Nan Zhi to witness the server bring it to their table. Nan Zhi wasted no time in idle chatter, presenting her report to him. "Director Zhong, I kindly ask for your guidance." Zhong Xiang examined the document meticulously, occasionally posing questions to Nan Zhi. Finally, he inquired, "Miss Nan, did you bring the experimental drug?" Nan Zhi shook her head. "I actually did not bring it. No matter, we can address that next time. I have reviewed the report, and there are no issues. Miss Nan has been exceedingly meticulous. I hope our collaboration will be pleasant moving forward." With that, I lifted my cup of coffee. Nan Zhi also raised her cup, but only brushed her lips against it, refraining from taking a sip. Having concluded our business discussion, it felt awkward to take my leave abruptly, so I engaged in some light conversation. "Miss Nan, may I be so bold as to inquire about your relationship with Dr. Li?" Nan Zhi stirred her coffee with a spoon, concealing her discomfort behind a smile. "We are friends." "Girlfriends?" "No, that's good." "Good at what?" Zhong Xiang leaned forward slightly, regarding Nan Zhi with earnestness. "Miss Nan, I hold you in high esteem and wish to pursue you with the intention of marriage. I hope you will grant me this opportunity." A chill ran down Nan Zhi's spine. Although he had done nothing inappropriate and was respectful, there was an unsettling discomfort stemming from his reputation for domestic violence. She steadied herself and replied, "Dr. Zhong, I already have a boyfriend, Su Ke. We have known each other since childhood and run a family business together." At this moment, she could only summon her shield. Zhong Xiang smiled lightly. "There's an old saying, Miss Nan, people strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. Su Ke, that pretty boy, is unworthy of you. You deserve someone far better, someone of nobler status." Anger flared within Nan Zhi, though her expression remained composed. "Director Zhong, you truly have a sense of humor. I am well aware of my own worth. By the way, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further." Zhong Xiang assumed a casual demeanor, but as she stood to leave, he remarked, "What about your marriage? Do your parents not care?" A wave of unease washed over her. However, she said nothing, merely smiled and turned it apart. Her mother had passed away, and her father was virtually absent from her life. Naturally, her marriage was her own decision to make. Watching Nan Zhi's radiant figure retreat, A glint of coldness flickered in Zhong Xiang's eyes. He lifted the coffee cup she had used, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes in rapture. Nan Zhi's car was parked along the tree-lined avenue. She opened the door, first irritably shedding her trench coat and tossing it onto the passenger seat before finally getting into the car. Just as she closed the door, she instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror and sensed something amiss. Reaching for the car door, a figure concealed in the back seat sprang forth, gripping her neck tightly with one hand while forcefully pressing a cloth soaked in ether over her mouth and nose. Nan Zhi struggled, kicking against the ground, but gradually dizziness engulfed her, and she found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Her eyelids fluttered closed. Only then did the man relent, wiping his brow before lifting her, wrapped in her trench coat, and carrying her out of the vehicle. When Nan Zhi opened her eyes, a fleeting confusion washed over her, and alarm bells rang in her mind. She realized she was lying on a large bed, her clothes intact and covered by a blanket, yet her body felt utterly devoid of strength, making even the slightest movement arduous. She turned her eyes, attempting to ascertain her surroundings, but the room was shrouded in thick curtains and the light was dim. Biting her tongue with fervor, the instinctive pain granted her a modicum of strength, prompting her to attempt to rise. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed as the door was pushed open from the outside. She hurriedly settled herself, gazing at the newcomer. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. It was the perverse Zhong Xiang. Yet, how dared he to abduct a woman brazenly in broad daylight? Zhong Xiang sat beside the bed, a smirk adorning his face as he observed her. "You are even stronger than I anticipated, waking up so soon." A wave of despair washed over Nan Zhi, but she forced herself to maintain composure. "Director Zhong, what is the meaning of this?" The man extended his thick, calloused hand, caressing her delicate chin. "What Director Zhong? Call me husband." A wave of revulsion surged within Nan Zhi, nearly making her retch. "Stop joking around." He pressed a finger against her ruby lips. "Darling, inevitist. Let me show you something." With that, he handed her a square booklet. To her shock, it was her household registration booklet. Chapter 44. Exquisite Torment, however. The name inscribed in this household register is not Nan Zhi, but Jiang Nan Zhi. This household register belongs to Jiang Shudong's family, and he has yet to deregister himself. Perhaps this document has lost all legal efficacy, yet it imparts a harrowing truth to Nan Zhi. She has been sold to this pervert. Her heart, once numb, now crawls with dread, a sensation akin to being infested by insects, leaving her soul trembling with a fear and disgust that she cannot shake off. Zhong Xiang tenderly caresses her face, proclaiming, "My father has entrusted me with the household register. In a few days, we shall obtain our marriage certificate. Subsequently, you shall bear me a healthy son, allowing us to lead a harmonious and blissful life, far superior to your current existence of bartering your beauty." Nan Zhi, being a sensible individual, struggles to comprehend the twisted psyche of a pervert. "Zhong Xiang, you are utterly fanciful. Even if this household register were valid, I would never marry you." Zhong Xiang gazes at her with an almost affectionate expression, as if she were an innocent infant. This gaze sends chills down Nan Zhi's spine, suddenly invoking a terrifying possibility. Zhong Xiang, adept at reading her subtle expressions, discerns her thoughts. "Have you guessed? I knew you were more astute than the average girl. I find that appealing. Perhaps you should be given more nourishment." "Nourishment?" He retrieves a medical box from the cabinet, opening it to reveal an assortment of colorful potions and syringes. Having been exposed to her mother's laboratory since childhood, Nan Zhi is acutely aware of the terrifying substances within, such as the ether used during her abduction, which is volatile and loses its effect within minutes. Yet, she has felt persistently weak, undoubtedly due to Zhong Xiang's interference. Her eyes widen, the beautiful black irises fracturing with fear. Zhong Xiang savors her terror, relishing the sensation it brings him. He is drawn to the exhilarating vulnerability of strong-willed girls when faced with fear. "I possess 24 distinct medications, each capable of invoking varying sensations: painful, itchy, hot, cold. Which would you like to try first?" "A devil. This man is a devil. Director Zhong, I am frightened. Please, do not treat me this way." She suddenly softens her tone, pleading with a sweet, innocent demeanor. Zhong Xiang raises an eyebrow. So you have capitulated? Your father mentioned your fiery temperament and sharp tongue. Indeed, is the old Jiang Shudong's doing. Nan Zhi chuckles softly. You are well aware of my reputation, are you not? A truly fiery girl would not resort to lurking in dark alleys with Yang Kun. This portrayal is merely a reflection of what others have spread about her, and she embraces it to her advantage. Zhong Xiang appears to accept her assertion. Then let us forego the needles. I find your fear unsettling. The final two words linger on her lips, sticky and sweet, evoking a childlike innocence. If he were an ordinary man, he would have been utterly captivated. Yet, Zhong Xiang is a pervert. He silently observes her for a moment before retrieving a pale yellow vial. Since you are being so obedient, I shall reward you with something that will elevate your senses. Dread fills her. He is deviating from the expected script, leaving her uncertain of her next move. Watching him deftly draw the potion, Nan Zhi feels her blood run cold. Suddenly, Zhong Xiang's phone rang. He grimaced in disgust, tossing the vial into the trash, then, with the needle poised, gently expelled a droplet of the liquid. This was a classic gesture of a nurse preparing for an injection. Next, a cotton ball pressed against his arm, meticulously wiping away as a chilling dread crawled up his spine, his fingers curling into a fist. The incessant ringing of Zhong Xiang's phone seemed determined to continue until he answered. He loathed this feeling of interruption and, in resignation, rose to take the call. Nan Zhi's clothing was already drenched in cold sweat. She watched Zhong Xiang exit the room, closing the door behind him, forcing herself to remain composed. Her tolerance for fear was greater than most. The adrenaline surge had momentarily invigorated her. She noticed her bag perched on the bedside table. Gritting her teeth, she propped herself up and retrieved it. Perhaps Zhong Xiang had too much confidence in his own methods, for her phone remained intact and operational. Without hesitation, Nan Zhi pressed the top number in her contacts. With each ring, it felt as though a blade hovered above her, descending with each chime. She fervently prayed, Please answer, Qiao Jingyue. On the seventh ring, the call was finally picked up. Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Qiao Jingyue. Yes, what is it? The man's voice was cold and distant, yet it enveloped her with an immense sense of security. I beg you to help me. I'm being... Suddenly, a cacophony of music interrupted from the other end, followed by Jiang Yuan's voice. Jingyue, hurry up. We're waiting for you. Desperate to seize any opportunity for rescue amidst the chaos, Nan Zhi realized the man's voice had vanished. Qiao Jingyue. Qiao Jingyue. All that responded was the monotonous tone of a busy signal. Clutching her phone, her hand trembled violently. In the days that followed, she would endlessly regret not having dialed 110 instead, which might have spared her from such torment. She attempted to call again, but footsteps and a man's cough echoed outside, prompting her to hastily return the phone to its place. The hand resting at her side continued to shake uncontrollably. When Zhong Xiang re-entered and found her still lying obediently, he rewarded her with a gentle pat on the head. Such a good girl, perhaps stripped of all hope. A fearless resolve took root within her. Nan Zhi softly inquired, I heard you've been married 3 times. Did you acquire your 2 wives in the same manner? Zhong Xiang was inclined to share his tale. Of course not. My first affair was with a nurse from the hospital. It was quite intoxicating. Didn't Tishi report you? Of course not. I possess videos of her. Let's enjoy them together. Though none of them are as beautiful as you. He then compelled Nan Zhi to partake in the viewing of his past exploits. Witnessing the agonized expressions of each girl made her stomach churn. Suddenly, Zhong Xiang recalled the injection and retrieved an alcohol swab once more. Nan Zhi pleaded, Whatever you plan to do, I will cooperate. Can we skip the injection? Be good, and you will soon appreciate the benefits of this. It's for beauty and rejuvenation. He raised the needle, poised to plunge it downwards. Nan Zhi, however, was swifter. Grasping the metallic base of the bedside lamp, she struck it forcefully upon his head. The man was momentarily dazed, only regaining his senses when he felt the warm blood trickling from his forehead, causing him to sway slightly, at which point the syringe slipped from his grasp. Without hesitation, Nan Zhi seized the lamp once more and struck him several times on his back and neck. The man staggered briefly before collapsing to the ground like a dead pig. Not daring to linger, Nan Zhi quickly gathered the syringe and the household registration book, stuffing them into her bag before making her escape. The house she occupied appeared to be a secluded villa in the suburbs, with a tree-lined path offered no sign of life. She exerted every last ounce of strength within her, running until she could no longer continue. Crouching on the ground, she gasped for breath and shakily retrieved her phone, preparing to call for help. Suddenly, a vehicle pulled up before her, and someone leaped out, grasping her hand with great force. Chapter 45. A Tale of Indulgence. Nan Zhi gazed at the man descending from the heavens, who promptly collapsed into her embrace. Suka held her tightly, murmuring Nan Bao, "Dear, do not be afraid." Meanwhile, Li Xiao knelt down cautiously, scrutinizing her body, relieved to find no visible injuries. "Nan Zhi, what on earth happened?" Shaking uncontrollably, Nan Zhi urged, "We must leave. We need to get out of here." It had been many years since Suka had witnessed such fear in her, and he swiftly lifted her into his arms. As Li Xiao moved to the car, he paused briefly to glance back at the distant row of gray buildings. Inside the vehicle, Nan Zhi stammered as she recounted the events. Suku, upon hearing, became enraged, intent on confronting the scoundrel named Zhong. Li Xiao, however, remained composed, albeit burdened with guilt. "Nan Zhi, I am truly sorry. I had no idea he was that kind of person." It then dawned on Suku that the man had been introduced by Li Xiao, and he immediately clutched the seat, exclaiming, "Are you in cahoots with him?" Nan Zhi pulled him down, insisting, "Suku, this has nothing to do with Dr. Li." Zhong Xiang, the scoundrel, presented a facade of respectability, garnering a seemingly good reputation. Who could have anticipated the beast lurking within? She was even more astounded that after merely sharing a meal, he could have sold her out to Jiang Shudong, implying that he was monitoring her life at all times. What were his intentions? Did he desire the new drug she possessed? Jiang Corporation was the largest distributor of such medication in the country, controlling the pricing. If her drug were to be utilized in clinical treatment, Jiang Corporation would incur significant losses. But did such a colossal pharmaceutical enterprise truly care about such trivial losses? Would they even go as far as to sell their own daughter? At this thought, Nan Zhi couldn't help but chuckle to herself. What daughter was she? At best, she was merely a seed inadvertently cast by Jiang Shudong, now a thorn in his side. Her existence incessantly reminded Jiang Shudong that his current success was entirely due to the benevolence of Nan Zijuan. Turning to Suku, she declared, "Let us go to the police station. I must report this." Suku shared her sentiment, though Li Zhao's eyes betrayed a hint of doubt. Upon exiting the vehicle, Suku shed his coat to wrap around Nan Zhi, and the two entered together. After they explained their purpose, the officer handling their case appeared momentarily taken aback. "Perfect timing. We're just about to look for you." Nan Zhi was surprised. Had someone witnessed her being drugged and reported it? The officer summoned a colleague, and they exchanged hushed words before addressing her. Moments ago, a man named Zhong Xiang reported an assault at his residence, claiming the assailant was you. Nan Zhi was incredulous. That scoundrel actually turned the tables. Before she could react further, she was escorted to a small room for questioning. In the interrogation room, the officer inquired, "Do you know Zhong Xiang?" "Yes, I just fled from his house." The officer scrutinized her, noting her disheveled appearance, yet finding no evident injuries. Her mind remained clear. "Please explain how you harmed him." "He attempted to kidnap me and force himself upon me. I only acted in self-defense to protect myself from harm." She asserted her intention to report the incident. Producing a syringe, she stated, "I have evidence. This is the drug he intended to inject into me." The officer asked, "What does it contain?" Nan Zhi shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "He possesses a box filled with numerous items. You may search that house." The officer exchanged a glance with his partner before donning gloves, placing the evidence into a bag to be sent for forensic examination. The household registration document remained untouched by Nan Zhi. She harbored doubts regarding its authenticity. Even if it were genuine, without Jiang Shudong's acknowledgement, she found herself powerless. Suku and Li Xiao soon emerged, yet Nan Zhi lingered behind. Suku grew anxious, prompting Li Xiao to hastily inquire about her whereabouts. Before long, they received news that Nan Zhi was implicated in intentional injury and would be detained, with potential sentencing ahead. necessitating legal representation. Is there any justice in this? It was Zhong Xiang who had kidnapped Nan Bao, and she merely acted in self-defense, Su Ke shouted at the informant. The latter, though sympathetic, explained that Zhong Xiang adamantly claimed Nan Zhi had returned to his home for business purposes, and in the course of the transaction, upon failing to meet her demands, she resorted to violence. A rabid dog. Su Ke fumed, contemplating violent retribution. Li Xiao swiftly covered his mouth, admonishing him to consider their surroundings. Su Ke shoved him aside, asserting, "You, Li, pushed Nan Bao into this predicament. What role do you assume in this affair? I shall find a solution." His face darkened, fists clenched tightly. Su Ke scoffed, turning to contact a lawyer. The attorney arrived promptly, yet despite their efforts, Nan Zhi remained ineligible for bail. The liquid within the syringe was analyzed and identified as a stimulant composed of various volatile nitrite gases, suitable for both genders. According to Zhong Xiang, it was intended for Nan Zhi's use. There were no fingerprints belonging to him, only hers. The police searched Zhong Xiang's residence, discovering the medical box Nan Zhi had mentioned. Yet it contained only common medications, devoid of the colorful liquids she had described. All of this seemed to indicate that Nan Zhi was fabricating her story, and the evidence she provided ultimately led to her own downfall. Nan Zhi was detained at the detention center, unable to be released until the case was clarified. Zhong Xiang, initially confident of his victory, was taken aback by Nan Zhi's ability to escape and inflict such severe injury upon him. After regaining consciousness from a brief faint, he meticulously cleaned up all traces before calling the authorities. This time, he was determined to eliminate Nan Zhi. Otherwise, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, during his recovery, he disregarded the confidentiality of the case, deliberately spreading rumors. Soon, the medical community learned of how the beautiful pharmaceutical representative, Nan Zhi, had severely injured Director Zhong of the third hospital. The reasons behind the incident proliferated in various versions, with the prevailing narrative suggesting that the female representative, driven by insatiable demands, resorted to violence when rebuffed. For men, especially those who had been married twice, this merely added a scandalous tale. However, for Nan Zhi, it not only threatened her freedom, but also her reputation. Su Ke, like a headless fly, darted about seeking connections, yet in this city, he felt as though he was confronting an impenetrable fortress, leaving him dizzy and without recourse. Ultimately, he sought assistance from Shang Huayan. Li Xiao was far more methodical than he, possessing an abundance of information. He was aware that someone was deliberately obstructing Nan Zhi's quest for justice, and that person was Jiang Shudong. He could not fathom why a father would seek to stifle his daughter, who was just in her early 20s. But he understood the profound animosity that Nan Zhi harbored on that fateful day in the mountains. When he visited Nan Zhi, he discovered that her long hair had been cut short, unevenly at that. The detention center was not a prison. It did not enforce regulations on hairstyles. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he grasped Nan Zhi's arm. Her skin bore the marks of bruises, a telling sign. Yet he could only speculate about the condition of her body elsewhere. Chapter 46. A joke. Nan Zhi gently extricated herself, tugging at her sleeves, reassured that they had not fared any better. After all, she was a master in combat, as evidenced by her encounter with Zhong Xiang. On her very first day, she had already attracted the attention of others. The imposing leader, accompanied by several younger companions, took advantage of her slumber to smear her hair with glue. Though the female guard reprimanded them, it was merely a verbal admonition, and Nan Zhi's beautiful locks were indiscriminately severed. The guard responsible for cutting her hair remarked, regardless, "You'll have to chop it short upon your arrival. It's merely a matter of time." Nan Zhi remained remarkably composed, silently observing her hair fall to the ground without shedding a tear. That night, while the leader was asleep, she stealthily approached and muffled her mouth with a towel, leading her through a harrowing experience between life and death. The following day, the leader cornered her in the restroom. Although Nan Zhi was injured, she had not truly suffered. At the very least, those individuals no longer dared to lay hands on her. However, the reality of being imprisoned loomed ominously. She feared for her life within those walls. "Nan Zhi, I do not apologize. I am aware someone is scheming against me. Is it Jiang Shudong? Nan Zhi nodded. I have already informed you. That old man desires a relentless feud with me. Perhaps if I do not return to Shin City or enter the medical field, he might spare my life. But why should it be so? The Jiang family has a stake in me. According to their household registry, I am still Jiang Nan Zhi. She spoke with calmness. Yet Li Xiao discerned the hatred and madness flickering in her eyes. Flames from the depths of hell, fiercely ablaze. As visiting hours drew to a close, he assured her, "Rest assured, I will not relent. Zhongxiang will not have it easy." Dr. Li, why have you taken a page from Su Ku's book? Please keep an eye on him for me. And also, could you inquire if Qiao Jingyue can come to see me? Li Xiao replied, "Very well." Meanwhile, Qiao Jingyue and Sheng Huayan were seated at a quaint vineyard outside the city. Sheng Huayan handed him an item. "Have you made your decision?" "Yes." "Then why the delay?" "I've heard she has been suffering greatly inside. Even Su Ku is on the verge of kneeling to me." The man lifted his glass of red wine and gently swirled it. "No rush. I wish for her to recognize her errors on her own." Sheng Huayan appeared perplexed. "You old Xiao, forgive my candor, but courting a girl is not akin to taming a horse. If you continue to pressure her like this, how can she not resent you? She is wilder than a stallion. Until she is tamed, she will not yield." Sheng Huayan furrowed his brow for a moment before abruptly throwing an object at him. "You lecherous dog. You're hopeless. I'll hold on to your words. And I sincerely hope you won't turn my life into a farce." At that moment, Qiao Jingyue was utterly bewildered. What farce? Sheng Huayan, fatigued, chose not to respond, turning instead to drink. Qiao Jingyue examined the item in his hand, a smirk gracing his lips. Yet his thoughts drifted back to the girl who had banished him to the sofa days prior. Let her be wild. He had countless ways to bring her to heel. In his world, entry was not granted to just anyone. Since she had gone to such lengths to intrude, the rules of the game would be dictated by him alone. The day after Li Xiao sent the message, Nan Zhi did not receive a visit from Qiao Jingyue, but instead, she was graced with the presence of Jiang Yiwen and her daughter. Jiang Meng, clad in a gray-blue Chanel ensemble, possessed a slender figure and striking beauty. Even in her 50s, she retained a youthful delicacy that was almost nauseating. "Nan Zhi, my dear, if you're facing difficulties, why not seek help from your father instead of engaging in such foolishness?" Jiang Yiwen remarked coldly, maintaining the aloof demeanor of an intellectual woman. "Look at the chaos you've created. How can your father and the Jiang family hold their heads high now?" As Nan Zhi observed the performance of the mother-daughter duo, she was struck by the realization that Jiang Yiwen's coldness resembled her own mother, Nan Zijuan, albeit in a superficial manner. At her core, she still exhibited her mother's pettiness. This raised a question: why would Jiang Yiwen emulate her husband's ex-wife? It seemed that Jiang Meng had spent her entire life overshadowed by Nan Zijuan. In a sudden departure from her previous defiance, Nan Zhi grasped Jiang Meng's hand and wept. "Auntie, I implore you to speak to my father and persuade him to let me out. I am terrified. I feel I might perish." Jiang Meng was momentarily taken aback, swiftly suppressing any trace of triumph that threatened to surface. "You wretched girl, look at you now, not so arrogant, are you?" she retorted, wincing as Nan Zhi's grip tightened painfully, her nails digging into flesh. With all her might, Nan Zhi pried her hand free and continued to plead, "Annie, please save me. I truly cannot bear to stay here any longer. They hit me and even poured glue on my head. If you rescue me, I will comply with whatever my father requests." Jiang Yiwen regarded her with disdain. "Now you know fear. It's too late. This is your retribution for your incessant provocations. Look, you're no longer pretending." Nan Zhi seemed oblivious to the scorn, persistently displaying her vulnerability to Jiang Meng, who found herself unprepared to unleash the insults she had rehearsed. As Nan Zhi's pleas transitioned from initially gratifying to ultimately numbing, time passed, and when the moment arrived for her to leave, Jiang Meng rubbed her bruised hand and inquired of her daughter, "Did I leave many things unsaid?" Jiang Yiwen scoffed dismissively, hearing her daughter weep. "Let her remain inside. Your father will not release her." "But does he not desire her medication?" Jiang Meng countered. "If it cannot be obtained, then so be it. After all, the international agency rights remain firmly in the hands of the Jiang family. and that is sufficient. Although Jiang Yuan believed her reasoning sound, a sense of unease lingered within her. She felt instinctively that Nan Zhi was not someone easily subdued. On the 5th day of Nan Zhi's detention, she finally encountered Qiao Jingyue. He had anticipated witnessing a small, feral cat stripped of its claws and fangs, with a pale face and dark eyes, who would weep upon seeing him. However, the girl before him was indeed pale, her eyes dark, yet devoid of despair or submission. Instead, she exuded an air of cold indifference, her hair standing on end, her face marred by wounds, resembling a solitary little wolf. Qiao Jingyue's heart fluttered unexpectedly, a tingling sensation creeping from his feet, surging through his youthful vigor, ultimately reaching his heart. Nan Zhi leaned back against the chair, exuding an air of rebellious nonchalance. "Do you even recognize me in my hideousness?" she asked, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Indeed, it's quite the sight for sore eyes." She inquired if he had any cigarettes, reminiscent of a previous occasion when she had asked him for one, only to receive a lecture on the virtues of being a good girl. Today, he retrieved a freshly unsealed pack from his pocket and tossed it to her. With practiced ease, Nan Zhi extracted a cigarette, placing it between her chapped lips, and teasingly leaned closer, her beautiful eyes glinting as she asked, "Professor Qiao, may I borrow a light?" Qiao Jingyue produced an old-fashioned Zippo lighter from his pocket, yet instead of tossing it to her, he leaned in closer to ignite her cigarette. The flickering orange flame danced, captured within the depths of their 4 dark, profound eyes. Chapter 47. The young lady, to her surprise, Qiao Jingyue had not departed. Rather, he had just arrived. In his hand, he carried a bag filled with an assortment of medications. Observing Nan Zhi lost in thought, he reached out and encircled her waist. The sudden contact caused her to wince, and she protested, "Don't touch me. My waist is bruised." His voice took on a deeper tone as he instructed, "Go lie down in the bedroom. I shall tend to your wounds." She reached out to take the bag, insisting, "I can manage on my own. You should attend to your own matters." "On your own?" he replied, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. "Do you possess hands or eyes behind you? Be obedient." Reluctantly, she acquiesced, unwrapping her bath towel and positioning herself on the bed. His eyes darkened slightly as he gripped the ointment more firmly. The girl's delicate form and slender waist were striking, and her posture accentuated the graceful curves of her body, revealing a beautifully pale back. Qiao Jingyue inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and diligently applied the ointment to each of her injuries. The entire ordeal was difficult to endure, a trial for both of them. Nan Zhi, drenched in a fine sheen of sweat from the pain, finally wrapped herself in a soft nightgown and collapsed onto the bed, murmuring a faint, "Thank you." As he washed his hands, he also took a cold shower, recalling how he had cared for Song Chun's dog. He understood that winning the affection of a pet required a touch of sweetness. Nan Zhi drifted into a deep slumber, awakening to an absurd sense of disorientation. Struggling to lift her eyelids, she noticed the glow of light in the room before closing them again. Suddenly, a chill swept across her face, prompting a small, startled scream. Reminiscent of the moment she was ambushed in the detention center. The man swiftly restrained her flailing arm, his voice steady, "It's me." As his handsome visage gradually came into focus, realization dawned upon her. She was no longer confined. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice barely audible. He stepped forward, enveloping her in an embrace and softly reassuring her, "Do not be afraid." She squinted, inquiring, "What time is it? How long have I been asleep?" "It's been 10 hours since 10 this morning. You ought to rise and eat something." "I have no appetite," she replied, her pallor evident. He placed a hand on her forehead, noting the warmth radiating from her skin. "Even without an appetite, you must eat something and then take your medicine." She brushed his hand away, a flicker of impatience in her tone. "You needn't concern yourself. I can take care of myself." His expression darkened at her rejection, and he turned to leave. Nan Zhi offered a bitter smile, recognizing his impatience. Professor Qiao was not one to suffer indignities. Why bother? She rolled over, the fever exacerbating her headache and making her eyes feel gritty and uncomfortable. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the room, the sound encroaching upon her senses. Annoyed, she growled softly, Keep it down, it's deafening. Just as her outburst concluded, a sharp pain pierced her ear as it was enveloped by warm lips, followed by a gentle suck. His laughter danced in her ears. If you have the strength to shout, you surely have the strength to eat, my dear. The final word was delivered with a tenderness akin to a gentle rain, causing her heart to flutter. Supported by the man, almost cradled in his arms, he coaxed, "Let me feed you, shall I?" Nan Zhi glanced at the bowl in his hand, which contained half a bowl of clear soup dumplings, garnished with vibrant green scallions. "Eat a little to warm your stomach. Otherwise, taking medicine might be uncomfortable." It was not a romantic relationship, and Nan Zhi felt it inappropriate to indulge in her whims. She accepted the bowl, uttering a word of thanks. Yet he did not release his hold, enveloping her entirely in his embrace from behind. Her back pressed against his chest, akin to resting against a large heating pad, and beads of sweat formed on her body almost immediately. "Could you not hold me? It's uncomfortable." "It's fine. You eat your dumplings. Just holding you brings me comfort." Nan Zhi was still unaccustomed to this shift in his demeanor. Did he regard her as Song Chen's pet dog, affectionately named Wong Wong? The dumplings were subtly flavored, and as she consumed them, the warmth indeed brought her solace. She finished them all in one go, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The man reached for her bowl, his lips brushing against her perspiring neck. "Don't touch me. I'm dirty." "You're not dirty." His voice, naturally deep, resonated in a way that could almost overwhelm one's senses. Nan Zhi thought it inevitable to have feelings for him. A man with such striking external qualities often leads one to overlook his inner flaws. However, having experienced pain herself, she vowed to be more cautious in the future. When Nan Zhi rose to use the restroom, she found him smoking in the bathroom. Startled, she hesitated at the threshold, unsure whether to enter or retreat. He tossed the cigarette aside. "Come in." Once he exited, Nan Zhi closed the door behind her. "Is your head still hurting?" His sudden voice startled her. This man was quite annoying. Who engages in conversation while someone is in the restroom? She remained silent until she washed her hands and opened the door, finally saying, "I feel much better. You can go now." He pulled her close, kissing her cheek as he spoke. "You've been trying to push me away all day. Are you upset with me?" "No, I just feel so unattractive right now. My hair, my body, my face. I'm embarrassed to see you." "I don't care." As he spoke, he suddenly lifted her effortlessly. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she nearly lost her composure, her nails digging into his shoulder until she realized and shifted to caress him instead. Qiao Jingyue was remarkably perceptive and had already sensed this change. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, recognizing Nan Zhi as a wildcat, aware of who provided her sustenance, yet unable to resist scratching her owner. He set her down on the bed and squeezed in beside her. "I won't do anything." His hands paused at his belt, and he pinched her face, asking, "Should I sleep on the sofa? Thank you for taking care of me for so long. Once I recover, I will repay you in kind. You may go home now." He continued to unfasten his belt, his demeanor cooling, his words double-edged. "I'm hungry." Nan Zhi realized that when a man was aroused, he was utterly disregardful. Even with the scent of medicine clinging to her, he would still kiss her. Although they did not reach the final act, she nonetheless broke into a sweat, and in her drowsiness, she neglected to wipe her hands, drifting into a deep slumber. In her hazy state, she sensed him cleaning her with a wet wipe. The following day, she awoke early, and, as she stirred slightly, she immediately sensed something amiss. Qiao Jingyue was still present. Startled, she instinctively retreated to the corner of the bed. After a moment, feeling the danger had passed, she inched closer. It was her first time witnessing a man's serene visage in slumber, bathed in the gentle morning light. His features were striking, his expression tranquil, presenting no semblance of hostility. As Nan Zhi was lost in contemplation, she suddenly noticed his eyelids fluttering before he gradually opened his eyes. Their gazes locked momentarily, and in the silence, he remarked, "What's the matter? Are you contemplating how to dispose of me?" Caught off guard by the revelation of her thoughts, Nan Zhi's mind momentarily faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. After several seconds of silence, he unexpectedly rolled over and pinned her down, whispering close to her ear, "Let's stay in bed, then." Chapter 48. I feed you. Upon her release from the detention center, Nan Zhi did not inform anyone. Early in the morning, Suku arrived and was taken aback to find a living person before him. Nan Bao. He rubbed his eyes, attempting to dismiss the sight as a mere illusion. Nan Zhi rolled her eyes. Suku, what are you doing? Suku halted in his tracks, turning to gaze at her in disbelief. Is that really you, Nan Bao? You've been released? Nan Zhi nodded yes. What do you think of my hair? What hairstyle should I go for? Nan Bao. Ktukiskiviko exclaimed, tears welling up as he instinctively reached out to embrace her. However, he was met with a rigid body, and an icy chill froze his tears in place. Qiao Jingyue, why are you here as well? Suku appeared as bewildered as a startled deer, and Nan Zhi found no desire to engage further. It was he who got me out, she replied. Was it bail or an acquittal? This, too, was unclear to Nan Zhi. She had returned home exhausted the previous day and had not had the opportunity to discuss such matters. Have you eaten? She inquired of Suku. His confusion at her sudden question was evident as he shook his head. Not yet. Without you, I had no appetite. Perfect. We haven't eaten either. Let's buy some more. I'm craving Su's fish slice congee. Suku felt a twinge of grievance, thinking that now that she had another man, he was being pushed aside. Once the door closed, Nan Zhi turned her attention to Qiao Jingyue. Professor Qiao, aren't you in a hurry for work? Not in the least, he replied, before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Nan Zhi followed him in, noticing the many new items in the house. A toothbrush, a razor, aftershave, and most prominently, a bathrobe draped on a rack. What is this all about? She questioned. I'll be staying over occasionally, so it's convenient to leave a few things here, he stated. Nan Zhi bit her lip and laughed. Look at my place. It's south barely over 60 square meters. Professor Qiao, if you're going to keep a mistress, at least provide a proper apartment. No need. I don't come often. I'm quite busy with work, he replied. Nan Zhi realized that Qiao Jingyue had a peculiar talent. He could, with just a few sentences, extinguish any desire for conversation. Noticing her prolonged silence as she glared at him, he suddenly pulled her close, his mouth still frothy with toothpaste, rubbing it against her face. Nan Zhi shrieked. What are you doing? That's disgusting. He held her tightly, whispering, Why didn't you complain about the mess when you were enjoying yourself, little liar? You. She raised her knee to retaliate, but the man quickly regretted it, blocking her leg. Do you have no sense of restraint? Ignoring him, Nan Zhi picked up her toothbrush to continue brushing. After watching her for a moment, he unexpectedly embraced her from behind. Nan Zhi paused, remaining silent. She observed that at times, Qiao Jingyue resembled a mischievous boy. The more she tried to deter him, the more he pressed on, relishing in her irritation. The illusion was shattered beyond repair. Are you cursing me in your heart? He teased, his breath warm against her neck, causing her to instinctively shrink away. I have work tomorrow. Come to the hospital to sign the contract for the new drug clinical trial. Nan Zhi wiped her mouth and turned to face him. What about that case? Settlement. What? Nan Zhi was as tense as a cat with its fur standing on end. I disagree. I want him to serve time. Impossible. No one is willing to testify. If you continue to pursue this, you will only end up in jail yourself. Haven't you spent enough time there? Nan Zhi's complexion paled slightly, her fingertips digging in her palm, the sharp pain forcing her to regain a semblance of calm. She had underestimated Qiao Jingyue once again. Yesterday, she had assumed his rhetoric meant he had submitted the video to the police. It was now clear that he had merely brokered some sort of arrangement with Zhong Xiang. With a hint of stiffness in her tone, she inquired, what are the specific terms of the settlement? He will drop the case, issue a written apology, and admit that it was his unrequited pursuit that led him to self-harm and falsely accuse you. Additionally, he will compensate you with 500,000. Is that all? What more do you desire? Nan Zhi, this is already the best outcome. He will undoubtedly face suspension, disgrace, and ruin. Do you really think you'd be satisfied only if you were imprisoned? With a cold smile playing on her lips, she replied, though his actions did not yield direct consequences for me, it was merely due to my own evasion. Other girls have suffered a lifetime. Shouldn't he bear the cost? He firmly grasped her shoulders, saying, those other girls did not resist at the time, and now they certainly will not. Perhaps they have already married and started families, unwilling to have their lives disrupted. Set aside your so-called sense of justice. It is futile. Nan Zhi did not possess a black and white perspective. In fact, she was more aware than most of the murky gray areas that exist in the world. Yet this situation eluded her understanding because she was the victim. As she lay in bed, watching the pudgy old man raise the syringe, every cell in her body quivered. If such a monster could remain concealed and unpunished, he would continue to perpetrate his evils, and the number of victims would only rise. Noticing her lost in thought, Qiao Jingyue frowned. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing. Let us leave it at that." Upon her concession, he replied with a calm demeanor. To deal with him, it is not strictly necessary for him to go to prison. As long as he remains alive, anything can happen. Nan Zhi, still distracted, did not absorb his words. However, the dynamic between the two had shifted due to the incident with Zhong Xiang, now lacking the awkward sweetness and instead becoming a facade that hid their emotional distance. Even Su Ku, returning for breakfast, could sense the change. The trio shared a peculiar meal, after which Qiao Jingyue departed. Once Suka closed the door, she asked, somewhat incredulously, "What happened?" "Nothing. Please wash the dishes and help tidy up." As Suka mopped the floor, she listened to Nan Zhi recount Qiao Jingyue's approach to the situation. Pausing with the mop, Suka said, "Nan Bao, I must be honest, and please don't take offense. I think he handled it rather well." "You feel that way too?" "Yes. Consider this. If the matter were to become public, not only would the victims suffer, but the female doctors and nurses around Zhongxiang would certainly face scrutiny. They're just ordinary people trying to live their lives. Who would want that? Of course, not experiencing others' suffering or encouraging goodness in others. Regardless, I stand by your side." "All right then, I will accept the mediation." She sighed. The following day, Nan Zhi made her appearance at Renan Hospital, sporting a new hairstyle. She had ascended to the status of a renowned figure within the medical system of Shin City, virtually unrecognizable to anyone who crossed her path. Nurses from the past exchanged glances and whispers, uncertain if it truly was Nan Zhi, as she had once donned long hair. Yet, the striking resemblance was undeniable, with those captivating fox-like eyes and her unmistakable aura. "What are you all gazing at?" asked Jiang Yuan, who had been observing from behind. Someone pointed her out. "Dr. Jiang, is that person Nan Zhi from Nanka Pharmaceuticals?" "Nonsense. She essened attention. How could it be?" "Nan Zhi?" For the first time, Jiang Yuan lost her composure in front of the crowd, her expression revealing astonishment as she beheld the approaching figure of Nan Zhi. Nan Zhi greeted her warmly. "Sister, good morning." "Sister." Chapter 49. The Little Deceiver. Early in the morning, Jiang Yuan found herself in a state of disarray, as she felt Nan Zhi affectionately link arms with her. The memory of her mother's bruised hands surged to the forefront of her mind, prompting her to struggle free. "Let go of me. Sister, I was just about to go look for Professor Qiao outside. Let us go together." "Who is your sister?" Jiang Yuan glared at the peculiar gazes surrounding her, wishing she could slap Nan Zhi away. Yet, Nan Zhi remained unfazed, raising her voice with a hint of grievance. "Oh, so I'm not allowed to call you sister? Well, we don't share the same mother, after all. I am merely the daughter of Dad's ex-wife, and I cannot even bear the Jiang surname." A chorus of hisses filled the air, and nearly everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. It turned out that this vixen from Nank Pharmaceuticals was the daughter of the former wife of the president of the Jiang Corporation, a half-sibling to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of fury, her lungs seemingly ready to burst. Was Nan Zhi mad? After just a few days in detention, had she completely lost her sense of shame? Now that her reputation was in tatters and she was scorned by all, was she still attempting to cling to the Jiang family, as if to drag them down with her? However, having spent years under the influence of her mother, a woman of grace and resilience, Jiang Yuan quickly regained her composure. She deftly sidestepped the core of the issue. "As a junior, it is inappropriate for me to speak on matters concerning our elders, but your mother was divorced due to infidelity. Whatever surname you bear is ultimately determined by her." "Infidelity. Indeed, no wonder like mother like daughter. It is no surprise you cannot bear the Jiang name. As you are likely not of Jiang blood." The cruel words poured forth from the crowd, eager to curry favor with Jiang Yuan, their merciless taunts echoing in Nan Zhi's ears. With a slight curve of her lips, Nan Zhi's large, innocent eyes sparkled with navet. "Ah, the past is best left unremembered. I recall our first meeting when I was 5 and you were 4.5. Your mother introduced you as the child of a rural relative and instructed you to call me Uncle Jiang. You were so innocent then, asking why you couldn't simply call me Dad. Shortly thereafter, my parents divorced, and your wish was fulfilled. As her words lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone understood that Jiang Yiwen was the apple of Jiang Shudong's eye. Yet by age, it suggested that either Jiang Yiwen was not his biological child, or that her mother had been a mistress. In the years that followed, the couple, Jiang Shudong and his wife, had appeared deeply in love, frequently attending various events together, admired and envied by many. Thus, the revelation of such a hidden truth came as a shock. Jiang Yiwen dreaded any mention of this past. She could vividly recall the ill-fitting new dress she wore when Nan Zhi accused her of stealing her doll, the fear she felt back then. Ultimately, she became the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family, residing in a grand house, yet unable to shake off the psychological scars. She had bought numerous dolls only to destroy them one by one. Now, with Nan Zhi resurrecting old memories, Jiang Yiwen suddenly felt as though the designer garments she wore worth tens of thousands had transformed in a mere brown paper. She trembled uncontrollably before she lost her composure entirely. She coldly retorted, "I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. Ren is a hospital, not a place for your shameless antics. We do not have any doctors like Zhong Xiang here, so leave promptly and spare yourself further embarrassment." Embarrassing, is it? Nan Zhi suddenly leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "It was Qiao Jingyue who sent me here. Can you guess what he intends to do? You shameless wretch." Nan Zhi swiftly seized her wrist, exerting pressure as if to crush her bones. "Do you intend to strike me? Qiao Jingyue would certainly commend you as a lady. Remain still. If you move, you shall no longer be a lady, and your Jingyue will lose his fondness for you." In Jiang Yiwen's eyes, Nan Zhi appeared as a veritable demon. Perhaps her malevolence had been sealed away before, but after a stint in detention, it seemed that the seal had been broken, revealing a truly wicked nature. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, "What are you doing?" Upon seeing Qiao Jingyue, Jiang Yiwen's eyes brimmed with tears. She yearned to break free from Nan Zhi and throw herself into the man's embrace. However, Nan Zhi, fully aware of her intentions, tightened her grip instead. "Professor Qiao, your timing is impeccable. I was just telling my sister that we should return home for dinner tonight. You should join us. Let's gather as a family. Who wishes to dine with you?" Nan Zhi's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Jiang, do take heed." Qiao Jingyue's profound gaze flickered coldly towards her, a clear warning evident in his demeanor. Reluctantly, Nan Zhi released her hold, and Jiang Yiwen instantly retreated behind the man as though grievously wronged. Unperturbed, Nan Zhi had acted with intent. She sought to discern the extent of Qiao Jingyue's tolerance for Jiang Yiwen. Qiao Jingyue took Jiang Yiwen by the hand and began to walk away, while Nan Zhi leisurely trailed behind. The onlookers were left bewildered, pondering the unfolding situation. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Zhong Xiang has issued a statement." "What statement? What has happened to him?" They all pulled out their phones, and as they read Zhong Xiang's announcement, their eyes widened, jaws nearly dropping. It revealed that Zhong Xiang, after failing to win her affection, had injured himself and falsely accused Nan Zhi. Such audacity! Some believed it, while others remained skeptical. Regardless, Nan Zhi's radiant presence at Renan suggested that matters were far from simple. Now, the public began to firmly believe in her status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Nan Zhi did not head to the cardiology department. Instead, she made her way to orthopedics, where the staff, having seen the statement, engaged in lively discussions. Turning around, she spotted the gossiping protagonist standing at the door, her expression quite vivid. Li Xiao, somewhat agitated, exclaimed, "When did you come out? You didn't even notify me." "Yesterday. I appreciate your efforts these past days as you've been running around for me." Li Xiao wore a crestfallen look, lamenting, "I haven't been able to assist you much in the end." "No, you have helped me tremendously. At the very least, you have shown me the essence of true friendship." Li Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment. It was her inability to discern character that had led Nan Zhi into peril. Now, in stark contrast to Nan Zhi's candor, her own scheming appeared rather lowly. By the way, your new hairstyle is quite lovely. Nan Zhi touched her hair and smiled radiantly. Thank you. Dr. Li, I may sign a clinical trial contract with your hospital today. He nodded, clearly already aware. Though his expression was complex, was it despondency, reluctance, or perhaps jealousy? Li Xiao watched her leave, captivated by the graceful silhouette of the girl for an extended moment. Nan Zhi did not immediately seek out Qiao Jingyue. Instead, she meandered outside for a while before calling him. Are you free now? Yes. Please wait for me at the experimental center. Not long after Nan Zhi arrived, he came. He was exceptionally diligent in his work, not uttering a single trivial remark, as he guided her through each department, ultimately securing a contract that was both meticulous and stringent. Upon completion, he felt the need to impart some wisdom. Our clinical trials will be a rigorous and protracted endeavor, potentially lasting 1 or 2 years, so you must mentally prepare yourself. Nan Zhi, ever obedient, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped her little finger. Startled, Nan Zhi glanced around to ensure no one was watching before she quietly inquired, "What is it? Was what you just said true?" He asked. "Which statement?" She pondered, having already forgotten her own words. Chapter 51. A discomforting encounter. He picked up a pen and lightly tapped her head. "Are you pretending to be clueless? Let's go have dinner at the Jiang family." Nan Zhi grasped his hand, gently tracing her fingers across his palm. "Do you wish for it to be real or fake?" He scoffed, using the pen to sketch on the delicate back of her hand. "What are you doing? Stop drawing." Ignoring her protest, he tightly held her wrist. Eventually, Nan Zhi relented, allowing him to draw while she occupied herself with her phone. After a while, he patted her hand. "All done." Nan Zhi looked down to find a 3-legged cat depicted, complete with her new hairstyle and the character Nen inscribed on its forehead. "How ugly. Am I really that unattractive? Are you criticizing my new hairstyle?" Currently, her hair fell to her collarbone, lightly curled and dyed a dark tea color, exuding a mature elegance that was less alluring and more endearing than before. A person like her could look beautiful even with a shaved head. A mere change in hairstyle had little effect. Qiao Jingyue scrutinized her closely, pinching her delicate chin. "Next time, wear that polka-dotted dress to my house. Wang Wang will surely be more fond of you." Wang Wang was a golden retriever with droopy ears, reminiscent of her hairstyle. Nan Zhi playfully stepped on his foot beneath the table. "You just enjoy bullying me, don't you?" The man stretched out his leg, pinning hers in place. Despite her attempts to escape, she found herself unable to free herself. They were currently situated in the laboratory office, surrounded by glaring glass and bustling researchers. Nan Zhi whispered, "Aren't you afraid of being seen?" "I'm not. Are you?" He countered. "I'm even less afraid. Not even afraid of being seen by Li Xiao." Nan Zhi's expression darkened. "What do you mean? Do you think I slept with Li Xiao?" Qiao Jingyue replied, "I'm not like you. I don't have the habit of moving from one to another." "Why?" Nan Zhi gazed into his eyes, gently biting her lip, her tone softening. "Afraid of calling the wrong person? I'm not worried. I can tell the differences just by touch." Nan Zhi felt an urge to kick him. After all, Jiang Yuan's physique was as rigid as a stick. Embracing her would indeed be uncomfortable. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering within. "They're all girls. Don't be so cruel with your words. You, despicable man." Nan Zhi's cherry lips moved, each word pronounced distinctly. Without waiting for Qiao Jingyue to respond, she swiftly fled outside. Through a sea of golden sunlight, she raised her middle finger at him. Perhaps the sunlight was too intense. The man squinted, and within his line of sight, Nan Zhi, with her finger raised, glimmered like a mischievous little angel. His irritation faded. Lowering his head, he playfully bit down on a little rascal. Later that evening, as they left the office, Qiao Jingyue walked out alongside Jiang Yuan. Colleagues greeted them, teasingly inquiring, "When we get to taste the wedding candy from you and Professor Qiao, Xiaojiang." Jiang Yuan blushed, glancing at Qiao Jingyue, who responded nonchalantly soon. "Ha! In that case, congratulations in advance. We'll be waiting." Once the others had departed, Jiang Yuan remarked, "You were just stringing them along, weren't you?" The man tilted his head slightly. "What's the matter? Do you not wish to marry me?" "Of course not, I'm merely..." She noticed the glint of mischief in his eyes and realized he was teasing her, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration and exclaim, "How annoying." He took her hand and said, "If you wish to marry me, have your father prepare a dowry. I shall not agree to anything less than 1 billion. After all, I am accustomed to a life of ease. Jiang Yuan, however, wore a serious expression. Rest assured, although I have a younger brother, my father has stated that the family fortune will be divided equally between us. And what about me? Nan Zhi chimed in cheerfully from behind her. Jiang Yuan turned around as if she had seen a ghost. Why are you following me? Nan Zhi glanced at the path ahead. How peculiar. Isn't this the hospital corridor? Isn't that right, Professor Qiao? Professor Qiao Jingyue ignored the girl who was making faces at him and ushered Jiang Yuan into the elevator. Wait for me, she said as she squeezed in after them. The elevator was quite empty, containing only 3 or 4 people, and she remained silent, standing beside Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan seemed as though she had dirt on her, yet out of respect for the presence of others, she kept quiet until they reached the underground parking lot, where she quickly grabbed Qiao Jingyue's hand and left. Nan Zhi trailed behind, unable to shake off her presence, no matter how fast she walked. Sweat beaded on Jiang Yuan's forehead as she clutched Qiao Jingyue's hand tightly, while the man remained calm, occasionally glancing back at Nan Zhi. Each time he looked, Nan Zhi would smile at him, her eyes crescent-shaped, her grin radiant and sweet. Finally, they reached the car, and Jiang Yuan opened the door to the passenger seat. Urging Qiao Jingyue, let's go. He fastened his seatbelt and drove out of the parking lot. Nan Zhi stood by the roadside, waving at them. Jiang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, I'm rid of her. Is Nan Zhi mad? She just wants to let go. Are you sure you've left her behind? Qiao Jingyue asked, smirking as he glanced into the rearview mirror. Jiang Yuan turned around only to find Nan Zhi's white K5 following closely behind. Ah, that annoying Nan Zhi. What is she up to? As if reading her thoughts, Qiao Jingyue remarked nonchalantly, she likely intends to come to your house for dinner. What? Her eyes widened in disbelief, but then she regained her composure. Going to her house sounds delightful. Let us see how my parents deal with this brat. She shed her panic-stricken demeanor and skillfully tuned into the car radio, which was broadcasting a local evening program. The female host, with a melodious voice, said, this listener named Nanfong wishes to dedicate a song to heaven by a second-hand rose. To her dear friend, wishing her a life of happiness and success, and may they all ascend together. As the host's voice faded, the sound of a celebratory suona could be heard. Jiang Yuan furrowed her brows. What is this nonsense? Does this host have a screw loose? Playing such songs at the end of the workday? Don't be so quick to judge. Second-hand Rose's songs are rather amusing and quite fitting for us doctors. Take a moment to appreciate it. Jiang Yuan, without taking a moment to savor the moment, found herself ensnared in a traffic jam. Beside her, a white K5 abruptly maneuvered into her lane, and from the open window emanated a distinctive masculine voice, singing about ascending to paradise in pursuit of fame and fortune, declaring that in life, aside from death, there are no significant matters. It was Nan Zhi. Jiang Yuan's voice rose to a pitch as she yelled, her fair complexion taut and her eyes transforming into sharp, unyielding triangles. The bitter orange indeed represented Zhi, that woman. Suddenly, Qiao Jingyue lowered his car window and called out, do you enjoy this song? Nan Zhi pushed her sunglasses up slightly and nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, yes, aside from death, there are no grave matters in life. Professor Qiao, do you believe there is a paradise in this world? Qiao Jingyue shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I don't know, having never died. She inquired playfully, if I were to claim I knew, would you believe me? He feigned seriousness as he asked, what, have you died before? She nodded, indeed, when I passed. I encountered someone. Can you guess who it was? Chapter 52. What a menace. He furrowed his brow slightly. Is it me? Nan Zhi cradled her chin, her eyes narrowing amidst the sound of the suona. Perhaps you misjudged. I'm not the king of hell. Or perhaps you are a superhero battling the Grim Reaper. She retorted, are you out of your mind, Nan Zhi? The exchange between the two finally irked Jiang Yuan. Nan Zhi lowered her sunglasses once more, waved at Qiao Jingyue, and raised the car window. At that moment, the music ceased, and the host resumed announcing traffic updates. As the flow of cars began to move, Nan Zhi was the first to accelerate away, vanishing from sight. With the burden lifted from her heart, Jiang Yuan exhaled deeply and reached for Qiao Jingyue's hand. He clasped hers in return, asking what's wrong. Jingyue, don't pay any attention to that lunatic. She is deliberately trying to provoke me. You know she's doing it on purpose, yet you're still angry? Is that not childish? Jiang Yuan was on the verge of tears. You're on my side. Aren't you? He patted her hand, of course. Then, would you stay at my house tonight? Her face flushed upon speaking the words. Qiao Jingyue turned his head and caught sight of her perfectly timed shyness. Sure. Jiang Yuan's heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. She pondered what pajamas to wear throughout the journey. Upon arriving at Jiang's grand villa, Jiang Yuan dashed inside, calling out for her mother. Jiang Meng descended from upstairs, immediately chiding her daughter in a high-pitched voice. You're all grown up yet still act like a little girl. What are you shouting for? Upon spotting Qiao Jingyue behind Jiang Yuan, her face instantly brightened with a smile. Jingyue, you've come. Please, take a seat. Someone, bring tea. No need for formality, Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Ming had always felt that Qiao Jingyue treated her too distantly. Just as she was about to say something, Jiang Yuan pulled her aside. Jiang Ming shot her a glare. What are you doing? Jingyue is still here. I wanted to tell you, Nan. Ms. Jiang. I came to visit you, and Uncle, interrupted Nan Zhi, who stood at the entrance holding a basket of fruit, filled with starfruit, green apples, avocados, and green grapes, all in shades of green. Both mother and daughter were taken aback, following the sound to the doorway. Jiang Ming, momentarily stunned, felt a surge of irritation, but quickly suppressed it upon remembering Qiao Jingyue's presence. Struggling to muster a smile, she addressed Nan Zhi. Why bring something? Just coming is enough. You visited me at the detention center the other day. I must express my gratitude. Even though I am returning home, I couldn't come empty-handed. Please don't mind. Aunt. With that, she set down the fruit and seated herself beside Qiao Jingyue, even giving him a cheeky wink. Qiao Jingyue remained impassive, observing her theatrics unfold. At that moment, a servant entered with tea, nearly dropping the tray upon seeing Nan Zhi. Quick on her feet, Nan Zhi caught the tray. Wuma, you're still here. How delightful. As she poured tea for Qiao Jingyue, he picked it up and drank, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yuan's displeased gaze. Wuma stammered. Miss Jiang, after all these years, it's impressive that you still recognize me. Why do you still serve as a maid? Given your past eagerness to seek favor from your master, shouldn't you have aspired to be a housekeeper instead? Wuma's face turned pale. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Mengyi grasped her arm and said, This is not your concern. You may leave now. Wuma, resembling a rabbit pursued by a hunter, sprang up and fled, her movements betraying no hint of her 50 years. Nan Zhi paid her no mind. She lifted her cup, inhaled the aroma, and then inquired of Qiao Jingyue, Professor Qiao, what tea is this? It has a delightful fragrance. I am unsure. Yuan, what type of tea is this? Da Hong Pao, a treasure collection of my father. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized she was indirectly responding to Nan Zhi, her expression darkening. Qiao Jingyue was engaging in a dialogue with Nan Zhi, suggesting some hidden connection between them. Jiang Yuan cast a jealous glance at Nan Zhi. Feeling herself to be vulgar and frivolous, akin to an inferior woman, yet she could not deny that Nan Zhi possessed an undeniable allure for men. Upon noticing her daughter's expression, Jiang Mengyi understood entirely. She had once looked at Nan Zijuan in the same way. The detestable Nan family, now that the mother had passed. The daughter had returned to wreak havoc upon their lives. Gently patting her daughter's hand, she offered silent comfort, and then declared aloud, Yuan, why not take Jingyue to the back garden to see the new fish your father has raised? Qiao Jingyue readily accepted, and to her surprise, Nan Zhi also stood up, exclaiming, Perfect! I would like to see if the cherry blossom tree we planted years ago is still there. Jiang Yuan was unwilling for her to accompany them, stating, It's long gone. My father found it unsightly and had it uprooted. Uprooted? Has my father's relationship with his mentor deteriorated? Jiang Yuan was utterly bewildered. Jiang Mengyi quickly interjected, Yuan must be mistaken. I believe you are referring to another tree. The Yezakura, gifted by your father's teacher, is thriving. The elderly gentleman visited last year to admire it. Then I must go see it. With that, she bounded out the door, her exuberance uncontainable, and this time, no one could hinder her. Jiang Yiwen gritted her teeth, utterly disinclined to follow. Yet Qiao Jingyue insisted, "Shall we not go see the fish?" I find myself quite intrigued by the Yezakura as well. With no alternative, she acquiesced and led the way, while Jiang Mingyi hurriedly called Jiang Shudong. In the garden, Nan Zhi navigated with ease, her eyes alight with the vibrant splendor around her. She had left the Jiang household when she was only 5, an age when children typically possess scant memories, yet she inexplicably recalled many things. For instance, the fountain where she had nearly drowned, the rockery from which she had unearthed a snake, and the hydrangeas where a black cat had leaped out, scratching her face. Over time, she had speculated that someone had intended to harm her, suspecting her mother's assistant, who was also her cousin raised by the Nan family, Jiang Mingyi. Wow, these fish are so plump. They would surely taste delightful as braised fish, she exclaimed, gazing at the koi in the pond with genuine admiration. Jiang Yuan scoffed. "These are koi. Each one costs tens of thousands. And you only think of eating them? Oh, then I shan't eat. Why the hostility?" Nan Zhi shot her a glance before moving to the other side. As she passed by Qiao Jingyue, her fingertips brushed lightly against him. Jiang Yiwen, with a fleeting glance, failed to perceive the underlying tension. Upon turning back, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She felt an inexplicable discomfort, sensing a subtle yet unmistakable rapport between the two individuals, leaving her feeling like an outsider. It was not that Jiang Yiwen lacked the means. Initially, she had deftly managed her interactions with Nan Zhi. However, now she found herself perplexed by Qiao Jingyue's demeanor, anxious that any misstep might provoke his distaste. In essence, she had yet to captivate Qiao Jingyue completely. The mere thought of him staying over tonight sent a rush of warmth through her heart. Even more fervent was Qiao Jingyue, who was taken aback by this audacious woman daring to seize his attention. One could only wonder how he would respond to her boldness this evening. Chapter 53. The Bad Seed. As soon as Jiang Shudong received a call from Jiang Ming, he hurried home, only to find Nan Zhi inquiring about her former room. His face darkened. "There is no longer a place for you here." The sharpness in Nan Zhi's narrowed eyes mirrored his own. "Why does the household registration still bear my name? And why do you have the authority to dictate my marriage?" Jiang Shudong loosened his tie, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Have you come to seek justice?" Before Nan Zhi could respond, Qiao Jingyue approached. "Mr. Jiang, greetings." Jiang Shudong promptly donned a congenial facade, his smile broadening. "Jingyue, you've arrived. No need for such formality. Just call me uncle." Qiao Jingyue offered a faint smile, remaining silent as he regarded Nan Zhi. A flicker of icy light flashed in Jiang Shudong's eyes as he forced a laugh. "Don't just stand there, come sit." Qiao Jingyue did not engage further, gesturing to Nan Zhi instead. "Miss, Nan is currently collaborating with our hospital on clinical trials for tolvaptan medications. If successful, it will significantly impact the Jiang family business." Jiang Shudong's heart sank. Qiao Jingyue was issuing a warning, intent on protecting Nan Zhi. He maintained a facade of cheerfulness. "This is a remarkable initiative for the country and its citizens. If it proves successful, even if our Jiang family reaps no profit, we will wholeheartedly support it." "That is splendid," Qiao Jingyue replied. "Miss Nan, you should express your gratitude to Mr. Jiang." Nan Zhi readily complied, thanking him. Jiang Shudong stifled the tumult of emotions within his gaze. "Zhi, why do you stand on ceremony? You are my daughter. How could I not support you? Gulme, let us all dine." During the meal, the hosts ate without savoring the flavors, while the guests enjoyed their food heartily. Nan Zhi even praised the chef, remarking how delightful the soup was. "My mother preferred bland flavors, forbidding salt in the broth, rendering it tasteless. This chef not only added salt but also chicken essence, making it much more enjoyable." Qiao Jingyue glanced at the seafood soup in his bowl, crafted from the finest ingredients that required no additional seasoning. The faces of the trio paled, the color of liver, as Nan Zhi's words pricked the tenderest spots of their hearts. Nan Zijian was a nightmare they could never escape. They resided in the very house she once inhabited, the garden meticulously designed by her, dining from her recipes. Everything they had was hers. After the meal, under Jiang Yuan's suggestion, Jiang Ming invited Qiao Jingyue to stay, to which he gladly agreed. To their astonishment, Jiang Shudong permitted Nan Zhi to remain as well. Nan Zhi playfully inquired, "May I stay in my old room?" "That room has been converted into a dressing room," Jiang Yuan declined. Somewhat helpless, Nan Zhi retorted, "I recall there being several dressing rooms in the villa. Why occupy a bedroom? Is it any of your concern?" "This is my home," came Jiang Yuan's sharp response. Suddenly, Nan Zhi placed the household registration on the table. "It is also my home." Jiang Yuan gasped. "How do you have a household registration? This must be a forgery." Jiang Shudong's expression darkened. He had maneuvered to ensure Nan Zhi became Zhong Xiang's third wife, only to find himself outmaneuvered. He could only pacify the situation. "Nan Zhi, your room is still available, though it hasn't been cleaned in quite some time. If you don't mind, you may go and stay there." "Thank you," she replied. After speaking, she provocatively winked at Jiang Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan thought to herself that she would soon have Qiao Jingyue, so she would not hold a grudge against her. Upon returning to her room, she changed into a seductive nightgown and headed to the guest room where Qiao Jingyue was staying. The man had just finished showering, clad in a loose bathrobe that revealed his fair, taut skin at the collar. Dressed in a provocative black nightgown, Jiang Yuan rushed into the room, throwing herself at him. Qiao Jingyue caught her, exclaiming, "You're quite eager, little one." Jiang Yuan, her voice filled with excitement, pleaded, "Jingyue, please hold me tightly." Observing from the balcony, Nan Zhi rolled her eyes, thinking, "Oh, Jiang, the lady is clearly nothing but a temptress." However, the man became serious and pushed her away. "Yuan, I'm sorry. I cannot do this." Jiang Yuan instantly felt a chill run through her. "Why not?" "Because this is your home." "It's fine. My parents 1T object." "Yes, they 1T object, but they certainly 1T approve. As a father, no one wishes to see their unmarried daughter taken advantage of by a rogue." Jiang Yuan seemed to be persuaded by his words, though she hesitated, but he cradled her face and gently kissed her forehead. "You are the woman I intend to marry. Our first time must be grand and memorable. If it were taken so easily, I would regret it." His voice was deep and filled with allure, causing Jiang Yuan's cheeks to flush. She murmured, "Then I will listen to you." "Good, go back to sleep. We have a beautiful future ahead of us." After sending her away, Qiao Jingyue lit a cigarette and called out to the balcony, "Aren't you coming out?" Nan Zhi emerged. Her face as cold as the night outside, her eyes shrouded in inscrutable darkness. Though she felt the chill, her actions were fervent as she wrapped her arms around his neck, disdainfully sniffing. "Jiang." The lady even used aphrodisiac fragrances, indicating her determination to possess you. "Is that surprising? We are to be married, and intimacy is inevitable." Nan Zhi's eyes flickered. Initially, she thought his earlier words were merely a ruse to placate Jiang Yuan, but now she was uncertain. Perhaps he didn't love Jiang Yuan as deeply, but her status made her suitable to be his wife, which is why he patiently indulged her. In essence, apart from his exceptional professional prowess, he was no different in emotional matters from those untrustworthy signs of wealth. Yet, she found it puzzling. Years ago, his kindness towards her felt genuine. Was it love back then, or just a fleeting performance? How could he have forgotten it so completely? Ouch! The pain brought her back to reality as the man bit her ear, urging her to focus. Nan Zhi clung to him, her small hands exploring the area Jiang Yuan had ventured into. "Qiao Jingyue, aren't you curious how I got here?" "Not curious. As long as you're here, that's enough." He carried her towards the bedroom. "Wait, you smell entirely of Jiang Yuan. I dislike it." The man savored her presence, a tumult of desires roiling within him, his hoarse voice laced with temptation. "Dislike, yet you come to entice me." "I don't. I merely wanted to come here to admire the moon." The little one still attempts to argue. The man lowers his head to kiss her neck, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Delicate, fragmented sounds fill the quiet space with palpable sensuality. Nan Zhi's voice, tinged with a sob, exclaims, "Qiao Jingyue, you rascal. Don't you enjoy being bad?" Suddenly, Nan Zhi finds herself frozen, clutching him tightly as she inquires, "Is someone knocking at the door?" He has indeed heard the rhythmic pounding, and he retorts, "Well, you've been scheming to entice me right under Jiang Yuan's nose." Isn't it all the more thrilling now? These two individuals are both mischievous souls, one seeking to satiate his ambitions through the other, while the other yearns to fulfill her desires with him. At this moment, consumed by madness, he boldly carries her towards the door. Chapter 54. The Thrill of Adventure Before 11 a.m. Those who subscribe to Chapter 53 need not subscribe again. Outside the door, Jiang Yuan spoke in a gentle tone. Jingyue, are you asleep? Mother has prepared a soothing soup for you. Allow me to bring you a bowl. Nan Zhi whispered in his ear. Sleep aid? Could it possibly be a tonic for vitality? He chuckled softly. It would be quite suitable for you. Nan Zhi nearly gasped. Lightly tapping him, you are incorrigibly mischievous. Outside, Jiang Yuan, receiving no response for quite some time, declared loudly, I am entering with my key. With a click, she pushed the door open. Qiao Jingyue, just rousing from his slumber, rubbed his forehead and murmured, apologies, I must have dozed off. It's all right. I have brought you soup. Qiao Jingyue shook his head. I prefer not to eat anything before sleeping. Disappointed, she surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Suddenly, she noticed a movement among the greenery on the balcony. Jiang Yuan hurried over. Why didn't you close the window? Is it not chilly at night? The balcony was empty. The earlier movement was merely the wind stirring the plants. She breathed a sigh of relief. The soup was merely a pretext. With Nan Zhi residing here, her heart was often unsettled. What are you looking at? Qiao Jingyue inquired. Jiang Yuan quickly diverted her gaze. Nothing. Please continue to rest. No. I must return to the hospital. I just received a call. The patient from yesterday's heart valve surgery is not doing well. I need to check on them. Jiang Yuan stood momentarily stunned, and as she continued to gaze at him, Qiao Jingyue suddenly leaned down to pinch her cheek. Are you eager to see me change? Her face flushed immediately as she shook her head. I'll step outside now. Wait. Jiang Yuan turned back. Is there something else? The man spoke softly. Take the soup with you. Jiang Yuan smiled and carried the tray out once more. The man exhaled deeply, moving to the balcony. He reached out to pull the girl inside. Nan Zhi clung to him like a koala. Is it thrilling? You'd end up as a mere pulp if you fell. He retorted. Please, with such a height, a little tumble wouldn't be fatal. You are a doctor, after all. You should possess some common sense. He chose not to engage further in banter, placing her on the bed and proceeding to change his clothes, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Nan Zhi admired his athletic physique and reached out playfully, gripping him tightly. Stop fooling around. I must go to the hospital. Really? Aren't you just deceiving Jiang Yuan? I never jest about my patient's ailments. Nan Zhi pouted. How annoying. Don't touch me anymore. It feels unfinished, just like being left hanging. He suddenly chuckled softly, pinching her delicate chin. Wait for me. I shall visit you for dinner tomorrow night. Don't come. I will be busy. The man smiled but said nothing, swiftly donning his clothes. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced back at the girl, unable to resist pulling her close and kissing her fervently. When they finally parted, her soft lips were slightly swollen, a tender shade of red, and her eyes held a hint of grievance, evoking a sense of endearment. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Qiao Jingyue's breath hitched as he buried his face in her neck, nuzzling against her. The sensation of wanting to misbehave, yet being unable to was overwhelmingly stifling. Nan Zhi pulled him away, urging him to hurry as the patient awaited him. He tenderly caressed her hair, cautioning her to take care. It was only when the door clicked shut that Nan Zhi regained her senses. Was this man truly concerned about her being alone in the Jiang household, to the point where not even the remnants of bones would remain? Thus, he had followed her today, serving as a warning to Jiang Shudong? The thought that she might have been under his protection warmed her heart momentarily. Yet, her rationality swiftly intervened. Nan Zhi, do not forget the pain amidst the pleasure. His kindness stems solely from his desire to possess you. The Jiang family maintained a healthy routine. Jiang Meng rose early for a jog, while Jiang Shudong sat in the living room, perusing financial news after his morning walk. Only Nan Zhi lingered in slumber until 8 o'clock. As she descended the stairs and spotted the old man enjoying tea, she greeted him with a cheerful good morning. Jiang Shudong scoffed. How can you sleep so soundly? Nan Zhi raised an eyebrow. Well, after years of being unsettled, I've certainly grown accustomed to any bed. Follow me to the study, he commanded. With a smile, Nan Zhi trailed behind him. Last night, with Qiao Jingyue present, he had restrained himself. Today, however, he He likely intended to show her his true colors. Once the study door closed, Nan Zhi suddenly focused on the jade paperweight on the table, exclaiming, "You still keep this?" Jiang Shudong glanced at it. A meticulously carved stone lion made from a single piece of white jade, lustrous and exquisite, undeniably valuable. He averted his gaze, replying coolly, "Nan Zhi, do not assume that with Qiao Jingyue backing you, you can act with impunity. I could extinguish you as easily as one might crush an ant. But why would you want to extinguish me? Simply because I am the daughter you never wanted?" Jiang Shudong faltered, unable to conjure a retort. Nan Zhi retrieved her phone, presenting a photograph to him. "Look at this." Initially, he cast a casual glance, but soon his expression shifted drastically. "Where did you acquire this?" Surprised, she continued, "Isn't it astonishing? The anti-cancer drug you invested heavily in, which ultimately failed, has seen remarkable breakthroughs thanks to my mother." He reached out, wishing to examine it closely, yet she snatched the phone back. The man's face contorted with fury. "Give it to me. Mr. Jiang, viewing it won't benefit you. It's merely a straightforward progress report. How could I possibly store the detailed information on my phone?" Jiang Shudong suddenly grasped the lion paperweight. His features contorted with a palpable intent to kill. "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Nan Zhi lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions behind long lashes. An resigned smile. "Father, what do you believe I am capable of?" Hearing her utter "father," Jiang Shudong's grip loosened and his expression softened. Nan Zhi continued, "I am but an ordinary person, lacking my mother's prowess and significant financial backing. I exist in your shadow. What do you expect me to achieve?" He scoffed. "Since you are aware, refrain from causing trouble. But I too bear the surname Jiang. I am your daughter. Why can you not extend me a modicum of affection? I do not seek to join your family to bask in the warmth of paternal affection. I merely wish for you to refrain from treating me as an adversary. If you be so kind." Nan Zhi's voice trembled with tears, her sobs embodying a delicate fragility that perfectly matched her youth. Jiang Shudong furrowed his brow as he regarded her, his expression softening slightly, though it was not a revival of paternal love, but rather the satisfaction of a stronger individual confronting the weak. After weeping for a while, Nan Zhi sniffled and said, "With the capabilities of non-cow pharmaceuticals, even with my mother's data, it is unlikely they could develop an anti-cancer drug. I would gladly provide you with all the information. I beg you to acknowledge me, please." Jiang Shudong was moved. Gaining another daughter, especially one as beautiful as she, posed no loss to him. The crux lay in the potential acquisition of Nan Zijuan's research. Nan Zhi unwittingly revealed her innocence. "Father, I remember this paperweight. When I was young and had a fever, you let me hold it, claiming it would cool me down. Back then, you loved me too, didn't you?" Chapter 55. The red silk garment. As the two emerged from the study, their faces radiated joy. Nan Zhi turned to Jiang Shudong and said, "Father, I shall head to work now." Jiang Shudong playfully admonished, "Have breakfast first. It won't hurt to take a moment." "Thank you, Father, but I have a meeting, and I truly cannot afford to be late. Be cautious on your way." Seeing the affectionate bond between them, Jiang Meng felt as though she were witnessing a horror film, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Once they had departed, she seized Jiang Shudong's arm. "Shudong, what is happening? Have you reconciled with her?" Jiang Shudong nodded. "Indeed, we have reconciled. I am truly blessed with a wonderful daughter." Jiang Meng's astonishment was palpable. "But that girl is cunning in every way. Shudong, it's not that I oppose your acknowledgement of her, but her sudden appearance at our home makes me fear for our safety." Jiang Shudong gently caressed his wife's face in reassurance. "She is but a child. Why are you so worried? She possesses something of value, belonging to Nan Zijuan." Jiang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is it?" "It is the failed anti-cancer drug developed years ago. Having been Nan Zijuan's assistant, she was acutely aware of the significance and secrets entwined within that matter, and her expression shifted to one of unwavering support for her husband. "So, shall we treat her as family?" "That would suffice, but do not be overly kind. That girl is shrewd, and I fear she may grow suspicious." Jiang Meng nodded, still apprehensive. "Shudong, isn't this akin to inviting a wolf into our midst?" The man chuckled. "Look at your trepidation. Rest assured, Even if we cannot act against her now, there are others eager to deal with her, like Zhong Xiang. With that, Jiang Meng felt a sense of relief, leaning her head on her husband's shoulder, embracing him like a young girl. In the afternoon, Nan Zhi, accompanied by Su Ke, visited the law firm to collect the 500,000 compensation from Zhong Xiang. By unfortunate coincidence, they encountered him. The scoundrel could no longer feign illness to slander Nan Zhi. He had emerged from the hospital, shorn of hair and donning a cap. Stripped of the facade of a doctor, he resembled a butcher. With a fiery glare, he seethed, "Just wait. I will not let you off easily." Nan Zhi regarded him as one would a corner dog. "You want to let me off? I have no intention of letting you off either. You made me endure days in detention, and I shall make you pay." After Zhong Xiang had departed, Su Ke quietly inquired, "Nan Bao, how do you intend to deal with him?" Nan Zhi shook her head. "I do not know. Yet you speak of not letting him off. You should utter threats to intimidate him." On their way back, Su Ke queried, "You Haven Tea hosted a welcome-back feast since your release. Shall we indulge in a grand dinner tonight?" Nan Zhi tucked away the card with the 500,000. "Do not covet my money. It is of great use. I have no appetite for a feast. Take me to the market." Amidst Su Ke's disapproving gaze, Nan Zhi procured a plethora of ingredients, even enlisting Su Ke's help for free labor, ultimately dispatching him with a single tomato. As Su Ke cleaned shrimp, he accidentally stained his Burberry shirt, and upon smelling the fishy odor on his hands, he scolded her for being devoid of humanity. Nan Zhi was in high spirits as she prepared 4 dishes and brewed some soup before heading off to take a shower and change her clothes. In her wardrobe hung a set of red gauze sleepwear, reminiscent of Han attire, which she impulsively purchased, only to later realize it was intended to enhance romance. After lying dormant for quite some time, it finally found its purpose today. Once dressed, she gazed at the woman in the mirror, adorned like a blossoming red lotus, yet felt a twinge of regret over her short hair, which seemed to lack a certain charm. The weather had turned cooler, and the thin fabric left her shivering almost immediately. She contemplated donning a jacket, but feared that if Qiao Jingyue entered, it would diminish the allure of the moment. Thus, she endured the cold, hungry, from 7 o'clock until 9. While growing increasingly impatient, she felt no disappointment. Qiao Jingyue's class schedule was unpredictable, and a late arrival was not unusual. As she picked up her phone and scrolled through, she realized she did not have Qiao Jingyue's WeChat ID. She contemplated calling him, her fingers hesitating numerous times before ultimately giving up. Perhaps yesterday's comment had merely been a casual remark taken lightly by him. Alternatively, he might have been delayed by an emergency surgery. Caught in a cycle of self-inflicted torment, Nan Zhi's mind spiraled with irrational thoughts. After some time, she checked her moments and discovered that Jiang Yuan had posted 2 photos, one of her with Qiao Jingyue at a charity gala, where he had personally fastened a necklace around her neck. Nan Zhi smiled, realizing she had been mistaken. He was merely accompanying his fiancée. She should have known better than to take his words at face value. Rising, she removed the red gauze attire, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it away in the cupboard before disposing of the food in the kitchen. She did not wish to belittle herself. This was merely common sense in the realm of transactions. Yet, a faint ache lingered in her heart, which she attempted to interpret as mere hunger. The following day, as Nan Zhi delivered documents to the hospital, she spotted Jiang Yuan flaunting the necklace, with her cousin Jiang Qing playing the role of a reluctant supporter. Upon seeing Nan Zhi, Jiang Yuan immediately exclaimed, "Nan Zhi, look at the necklace Jingyue gave me. Isn't it beautiful?" Nan Zhi nodded and sincerely complimented her. "It's stunning. The gem is so large. It must be quite expensive." Jiang Qing scoffed, remarking that merchants only valued price. While the necklace was a token of love from the talented Lin Yin to her husband, its historical significance beyond mere monetary worth. Nan Zhi nodded, somewhat understanding, recalling that Lin Yin had passed away many years ago. Wearing something once owned by the deceased felt ominous, though both were doctors and nurses. The mention of death brought an air of superstition, prompting many to seek sterilization for the necklace, causing Jiang Yuan's piece to lose its allure. Jiang Yuan's eyes reddened with fury on the verge of tears. However, being a lady, she refrained from cursing, instead nudging Jiang Qing to take her side. Jiang Qing, having already been shunned, understood the underlying reasons that only she and Qiao Jingyue knew and resented Jiang Yuan, refusing to be her pawn. Nan Zhi observed with keen interest, thinking how fitting that the two, Jiang Meng and Jiang Qing, shared a familial trait of vying for their cousin's affections. On her way to the laboratory, Nan Zhi encountered Qiao Jingyue, who was engaged in a serious discussion. Not wishing to intrude, she hurried toward the elevator. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her, and the man called out, "Wait a moment." Nan Zhi reached out to press the elevator button while the man stood behind her, a mixture of disinfectant and a faint scent of basil wafting from him, which irked her. As the elevator doors opened, Nan Zhi stepped inside first, positioning herself in a corner. The elevator was crowded, and Qiao Jingyue found it difficult to squeeze in, remaining by the door. Several times he glanced in her direction, but she kept her head down, ignoring him. The doors opened and closed again, and he managed to push through the crowd to stand beside her. He reached out, gently placing his hand on her lower back. Nan Zhi remained unmoved, her indifferent gaze landing on his face. Qiao Jingyue maintained his cool demeanor, as if that hand, which was acting inappropriately, did not belong to him. The elevator doors opened once more. It was his selected floor. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I'm going out for dinner tonight." Nan Zhi shot him a disdainful glance, thinking, "Dinner? Why doesn't he go eat feces instead?" Chapter 56. No soundproofing on this particular day. Nan Zhi returned home late from work. Feeling too lethargic to cook, she simply grabbed a cucumber and a container of yogurt, settling down in the living room to indulge in her favorite TV series. Outside, the sound of a door opening was heard, and Qiao Jingyue casually walked in, as if he were returning to his own home. Nan Zhi removed her facial mask. Puzzled, she asked, "How did you get in?" He displayed the key in his hand, comfortably changing into slippers. Nan Zhi stood up, prying open his hand to inspect the key, which had a little dolphin keychain attached. It was the spare key to her home. "Where did you find this?" she inquired. He pointed towards the bedroom, indicating it was in the drawer of the bedside table. "Qiao Jingyue, this is not right. Did I give you permission?" He raised his hand to pinch her cheek, replying, "You belong to me, so what is a mere key?" Nan Zhi chose not to argue further, returning her attention to the show. The man interpreted her continued irritation as a mere remnant of her earlier mood and took a seat on the sofa, reaching out to embrace her. Nan Zhi dodged slightly, standing to toss the yogurt bottle into the trash. He furrowed his brow, resembling a pet owner who occasionally tolerates a cat's playful swipes but does not allow excess. He seized her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Surprised, Nan Zhi gasped, her hand pressing against his firm thigh, feeling a mix of shyness and annoyance. "What are you doing?" He buried his face in the delicate curve of her neck, greedily inhaling her fragrance, and after a moment, spoke in a hushed tone. "I mentioned the other day that I was here for dinner." It seemed to her that his notion of dinner was merely a verb devoid of any time constraints. Nan Zhi crunched on the cucumber, replying, "There's no food." He turned her face towards him, kissing her plump cheeks, and she felt a surge of frustration. She wanted to ask why he didn't tea-dine at Jiang Yuan's place, but she refrained. Having chosen to be lovers, she understood the necessity of knowing boundaries. Obedience was the most fundamental principle. Just then, she realized she was unwilling to be held by him. Seizing the moment, she stood, stating that there was little in the house to prepare, but she could boil some noodles. "Is that acceptable?" He rose in response. "Truly nothing? I must check." Nan Zhi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He entered the kitchen and, upon opening the refrigerator, discovered it brimming with ingredients. He pulled out asparagus, tomatoes, and chili peppers, then searched the freezer for shrimp and beef, exclaiming, "These are all my favorites." Nan Zhi glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. It would take at least an hour to prepare, effectively turning it into a late-night meal. However, she said nothing further and began to thaw the ingredients. Turning around, she found the man had donned an apron, the sleeves of his white shirt rolled up, revealing his muscular arms. "What are you doing?" Nan Zhi asked, perplexed. He removed his watch with one hand and handed it to her, saying, "Here, help me hold this." Nan Zhi nodded and turned to leave. "Come back." She halted, looking back at him. He effortlessly pulled her towards him, giving a hearty kiss on her cheek. Nan Zhi grimaced in distaste, wiping her cheek with her hand. He playfully smacked her bottom, saying, "Go on, I'll prepare dinner." Nan Zhi's frown deepened. She could not comprehend what Qiao Jingyue was up to. Yet, she refrained from questioning him, first placing his watch on the vanity before returning to her show. The kitchen resonated with a symphony of clattering sounds, followed by the deep hum of the exhaust fan. She found herself distracted, her attention barely grasping the unfolding scenes on the screen. Unable to contain her curiosity, she rose to peer into the kitchen. The man was skillfully chopping vegetables, his slender fingers demonstrating the same elegance, whether wielding a scalpel or a chef's knife. A pot nearby billowed white steam, releasing fragrant tendrils into the air. In another pot, the oil had reached the perfect temperature. He added the chopped chili and minced garlic, allowing them to sizzle, followed by a quick stir-fry of fragrant mushrooms and then the deveined shrimp. His movements were nimble and precise, the actions of frying and lifting the pan executed with a calm grace, even amidst the swirling smoke. "Have you seen enough?" he suddenly inquired, as if sensing her gaze from behind. Caught in the act, Nan Zhi felt a rare pang of guilt. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Please help me serve the dishes," she replied, though she initially had no intention of dining. However, the aroma of his cooking proved irresistible, prompting her to indulge in a generous bowl of rice. After the meal, in an attempt to alleviate her guilt from overindulgence, Nan Zhi voluntarily approached the sink to wash the dishes. As she turned on the tap, she sensed someone drawing near from behind. Without glancing back, amidst the sound of rushing water, she asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to help me wash?" He remained silent, his lips lingering near her ear. A tingling sensation coursed from the roots of her hair to the tips of her toes, causing Nan Zhi to grip the sink tighter, slightly tilting her head to evade him. His displeasure at her rejection was palpable. Breathing a bit heavily, she insisted, "I'm washing dishes. Don't be mischievous." His breath became slightly uneven, his voice husky, "You wash yours, and I'll do mine." As he spoke, his arm encircled her waist, gently pressing her against him. Turning to face him, she found his strikingly pale and handsome face mere inches away, his gaze dark and profound, seemingly radiating a warmth that could melt her. He leaned down, approaching her at a measured pace, while she, like a donkey enticed by a carrot, succumbed to the slow torment. Tilting her neck back and closing her eyes to kiss him, he was enticing her. At the crucial moment, Nan Zhi, with a soft voice, struggled to halt the advance. The soundproofing here is poor. His large hand swept under her arm, increasing the flow of water, drowning out their intimate sounds. As the water cascaded, Nan Zhi whimsically mused that next month's water bill would likely be exorbitant. Upon waking the next morning, the man was predictably absent. As she lingered in bed for a moment, she felt a chill against her neck. Touching it, she discovered a diamond necklace. She removed it without a second glance, tossing it aside carelessly. "One for his fiancée, and another for me. This pairing is truly amusing. Is he afraid I might feel jealous? There is no need for that." Suddenly, the door swung open, and Qiao Jingyue entered, his hair still damp. Nan Zhi felt like a child caught in wrongdoing, her heart racing. The man immediately noticed the necklace discarded nearby, his gaze discreetly retracting as he casually remarked, "Don't you like it?" "Not at all. Who could possibly refuse such a beautiful necklace?" "I'll go wash up. I'm worried about getting it wet, so I'll wear it later." The man dismissed her whimsical words with a scoff, kneeling on one knee beside the bed as he grasped the necklace. Nan Zhi obediently leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on his Adam's apple. Her compliance pleased him, causing her to swallow back any reprimand she might have uttered. He pulled her close, showering her with fervent kisses until her lips were swollen from his ardor. Nan Zhi released her grip on his crumpled shirt, breathless as she nestled against him, murmuring, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." The man tenderly caressed her lips, conveying that he held no disdain. The necklace was fastened around her neck once more, and Qiao Jingyue issued a stern warning. She was not to remove it, or she would face the consequences. Internally, Nan Zhi rolled her eyes. Was this necklace merely a token of his dominion, a collar that forbade her from taking it off? Chapter 57. A bath first after indulging in intimate moments with Qiao Jingyue for the entire morning. Nan Zhi found herself arriving late to work. As soon as she entered, Sang informed her that someone was looking for her. In the reception room, she encountered an elderly woman who took a moment for Nan Zhi to recognize. The woman stood up and introduced herself. "Miss Nan, you don't remember me? I am Zhao." Suddenly, it dawned on Nan Zhi that this was Aunt Zhao, the woman whom Li Xiao had taken her to see at the third hospital. "Oh, Aunt Zhao, how is your mother faring now?" she inquired earnestly. At the mention of her mother, tears welled up in Aunt Zhao's eyes. "She is still the same, but we can no longer afford her medication," she lamented. "Miss Nan, I heard from Dr. Li about that experiment you were conducting. Are you still pursuing it?" Nan Zhi shook her head, troubled. "You must have heard about Zhong Xiang, right? He sabotaged the experiment." Aunt Zhao nodded, sorrowful. "I heard. I never expected that Director Zhong would be so heartless. Now that he has been dismissed, my mother's hopes have vanished as well. Miss Nan, I implore you to assist us." As she spoke, Aunt Zhao attempted to kneel before Nan Zhi. Quickly, Nan Zhi supported her, feeling a deep sense of conflict. "Aunt Zhao, we have already signed a clinical trial contract with Rennan Hospital. Then, if we transfer to Rennan, can we still be included?" Aunt Zhao pleaded. "Please, I beg you. My father passed away early, and my mother worked tirelessly to raise my brother and me. Just as she was about to enjoy some peace, my brother had an accident and is gone. She has lost a child in her old age, and her heart has broken. She has never had a single good day. Please, grant her a few more years of life." Nan Zhi empathized with her. Had there been even a glimmer of hope back then, she too would have wished to keep her mother alive, despite their tumultuous relationship. She maintained her composure in front of Aunt Zhao, responding coolly, "I will inquire, but I cannot guarantee anything as I'm not affiliated with the hospital." After expressing her profound gratitude, Aunt Zhao departed, and Nan Zhi personally escorted her to the door. Watching the frail figure of the woman fade away, a heaviness settled in Nan Zhi's heart, prompting her to swiftly drive to Rennan Hospital. Unfortunately, upon her arrival, she learned that Qiao Jingyue was in surgery. After waiting for over 4 hours, the hospital had closed for the day when he finally emerged from the operating room. Amidst a throng of family members, he immediately spotted Nan Zhi, her attire, a climbed blue sweatshirt dress, making her porcelain-like skin appear even more radiant. She smiled at him and gestured toward the hallway, indicating that she would wait for him there. Qiao Jingyue had to tend to a group of relatives, taking a considerable amount of time to reach her. In a delightful display, she presented him with a cup of coffee and a bag of small paper cupcakes. "You just completed a 6-hour surgery. You must be exhausted. Would you like to shower first or eat something?" He took a seat on a bench, and though he had washed his hands, the scent of blood still lingered on him. According to his usual routine, he would have opted to shower first. However, Nan Zhi's captivating presence made him reluctant to leave her side. Taking a sip from the coffee cup, he pointed to the cake, requesting, "Feed me one." Nan Zhi pinched a cake and brought it to his lips. He eagerly took it in, playfully licking her fingers in the process. The two of them, having found their rhythm together in recent days, were in a moment of blissful intimacy, causing Nan Zhi to smile brightly, nudging him with her shoulder. After consuming several cakes, he finally regained his strength. After taking a hearty sip of coffee, Qiao Jingyue comfortably closed his eyes. Nan Zhi immediately began to massage his arm, saying, "Professor Qiao, from now on, whenever you have surgery, just let me know. I will bring you warmth." Qiao Jingyue let out a grunt. "I can't dare to hope for that. What if the young lady gets angry and serves me sulfuric acid instead? What else could I do but toss in some sulfuric acid for you?" He teased, playfully calling her a little vixen. His hand grazed her waist, the soft sensation inviting one to sink deeper into it. Nevertheless, Qiao Jingyue maintained his composure and inquired, "Speak. What brings you here?" Nan Zhi paused her massage momentarily and then smiled amiably. "Nothing escaped your notice. I have a patient at the third hospital who wishes to transfer here as a volunteer. Would that be acceptable? What is the situation?" Nan Zhi briefly explained Granny Zhao's condition, adding, "If you require more details, I can arrange for her medical records to be sent over." "That's unnecessary. We already have enough volunteers. If she wishes, she can come back when the third trial occurs." "The third trial? Doesn't that mean quite a long wait?" Nan Zhi persisted. "Professor Qiao, Dr. Qiao, could you please make an exception? This patient is in a desperate situation. Who isn't a pitiable patient? Even those with billions suffer as much. But she relies on medication to prolong her life. Qiao Jingyue scoffed coldly. That makes it even less permissible. You cannot administer a drug that hasn't even passed the first trial to a patient. What if complications arise? Nan Zhi pouted. But during the third hospital processes, it was possible to proceed directly to the third trial. Can't you synchronize that here as well? It could save a lot of costs. No need. The safety of the patient's life is paramount. After much pleading, her words felt like they were falling on deaf ears, as the man remained obstinate and unyielding. Eventually, a nurse came to find him, and Qiao Jingyue departed. Nan Zhi sat alone for a while, seething with frustration to the point of tears. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Matters Qiao Jingyue refused to acquiesce to were ones she dared not approach others about, fearing to offend him. After some contemplation, she resolved to withdraw a portion of the 500,000 given by Zhong Xiang to assist Aunt Zhao in purchasing medication to weather this hardship. The following day, she visited Aunt Zhao and recounted the situation. She averted her gaze from Aunt Zhao's eyes, striving to maintain an air of professionalism. In the end, she presented her with 50,000. Aunt Zhao declined the money, departing with a heavy sigh. A weighty stone lodged in Nan Zhi's heart, leaving her feeling exceedingly burdened. She pondered whether her efforts were insufficient. Perhaps if she pleaded with Qiao Jingyue more earnestly, even in a more intimate setting, he might relent. Upon returning home, she retrieved a set of nightwear and called Qiao Jingyue. After several rings, he finally answered, his voice laced with languor. What is it? Nan Zhi traced her fingers delicately over the nightwear, her tone sultry. I bought a new set of nightwear and would love your opinion. A low chuckle resonated from the other end. What? Are you thinking of me again? Nan Zhi frowned. One insufferably shameless man. Yet, she decided to play along with his banter. Brother, will you come over? The call of brother carried an alluring charm that truly pierced through the very marrow of a man. He licked his lips and, with a languid gesture, unfastened 2 buttons of his shirt. As he tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly before he responded in a hushed tone, I've finished washing up. I'll be there shortly. His voice was deep and seductive. Even though the spark was ignited by Nan Zhi, it became a fire that ignited his own being, both enticing and shameful. She hurriedly changed her attire, applied a touch of makeup to enhance her allure, and even sought out a brief film to enrich her repertoire of knowledge. As time inexorably ticked away, her anticipation began to feel as uncomfortable as worn-out lingerie, becoming increasingly loose and distasteful. Chapter 58. Intimacy around midnight. Su Ku called Nan Zhi. He was intoxicated at a bar and requested her to come pick him up. In such situations, it was common for either a woman or a man to be clinging to him, necessitating Nan Zhi to play the role of a faux girlfriend to extricate him. She hurried to the address Su Ku provided. The bar was abuzz with life at this hour, and amidst the revelry, she struggled to locate him, her calls going unanswered. Concern gripped her heart. She feared that if she delayed, Su Ku might succumb to unwanted advances. After much inquiry, she finally discovered the private room number. As she pushed the door open, she was taken aback to find Qiao Jingyue, who held a card in his hand while a girl in a red spaghetti-strap dress fed him peeled grapes. In a moment of mischief, the girl let out a playful squeal and collapsed against him. Nan Zhi stood frozen, completely unprepared for this wild side of him. Although he had always behaved flirtatiously with her, she had naively believed she was the sole recipient of his charms. In hindsight, she realized how foolish she had been. A man willing to flirt with other women in front of his fiancée, he could hardly be deemed virtuous. The shock flitted across Nan Zhi's face before she regained her composure and greeted them. Isn't this room 256? Sheng Huan tossed aside a pair of preserved eggs and raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. Sister, this is room 265. Apologizing, she replied, I'm so sorry. I must have misread. Sheng Huayan cast a knowing glance at Qiao Jingyue, questioning whether she had truly made a mistake or was seeking someone specific. With a radiant smile, Nan Zhi clarified, I'm here to find Su Ku. He is drunk, and I came to take him home. Sheng Huayan's tone carried a hint of mischief. Sister, tell your brother the truth. What is your relationship with Su Ku? Nan Zhi maintained her bright demeanor, yet her response was meticulously crafted. What do you think our relationship is? Friends? Or perhaps something more? He deliberately nudged Qiao Jingyue. Qiao Jingyue remained nonchalant, lazily following the game while casting a fleeting glance at Nan Zhi. Just then, someone nearby called out, "Director Sheng, let this beautiful sister join us for a drink." Having retreated to the doorway, Nan Zhi replied, "No, let us chat another day. I must take my leave." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Qiao Jingyue, who was still entwined with the alluring woman, their intimacy palpable. Once the door closed behind her, Nan Zhi exhaled in relief and turned to find room 256. Suka was surrounded by two women, his clothes askew. Had she arrived even a moment later, they might have been caught in a scandalous scene. Fueled by an inexplicable anger, she stormed over and, with a swift motion, shoved the shameless vixens aside. Suku, like a child seeking comfort, flung himself into her embrace, exclaiming, "Nan Bao, I want to go home." The women, unwilling to concede, attempted to intervene, but Nan Zhi brandished a broken bottle threateningly, declaring, "Who dares to approach? Come at me." The sheer audacity in her demeanor cleared a path for her, guiding Suku out. She flung him onto the back seat of the car as if discarding a stray dog. Yet her frustration was not quelled. She unleashed a torrent of reproach upon him. "I have repeatedly advised against mingling with such individuals. You are now a serious businessman, not a mere courtesan, and there is no need to peddle your charms." Suka belched, struggling to rise. "Nan Bao, we are brothers. I cannot allow you to face the world alone. With only two of us remaining from the three, you. As a girl, I must protect you." Tears welled up suddenly, and Nan Zhi bit her lip tightly. She was not one to hoard her tears. When feigning madness and insincerity, her tears flowed more genuinely than those of a seasoned actress. Yet, the more she felt, the less she allowed herself to cry. She feared that if she wept, she would lose her resolve and be unable to protect those she wished to safeguard. Blinking forcefully, her voice trembled. "Su Xiaoke, you must be doing this on purpose, trying to soften my heart. Not a chance. This is the last time. If you dare entangle yourself with those people again, I will no longer concern myself with you. Oh, pull over, I feel nauseous." After much ado, Nan Zhi finally returned Suka home. It was already past 2 in the morning. Suka said, "Do not go back. Stay here for the night." Nan Zhi glanced outside and shook her head. A part of her heart remained unsettled, as she felt that Qiao Jingyue might come looking for her. Admittedly, 90 of this was wishful thinking. He was likely enjoying a night of romance with a stunning beauty by his side. Yet sometimes, one becomes ensnared in such thoughts, even when the heart knows the truth, still seeking to validate the slightest possibility. She despised this aspect of herself, but found herself unable to escape it. After Suku fell asleep, Nan Zhi drove home. She did not speed, and the road conditions were favorable, with just over a kilometer left until she reached home. Suddenly, a dog darted out, heading straight for her vehicle. Nan Zhi was startled, her body drenched in cold sweat as she slammed on the brakes. The dog yelped beneath the car, its cries echoing eerily in the night. Instinctively, she reached for the door to investigate, but was suddenly struck by fear. She recalled being warned that nefarious individuals use dogs or cats to stage accidents, seizing the opportunity to rob or harm a driver when they stepped out to check. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed a small park by the roadside. It was highly likely that someone lurked behind the trees. Releasing the brake, she cautiously drove forward. Just as she passed, a figure emerged swiftly from behind the tree. Instinctively, Nan Zhi accelerated, her heart racing, nerves taut to the breaking point. Suddenly, an oncoming vehicle appeared, and amidst the flashing headlights, a deafening crash ensued. Darkness enveloped her vision, her body thrust forward by an overwhelming force, a crimson haze appearing on her retina, as if her eyes were shattering amidst the broken glass. She had been in an accident. Her mind remained lucid, and she yearned to call for help, to reach for her phone to alert the authorities. Yet at that moment, all bodily functions seemed to fade away, leaving her in a growing stupor, an endless plunge into oblivion. While in a stupor, Nan Zhi dreamt of Qiao Jingyue. It was also a realm of darkness, where she found herself trapped underground for 7 days. It is said that a person can endure without sustenance for a maximum of 7 days. This is her limit. Weighing upon her are the bodies of several young souls, forever unable to open their eyes again. At that moment, Nan Zhi found herself suspended between life and death, her muddled consciousness suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of sounds, among which a young male voice resonated distinctly. How can one discern between life and death without excavation? As a physician, it is imperative to cherish every life. This is the most fundamental principle. The oppressive beams and shattered debris finally ceased. The bodies were cleared away, and a hand, imbued with the warmth of humanity, rested upon her face. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes and, bathed in the long-awaited light, beheld a hazy yet handsome visage, which she perceived to be that of a divine savior. The earthquake 7 years prior had claimed countless lives, leaving the survivors, many of whom were now maimed. But Nan Zhi remained one of the few intact survivors. Chapter 59. You go out. Nan Zhi slowly opened her eyes. The first sensation overwhelming her was a fierce headache, accompanied by an arid throat, leaving her utterly devoid of strength. Gradually, the ceiling and the white walls came into focus, blurring the lines between dream and reality, as she mistakenly believed she had merely emerged from the earth. However, it did not take long for her to realize the dissonance. After her emergence from the depths, she had briefly glimpsed daylight, only to be enveloped in darkness for an extensive period thereafter. Those days, Nan Bao, you're awake. You frightened me to death, came the choked voice of Su Ke. I'm fine, she replied hoarsely, yet could not suppress the urge to turn her head in search of something. On the other side, a man restrained her hand. Don't move, just lie still. Nan Zhi struggled to rise, insisting, I'm fine, Dr. Li. Yet, no sooner had she uttered those words than a sharp pain pierced her chest, causing her to wince. Li Xiao hurriedly assisted her back down and inquired about her discomfort, subsequently arranging for a chest x-ray at her bedside. While waiting outside, he reassured Su Ke, stating that Nan Zhi's consciousness was clear and her mental faculties responsive. Barring any issues with her chest, she would likely be all right. Su Ke rubbed her face vigorously, her expression heavy with regret. It's not that. You don't understand, Nan Bao. He hesitated, and just as Li Xiao was about to press for further details, they were interrupted by a cacophony of footsteps. Several individuals from the company arrived, their worries alleviated upon learning that Nan Zhi was well. The comings and goings within the ward continued for some time before settling into a tranquil silence. Nan Zhi felt drowsy, sensing someone adjusting her foredrip. Catching a glimpse of a corner of a white coat, she parted her lips to speak, but the words evaporated into a mere sigh. Li Xiao, observing her pallid complexion, instinctively tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, revealing small wounds inflicted by shards of glass. Looks like my hair has been quite unfortunate lately. I thought I might have to shave it all off. She managed to smile despite the pain. The small wounds are nothing, as long as you apply the ointment. They won't leave scars. That's a relief, for I do rely on my looks, she replied with a chuckle, which promptly turned to a wince as the movement aggravated her injury. Li Xiao felt a pang of distress in his heart. He longed to embrace her, to offer her comfort, yet he felt he lacked the right to do so. After Li Xiao departed, Nan Zhi fell into a slumber. Upon awakening, the Jiang family arrived to visit her. This family consisted not only of the trio, but also an unmarried son-in-law. Qiao Jingyue, clad in a white coat, bore a calm and distant demeanor, as if Nan Zhi were merely an inconsequential relative of his fiancée. Once the couple performed their theatrical display of concern, Nan Zhi's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Father, I'm so scared. If I die, so many things will be lost. Jiang Shudong's expression shifted abruptly. He grasped the underlying message in her words. This girl would not act without reason. Before he made any tangible gestures, she had tightly guarded the research data on the cancer medication, and despite his various attempts, he had found not a single clue. Resolutely, he exclaimed, Child, why speak of death at such a young age? I still wish to celebrate my birthday in a few days and introduce you to my relatives and friends. The old woman has finally acknowledged her identity to the outside world. Nan Zhi nodded, determined to present her father with a satisfactory birthday gift. The profound bond between father and daughter was truly heart-wrenching, leaving listeners in tears. Jiang Yuan felt a wave of nausea and turned her gaze towards the man beside her. Qiao Jingyue was engrossed in his phone, appearing entirely aloof. Nan Zhi cast a weary glance at them before displaying her fatigue. The Jiang family, sensing the atmosphere, took their leave, leaving behind a grand fruit basket. Nan Zhi was genuinely exhausted. Acting was no trivial endeavor. She closed her eyes to rest and soon fell into slumber. In her dreams, she sensed a presence watching her, fingers brushing against her face and hair. Startled awake, she immediately spotted the man beside her, peeling an apple. She shut her eyes again, reluctant to engage in conversation. The man glanced at her calmly, slicing the apple into pieces and placing them in a disposable container. He speared a piece with a toothpick and brought it to her parched lips, urging her to open her mouth. The image of the beautiful woman feeding him grapes the previous night suddenly made her feel queasy. As she turned her head in refusal, the man's expression darkened. "You." Her lips were sealed, and the crisp, sweet apple was forcefully introduced into her mouth in this manner. Unable to protest, she reluctantly swallowed it. "Would you like some water?" he inquired. Nan Zhi nodded. Her throat was painfully dry, but she endured, knowing that with both Li Xiao and Suke present, it wouldn't be convenient to excuse herself. Qiao Jingyue handed her a cup with a straw, and she gulped down nearly half of it in one go. "Thank you." He offered her a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Be cautious while driving." Nan Zhi frowned. Being careful doesn't seem to matter. A flicker of displeasure crossed the man's eyes. "What do you mean?" "I saw Zhongxiang." "Zhongxiang? He left Shun City 2 days ago. You must be mistaken." Nan Zhi chose not to argue, merely responding, "Perhaps." The man was dissatisfied with her attitude. "Nan Zhi, don't indulge in paranoia. It will only lead to your unhappiness." She felt an urge to hurl the apple at his face. She did not need his concern. Not at all. Her current state was not commensurate with her rising anger. She closed her eyes again and pointed towards the door. "Professor Qiao must be busy. Please leave." Yet the man did not depart. Instead, he settled into the chair beside her bed. "Are you upset?" Nan Zhi kept her lips tightly sealed, unwilling to speak. He leaned closer, the mature scent of a man invading her senses, overwhelming her breath. "The accident was truly unforeseen. There was fog last night, and both you and the other party were traveling at high speeds." Nan Zhi felt a measure of calmness. Perhaps he was right. However, she was also certain she hadn't misidentified him. Perhaps Zhongxiang's intention was simply to force her out of the car before committing a crime, and the accident was indeed an unforeseen complication. Nevertheless, she had no intention of sharing these thoughts with him. The man before her was no longer the same individual who had rescued her from hell 7 years prior. He was no longer worthy of her trust. Suddenly, a hand rested on her chest. Nan Zhi's eyes widened in shock, her breath becoming unsteady. "Qiao Jingyue, are you a beast?" "Desiring to seek out Jiang Yuan for your great maiden, I find myself in this predicament. What more do you wish to pursue?" The man was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Are you not suffering from chest pain?" "I am merely conducting an examination. Did you presume I was?" "Last night, did our Zhi become overly distressed?" The final words were whispered close to her ear, quite troublesome indeed. Nan Zhi felt her vitality surge, and her vision swam with golden stars, as if she were on the verge of fainting. You should leave." The man extended his long arm, drawing her close through the covers. "Be obedient and recuperate. Once you are well, we shall continue." Nan Zhi had lost her temper, wishing only for him to depart swiftly. Yet, he appeared unwilling, gently inquiring, "Are you hungry? I shall have kanji brought to you." "No need. I have someone to care for me." "Who?" "Li Xiao." Before Nan Zhi could respond, a knock echoed from outside. "Nan Zhi, are you asleep?" A smile crept upon her lips as she gleefully regarded Qiao Jingyue. Chapter 60. The Arena of Azura. Qiao Jingyue stood up decisively and opened the door wide. Outside, Jiang Yuan was carrying a thermos, accompanied by Li Xiao, who also held a thermos and a small basket of oranges. 4 individuals, 8 eyes met. Yet no dramatic scene unfolded. After placing the kanji down, Jiang Yuan addressed Nan Zhi. stating that this medicinal kanji was personally instructed by her mother to be prepared by the chef and urged her to drink it. Following this, she reached for Qiao Jingyue, saying, "Jingyue, with Li Xiao taking care of Nan Zhi, we shall not delay them. Let's go." Her tone was tinged with sarcasm, as if implying that something clandestine was transpiring between Nan Zhi and Li Xiao. Qiao Jingyue glanced at Li Xiao and suddenly extended his hand. Li Xiao, starlet, instinctively moved to block what he presumed was an attack, only to find that Qiao Jingyue merely sought an orange. He tossed the fruit high into the air and caught it, remarking, "It seems Dr. Li does not wish for me to partake." Jiang Yuan, with a cheerful demeanor, also picked one, to which Li Xiao responded, slightly begrudgingly, indicating that he was not so stingy after all. The sound of the door closing echoed as their laughter faded into the distance. Li Xiao then inquired of Nan Zhi, "Would you like an orange? I can peel it for you." "No, Dr. Li, Suku will be taking care of me. You may return to work," she replied. Suku was attending to the accident matters and would not be able to come for the time being, especially during the lunch break. "By the way, did Qiao Jingyue mention anything to you?" Nan Zhi paused, asking, "What about?" "The person who hit you is a relative of one of Jiang Yuan's classmates, who has sought her out to mediate." Nan Zhi was even more perplexed. Shouldn't both parties share responsibility? Insurance should cover it. Why mediation? Li Xiao's expression turned peculiar. It is said that the individual had been drinking. Damn it, driving under the influence. The implications were entirely different. The other party might face imprisonment. No wonder Jiang Yuan had said nothing about Qiao Jingyue being alone with her and had even taken the initiative to bring kanji. Yet, Qiao Jingyue truly had said nothing at all. Was it possible that he was unwilling to simply let the perpetrator off the hook? In that moment, Nan Zhi felt an odd warmth blooming within her, a tingling sensation that was both comforting and unsettling. However, she quickly suppressed this feeling. Do not misinterpret, do not overthink. For the sting of reality can be quite painful. Perhaps he simply had not found the right moment to speak. Perhaps he did not need to say anything at all. Managing everything with ease. Noticing her prolonged silence, Li Xiao gently touched her face, saying, "All right, drink your kanji, do not dwell on it." Nan Zhi snapped back to reality, discovering that the man held a small plastic spoon, which he directly brought to her lips, his eyes filled with expectation. "Open your mouth." Taken aback, Nan Zhi hesitated, but ultimately parted her lips slightly and sipped the warm kanji. It was awkward, exceedingly awkward. She was being fed by a man with whom she did not share a close bond. Yet, this was not the first instance of such a scenario. 7 years ago, during her first meal after being rescued from the earthquake, a stranger had fed her as well. Back then, she had been unable to see or speak, but she remembered a gentle voice belonging to a young man saying, "Little sister, open your mouth." To avoid an awkward prolongation, Nan Zhi swallowed her food quickly, and soon, over half a bowl was gone. Her entire body began to warm up, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on her palms and forehead. Li Xiao took a tissue, intending to wipe her brow, but deemed it too intimate and instead handed it to her. Nan Zhi exhaled in relief, accepting it with her left hand to dab at the sweat on her forehead. Seizing the moment, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 2 o'clock. She turned to Li Xiao and said, "Dr. Li, I'm truly sorry for taking up so much of your time." He showed no intention of leaving, and she added, "You really needn't be so courteous with me." Struggling to express his desire to compensate her, Li Xiao found the words stuck in his throat, believing it would be a desecration to Nan Zhi. Understanding his sentiment, she fell silent for a moment before saying, "In truth, you need not dwell on that incident. It was my selfishness that ensnared you in my personal grievances with Qiao Jingyue. Had I not introduced Zhong Xiang to you, this wouldn't have happened." Curiosity piqued within her regarding the private animosity between him and Qiao Jingyue, perhaps stemming from Jiang Yuan. It seemed unlikely. Yet, since he remained silent, she chose to divert the conversation. "Dr. Li, I do have a matter in which I must trouble you." "What is it? Please, go ahead." "The accident may have been merely an unfortunate event, yet before it occurred, I believe I saw Zhong Xiang. Out of fear, I drove rather recklessly." "Are you certain?" "But Zhong Xiang has already left Shin City." It appeared that Qiao Jingyue's assertions were not entirely false. Nan Zhi replied, "However, I don't perceive it as an illusion." That's why I wish for your assistance in verifying whether he truly has departed. Li Xiao nodded earnestly. All right, if your accident was indeed orchestrated by him, I shall not let him off easily. A grateful smile spread across Nan Zhi's face. I appreciate your help. Li Xiao felt a twinge of helplessness. You really needn't be so formal. I believe we can at least be friends. In the afternoon, Suke returned from the traffic police station with the results of the accident and shared them with Nan Zhi. She inquired, was the other party not driving under the influence? Suke, puzzled, replied, drunk driving? I wasn't informed of that. If it were true, that old fool would be locked up, and I wouldn't have to endure his arrogant demeanor. A bitter feeling welled up inside Nan Zhi, an indescribable disappointment. Once the examination reports confirmed that aside from superficial injuries and a minor concussion, she had no other issues, Nan Zhi insisted on being discharged. Unable to dissuade her, sought Li Xiao's assistance. To her surprise, Li Xiao sided with Nan Zhi, facilitating her discharge procedures. The following morning, she returned home. Suke left Sang Sang to care for her while he returned to the office. Sang Sang was not particularly adept at caregiving, managing only to fetch her water and take out the trash. Disliking the presence of others, Nan Zhi soon sent her away. Alone, she relished the freedom of her personal space and closed her eyes in peace. In the hospital, her sleep had been restless. Awakening in the evening, she found a room bathed in a dim, yellow light. After a brief moment of dazed contemplation, she rose to head to the bathroom and called out to the kitchen. Suke, if you can't do anything right, then please don't blow up my kitchen. The kitchen was enveloped in silence when she emerged from the restroom, only to find a tall, handsome man standing at the doorway. Nan Zhi felt a sudden pang of headache and instinctively recoiled from the outstretched hand of the man. Qiao Jingyue's expression darkened momentarily as he approached her, placing a firm hand upon her shoulder. In a reflexive motion, Nan Zhi flinched, yet he grasped the back of her head with one hand, while the other turned her face toward him. Had he suffered a concussion from a car accident that he now wished to demonstrate? A wave of emotion surged within her, and the words she longed to express lodged in her throat. She pushed him away and lowered her gaze as she made her way towards the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud and locking it. As she collapsed onto the bed, her head throbbed intensely. Nonetheless, she reminded herself that she ought not to sulk, for they were not a couple. Outside, the faint sound of a door closing reached her ears, and she knew Qiao Jingyue had departed, his pride too great to concern himself with her feelings. Chapter 61. Pink Nan Zhi tossed and turned in bed several times before ultimately deciding to rise. After sleeping for 5 or 6 hours, she now felt both thirsty and hungry. She first downed a glass of water before heading to the kitchen, where she discovered a pot of chicken soup simmering, enriched with gastrodia. Hastily, she ladled out a bowl and eagerly took a sip. How delightful! After 2 days of bland hospital food, her taste buds felt nearly numb. This was truly food meant for mortals. Just as she was about to retrieve a chicken leg with her chopsticks, she suddenly heard a cold snort. Her mind exploded with alarm, and the bowl slipped from her hands, crashing to the ground with a sharp sound, shattering into pieces. Stunned for a moment, she crouched down to collect the shards, but a sudden wave of dizziness caused her to lean forward, her face heading straight for the broken glass. It's over, she thought in a panic, her mind only able to conjure those 2 words. However, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she found herself cradled in a fragrant embrace filled with the scent of fur. The man swiftly kicked the shards aside and lifted her, placing her on the cold countertop. Still in shock, Nan Zhi's already pale face turned even whiter. The man squinted slightly, relishing her flustered state for a moment before leaning in and gently pecking her delicate lips. One peck was insufficient. He pressed his lips against hers, claiming her breath. Nan Zhi felt as if she had been electrified, her soul awakening, her entire being trembling as she grasped his fingers, inhaling sharply. Silly girl, he murmured, tousling her hair before turning to tidy up the mess. Nan Zhi sat there dazed, watching as he used tape to carefully piece the shards together before discarding them in the trash. He then took a mop and skillfully cleaned the floor. He even picked up her slippers and tossed them into the bathroom. Her delicate feet, with the left toenail displaying a hint of purple-black, were propped up. After he washed his hands, He lifted her once more, returning her to the bed in the bedroom. Nan Zhi seemed stunned by the earlier incident, remaining silent and obedient. The man pinched her cheek, chiding, "You're always getting into trouble. You're just asking to be reprimanded." After a long pause, Nan Zhi managed to utter a sentence, which was, in essence, a reluctant concession. "I'm hungry. Are you ignoring me? Why are you eating the food I made? Aren't you afraid it LL disgust you?" With her long lashes lowered, her porcelain face appeared almost translucent. The food was innocent in all this. "You're quite the little trickster," he replied, twisting her cheek playfully. A flush of indignation rose on her face, and just as she was about to retort, he released her and turned to leave. She felt as if she had punched a pillow, so frustrated that tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. There was a certain suffocating feeling in being held in the man's palm. Qiao Jingyue soon returned, carrying a plate with a bowl of red bean porridge and another of chicken soup. "Which would you prefer first, the porridge or the chicken soup?" he inquired, and without waiting for her response, he decided, "Then let us go with the porridge." The fragrant, sweet red bean porridge was brought to her lips, and Nan Zhi instinctively opened her mouth, but he withdrew the spoon and put it in his own mouth instead. Nan Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief, finding this man utterly tedious. He shifted his long legs and settled into a comfortable position before speaking in a nonchalant manner. "Miss Nan seems quite fond of feeding men. I wonder, am I the better feeder, or is it Li Xiao?" Nan Zhi traced the scar on her knuckles, pondering how he knew even this detail. That day in the hospital, it had been just her and Li Xiao. Could he have installed surveillance? The thought of his potential depravity sent a shiver of rage coursing through her. She snatched the bowl from him, tilting her head back to pour the hot porridge in her mouth, only to experience the burning sensation that left her unable to swallow or spit it out. The man was taken aback, observing her reddened eyes, and swiftly extended his hand, urging her to spit it out. She gulped, struggling to swallow, and then shook her head, managing to swallow the scalding mixture. How foolish! After uttering this, he rummaged through the fridge for ice cubes for her to hold in her mouth. The cooling sensation alleviated some of the pain, prompting Nan Zhi to blink her damp lashes and sniffle. The man shifted closer, wrapping one arm around her waist while grasping her chin with his other hand, instructing, "Open your mouth, I'll blow on it." Nan Zhi shook her head, but the moment she moved, a wave of dizziness hit her. She promptly closed her eyes and pressed her lips together, waiting for the vertigo to subside. Seizing the opportunity, the man pressed his lips against hers, coaxing, "Be good, open your mouth." Perhaps due to her discomfort, her resistance weakened, intensifying her internal turmoil. She parted her lips, revealing her delicate pink tongue. He leaned in, inspecting her mouth, and reassured her, no burns. With that, he blew air into her mouth. The faint minty scent from his breath was pleasant and surprisingly soothing. Nan Zhi relaxed her guard until she inadvertently brushed against his tongue. The chicken soup had lost its appeal due to the scalding, but at least it had filled her stomach, and her weary body regained some strength. Feeling sticky with sweat, she longed for a shower. As she wobbled toward the bathroom, the man rolled up his sleeves and followed closely behind. When she hesitated while undressing, he interjected, "Let me help," and took her sleepwear, placing it on a nearby rack. Glancing down at her body, he noted a few bruises, but no significant injuries. "You can't get your forehead wet. Lie in a bathtub, and I'll wash your hair." Nan Zhi, lacking the strength to refuse, conceded to his care, treating him as if he were merely a eunuch. It must be said that Xiao's skills were quite impressive. One could only wonder how many masters he had served to hone such expertise. As warm water enveloped her scalp, Nan Zhi sighed in comfort. The man's deep laughter echoed in her ears. Is it really that pleasant? Detecting the mischief in his tone, she chose not to respond. However, the next moment, she felt a sharp tug on her hair as he pulled at it. If she weren't lying there unclothed, she might have jumped up. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Yet he remained cheerful. "Are you angry at me? Isn't that obvious?" she retorted lazily. "Anyone with eyes can see that." "I'm not angry," she added, her tone indifferent. His slender fingers gently massaged her scalp. The perpetrator had not consumed alcohol. He merely indulged in a few chocolate truffles filled with liqueur. "Do not heed Li Zhao's attempts to sow discord." Nan Zhi pressed against her throbbing temples, Perhaps what Qiao Jingyue said held truth, but for her, it had become inconsequential. What she perceived was that no matter how fervent the embrace or how passionate the kiss, they were but fleeting moments of joy, akin to a game of poker, a mere pastime. How foolish of her to invest genuine emotions. Suddenly, she turned and enveloped Qiao Jingyue in her arms. From her elevated position, her pale, delicate visage was strikingly juxtaposed against the man's face. The soft glow of the bathroom lights enveloped them, mingling with the fragrant steam to create a unique atmosphere that beckoned one to surrender to its allure. Chapter 62. The affections of men and women. The desires between men and women are both sacred and beautiful, yet also filthy and base. Nan Zhi tenderly caressed the contours of the man's face, leaning down to nibble at his ear. Her voice, reminiscent of a siren enticing sailors, whispered the most decadent and shameless secrets. Indeed, the man was overwhelmed with passion, forgetting her injuries, and embraced her without a care. Whatever he chose to do to her, she was to learn to endure, compressing her thoughts to focus solely on what she could gain. The temperature in the room rose, and Nan Zhi's still trembling head collided with the edge of the bathtub. She let out a soft cry of pain, prompting the man to lift her and carry her back to the bedroom. Disappointment accumulates gradually. Starting today, she resolved to abandon hope to avoid disappointment. He took her twice, and afterward, she curled up in his embrace, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. His long fingers grazed her rounded shoulder, his gaze intense yet shrouded in complexity. The two had seemingly reconciled. In the following days, as long as he was free, Qiao Jingyue would come to care for her after work. He observed her delicate beauty, yet did not exhibit the faults typical of most ordinary men. He excelled in cooking, cleaning, and tidying up, occasionally giving Nan Zhi the illusion that he was her well-behaved pet. Of course, should she genuinely believe this, it would spell her doom. His acts of service were not without expectation of reward. Even if they did not reach the final act, he ensured to embrace and kiss her sufficiently, even unlocking many new ways to play. It dawned on Nan Zhi that the most seemingly ascetic men often harbor the strongest desires, albeit buried deeper within. One evening, Suku visited Nan Zhi with a bracelet blessed at a temple. He inspected the room thoroughly, ensuring that no one else was present before feeling at ease. Nan Zhi regarded his anxious demeanor with disdain. Is it really necessary? Qiao Jingyue is not a venomous beast. Why are you so afraid of him? After the last embrace, I felt he might stab me with a scalpel. Nan Bao, I now realize your courage. As she toyed with the bracelet, she wondered if such an object could truly bring her happiness. Suku fastened it onto her wrist, assuring her of course I had to kneel to obtain it. You've been quite unlucky lately. We're to ward off evil. My misfortune is man-made. At this, Suku suddenly recalled, Oh, I have something to tell you. Nan Zhi raised an eyebrow. Have you come out? Suku's face twisted in annoyance. Look at me. I am male, attracted to females. Nan Zhi coyly leaned in, her eyes sparkling. Then why don't you like someone as beautiful as me? He turned her face away, feeling too familiar to act upon. Enough, what is it? Observing her tense expression, Suku sighed. Nan Zhi possessed the remarkable ability to seamlessly switch between the serious and the frivolous. It's about the inquiry you had me make with Dr. Li a few days ago. There was no footage of Zhongxiang near the street where you had your incident, but there is indeed a record of him boarding a train leaving Shin City. Nan Zhi furrowed her brow. He truly left? Had she misread the situation, overthinking it? Suku continued, however, there's another strange matter. The license plate that Zhongxiang purchased was meant for Chu City, yet no one could be found there. It was as if he had vanished. Vanished? Nan Zhi fell into contemplation. In this light, it seemed she had not overthought the situation. Perhaps purchasing a ticket to leave was merely a ruse, and he was actually lurking in the shadows of Shun City, poised to strike at her. Suku evidently shared this concern. Darling, please refrain from going out alone lately, and exercise caution at home. Do not open the door to just anyone. Nan Zhi, wishing to alleviate his worries, assured him, All right, I understand. You needn't be anxious. He couldn't gain an advantage when I was unprepared, and he certainly cannot now. Suku nodded in agreement. Indeed, he likely remains oblivious to your fierce reputation in Li City. You foul Suku. Do you wish to be stripped and thrown into the street? Suku quickly embraced her. All right, dear Nan Bao, I am wrong. To demonstrate his sincerity in admitting fault, he added, you should prepare a large pot of noodles to satiate me. Nan Zhi picked up a rabbit plushie from the sofa and playfully struck him, retreating to the kitchen amidst his pleas for mercy from his mother and grandmother. Suku opened the snacks on the table, munching while watching an anime. Nan Bao, these cheese-flavored chips are exquisite, and these red dates are sweet yet not cloying. Pack me a few bags to take with me. You're eating and taking. Your appetite is truly remarkable. Of course, everything I eat is delicious. Your brother. Suku abruptly halted, his hand frozen mid-reach for the chips, as he jumped up like a spring upon the entrance of a sudden figure. Qiao Jingyue laid down his coat and leisurely rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. Suku's face adopted a mechanical smile as he mumbled, Professor Qiao. Ignoring him, Qiao Jingyue strode into the kitchen. Nan Zhi, busy cooking noodles, greeted him with a slight smile. He approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, nuzzling her cheek. He was so significant that even when injured, she felt compelled to cook for him. Nan Zhi shot him a surprised glance. His words were somewhat stammering, almost reminiscent of Suku. I'm fine now. Making noodles is no trouble at all. He said nothing further, merely taking the chopsticks from her hand and gently moving her aside. Nan Zhi admired the graceful lines from his fingers to his wrist, her heart softening, and she instinctively leaned against his shoulder. He freed one hand to encircle her waist. Feeling moved? She remained silent, lost in the steam rising from the pot. In this stolen moment, she cherished nothing more than this gentle man before her, possessing a beautiful exterior. Suka peeked into the kitchen, feeling nauseated by the chips, and stealthily swept everything from the table into a bag before slipping away. The noodles were ready, and Nan Zhi called out, but received no response. Qiao Jingyue snorted softly, acknowledging Suku's discretion. Nan Zhi lifted her head from resting on his shoulder. He is my only family. Can you not be a bit kinder to him? I haven't even hit him, she retorted, throwing down the chopsticks. Is he not as valuable as Jiang Yuan's relatives? Qiao Jingyue looked surprised. Then after a moment, his expression turned serious. What is all this commotion? It's time to eat. With reddened eyes, Nan Zhi dashed back to her bedroom, slamming the door shut. Qiao Jingyue furrowed his brow and took a few strides to the door, hesitating for a moment before pushing it open. He called out coldly through the door, Nan Zhi, I am exceedingly busy, exhausted to the point of collapse every day, and have no time to indulge in your frivolities. Allow me to reiterate, that person merely consumed a few liquor-filled chocolates. He was not driving under the influence and posed no threat to you. There is no need for you to constantly compare yourself to Jiang Yuan. The comparison is utterly unfounded. Suddenly, the door swung open before him, revealing Nan Zhi standing gracefully in the doorway, adorned in flowing red garments. She curtsied, performing an ancient greeting reminiscent of those seen on television. Her eyes sparkling with allure as she coyly said, My lord, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I am here to attend to your slumber. The man's eyes narrowed, and the words he wished to unleash were caught in his throat. Role-playing, the courtesan and her patron, how delightfully audacious. Chapter 63. Embracing indulgence, the exquisite Hanfu nightgown, which Nan Zhi had extravagantly purchased, finally served its purpose, only to be torn into shreds and rendered obsolete. That night, Nan Zhi fully embodied her role, weeping in his embrace, her petite face adorned with tear stains, and her nose and eyes tinged with a charming vulnerability. Yet, she remained the most delicate of vines, entwining the man tightly, again and again. Outside the window, rain began to fall, its gentle patter against the glass creating a soothing melody. Amidst the rhythmic sound of the raindrops, the man tenderly kissed away the tears clinging to her curled lashes, pondering her desire for him to perish in her presence. In the middle of the night, Qiao Jingyue awoke to find the space beside him empty. His heart clenched as if gripped by an unseen hand, and for a fleeting moment, his mind went blank. Like a lost soul, he slipped out of bed barefoot, calling her name loudly. In the kitchen, a figure holding a bowl of cold noodles looked up, eyes wide with fear. The dim light and the thin thread of shared emotion caused both their hearts to ache, with Nan Zhi's eyes reddening first. The man swiftly approached her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Are you hungry? Then let us indulge." At that moment, Nan Zhi felt as if she were a ghost, not the enchanting spirit of a tale, but rather a mere shadow. Thus, she refrained from displaying her charms, instead offering a sheepish smile. The man removed the bowl from her grasp, prompting her to pout in discontent, her eyes widening like a puppy interrupted mid-meal. His heart softened utterly, and he caressed her face, shedding his robe to wrap around her. "Wait outside. I shall prepare you something." In a brisk 10 minutes, he skillfully cooked the noodles. However, when he brought the dish into the living room, he discovered the girl had curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Frowning, he contemplated waking her, yet his hand hovered uncertainly in the air. Sleeping Nan Zhi was a picture of innocence, her heart-shaped face, pointed chin, and slightly swollen lips parted in slumber. Taking a deep breath, he bent down, reaching to lift her. The girl shivered slightly, instinctively pushing him away, betraying a lack of security. His gaze deepened, and his fingers tightened subtly. His feelings towards Nan Zhi were shrouded in a complexity that was difficult to discern, a profound obscurity. There was no need for things to be this way. It was she who had ensnared them both in this quagmire. The following morning, Nan Zhi awoke to find it was already past 9. To her surprise, the disheveled bedroom remained untouched, strewn with crimson fabric and tissues. Habitually, she lingered in a daze before rising to tidy up, changing the bed linens. On the bedside table, she discovered the man's wristwatch. Picking it up to inspect, she decided to keep it safe. A watch worth hundreds of thousands certainly wasn't something an ordinary doctor could afford to wear. If it were to be damaged or lost, he might very well hold her responsible. In the kitchen, 2 bowls of noodles remained, a reminder of his later cooking. She recalled him wearing only loose-fitting pajama pants while preparing the meal, his abdominal muscles strikingly defined. After cleaning up the kitchen, Nan Zhi felt light and bright within, perhaps due to her recovery. Considering his care for her over the past few days, she decided to prepare a sumptuous meal for him that evening. Perhaps a nourishing stew would suffice, especially since someone had left her with nothing the previous night. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across her face. That evening, Nan Zhi indeed prepared an array of dishes, but unfortunately, Qiao Jingyue did not make an appearance. For several days thereafter, he remained elusive. Nan Zhi was not particularly disheartened, as she was preoccupied with the smooth progress of the first phase of her new medication, which had now entered the second clinical trial stage. Excitedly, she hurried to the hospital. The staff, once indifferent, now greeted her warmly, providing detailed accounts of the first phase's developments and guiding her to meet the volunteers. Among the volunteers, she spotted a familiar face, Aunt Zhao, a relative of a patient from the 3rd hospital. Aunt Zhao was stationed by her mother's bedside, and upon seeing Nan Zhi, she turned her face coldly away. Surprised, Nan Zhi glanced at the staff member beside her. The individual eagerly explained that this arrangement had been made by Dr. Jiang, a resident physician from the cardiology department. Although Nan Zhi attempted to remain composed, it was evident that Aunt Zhao did not meet the criteria for the second phase of volunteers. Indeed, Dr. Jiang had personally funded the medication for patients, diligently monitoring their data, and when they progressed to the 3rd phase, they would be administered the new drug, allowing for a more vivid and detailed comparison of the clinical responses between the old and new treatments. Dr. Jiang was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and professional, earning the admiration of the hospital director, who deemed her the rightful candidate for this year's New Physician Award. As the staff member's voice faded into the background, Nan Zhi's mind buzzed with chaotic thoughts, flames of frustration igniting within her, threatening to sever the thread of rationality that held her together. Manager Nan, where are you going?" she heard as she briskly walked towards the cardiology office. Through the window, she spotted Qiao Jingyue, engrossed in reviewing patient scans alongside Jiang Yuan, their heads nearly touching. Clenching her fists, she entered without hesitation. The doctor at the door was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Ignoring him, Nan Zhi strode directly to Qiao Jingyue. His brow furrowed, and his handsome face darkened. Jiang Yuan quickly reacted, stepping in front of Qiao Jingyue and admonishing, "Nan Zhi, what do you think you're doing? This is a doctor's office. It is impolite to barge in unannounced." Gritting her teeth, Nan Zhi pushed her aside. Jiang Yuan gasped, falling into Qiao Jingyue's arms, clutching him tightly, her expression one of exaggerated grievance. Qiao Jingyue softly reassured her, but when he turned to face Nan Zhi, the tension in his demeanor was palpable. He instructed the others in the office, "You all should leave." "No need," Nan Zhi sharply interjected, seizing the opportunity to let his colleagues witness how their esteemed Professor Qiao could so easily forget his principles for the sake of his girlfriend. "Nan Zhi, stop spouting nonsense. If you have a grievance, direct it at me, but do not involve Jingyue," Jiang Yuan retorted. In a fit of anger, Nan Zhi grabbed a teacup and hurled it at Jiang Yuan's feet, shouting amidst her screams, "Silence!" Qiao Jingyue's dark eyes were icy to the core. "Go ahead. Try to lose your mind again." "Very well, let the composed Professor Qiao elucidate why Zhao Yuehong became one of the third batch of volunteers. Why has my proposal transformed into Jiang Yuan's suggestion? Your Renin has no right to bully others in such a manner." Jiang Yuan gazed at Nan Zhi in astonishment. "What do you mean? Are you implying that you suggested Zhao Yuehong be included as one of the third batch of volunteers? I was completely unaware of this. I merely happened to see Zhao Yuehong's daughter crying outside the hospital, so I inquired a bit more, and, after much contemplation, I decided to personally fund her treatment and facilitate her inclusion as a volunteer. If you doubt my words, feel free to ask the patient's family." Nan Zhi could not absorb her words. Her focus remained unwaveringly fixed on Qiao Jingyue, awaiting his response. Chapter 64. A fashion faux pas. Qiao Jingyue glanced at the shattered pieces on the ground, then turned his gaze towards Nan Zhi, his eyes radiating disdain and impatience. He spoke with a cool detachment. "There is nothing to explain. Your proposal has been rejected." Why was the identical proposal of Jiang Yuan approved? Is it simply because she is an esteemed doctor in your circle, or perhaps because she is your girlfriend? Her voice surged with a desperate edge as the tension within her reached its breaking point. Human beings are intricate, emotional creatures. This ordeal was not merely about Jiang Yuan plagiarizing her proposal. It was also about her futile pleas to Qiao Jingyue, which ultimately led to a harrowing incident that almost cost her life. Though attributing the car accident to this situation may seem far-fetched, who can claim innocence in the butterfly effect? Her heart felt ensnared by thorny vines, tightening in a suffocating grip, sending waves of sharp pain through her. Nan Zhi closed her eyes, attempting to dispel the vulnerability rising within her. How foolish she was. How could she forget the lessons of the past? Qiao Jingyue plunged the final knife in her already fragile psyche. "Nan Zhi, the clinical trial for the new drug is something you have painstakingly secured. It is progressing smoothly. So unless you wish for complications, I suggest you remain quiet. After all, Renin is not a place for you to act recklessly. Now leave." To be dismissed so publicly was a complete affront to her dignity, leaving her vulnerable to ridicule in Renin and beyond. Yet, Nan Zhi did not linger on such thoughts. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if she might weep at any moment. A compassionate male doctor felt compelled to intervene, attempting to lighten the mood. All right. It was all a misunderstanding. Let us just clear the air." He reached out to Nan Zhi, seemingly trying to offer her an escape. Qiao Jingyue's gaze darkened, fixating on the man's hand with an ominous intensity. There was no misunderstanding. This was a warning. Suddenly, Nan Zhi smiled, her eyes gleaming like sunlight dancing on water. "Professor Qiao, I was in the wrong. I apologize to Dr. Jiang. I'm sorry." She then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Jiang Yuan felt an unexplainable sense of relief, though she feigned indifference, replying, "All right, you are my sister. I have no reason to hold it against you. Just be mindful in the future. The hospital is not your home." Nan Zhi graciously accepted the reprimand, acknowledging her sister's wisdom. The man's dark eyes softened. "All right, everyone return to work." Seizing the opportunity, Nan Zhi retreated, her smile vanishing as she turned away. Deep within her, a sense of injustice surged, ultimately manifesting in the bloodied palms of her hands. In the hospital's small garden, Li Xiao found Nan Zhi beneath a camphor tree. He offered her a cup of hot milk tea, saying, "Drink something sweet. It might lift your spirits." She looked up, a blush tinting her lips as she smiled. "Did you know all along?" "Yes, There are no secrets in the hospital. Don't worry about it. But what difference did it make? It had already transpired. Li Xiao, unsure of how to respond, offered her a bag of dried fruits, peeling them open and placing them in her palm. What happened? He furrowed his brow upon seeing her bloodied hands. Nan Zhi swiftly withdrew her hand, concealing it behind her back, assuring herself that it was merely her own doing. The other party was at a loss for words. Nan Zhi, not wishing to delve into the matter, shifted the conversation to Zhongxiang. Li Xiao reassured her, stating that he had dispatched individuals to inquire and search for information. Nan Zhi voiced her confusion, pondering why, despite his tarnished reputation, he could effortlessly relocate and live comfortably given his current wealth. She mused that he did not exhibit the traits of a true murderer. Thus there seemed to be no need for him to lurk in the shadows with the intent to harm her. Li Xiao admitted her composure. Most ordinary girls would have been petrified by such circumstances, yet she remained composed enough to analyze the criminal psyche. He gently pulled her to her feet, insisting that they should attend to her injuries. Nan Zhi hesitated, requesting a favor from Li Xiao, confessing her lack of courage to face the doctors and nurses at that moment. He chuckled softly, reminding her that they couldn't avoid each other indefinitely. His gentle demeanor was difficult to resist, leading her to his office, where she was immediately met with a flurry of concerned gazes. It was unclear whether the contrasting atmosphere stemmed from the rivalry between orthopedics and cardiothoracic surgery or simply the kindness of the orthopedic staff. Chen Wu, having procured the necessary medication and bandages, hesitated before handing them over to Li Xiao. However, Li Xiao insisted, stating that he had a meeting to attend and instructed Chen Wu to tend to Miss Nan. Chen Wu remained silent throughout the process. But as Nan Zhi prepared to leave, he unexpectedly whispered something to her. She furrowed her brow, her eyes widening in shock. 2 days later marked Jiang Shudong's 58th birthday. He appeared oblivious to the scene Nan Zhi had caused during the cardiothoracic surgery, warmly inviting her to the birthday celebration and specifically requesting that she dress elegantly, as he wished to introduce her to family and friends. Naturally, Nan Zhi intended to make a memorable entrance as Jiang Nan Zhi for the first time. She had never had the opportunity to attend such upscale gatherings, and her wardrobe contained few suitable dresses. This seemed a deliberate attempt by the Jiang family to assert their dominance. Lacking an appropriate outfit, she felt like a Cinderella, standing meekly awaiting the scrutiny of the social elite. Fortunately, she possessed a black gown gifted by Qiao Jingyue, which was quite fitting for the occasion. The evening event coincided with Friday, and the parking space at the Jiang villa was insufficient, with cars lining the streets, indicating a significant turnout. As Su drove her, he felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing the luxurious vehicles. Nan Bao, why do I feel like the Jiang family is a castle of horrors? What if there's a blue beard inside, and you can't find your way out? Nan Zhi checked her reflection, touched up her lipstick, and replied, What else can I do? You shall remain a widower for life, never to remarry. Ugh, don't utter such ominous words, Su retorted. I might as well wait outside for you. Call me in an hour. If you don't, I'll report you missing. As he continued to ramble, Nan Zhi quietly opened the car door, leaving him to shout after her, reminding her not to forget the hour check-in. She shook her head gently and swiftly ascended the steps. Nan Zhi arrived neither too early nor too late. The close acquaintances of the Jiang family had already gathered, while the VIPs had yet to arrive. As she stepped through the door, she immediately captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Jiang Qing cast her a peculiar glance before turning her gaze back to Jiang Yuan. Nan Zhi followed suit, and understanding dawned upon her. It was merely a case of matching outfits. Both she and Jiang Yuan donned the same designer dress, one in white and the other in black. Jiang Yuan, slender and fair, appeared as a delicate white lotus in her pristine gown and long, straight black hair, standing elegantly, a vision of grace, though this was only in the absence of Nan Zhi. Nan Zhi, too, possessed a slender physique, with a petite face, a slim waist, long legs, and curves that embodied femininity, all of which had developed remarkably well. The silk dress clung to her like a second skin, accentuating her ripe fullness, complemented by her strikingly beautiful features, reminiscent of a mandrake flower blooming in the depths of night. Enigmatic yet not gaudy, she exuded an alluring charm. As Jiang Yuan observed her approach with measured steps, her desire to undermine her intensified with every passing moment. Chapter 65. The flavor of a dandy. Jiang Qing glanced at her cousin's expression and swiftly approached Nan Zhi. Nan Zhi, if you cannot afford the dress, you may borrow mine. Wearing a counterfeit is truly beneath one's dignity. Nan Zhi's bright eyes disdainfully fixed on Jiang Qing. And how can you ascertain it is fake? Jiang Qing pulled Jiang Yuan over. Take a good look. This is a limited edition from Vera Wang, available only in black and white, priced at several $100,000. My cousin's piece was a gift from Professor Qiao. Can you afford it? So was Qiao Jingyue. That explained everything. She had wondered how a man could possibly know about such dresses. It turned out he accompanied his girlfriend for shopping and casually purchased one for her. Yet, she was astonished at the exorbitant price. Fortunately, he brought it back. Otherwise, she would have missed a golden opportunity for wealth. Not wishing to engage further with Jiang Qing, Nan Zhi smiled and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, this time Jiang Yuan obstructed her path. Frowning slightly, she said with some difficulty, Nan Zhi, I have several new gowns upstairs. Why not choose one to change into? Tonight is significant for you, and wearing a counterfeit dress would not reflect well on you or our family. Nan Zhi's expression softened as she appraised her. Dr. Jiang, thank you, but no need. We are sisters. Wearing the same attire is what is best for everyone. But if you can ensure your dress is genuine, then so is mine. With that, Nan Zhi attempted to leave. To her surprise, Jiang Qing suddenly reached out to grab her. Had Nan Zhi not evaded swiftly, her dress would have surely been torn. Even so, Jiang Qing left a prominent scratch on Nan Zhi's arm. Jiang Yuan gasped, Qing, what are you doing? With a fierce expression, Jiang Qing placed her hands on her hips. Cousin, you are far too gentle. She's clearly trying to ride on your coattails and steal your limelight. And you can still tolerate this? Every dress has a serial number linked to the buyer's phone number. A simple inquiry with customer service would reveal the owner. She lacks shame. So why should you spare her dignity? Nan Zhi truly could not comprehend Jiang Qing's insistence on acting as her aggressor in matters that did not concern her. Narrowing her eyes, she retorted, Jiang Qing, if you enjoy pretending, why not become a pair of undergarments? Jiang Qing furrowed her brow, sensing that this was not a compliment, but failing to grasp the meaning. Jiang Yuan pressed her forehead. Nan Zhi, must you speak so harshly? We are all girls here. Girls? Nan Zhi's cool gaze settled on Jiang Qing. A girl who seeks to strip another of her garments. How amusing. Jiang Qing was still pondering. Cousin, is she insulting me? She is insinuating that you are pretentious, though I believe an added remark is warranted. Foolish. Just then, a young man emerged from behind the column. His hair dyed in blue tips, clad in a vintage velvet suit. As long as he remained silent, he resembled a prince from a distant land. Regrettably, when he spoke, his dandy demeanor was unmistakable. Nan Zhi widened her eyes. Song Chun? Song Chun immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, addressing Nan Zhi. Sister, you heartless creature. It has been so long since you contacted me. Have you forgotten about me? Nan Zhi was not swayed by his antics. She brushed off his paw resting on her shoulder. Have you even changed your phone number? Am I supposed to venture into space to find you? She retorted. How do you know there's an asteroid named after me out there? Perhaps you would like me to gift it to you. Song Chun maintained his usual unreliable demeanor, animatedly reminiscing with Nan Zhi. The two cousins exchanged glances, particularly Jiang Qing, whose eyes were reddened from Nan Zhi's mockery, yet she still defended Song Chun. Gritting her teeth, she implored, Song Xiao, could you persuade Nan Zhi to change that imitation gown of hers? Song Chun glanced at Nan Zhi and then at Jiang Yuan. If you think no one looks good in that dress, why not change it yourself? Why meddle in my sister's affairs? Jiang Yuan's expression darkened. However, given the esteemed relationship between their families, she endeavored to remain polite. My father will introduce Nan Zhi to the guests today. She's wearing a faux gown, and everyone. Before she could finish, Song Chun interrupted with a scoff. I'll pass along your exact words to her. If you enjoy pretending so much, perhaps you should consider a career in lingerie. You. Jiang Yuan was taken aback by his blatant disregard. Her face flushed with anger. With a flourish of her skirt, she stormed off, declaring, I'm done with this. You all can sort it out yourselves. Behind her, Song Chen's cold laughter echoed. You can't even distinguish your front from your back, yet you wear such a fitted dress. Is that courage bestowed by Liang Jingru? Nan Zhi stifled a laugh, unable to contain her amusement. Song Chen winked at her. Sister, do you feel the same way? Nan Zhi shot him a glare, ready to walk away when she noticed Qiao Jingyue approaching from the other side. Upon sighting him, Jiang Yuan immediately flung herself into his arms, utterly dismayed. It was evident that the man was aware of the unfolding drama. He consoled Jiang Yuan while shooting a fierce glare at Song Chen, demanding an apology. Song Chen, who dreaded this uncle, offered a half-hearted sorry. Jiang Yuan bore no ill will towards him. Her ire was directed solely at the scheming Nan Zhi, stealthily signaling Jiang Qing. The girl promptly remarked, Professor Qiao, my cousin is only looking out for Nan Zhi. Wearing an imitation gown, whose face is she tarnishing? My gown is fake. Nan Zhi questioned, turning to Qiao Jingyue. They had not seen each other since their fallout 4 or 5 days prior, and this was their first encounter since. A tumult of emotions surged within her, causing a pang in her heart. She slightly lowered her gaze, her long lashes veiling a hint of hurt. The man's gaze swept over her with indifference, his tone flat. Change it. As her lashes lifted, the pain in her eyes became unmistakably exposed under the bright lights. The man's heart sank, his expression growing increasingly somber. Change it. Despair enveloped Nan Zhi. She turned away, the mermaid tail of her dress flowing gracefully with her movements. At that moment, Jiang Ming approached, grasping her hand. Zhi, Annie has some dresses here. Let me take a change. Jiang Yuan finally exhaled in relief. She had no desire to be a mere backdrop for Nan Zhi. Jiang Ming pointed towards the glamorous gowns hanging in the dressing room. Choose whichever one you like. Nan Zhi glanced at Jiang Mengwei's curvaceous figure, and then at the extravagant gowns that were clearly unsuitable for her age, shaking her head in refusal. No, thank you. Jiang Ming's displeasure was palpable. Are you disdainful? Not at all, but they are too ostentatious. I fear I might ruin them. Then what do you desire? Jiang Ming's patience had worn thin, and her tone turned sharp. Nan Zhi maintained her smile. Could you kindly summon Song Chen for me? Jiang Ming stared at her for a moment before begrudgingly uttering a fine. Once she left, Nan Zhi promptly called Su Ku and then awaited Song Chen's arrival. She stood by the window, her back facing the door. After a while, the door creaked softly. Before she could turn around, she felt an embrace from behind. Chapter 66. In the dream, a man's coldly handsome visage was reflected in the glass window, simultaneously familiar, yet strangely distant. Nan Zhi remained motionless, her voice devoid of warmth as she commanded, "Let go." His lips brushed gently against her neck, meandering to her ear, enveloped in the warmth of his breath. Teasing her sensitive earlobe, a tingling sensation cascaded over her scalp, igniting heat in the skin beside her ear. Her sensitive reaction did not escape Qiao Jingyue's notice. He swallowed hard, his voice low and dark. Are you angry? Nan Zhi bit her lip tightly, striving to maintain her composure. Her vacant gaze fell upon the entwined silhouettes in the glass window, and she coldly reiterated, leave, rather than displaying anger. He bore a glimmer of playful mischief in his eyes, remarking that while the attire was indeed genuine, it was ill-suited for tonight's occasion. When would it be appropriate? Was there any event without Jiang Yuan? These thoughts churned silently within her, unvoiced. Knowing the truth rendered questioning futile. He had unequivocally positioned her as the mistress, ensuring she would not overstep her bounds with Jiang Yuan. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her emotions, conceding, very well, I understand. Please go and accompany your fiancé. He turned her towards him to gaze into her eyes. Nan Zhi averted her head, unwilling to meet his gaze. The man observed her for a moment before his large hand cupped her chin, his touch lingering on her face, his gaze fervent. Be good. Nan Zhi lowered her eyes, biting her lip, stifling the wave of grievance threatening to burst forth. In this world, only the grievances that are cherished by others hold true significance. Otherwise, they are merely self-pity. Just as she was about to push him away, he stepped back, gesturing towards the clothes. Which one do you like? Nan Zhi chuckled softly. I do not wear another's garments. Indeed, you look best in red. The mention of red conjured images of the crimson fabric strewn across the bedroom, and it seemed he contemplated even more. He cleared his throat awkwardly, then waited a moment longer. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Nan Zhi suddenly called out. The man glanced back. Do you not want me to go? She approached, her fair fingers lightly tugging at his tie, her bright eyes fixed on his alluring lips. Professor Qiao, with how cruel you are to me, will there come a day when you regret it? He seemed to find her question amusing. A smirk playing on his lips? Never. Nan Zhi narrowed her eyes, pressing her fingertip against the corner of his mouth. Yet I hope one day to see you kneeling and begging me. He remained unfazed, merely nodding. Then take some melatonin. Dreams can offer anything. Watching his throat subtly move, Nan Zhi felt an overwhelming urge to bite down. A knock echoed from outside. Sister, open the door. It was Song Chun. Qiao Jingyue cast a glance at her before reaching for the door. Upon seeing him, Song Chun displayed surprise but maintained his composure, casually inquiring, Uncle, what brings you here? The man offered no response, striding past him. Song Chun handed a bag to Nan Zhi. This is the dress my uncle promised you. As Nan Zhi extracted the garment, her gaze was immediately drawn to the striking red hue. Song Chun presented another piece, a gift from Su Ku, asking her to choose between them. Pushing him aside, Nan Zhi declared her intent to try it on. Once the door was closed, she unveiled the red attire. The dress was low-cut and enveloped in layers of delicate gauze, and she could easily envision how it would look on her. Surely, she would appear exquisite, perhaps even more stunning than in her black gown, destined to overshadow all others and capture the spotlight. Yet, she was not a star gracing a runway, nor a courtesan vying for attention. She was merely a daughter introduced by her father to relatives and friends, proclaimed as his beautiful and charming eldest daughter, with little talent or virtue to her name. Reduced to mere physical allure, did Qiao Jingyue intend to advertise her as a mere object of beauty, a commodity for sale? It was no surprise that Qiao Jingyue was so considerate. It seemed he was merely seeking to avenge Jiang Yuan. One couldn't help but admire his subtlety. His words were like a deftly wielded knife. Nan Zhi folded the dress and opened another bag. She had come prepared for various outcomes, never anticipating a wardrobe clash with Jiang Yuan. Her only concern was the possibility of being splattered with red wine. As she stepped outside, Song Chun was still waiting for her. He glanced at her outfit and whistled. Not to your liking? She inquired. He shook his head, replying, I've realized that in the face of absolute beauty, there exists no unappealing attire. Sister, you look splendid in anything. Nan Zhi laughed heartily. Song Chun, it's been a month since we last met, and your words are as sweet as honey. No flattery here, just insolent, he replied. Throughout their walk, Nan Zhi couldn't help but be amused by his banter, and before long, they arrived at the Grand Hall. The banquet had commenced, with Jiang Shudong delivering a speech. Yet her entrance rendered the hall abruptly silent. Initially, there was Jiang Shudong, his jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. Then there was Jiang Meng, whose expression mirrored Jiang Shudong's, albeit with a more pronounced fear. Nan Zhi gently adjusted her hair. She resembled her mother, and adorned in her mother-esque clothing, she would appear even more similar. Jiang Meng was a workaholic, indifferent to adornment, typically clad in shades of black, white, and gray, seldom donning skirts, even at events, opting instead for practical trousers. Now, Nan Zhi wore an ordinary outfit, black velvet wide-leg pants paired with a simple black sleeveless turtleneck, attire that could easily transition from work to shopping, rendering her conspicuously out of place among the elegantly dressed guests in kipeos and formal gowns. This very incongruity accentuated her resemblance to Nan Zijuan. Standing there with her hand casually in her pocket, she exuded a cool detachment that Jiang Yuan had failed to cultivate over many years. Jiang Yuan's grip tightened on Qiao Jingyue's arm, yet he remained impervious to her discomfort, his gaze fixated on Nan Zhi, a mix of mild annoyance and admiration in his eyes. A wild horse is still a wild horse. Despite understanding how to avoid punishment, it is bound to stumble. Moments later, Jiang Shudong regained his composure and beckoned Nan Zhi forward. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my eldest daughter, Nan Zhi. His introduction was dry and devoid of warmth, failing to even include her surname. Yet, Nan Zhi found satisfaction in this, harboring disdain for that very name. Uncertain of who initiated the applause, guests soon approached to extend their congratulations, exchanging trite pleasantries. It was as though the splash created by Nan Zhi had vanished in an instant. Yet, she was acutely aware that she had embedded herself, like a nail, into the hearts of many, including the elders of the Jiang group. While she was engaged in conversation, an icy gaze suddenly pierced her back. Through the veil of her wine glass, she glanced over and spotted a woman standing beside Jiang Meng. This woman, in her 40s, donned an exquisite haute couture outfit and adorned herself with lavish jade jewelry, exuding an air of unapproachability. Nan Zhi quickly deduced her identity: Qiao Jingyue, mother of Song Chun and elder sister of Qiao Jingyue. Unbeknownst to her, under Jiang Meng's deliberate provocation, Qiao Jingyue had already regarded her as a thorn in her side. At that moment, Jiang Yuan approached, taking Nan Zhi's hand. "Let's toast to father," she suggested. Nan Zhi glanced at the wine on the server's tray, hesitating momentarily. Chapter 67. Let me go. Nan Zhi remained vigilant, refraining from indulging in food or drink. To this day, the glass of juice in her hand had not been touched. When asked about alcohol, she replied, "I have just been discharged from the hospital and am still on medication. I cannot drink." Jiang Yuan's gaze shifted to one of displeasure. "I am a doctor. Do not attempt to deceive everyone." Unyielding, Nan Zhi retorted, "You are not my attending physician. Do you truly understand my condition?" Indeed, it was not advisable for her to consume alcohol. It was Li Xiao who spoke, having just arrived, breathless from his hurried entrance. He reached for a wine glass from the tray and raised it toward Jiang Shudong. "Mr. Jiang, I wish you a happy birthday and may all your endeavors flourish." Jiang Shudong forced a smile, thanking Dr. Li. "Jingyue and Director Sheng are over there. I will have someone escort you." Li Xiao sought to extricate Nan Zhi from the situation. "Shall we go together?" However, Jiang Meng held Nan Zhi back. "We still need to introduce Nan Zhi to some relatives." Nan Zhi smiled gratefully at him. "You go ahead." Jiang Yuan, having relinquished her fixation on alcohol, lifted her glass. "Nan Zhi, let us toast together to wish Dad a happy birthday." What was ostensibly a simple act became peculiar under Jiang Yuan's insistence. Their relationship was hardly one of sisterly affection or filial piety. It was hard to believe there were no ulterior motives at play. Shaking her glass of pale red pomegranate juice, Nan Zhi teased, "Why must I join you in toasting? Can I not share a drink with Dad alone?" Frustrated, Jiang Yuan exchanged a few words of blessing with Jiang Shudong before promptly seeking out Qiao Jingyue. Now, only Jiang Shudong and his wife remained with Nan Zhi. Jiang Shudong, weary of the pretense, adopted a stern expression. "If you wish me ill, then step aside. Do not linger here as an eyesore." With the fade dropped, Nan Zhi felt a sense of relief wash over her. She raised her glass. "Dad, today marks another year in your life. The day draws closer when you will reunite with my mother. Are you pleased or displeased?" Jiang Shudong's hand trembled, nearly spilling the red wine. Jiang Meng tightly grasped his arm, shaking her head vigorously. "Shudong, everyone is watching." Jiang Shudong clenched the wine glass, forcing a smile toward the distant guests. Nan Zhi burst into laughter. "Dad, I was merely jesting. May you have many more days like today and countless joyful moments." "Happy birthday, Dad." As she drank the juice, Jiang Meng finally exhaled in relief. Subsequently, she led Nan Zhi to greet several relatives, all of whom had previously held a grudge against Nan Zijuan. They scrutinized Nan Zhi, like evaluating merchandise, their words dripping with disdain for Nan Zijuan. Aware of what to expect, Nan Zhi confronted each remark with retorts, indifferent to her reputation. No one would gain an advantage from her. After a round of exchanges, Jiang Meng's expression darkened, resembling that of a pig's liver. "Nan Zhi, these are your elders. Speaking to them in such a manner may lead them to question your father's upbringing and tarnish your own reputation. Did my father ever raise me with any decorum? Furthermore, my tarnished reputation may serve to highlight Jiang Yuan's esteemed standing. And it seems age has not been kind to you. How can one so brazenly assume the role of a mistress suddenly become so concerned with reputation?" Jiang Meng's teeth chattered in irritation. She thought to herself, "Let this little minx revel in her arrogance for a while. She will soon face her reckoning." Standing alone in the corner, Nan Zhi felt an unsettling discomfort wash over her. A wave of heat coursed through her limbs, as if her strength had been siphoned away, and a peculiar tingling sensation arose in places where it ought not to. She grasped the pillar for support, inwardly lamenting her misfortune. Despite her caution, she had still fallen into their trap. She could easily surmise the impending events, yet who was the architect of her demise? Gripping the pillar tightly, she clenched her jaw as beads of sweat trickled down her elegant nose. No, she must leave this place. Peering into the crowd, she sought someone to whom she could appeal for assistance. Jiang Ming, who had been observing Nan Zhi closely, detected the change in her demeanor, her face flushed with excitement. She called over her niece, Jiang Qing, and whispered to her. Jiang Ming hurried over, seizing Nan Zhi in an attempt to prevent her escape. Nan Zhi pushed her away, though her strength was feeble. Anxiously biting her lip, she implored, Jiang Qing, let me go. Jiang Qing, with an overly familiar tone, asked, aren't you feeling unwell? Let me help you to the upstairs for a rest. No, I wish to return. This is your home. Where else could you possibly go? Besides, we haven't even cut the cake yet. With that, disregarding Nan Zhi's protests, she forcefully dragged her upstairs. The banquet hall below was ablaze with light, yet the upstairs remained shrouded in darkness. A long corridor was lit by a few dim bulbs, their glow feeble and dispirited. Following her aunt's instructions, Jiang Qing ushered Nan Zhi into a room, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed, her tone laced with barely concealed triumph. Nan Zhi, you shall remain here and enjoy your fate. From this night forward, your reputation will be utterly ruined, and you will wish for death. Nan Zhi, weak and sprawled on the bed, struggled to articulate her confusion. What do you mean? Jiang Qing regarded her as prey caught in a cage, unable to suppress her glee. Leaning closer, she gazed at Nan Zhi's stunning face in the dim light, her expression growing ever more sinister. What I mean is a short, shrill scream was muffled by the pillow as Nan Zhi watched her collapse, gasping as she tossed aside the pillow. A small syringe was embedded in Jiang Qing's arm. Having been thrown onto the bed, Nan Zhi felt as though she had depleted all her strength, her vision beginning to darken. She longed to surrender, to cease her struggles. Yet she knew she could not afford to relax just yet. Biting her lip with renewed determination, she staggered out of the room. Upon opening the door, she was nearly overwhelmed by the imposing figure standing in the doorway. Nan Zhi, it is I. The man steadied her shoulder. Dr. Li, is that you? Li Xiao glanced into the dark room, unable to discern anything within. He reached out to touch her forehead, which was burning with fever. The man's hands were cool to the touch, bringing a momentary relief to Nan Zhi. Unable to resist, she nestled into his palm, emitting soft, fragmented murmurs from her throat. Li Xiao felt a tightening in his abdomen as his large hand enveloped her delicate face. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, understanding the ordeal that Nan Zhi had endured. I shall take you to the hospital. No, I must continue my performance. You, take me to the adjacent room. Although Nan Zhi had departed from this place at the tender age of 5, her innate memory was remarkable, and every detail was meticulously crafted by Nan Zijun. Thus, she had memorized the layout with ease. Upon entering, she immediately made her way to the restroom, splashing her face with cold water. Li Xiao looked at her with profound concern. You cannot continue like this. We must go to the hospital at once. Nan Zhi gazed at him steadfastly before suddenly throwing herself into his embrace. Chapter 68. Wasted Li Xiao embraced her, calling her name in a startled tone. The soft girl clung to him like a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood, her hands wrapping around his neck. In the darkness, Li Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed, producing a sound of swallowing. Men are the most fragile creatures when it comes to temptation, especially when it involves a girl they hold dear. He wrestled with himself internally as instinct gradually overpowered reason. Just as he was about to lean down to kiss her, Nan Zhi suddenly pushed him away with force. She seized a razor from the side, tugged the leg of her wide pants up to her thigh, and made a swift cut. Fresh blood flowed, vividly contrasting against her fair skin. Are you insane? Li Xiao rushed forward, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding. The pain cleared Nan Zhi's mind considerably. Leaning against the sink, she managed to smile. Dr. Li, don't worry. I want to take advantage of this. Li Xiao felt a surge of anger, pressing a bit harder. What if I wanted you to? Nan Zhi was taken aback. then playfully raised her eyes. "No way. Someone as wonderful as you shouldn't be wasted on me." He met her gaze, his expression sincere and earnest. "You are such a remarkable person. I am the one who would waste you." Nan Zhi chuckled awkwardly. "Then let's not commercialize this." Li Xiao searched around and surprisingly found some band-aids, applying them to her wound. She had cut deeply, and several band-aids were necessary. Still concerned, he insisted, "You need to apply medicine to stop the bleeding. Sit down and rest." But Nan Zhi waved him off. "No need. A little pain keeps me alert. Why must you torment your own body?" She tilted her head back with a wry smile. If there were a way, who would willingly harm themselves? "Dr. Li, you should leave. Being gone for so long might raise suspicions." He refused. "I need to keep an eye on you." Understanding his concern, she reassured him. "It's fine. They arranged for that room. I am safe here. They undoubtedly have a follow-up plan. You should go help me create a diversion." After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiao nodded and left. Nan Zhi sighed in relief. In truth, she had deceived him for another reason. She feared she would succumb to the urge to leap at him. Although she had a high tolerance for drugs, this particular one was overpowering, still rampaging within her body. She splashed her face with cold water, disregarding the dirt, and drank some tap water, only feeling slightly better after inducing herself to vomit. Downstairs, Li Xiao stood discreetly among the crowd. He searched for Qiao Jingyue, but only spotted Sheng Huayan. He keenly caught the latter's gaze and raised his glass in acknowledgement. Li Xiao mirrored the gesture, his brow furrowing deeper. At that moment, the birthday celebration reached its climax. Jiang Shudong's son, studying in the United States, had invited a famous band to perform for his father's birthday, connecting live for the event. This band, beloved by Jiang Shudong's generation, had long since disbanded, and gathering them required considerable effort and financial means. Jiang Shudong saw the filial piety of his son. Both of his children were exemplary, unlike many affluent families who only indulge in hedonism. In such occasions, what is there to flaunt if not genuine affection? As the grand screen flickered to life, the crowd's anticipation erupted into a cacophony of gasps and murmurs. On the large bed, a blurred scene unfolded, depicting a risque encounter between a man and a woman. Many children were present, and guests hurriedly shielded their eyes from the scandalous display, their astonishment palpable. Some individuals frantically attempted to shut it down, while Jiang Shudong, visibly agitated, demanded to know who was responsible for this debacle. Amidst the chaos, someone in the crowd shouted, "It seems to be the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. The one with short hair." Jiang Shudong immediately interjected, "Don't be absurd, that is not my daughter." Others began searching through the throng, but they could not find the eldest daughter, leading some to conclude that it indeed could be her. "I heard she works as a pharmaceutical representative and has a rather extravagant lifestyle, but to engage in such behavior at her father's birthday banquet is utterly disgraceful. Just look at that scene. It's more appalling than any scandalous affair," they remarked. "What nonsense are you spouting? With such a blurred image, how could anyone identify Nan Zhi?" spoke Song Chun, only to receive a sharp glare from his mother, who admonished him to be silent. Song Chun, however, was not one to heed his mother's warnings. He dashed forward, insisting, "Let's take a look and find out for ourselves." Li Xiao, with a frown, promptly sent a message to Nan Zhi. A few curious onlookers followed, while many others, aware of the Jiang family's desire to avoid public disgrace, chose to wait in the hall. Jiang Shudong and Jiang Ming navigated through the crowd, leading the way, with Jiang Ming's brother and sister-in-law trailing behind. They attempted to engage Jiang Ming in conversation several times, but opportunities were fleeting. The group swiftly ascended the staircase. There was no need to discern which room it was, as the sounds emanating from the ajar door were unmistakable. Jiang Shudong, his face darkened with anger, cursed under his breath and forcefully kicked the door open. The room's darkness was momentarily disrupted, yet the scene remained indistinct. Amidst the suggestive atmosphere, the man finally ceased his movements, staring in shock at the newcomers. He rolled off the woman and declared loudly, "She was the one who invited me here. We are lovers." His voice, betraying a certain age, was soon met with the flicking on of lights, which illuminated the room and banished the shadows. The man instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. "Li Xiao," someone exclaimed, astonished. "It's you." Li Xiao lowered his hands, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. At that moment, a woman behind Jiang Shudong let out a piercing scream. "Qingqing, my Qingqing, what has happened to you?" As she rushed forward, the crowd's eyes were drawn to the bed, where a girl with short hair had curled beneath the covers, shrieking in distress. Jiang Meng stood frozen in disbelief, realizing it was her niece, Jiang Qing. In the midst of the uproar, Nan Zhi approached from behind them, loudly calling out Dad. Song Chun, having lost interest in the sordid spectacle, immediately rushed to her side. "Sister, come here quickly. These people are claiming the individuals on that bed are you. Are they blind?" Everyone turned their attention to Nan Zhi, who appeared immaculate in her attire and makeup, leaving them baffled as to who could possibly confuse her with the person on the bed. Nan Zhi cast a single glance at the scene before averting her gaze, seemingly startled. After a moment, she looked back, her voice rising with indignation. "Zhong Xiang, how dare you come out and harm women once more? Do you not fear imprisonment?" The words of Nan Zhi seemed to provide a clue to the Jiang couple. Jiang Qing's father, seizing a decorative vase, brought it crashing down while shouting, "I'll kill you, you perpetrator, for harming my daughter." Jiang Qing's mother also rushed forward, scratching and clawing in a frenzy. Observing this farcical scene, Nan Zhi couldn't help but smile faintly before turning to leave. Outside the crowd, Qiao Jingyue, who had just arrived, furrowed his brow. As he was about to pursue, he was restrained by Shang Huayan, who subtly shook his head. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to approach the flustered Jiang Yuan. Meanwhile, Song Chun and Li Xiao chased after Nan Zhi. Chapter 69. In the dead of night, Jiang Shudong's birthday banquet was a dismal affair, yet it provided ample fodder for the gossip of the affluent elite. The first stir was caused by the unexpected appearance of Jiang Shudong's ex-wife's daughter, whose striking beauty reignited discussions about Zhang's previous marriage. The name Nan Zhi carried an air of mystique, shrouded in a certain taboo. Furthermore, Jiang Shudong's current wife's niece was caught in an affair with Zhong Xiang, a man old enough to be her father, leading the Jiang family to accuse Zhong of coercion. With the case still under review, this incident unearthed Zhong Xiang's earlier false accusations against a female pharmaceutical representative, who, as fate would have it, was also Jiang Shudong's ex-wife's daughter. In every prominent family, there are bound to be a few sordid tales, and the elite quickly delved into the intricate web of these revelations. However, none of this concerned Nan Zhi. Amidst the chaos of the Jiang family, she was safely escorted home by two handsome gentlemen. Li Xiao, still uneasy, insisted on taking her for a gastric lavage. After dismissing him, Nan Zhi submerged herself in a bathtub filled with cold water, much like a fish. As the warmth gradually ebbed from her body, she hung her red and black dresses on a nearby fish. If all went well, she could make a small fortune, allowing her to indulge in a lavish meal with Suku and perhaps even travel abroad together during the holidays. With these thoughts in mind, she soon drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, she awoke to a chilling sensation of being touched. Without hesitation, she seized the hand and bit down fiercely. In the darkness, she heard a muffled grunt, yet the individual did not resist. With a snap, the bedside lamp illuminated the room, revealing Qiao Jingyue's deep, piercing gaze fixed intently upon her. Nan Zhi's teeth ached as she slowly released her grip. No wonder she found him coarse, unpleasant, and utterly revolting. He was indeed the son-in-law of the Jiang family. What noble character could one expect from anyone associated with the Jiangs? Noticing her indifferent demeanor, Qiao Jingyue grasped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. Nan Zhi's eyes wandered, lacking focus. Qiao Jingyue felt a tumultuous mix of frustration and agitation. The mere thought of her spending half an hour alone with Li Xiao ignited a fire within his chest. If she was unwilling to speak, then he would take action instead. The woman beneath him sank into the soft bedding, her dark brows and crimson lips accentuating her snow-like complexion. He leaned down, biting her neck lightly, relishing the way she recoiled in pain. "Ignoring me? Then what is this?" He withdrew his hand and brushed it against her face. Residual effects of the drug lingered within her, leaving her vulnerable to such provocation. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him, yet avoided his cool, thin lips, opting instead to kiss his Adam's apple. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside, shattering the tranquility of the night. The passionate man pressed the woman down. Disregarding the commotion, Nan Zhi clutched his arm tightly, exclaiming, "Qiao Jingyue, what if it's Jingyue? What if she comes to catch us?" The man appeared unfazed, rolling over with Nan Zhi in his embrace. At that moment, her phone rang. It lay beside her pillow, and she quickly reached for it. Upon seeing Suku's name, her hand trembled as she answered the call. Suku's voice came through the receiver, filled with urgency. "Nan Bao, I'm outside. Open the door." Nan Zhi nudged the man behind her and bit her lip, whispering, "What do you want at this hour? I heard from Songchan that you were harmed by those despicable members of the Jiang family, so I came to check on you." "Nan Bao, are you all right?" "No need for concern. You may leave. I am fine." Her words were fragmented and disjointed. "Nan Bao, do not be so polite. After all, I am a man. If it becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to." "Nan Bao, what is wrong?" It turned out that Nan Zhi could not restrain herself and let out a piercing scream. She was so furious that tears nearly streamed down her face as she tried to bite the man's hand. Seizing the opportunity, the man grasped her chin and kissed her forcefully. Suku, hearing the commotion, repeatedly called out for Nan Bao. The more he shouted, the more frantic Qiao Jingyue became. The doorbell rang incessantly from outside, threatening to awaken the entire building. Unable to endure any longer, Nan Zhi choked back her emotions and shouted into her phone. "Suku, Qiao Jingyue is here. You must leave." The call was abruptly terminated. Suku paused his knocking, listening to the busy tone emanating from the phone, and suddenly realized what was transpiring inside the room. Damn it! His face flushed with anger, and he kicked the door. Inside the room, due to the intensity of their actions, Nan Zhi's thigh wound reopened and began to bleed again. Only then did Qiao Jingyue stop, horrified at the sight of the injury. How did this happen? He hastily abandoned his clothing and rushed to find something to staunch the bleeding. Nan Zhi leaned back against the pillow, her voice hoarse as she said, "I need water." The man set down the first aid kit and poured her a glass of water. She resembled a drenched little bird, softly curling up against his arm as she drank nearly half the glass. In her haste, droplets of water trickled down her fair, swan-like neck, disappearing amidst a captivating landscape. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he wiped her clean with a tissue. Nan Zhi collapsed back onto the pillow, her chest rising and falling as if she had come back to life. Qiao Jingyue tucked her in with a blanket, then pulled it back to reveal her slender legs. Applying the medication, she winced in pain, tiny sobs escaping her throat. He gazed at her and softened his touch. "How did this happen?" he inquired once more. "I cut myself with a razor." "You self-harmed?" After saying this, his eyes began to wander. Nan Zhi's skin was smooth and flawless, like exquisite porcelain. A person inclined to self-harm would not limit themselves to a single cut. Their body would be covered with scars. Nan Zhi shot him a cold glance. Her eyes filled with derision. Even a troubled girl would not necessarily delight in harming herself without cause. "I was schemed against. It was merely to preserve my purity." Nan Zhi was not deceived by his apparent ignorance, yet his silence irked her immensely. Indeed, he fell silent for a moment before stating, "You should go to the hospital instead of harming yourself like this." She was incensed. "Do you think the Jiang family would allow me to leave? If I were to appear, I would be defiled by Zhongxiang. The person you see upon opening that door, the one you scorn, is also me." After saying this, she was still unsatisfied and kicked out in frustration. Qiao Jingyue was caught off guard, and her foot struck his handsome face. He was taken aback, the bandages and hemostatic spray falling from his hands onto the floor. In a fit of rage, Nan Zhi never anticipated that she could strike his face. Observing his features, which fluctuated between shades of blue and white, she felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Yet, she refused to yield, her heart brimming with irritation towards him, wishing she could simply kick him away. The two remained in a silent standoff, while Nan Zhi's mind raced, her gaze even drifting towards the scissors nearby, used for cutting gauze. If he dared to make a move, she would surely maim him, just as she believed he was on the verge of exploding with anger. An unexpected warmth enveloped her foot. He lowered his head and kissed her foot. Stunned into silence, she wondered if he had lost his mind. The shock deepened as he unexpectedly. Chapter 70. Golden needle mushroom holding her delicate, snow-white foot, he gently caressed it, murmuring, "Nan Zhi, I am sorry." Nan Zhi was momentarily taken aback, her face a canvas of astonishment as she gazed at him. He was actually saying, "Sorry?" This man, who had belittled and disdained her, was offering an apology. The mist in her eyes thickened as she lifted her gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if seeking to decipher the meaning behind those 3 words. Yet, there was no further elaboration. He picked up the gauze and medicine, resuming the task of cleaning her wounds as if nothing had occurred moments before. Nan Zhi observed the dark head bent over her thigh, a sense of unutterable disappointment flooding her. Her small hand clutched the bedsheet tightly as she timidly inquired, "Are you apologizing on behalf of the Jiang family?" His temples twitched slightly, and he skillfully diverted the conversation. "Who treated this wound for you?" "They did a commendable job. Was it Li Xiao?" Realizing she would glean no further insights, she acquiesced with a soft hum. Unexpectedly, he chuckled coldly. "So, he has seen your thigh?" Nan Zhi raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. "More than that, he has seen and kissed every inch of me." As pain shot through her wound, he pressed down firmly. Nan Zhi frowned, feeling a mix of familiarity and irritation, and was tempted to kick him again. He appeared rather pleased, remarking, "If that were the case, you wouldn't need this incision at all." Disallowing his smugness, Nan Zhi retorted, "Why couldn't it be that I inflicted this wound out of concern for him, and then—" He bit down between her legs, growling, if that were true, he would undoubtedly be a golden needle mushroom, incapable of satisfying you. Flushed with indignation, Nan Zhi retaliated with a kick, but this time, Qiao Jingyue was ready, swiftly grasping her ankle and pulling her towards him in a frenzy. Nan Zhi had initially planned to visit the Jiang family in the morning, but after being thoroughly tormented by Qiao Jingyue, she did not manage to rise until the afternoon. It was only at 3 o'clock that she finally arrived at the Grand Jiang residence. Regardless of the hour, Jiang Shudong was at home, along with Jiang Meng's siblings. The family wept and wailed, and upon seeing Nan Zhi enter, Jiang Qing's mother rushed forward, accusing "You, this harbinger of doom, have harmed my daughter. Now my Qingqing wants to take her own life. You should die too." Nan Zhi sidestepped the slap and cast a look of humiliation at Jiang Shudong. He inhaled deeply, his voice a low growl. "Enough. This is my Jiang family, and Nan Zhi is my daughter. Do you intend to strike her before my eyes?" Jiang Qing's mother stared at Jiang Meng in surprise, who subtly shook her head in response. Jiang Qing's father, typically docile and always following Jiang Shudong's lead, kept his head down, refusing to speak despite his wife's gestures. Jiang Shudong turned to Nan Zhi. "What brings you here?" Unfazed by their hostility, Nan Zhi replied calmly, "After last night's events, I didn't have a chance to present my birthday gift to Dad, so I came to deliver it." Jiang Shudong's eyes brightened, his fatigue dissipating. "Good, follow me to the study." Once they had departed, Jiang Qing's mother turned to Jiang Meng, seeking assistance. "What is going on? Has Qingqing truly suffered in vain?" Jiang Meng's face was etched with weariness. She had never anticipated such a significant downfall upon taking action. Her initial intention was to deal with Nan Zhi. Yet in the end, she inadvertently plunged her own niece into a dire predicament. Regret consumed her, but whom could she blame? She herself had acted without fault. Thus, all the animosity could only be directed towards Nan Zhi. In the study, Jiang Shudong perused the pages of information, his eyes gleaming with ecstatic delight. This was indeed genuine. She had truly accomplished it. Nan Zhi doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality check, reminding him that although her parents had conducted extensive research, their resources were limited and she had never put into practice. No one could ascertain its success. Upon hearing her words, the man furrowed his brow, questioning her intentions. "Are you suggesting that you've manipulated the findings?" Internally, Nan Zhi scoffed at his suspicions. Indeed, he was a cunning old wolf. The annual investments in cancer drug research were astronomical. Yet who had succeeded? She merely expressed a high probability, and he was quick to cast aspersions on her integrity. "Father, you hold me in far too high regard. I am not my mother, and I haven't even attended university. I cannot comprehend this information. You should consult an expert to verify its authenticity. I believe our fragile father-daughter bond cannot withstand any doubt." Jiang Shudong feigned a smile. "Nan Zhi, if you wish." I can send you abroad for your studies, spend a few years enhancing your qualifications, and return to join the family enterprise, which would also assist me. Nan Zhi found his words utterly untrustworthy. This old man was quite devious, aiming to keep her under his thumb and exploit her remaining value. He had treated Nan Zhi in a similar manner. She would not fall into that trap again. No, thank you. I harbor no ambitions. I find my current small company quite satisfactory. Jiang Shudong, burdened with his own myriad troubles, had neither the time nor the inclination to engage with her further. Well, consider it. All right, I shan't delay you any longer. By the way, how is cousin Jiangqing? The man's expression stiffened slightly as he replied indifferently. Nan Zhi, last night's incident was entirely Jiangqing's folly. She has already faced repercussions, so do not dwell on it. Nan Zhi raised an eyebrow, realizing that it was indeed her cousin who had administered the drug last night. What a pity, for she had done her no wrong. Jiang Shudong clearly wished to change the subject. Enough, let it go. You have suffered no loss. A cold smile crept across Nan Zhi's face. What an unfeeling father. Had she incurred any loss, she would likely have been cast out and scorned, not standing here now. With a shift in her thoughts, she continued, what about Zhong Xiang? It's rather peculiar. He seems quite familiar with our Jiang family. Cough. This is not your concern. Just leave. It was a complex matter indeed. After departing from the Jiang family residence, Nan Zhi was lost in contemplation. Last night, her thoughts had been muddled, leaving her unable to reflect deeply. Now, upon reconsideration, numerous inconsistencies surfaced. She had only injected Jiangqing with ether, a dosage that could induce unconsciousness for merely 8 to 10 minutes. During that time frame, even if Zhong Xiang had infiltrated, he could not have succeeded. Jiangqing could have escaped or called for help. However, after more than half an hour, two individuals burst in, both clearly exhilarated, a manifestation of mutual consent. Jiangqing has always regarded Jiang Yuan as her role model. Even a charming young man like Chun Wu does not capture her interest. So how could she possibly be drawn to an older pervert? Unless, perhaps, she shares the same inclinations as herself. Who, then, is the lurking predator behind the mantis? Nan Zhi is utterly perplexed, yet the unfolding events only deepen her confusion. Zhong Xiang was forcibly taken into custody, but the revelations were that he had partnered with others to establish a pharmaceutical factory, producing counterfeit medications. They cleverly masqueraded the fakes, leveraging Zhong Xiang as professional access to infiltrate hospitals and pharmacies, ultimately placing these drugs into the hands of patients. Astonishingly, Zhong Xiang's accomplice is none other than Jiangqing's father, Jiang Kaming. Jiang Kaming, a titan in the pharmaceutical industry, is the brother-in-law of Jiang Shudong, the vice president of the Pharmaceutical Association. What, then, is the connection of this incident to the Jiang family? Chapter 71. Half a year of feasting the overt relationship, naturally, cannot be uncovered. However, from Yang Kun to Zhong Xiang, the Jiang family has suffered severe blows in a short span of time. Following the scandal involving Jiang Kaming, the stock of Jiang Pharmaceutical plummeted, a sight too painful to behold. It is evident that someone is orchestrating a downfall for Jiang Shudong. Nan Zhi could not help but recall the message that Sheng Huayan had sent her through a secondary account. Could it be him? Yet, Sheng Huayan shares a close camaraderie with Qiao Jingyue, who is intertwined with the Jiang family. The thought of a possibility sent her heart racing, but she quickly dismissed it. It is impossible. Qiao Jingyue would never conspire against the Jiang family alongside Sheng Huayan. Song Chun had explicitly stated that the Jiang family has ties with the Qiao family. Qiao Jingyue's elder sister, Qiao Jingnan, is 13 years his senior and is said to have raised him. The bond between the siblings is strong, and Qiao Jingnan facilitated the union between Qiao Jingyue and Jiang Yuan. The Jiang and Qiao families share a fate of honor and disgrace. If Qiao Jingyue were to turn against the Jiang family, it would be akin to undermining his own foundation. It is unfathomable, utterly unfathomable. As the thoughts spiraled, Nan Zhi suddenly considered probing Sheng Huayan. She retrieved her phone, navigated to Sheng Huayan's secondary account, and found their WeChat conversation had stagnated for several days. Recently, it seemed Sheng Huayan had lost interest in her, refraining from any communication. Taking the initiative, she sent a flirty message, Congratulations, leader, on achieving such great accomplishments shortly after assuming your role. After all, flattery seldom goes unacknowledged. Indeed, within moments a reply came through. Sheng's secondary account. Are you trying to inquire about something? Nan Zhi rolled her eyes. Could Sheng Huayan not be a tad more subtle? However, as he had already taken the first step, she decided to be forthright and sent a voice message. Leader, you are truly remarkable. You saw right through me. I genuinely wish to inquire, especially since I have a vendetta against Zhong Xiang. The individual holding the phone, upon hearing her delicate voice, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, as if he might crush the device in his hand. At that moment, someone approached and, noticing his demeanor, inquired, Professor Qiao, is something the matter? Are you unwell? Qiao Jingyue promptly regained his composure, shaking his head, I am fine. Once the person departed, he typed a response. I have long told you. There is no need to employ self-destructive methods against someone like Zhong Xiang. This time, it seems his fate is not merely imprisonment. You need not fear him any longer. Upon receiving this news, Nan Zhi felt a surge of joy. After all, no one wishes to be targeted by a pervert. Perhaps overwhelmed by her elation, she scarcely recalled when she had ever suggested employing self-harming tactics against Zhong Xiang. Seeing that Sheng Huayan was amenable to conversation, she boldly probed further. Leader, may I ask if this matter has any connection to the Jiang family? After sending the message, she added, I have now been formally acknowledged back into the Jiang family by Jiang Shudong. Sheng's secondary account. I was also present on General Zhang's birthday that night. Knowing you were there, so what? Nan Zhi awaited further clarification, but none came. This implied that he would not divulge any insider information. Just as Nan Zhi was feeling disheartened, she received another message. Are you coming to the Golden Terrace tonight? Her heart raced. Could it be that some matters required the man to speak to her face to face, without leaving traces? She promptly replied, I had mentioned wanting to meet with you. I will go. In the office, someone was present, and Qiao Jingyue converted the voice message to text. What Nan Zhi referred to as meeting morphed into a solitary action in the text. She rubbed the bite mark on her wrist and muttered a curse under her breath, calling him a little enchantress. That evening at the Golden Terrace, Nan Zhi, the host, arrived a moment late. Sheng Huayan had already brought a group of people, filling the spacious private room with 7 or 8 individuals and accompanying female entertainers, and among them was Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi hesitated briefly, offering him a slight nod as a greeting. In truth, they had not quarreled. They had shared a bed just the day before. Yet, in the presence of others, their relationship had become merely superficial, a nodding acquaintance. Sheng Huayan observed the two with a subtle gaze, mentally berating Qiao Jingyue for being a nuisance. How could he add people on WeChat under his name and arrange meetings under his banner? Why must he, Director Sheng, personally handle the business for them? Why not let him take his place during the night when they were sleeping? Sheng Huayan, oblivious to the precariousness of his thoughts, found himself intrigued by Nan Zhi, her beautiful face, alluring lips, and elegantly long neck. That waist he fancied. Qiao Jingyue had been attentively watching the pair, and upon seeing Sheng Huayan's lascivious expression, he understood all too well what was on his mind. Striding over, he wrapped his arm around Sheng Huayan, saying, Come with me. I have something to discuss. Sheng Huayan struggled to break free, but to no avail, growing increasingly irate. Qiao, let go. I'm not interested in men. Nan Zhi watched them depart, her brow furrowing slightly, her disdain for Qiao Jingyue deepening. What was he afraid of? Was he worried that Sheng Huayan would divulge unfavorable information about the Jiang family to her? The aloof and proud Professor Qiao, reduced to a mere dog for the Jiang family, so enamored with Jiang Yuan? Perhaps it was her willingness to feed the wolf and her living environment that led her to believe love equated to respect, consideration, and adoration. Coincidentally, Qiao Jingyue provided her with all of these. Meanwhile, she found herself relegated to the role of a despicable third party. No, she couldn't even claim to be that. At best, she was merely a seldom used item of bedding. Noticing her isolation, a figure approached. Miss Nan, hello, I am Yin Su. We met at General Zhang's birthday banquet. Nan Zhi took his business card, her eyes brightening. This individual was the young heir of a chain pharmacy, with their establishment spread across the country, numbering no less than 1,000. In Nan Zhi's eyes, Yin Su instantly transformed into a multitude of sparkling orders, and she engaged in conversation with him with professional flair. Where her friend suddenly fell silent, Sheng Huayin followed his gaze and scoffed. It seemed Nan Zhi was destined for success tonight. If Yin Su placed an order, it would sustain her for half a year. Observing Nan Zhi's exuberant demeanor, Qiao Jingyue's expression darkened further. It was merely a business discussion, not a setting for her to sell smiles. Sheng Huayin, reveling in the unfolding drama, seemed undeterred by the escalating situation, eagerly adding fuel to the fire. It appeared that she had struck up an amiable conversation with Yin Su, and tonight it was likely she would accompany him. Yet she hesitated. Sheng Huayin deemed his confidence somewhat excessive. "Are you certain?" he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than he observed Yin Su gracefully pulling out a chair for Nan Zhi, the two of them departing in tandem. Qiao Jingyue was taken aback. Sheng Huayin seized the arm of the man, intent on pursuing them. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Let go. Qiao heir, we are at a crucial juncture in our affairs. Please refrain from causing any disturbances, if you would." With determination, Qiao Jingyue pried free from his grip and swiftly advanced to stand before Nan Zhi, effectively obstructing her path. Chapter 72. I want to play. Nan Zhi was taken aback. Her instinctive reaction was to shield Yin Su. "What are you doing?" Qiao Jingyue was so enraged that he nearly suffered an internal injury, suppressing a mouthful of blood. He addressed the man behind her. "Yin Su, what are you doing? Come join us for a game." Nan Zhi breathed a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously felt foolish for assuming he was there for her sake. Yin Su, in his mid-20s, was at an age ripe for enjoyment, and having finally caught the attention of a beautiful woman, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. "I refuse, brother you. I'm accompanying Miss Nan to play billiards over there." "Billiards, huh?" Qiao Jingyue cast a glance at Nan Zhi before suddenly turning to Sheng Huayin, shouting, "Everyone, come over. Let us play billiards." Nan Zhi thought to herself, he simply cannot stand to see her happy. After all, it was not easy to meet a significant client, and he had to meddle. It made sense, considering the Yin family had long maintained a solid partnership with the Jiang family. How could Qiao Jingyue, a mere lackey of the Jiang family, allow her to encroach upon their territory? As the group gathered around the billiards table, Qiao Jingyue was the first to pick up a cue, raising an eyebrow at Yin Su with a mocking smile. "Yin Su, let us have a game." Under Sheng Huayin's lead, a chorus of encouragement erupted from the crowd. Yin Su, eager to impress Nan Zhi, grasped the cue, bent over, and skillfully pocketed a black ball, basking in the applause and whistles of the onlookers. "What shall we wager?" Before Qiao Jingyue could respond, Sheng Huayin chimed in. "What else?" Just like before. This group was accustomed to such antics, and the atmosphere was filled with raucous cheers and laughter, exuding a playful and mischievous vibe. Nan Zhi sensed impending trouble. At that moment, Qiao Jingyue's gaze shifted towards her, briefly flitting past her and locking onto Yin Su's face. "Yin Su, is that acceptable?" Yin Su quickly shook his head. No, let us change the rules." A woman sauntered up behind Qiao Jingyue, her alluring figure leaning against him as she sweetly chimed, "Young Master Yin, I'm wearing far less than the lady behind you. I'm not afraid. Why should you be?" Her words drew everyone's attention to Nan Zhi. A shiver ran down her spine as she instantly grasped the nature of their so-called wager. It was rumored that these ruffians, whether playing cards or mahjong, enjoyed wagering not only money but also women, with the loser having their companion disrobe. Typically, their companions were courtesans or women from the fringes. Seldom would anyone dare play such games with a legitimate girlfriend or a respectable woman. The way Qiao Jingyue disrespected her made it clear that in his eyes, her status was already reduced to that of a mere commodity. Under the taunting and even malicious gazes of the crowd, Nan Zhi's hand rested on Yin Su's shoulder. Yin Su turned his head. "Miss Nan, rest assured I would never." "Young Master Yin, I want to play." Yin Su was taken aback. Although Nan Zhi was a pharmaceutical representative, she was also the daughter of the Jiang family. He had no intention of treating her as a mere object of amusement. Nan Zhi's declaration also stirred turmoil within Qiao Jingyue. His pupils constricted, and the tendons on the back of his fair hand, gripping the cue, stood out ominously. He was merely trying to intimidate her. There was no way he would allow her to disrobe before this group of insufferable men. Yet she was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Losing interest in the game, he was about to toss aside his cue when he suddenly noticed Nan Zhi picking up a cue of her own. She sauntered casually before the man, the tip of her cue gently prodding the button of a man's shirt. "Professor Qiao, I wish to alter the rules of the game," she declared. The more Sheng Huayan observed, the more intrigued he became. He approached and draped an arm around Qiao Jingyue's shoulder, inquiring with a grin, "Sister, how do you intend to play?" Nan Zhi beamed. "I shall step down in favor of the lady beside Professor Qiao, leaving him and Mr. Yin to contend with one another." Initially met with astonishment, the crowd erupted into raucous cheers. This woman dared to propose at a man's strip. How audacious! But upon contemplating the sight of the affluent young men, a thrill coursed through them. Yin Su, who frequently indulged in such games, found the notion of being a mere plaything unsettling. His expression darkened. "Miss Nan," she offered him a gentle smile, her delicate fingers brushing against his shirt collar. "Rest assured, Mr. Yin, I shall ensure you do not suffer defeat." The subtle fragrance of the girl enveloped him, making him feel as if his bones had turned to air. In that moment, he would not have flinched even if she commanded him to perish. The woman beside Qiao Jingyue was the very same who had fed him grapes previously. She was an escort, publicly known as a social media influencer named Gugu. Gugu bore her name due to the cooing sound she made when she laughed, reminiscent of a dove. At that moment, she gazed at Qiao Jingyue with a conflicted expression, unsure whether to decline or acquiesce. To be fair, she was eager to engage. However, the attention of the men that night was overwhelmingly fixated on Nan Zhi, jeopardizing her reputation as the queen of the nightlife. She yearned to teach Nan Zhi a lesson while redirecting the men's gaze back to herself. She wanted them to comprehend that mere beauty was insufficient. One must also possess wit and playfulness. Nevertheless, she lacked the courage to agree to a wager that would require Qiao Jingyue to disrobe if she lost. Yet, Sheng Huayan possessed that audacity. His enthusiasm grew as he increasingly found Nan Zhi appealing. With his encouragement, the group accepted Nan Zhi's challenge on behalf of Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi glanced at Qiao Jingyue. He wore no jacket, his black trousers and white shirt accentuating his tall, handsome figure. Clad so lightly, she would reduce him to bare skin in no more than 3 rounds. However, this also presented an advantage to the women present. For Professor Qiao's chiseled abs were indeed a sight to behold. With a slight smile, Nan Zhi removed her jacket and effortlessly tossed it into Yin Su's awaiting arms. The admiration in Yin Su's eyes was palpable, his gaze fixed on Nan Zhi. Under the bright lights, her fingers, long and delicate around the cue, sparkled with the glint of tiny diamonds embedded at her fingertips. As she leaned slightly forward, a stunning curve formed between her waist and hips, and her cueing motion was executed with grace and flair, drawing applause from the crowd. Feeling the pressure, not just from the skill required, but from the aura she emanated, Gugu realized the stakes were high. Every inch of Nan Zhi radiated sensuality. Her cascading hair, swaying waist, and smiling eyes captivated everyone present, both men and women alike. Amidst the rising and falling notes of the whistles, Qiao Jingyue's gaze was more profound than the night itself, fixed upon her with an enigmatic yet commanding intensity. A series of vivid images flashed through his mind, culminating in a sharp clash that erupted like fireworks in his thoughts, igniting a fervent heat within him and leaving his throat parched. He yearned to pin her against the billiard table from behind. Nan Zhi's performance improved with each moment, and as a delinquent girl raised upon the billiard table, she was a formidable opponent. Even Qiao Jingyue might struggle to rival her prowess. As the chalk grazed the cue tip, she bent her waist and lowered her shoulders, concluding the first game amidst the vibrant collision of colored balls. Sheng Huayan was the first to applaud. Nan Zhi emerged victorious in the initial round. Amidst the raucous cheers, the The woman pressed her cue against Qiao Jingyue's shoulder, slowly gliding over his Adam's apple. Professor Qiao, you have lost. It's time to concede. Chapter 73. The Mermaid Line Strip. Strip! Strip! Amidst the rising chorus of shouts, Qiao Jingyue maintained an icy composure, as steadfast as a mountain. Nan Zhi exerted a slight force on the cue stick, pressing it into his pale skin. Professor Qiao, if you refuse to strip, are you attempting to play tricks? The girl wore a smile on her face, yet it failed to reach her eyes. Her languid tone bore no semblance to jest. Gugu, already fearful from failing, was even more anxious about inciting Qiao Jingyue's ire. Hastily stepping forward to declare, I'll strip for Professor Qiao. As she spoke, she began to unfasten her tiny leather vest. Nan Zhi let out a cold laugh, halting Gugu's actions. Under her scornful gaze, Gugu's fingers fell limply to her sides. Sheng Huayin pushed her aside, advising her to contemplate how to win the next round, as they were eager to witness Yin Su's mermaid line. For now, let us focus on your brother Yu. Another wave of laughter erupted, and the tense atmosphere began to ease somewhat. A flicker of amusement danced in Qiao Jingyue's eyes as he leisurely unfastened his necktie, advancing to gently drape it over Nan Zhi's swan-like neck. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Qiao Jingyue narrowed his cold eyes, tying the knot while leaning down to softly exhale by her ear. His sensuous lips brushed against her delicate, fair earlobe multiple times, leaving a trail of warmth, as though he were kissing her. The onlookers gaped, some even drooling in astonishment. Sheng Huayin was laughing, yet a knowing glimmer crossed his deep-set eyes. Qiao Jingyue released the girl, stepping back to proclaim, All right, I have stripped. Stripped, the tie? Amidst Nan Zhi's astonished expression, laughter and playful jeers erupted around them. Qiao, you're quite the tease. Untying a tie counts as stripping? Qiao Jingyue shrugged. Doesn't tie it count? It's not like it's on you. Yin Su was also laughing uncontrollably, turning to Nan Zhi. Miss Nan, do keep your hand steady. I haven't worn a tie today, so I can't play tricks like brother you. Qiao Jingyue furrowed his brow, teasingly adding, I am not playing tricks, am I, Miss Nan? Grasping the black tie he had fastened around her neck, Nan Zhi boldly declared, Would everyone like to see something more thrilling? Yes. The crowd responded in unison, with Sheng Huayin's voice ringing the loudest. Qiao Jingyue squinted, intrigued by the girl, fully aware that she would not concede easily. He was eager to see what she would do next. Nan Zhi loosened the tie around her neck, then slowly began to push it upwards. The black tie glided over her pointed chin, her crimson lips ultimately covering her eyes. With her snowy skin, the black tie, and her alluring red lips, Nan Zhi exuded an enchanting sensuality, momentarily stilling the scene as indescribable images flooded their minds. Qiao Jingyue was particularly affected. He nearly lost control and pulled the girl into the restroom. Nan Zhi turned around, propping herself up with the cue stick. Professor, in this round, I shall compete against Miss Gugu with my eyes covered. The victor takes all. If I win, you must strip completely. Wow, this is getting serious. Brother Yu, come on. The beautiful girl surely cannot win. We wish to see Yin Xiao's mermaid line. Qiao, are you scared? Ha ha. Amidst a chorus of laughter, Qiao Jingyue seized the cue from Gugu's hands, polished it with care, and returned it to her before striding over to Nan Zhi's side. He removed her blindfold, then gently placed his hand on her cue, his long fingers elegantly defined, the veins on the back of his hand subtly protruding from the exertion. Nan Zhi bit her lip, her gaze meeting his profound eyes. Professor Qiao, may we begin? His figure drew closer, his voice low and dangerously seductive. Are you so eager to witness? A playful smile danced on Nan Zhi's lips. If you fear embarrassment, we could alter the wager. Sheng Huayin exclaimed dramatically, Ah? So Professor Qiao fears humiliation. Qiao Jingyue scoffed, his tone nonchalant. I fear for your dignity. Should your insecurities drive you to despair, it would burden our city's healthcare system. Laughter and jeers erupted, a few girls blushing yet boldly gazing at Qiao Jingyue, their eyes glistening with intrigue. Only Nan Zhi remained composed amidst the crowd. She adjusted her tie and stated coolly, Let us commence. Silence enveloped the space as Sheng Huayin took the first shot, with Yin Su standing behind Nan Zhi. his eyes filled with ardor. The sound of the balls colliding echoed, and under Yin Su's guidance, Nan Zhi skillfully pocketed the ball, establishing a firm advantage from the outset. Gugu felt the weight of pressure, repeatedly wiping the sweat from her brow. The more anxious she grew, the more calm and collected Nan Zhi appeared, even exchanging playful banter with Yin Su. Gugu covertly glanced at Qiao Jingyue's expression, which indeed darkened ominously. Sheng Huayan teasingly tugged at his shirt, jesting. "You're bound to lose. If you feel ashamed, I can assist you. Get lost." Qiao Jingyue retorted, unfazed, while Gugu trembled in fear, sending her shot astray. Tears welled in her eyes, her hands shaking around the cue. The group regarded Qiao Jingyue with mischievous anticipation, some even pulling out their phones, eagerly awaiting his disrobing. Though Qiao Jingyue engaged with them, he was distinctly meticulous, rendering any act of disrobing a topic of significant consequence for the year ahead. Nan Zhi shot a provocative glance at Qiao Jingyue, who remained composed yet attentive. He approached her from behind, whispering, "Are you so intent on embarrassing me? Embarrassing? Don't you relish such games? If it's acceptable to treat women as mere playthings, why feel humiliated when the roles are reversed?" He raised an eyebrow, taken aback. "I had no idea, Miss Nan, that you were a champion of feminism." With a swift motion, Nan Zhi bent down, jabbing the cue toward his abdomen. As the ball struck with a resounding crack, she turned, her crimson lips silently uttering two words, "Screw you." The tension of this unspoken battle escalated, each spectator vigilantly observing every shift in the game. Gugu finally succumbed to tears, contemplating surrendering the cue. Yet, in an unexpected twist, Nan Zhi too sent the ball flying several times, ultimately relinquishing her cue with a look of disappointment. "Apologies, I seem to have lost my touch." With that, she removed her tie. It was evident to all, unblindfolded, that her misfires were deliberate. After engaging in a thrilling game with Qiao Jingyue, she refrained from embarrassing him by removing her clothing. This woman was not only exceptionally skilled, but also remarkably clever. Sheng Huayan nudged Qiao Jingyue, suggesting he ought to express his gratitude. Qiao Jingyue, feeling a cold sweat trickle down, finally began to relax. He had believed that Nan Zhi wouldn't let him suffer public humiliation, yet her unpredictable nature left him uncertain. In the event of an unexpected turn, he realized that apart from undressing, he had no leverage over her. Stepping forward, he gently nudged the overly excited Yin Su aside, licked his lips, and placed his slender fingers on the hem of his shirt. With a hint of playful teasing in his voice, he said, "Thank you, Miss Nan, for your restraint. I can undress privately, just for your eyes." Chapter 74. A heartfelt pain, Nan Zhi gazed at Qiao Jingyue before her. The usual air of coldness and rigor that surrounded him completely dissipated, leaving only an alluring and mischievous charm that radiated a dangerous allure. The glimmer in his eyes cast a shadow over her countenance. Was she perhaps indulging a bit too much tonight? Nan Zhi endeavored to maintain her composure. In truth, she harbored no regrets, for she could not perpetually allow herself to be suppressed and bullied by him. Taking a step back, she spoke with a measured calmness from a slightly safer distance. "There is no need. I have no interest in you." Upon finishing her statement, she turned to Yin Su and said, "Mr. Yin, it is getting late, and I have work tomorrow. I must take my leave." Without waiting for his response, she approached Sheng Huayan to bid farewell. Sheng Huayan made no effort to retain her, merely casting lingering glances at Qiao Jingyue. Yin Su followed her outside, insisting on escorting Nan Zhi. As they conversed, a brash honking erupted behind them. Turning around, Nan Zhi spotted Song Chun in his ostentatious red Maserati, grinning at her. "Sister, hop in. I'll take you home." Yin Su recognized Song Chun and, understanding the futility of contesting with him, offered a brief nod before opening the car door for Nan Zhi. "Miss Nan, let us stay in touch." Nan Zhi smiled warmly at him, replying, "Mr. Yin, thank you for your understanding and support today." Yin Su held the car door, his gaze tender. "No, it is you who have made me realize the essence of affection." Song Chun, momentarily bewildered, pondered what he had missed. Observing that Yin Su had no intention of leaving, he abruptly closed the car door with a thud. then flashed a provocative smile at Yen Su. Did you seek my permission to pursue my sister? Yen Su frowned, perplexed by the nature of their relationship. To his knowledge, Song Chun was not yet 20. Who was he addressing as sister? Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to withdraw, believing that there would be ample time in the future. He waved to Nan Zhi, Miss Nan goodbye. Once he had departed, Nan Zhi retracted her smile and playfully jabbed Song Chun on the forehead. What was that for? It hurt. Nan Zhi shot him a disapproving glance. Stop calling me sister. You're just like Sheng Huayan in that regard. Don't compare me to him. He was once a notorious playboy in the capital, Song Chun retorted. Nan Zhi was taken aback, though it was not entirely surprising. The present Sheng Huayan still had a penchant for revelry, albeit considerably tempered by his status. As Song Chun attempted to engage her in gossip, the car door was suddenly knocked upon, and Qiao Jingyue squeezed in. Song Chun exclaimed, Uncle, what are you doing here? Dressed in a rare suit, Qiao Jingyue replied nonchalantly, I did not drive. You shall give me a ride. Though Song Chun was somewhat reluctant, he could not refuse. On the other hand, Nan Zhi felt a surge of anxiety. She did not believe that Qiao Jingyue was merely seeking a lift. That scoundrel undoubtedly harbored grievances. Her apprehensions were soon confirmed. In the back seat, the man extended his hand, capturing a delicate strand of her hair. With her hair now short, Nan Zhi could only lean back as he seized her earlobe. His fingers, accustomed to wielding a scalpel, were calloused and coarse against her tender skin, sending shivers coursing through her body. Nan Zhi frowned, her physique quivering slightly. Song Chun glanced at his sister curiously. What is the matter with you? I'm Fine. Just played some billiards and my neck hurts. You can play billiards? Oh, right. I heard Suka mention that you and your classmates won a month's worth of meals from a group of high school students back in middle school, only to be pursued and beaten up for a month. Nan Zhi smiled slightly. It wasn't that exaggerated. After 3 days, their parents caught up with us, and we were criticized by the whole school. Song Chun felt a twinge of envy. You had such freedom. I wish you had taken me along. Qiao Jingyue's cold voice interjected. You dropped out of high school, don't seem to comprehend the concept of freedom. Song Chun, exposed by his uncle, felt his face flush with anger. I want to attend film school, but my mother wouldn't allow it. To express my defiance, I dropped out. I am a person of pure convictions, never settling or compromising. Nan Zhi chuckled in agreement. I can see that. Qiao Jingyue seemed intent on disrupting their conversation. What have you discerned? That his math scores are in single digits? Or perhaps that he has no sense of pitch? Song Chun contemplated committing fratricide. He has so few flaws, yet you lay them all bare, uncle. Ahem, I'm not trying to be a pop star. Nowadays, young idols have body doubles for acting and voiceovers for dialogue. With my looks and wealth, that is sufficient. Nan Zhi pondered, you have a point there. His face would indeed stand out in the entertainment industry. She patted him encouragingly. Go for it. I believe you can succeed. I also believe. Stop the car. Song Chun's words were abruptly cut off by Qiao Jingyue's shout, causing him to hastily pull over to the roadside. Fortunately, there was little traffic at night. Otherwise, it might have led to a midnight accident. Uncle, we're in the middle of nowhere. Are you getting out? Yes, but not me. It's you. I'm not getting out. Song Chun protested. Uncle, don't pull me, it hurts. Qiao Jingyue opened the door and yanked Song Chun out. Song Chun stood there dumbfounded. Uncle, what is this about? Find your own way home. But this is my car. Hey, uncle, Qiao Jingyue, you scoundrel. As he watched Song Chun left behind, Nan Zhi frowned. In the dead of night, how could you leave him here? The man's expression was stern, his frosty gaze piercing. What? Feeling sympathetic. Nan Zhi nodded. Song Chun has always treated me well, helping me repeatedly. It's only natural for me to care for him. I'm not that heartless. Why does that sound like a dig at me? I didn't mean it that way. As she spoke, she suddenly pushed the car door, attempting to exit. However, the man, having anticipated her intention, locked all the doors with a click, driving into a secluded area. Feeling uneasy, Nan Zhi glared at him and growled, Qiao Jingyue. Stop the car. I want to get out. Qiao Jingyue smirked, accelerating instead. The vehicle eventually halted beside an abandoned construction site. The eerie surroundings at night, making Nan Zhi feel apprehensive. She nervously asked Qiao Jingyue, what are we doing here? The man reclined the seat and reached out to pull her closer. Nan Zhi widened her eyes and exclaimed, I do not want to be here. Qiao Jingyue. Whether you wish to return home or to a hotel, does it truly matter? Is this fleeting moment of time so significant? This is Song Chen's car. I refuse. It is but a trifling matter. You have captivated me for an entire evening. Do you not desire this? In truth, Nan Zhi did not want it, not now, nor in the future. She pushed away his outstretched hand, her expression stern. I wish to go home. Yet he tightened his embrace, whispering, just once, I assure you it will bring you pleasure. His voice, husky and muffled by their kisses, seduced her like a demon luring an angel, coaxing Nan Zhi to descend into the depths of temptation alongside him. Chapter 75. Irked and defiant, I refuse. Nan Zhi nearly screamed, her hands fiercely slapping against his shoulder, even landing a few blows to his face, yet to no avail. The man was resolute, employing various tactics in the cramped confines of the car, leaving Nan Zhi unable to evade or escape, her body trembling with rage and her words tumbling out incoherently. In truth, it was such a simple matter. She had done it before. Even if she chose not to respond, a little cooperation would pose no issue. Yet, she fought back as if possessed, resisting vehemently. Just as it seemed he was on the verge of success, a sudden flash of white light outside startled them both. With swift agility, Qiao Jingyue withdrew, straightening his clothes before instructing her to remain still as he exited the vehicle. He ushered in a gust of cold air upon closing the door, jolting Nan Zhi back to her senses. Trembling, she tidied herself and gazed outside. The night was devoid of moonlight, rendering the area desolate, as if abandoned by the bustling city. Qiao Jingyue activated his phone's flashlight, cautiously illuminating their surroundings. Moments earlier, both had sensed the presence of someone clandestinely capturing their moments. For Nan Zhi, it posed little concern. Her reputation was already tarnished, and an additional scandal mattered not. However, Qiao Jingyue appeared quite perturbed, perhaps fearing that Jiang Yuan might refuse to marry him in a fit of anger. Why then had he ventured out for amusement? With this thought, a mischievous impulse surged within her, and she suddenly slid into the driver's seat. Impishly, she honked the horn, and as Qiao Jingyue turned back in surprise, she pressed the accelerator and drove away. The man furrowed his brow, then turned to observe the shadows within the abandoned building. Nan Zhi drove home in one breath, hesitating as she prepared to exit the car. The location was quite secluded, making it impossible for Qiao Jingyue to summon a ride. Moreover, it could be dangerous. She pressed her forehead, contemplating call to him. Yet, upon touching her phone, she hesitated again. He possessed a phone and a circle of acquaintances who could come to his aid. Indeed, perhaps she could contact Song Chen to seek assistance. But should Song Chen inquire why her uncle was there? How would she explain? Perhaps she should consult Sheng Huayan instead, judging by their demeanor. The two seemed unreserved about their misdeeds. She messaged Sheng Huayan's alternate account, addressing him as leader. Sheng Huayan replied swiftly with a mere question mark. Taking a chance, Nan Zhi, emboldened by the anonymity of text, confessed Professor Qiao is lost at an abandoned construction site without transportation. Could you possibly reach out to him? Sheng Huayan's response was blunt. No time. Nan Zhi felt disheartened. It seemed Qiao Jingyue's social connections were indeed lacking. His so-called friends were hardly reliable. If that were the case, was he to be left there unattended? Surely not, for there was still Jiang Yuan. Frustrated, Nan Zhi tossed her phone aside and exited the vehicle. Upon returning home, she took a shower, indulged in her skincare routine, and lay down in bed, feeling utterly relaxed. Yet, sleep eluded her. She tossed and turned, growing increasingly agitated. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she rose to search for medication. As she opened the door, she was guided by the faint glow emanating from the bedroom, seeking the switch for the living room light. Just as her fingers brushed against it, a figure suddenly pressed against her from behind. A chill ran down her spine, her hair stood on end, and just as she was about to scream, a large hand covered her mouth, a familiar voice whispering in her ear, "It's me. Don't be afraid." Qiao Jingyue. Her heart sank and then soared again. Nan Zhi no longer felt fear, yet a different kind of apprehension welled within her. How could he have found her so quickly? What did he intend to do? With a sharp click, she turned on the light. Under the bright, almost blinding illumination, she seemed to find a semblance of safety, granting her the courage to turn and face him. The man wore an exaggerated smile, more dazzling than the light itself. He embraced Nan Zhi tightly, his lips brushing against her delicate collarbone. "You've been good, waiting for me." Nan Zhi rapidly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Tonight, she had indeed provoked him too much. If she didn't offer him some sweetness, he might tear her heart out. Therefore, she gently placed her hand on his neck, her gaze sultry, almost viscous. The heat radiating from him made him instinctively cover her eyes. "What are you looking at? Wondering if you've grown wings. Otherwise, how did you return so swiftly?" He chuckled, but if Nan Zhi could see, she would notice a hint of cruelty in his smile, even a trace of ferocity. "Curious?" Nan Zhi's hand ventured in, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "Perhaps I could find out." The man seized her wrist, rubbing it against his stubbly chin. "Were you touching, you rogue?" Nan Zhi could no longer maintain her facade. She longed to slap him and tell him to leave, yet fear held her back. Desiring a swift resolution, she pried his hand from her eyes and, rising on her toes, whispered something in his ear. The man gazed down at their intertwined fingers, lazily curving his lips, neither encouraging nor rejecting her actions. Nan Zhi sensed his continued pretense, feeling a twinge of disdain, yet the kiss grew more passionate, as if he were the object of her infatuation. Suddenly, the man pinned her down. Nan Zhi let out a soft gasp. "Qiao Jingyue, you're hurting me." He flashed a wicked smile, retrieving the tie he had worn earlier that night. A sense of dread washed over Nan Zhi, although Qiao Jingyue lacked peculiarities. She feared he might want to teach her a lesson for the evening's provocations. The tie covered her eyes, and the man stepped back to assess his handiwork. Feeling quite satisfied, he instructed her to lean against the sofa and bent down. In the enveloping darkness, Nan Zhi felt herself unraveling. Her tears quickly soaked the tie as she incoherently repeated, "Qiao Jingyue, you bastard." "Yes, I'm a bastard, and this bastard is holding you. Does that anger you?" He not only taunted her with his words, but refused to take her to bed, maintaining that position throughout. After it was over, she collapsed onto the floor, yanking off the tie, only to find the elegant, aloof man leisurely adjusting his clothes, never casting a glance in her direction, as if she were merely discarded tissue paper. She gritted her teeth, picked up a crumpled piece of paper, and hurled it at him. The paper struck the man's pant leg, prompting a cold smirk from him. "Is that not enough for you?" She bit her lip tightly, stifling the tremor in her voice as she whispered, "Are you a beast?" "What?" The man gazed at her tear-streaked face, his eyes, which had been flushed with passion moments before, now turned icy. Did he not understand what he was? Was this her first day realizing it? "Nan Zhi, you made quite the spectacle tonight. Not only I, but even Yen Su and countless other men desire to do what I have done. Is this not what you wished for?" Just the thought of it felt as though a massive, damp cotton ball had lodged itself in his chest, suffocating him. Chapter 76. The collision with the fawn. Nan Zhi wrapped herself in a robe and returned to her bedroom, pulling the covers over her in an attempt to find solace in sleep. Tears, long accumulated in her eyes, cascaded down her cheeks, quickly soaking the bedding. She hastily wiped them away, reassuring herself that there was still something to be gained. After all, the women vying for Qiao Jingyue's affections could easily find themselves at Shin Medical College, and she did not perceive herself as a victim in this scenario. She could be like a duck, blissfully oblivious and, even better, without any financial obligation. Outside, a flurry of sounds ensued, followed by the closing of a door, which eventually faded into silence. Finally, they had departed, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, fatigue weighed heavily upon her eyelids, rendering them as if glued shut. She required no medication to drift into a deep slumber. Thus, when she received a call from Yen Su inviting her for a morning tea, she was still in a daze. Yen Su, heart racing like a fawn, sensed the silence on the other end of the line and inquired with growing concern, "Is everything all right? Are you too busy?" Nan Zhi quickly replied, No. Could you grant me an hour?" "No, make that half an hour." Yen Su finally relaxed and smiled. "All right, where do you reside? I shall come and fetch you." "No need. Just provide me with an address, and I shall make my way there." Yen Su acquiesced without further insistence, first adding Nan Zhi on WeChat before sending her the address. Upon seeing that it was not far from her own community, she responded affirmatively. She swiftly groomed herself. Despite having stayed up late the previous night, her complexion appeared remarkably radiant, smooth and luminous, akin to a freshly shelled egg. A light dusting of powder and a swipe of lip gloss transformed her into a strikingly beautiful woman in her natural state. Glancing at the weather forecast, she chose a maple red sweater to complement the day's temperature. As she entered the dining area, all eyes were immediately drawn to her, and the early arriving Yen Su eagerly stepped forward, his face alight with excitement. Noticing his slightly haggard appearance and dark circles beneath his eyes, Nan Zhi casually asked, "What is wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" Yen Su felt a twinge of embarrassment. He yearned to confess that he had been thinking of her all night, but deemed it too forward. Instead, he opted for a partial truth. "I was a bit too excited last night." Nan Zhi, perceptive as ever, recognized the unspoken sentiment and deftly shifted the conversation to a topic familiar to both, the medical industry. In our line of work, which pertains to human lives, there are certain taboos we must respect. For instance, look at Zhong Xiang. His insatiable greed ultimately led to his demise. Nan Zhi's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" "Zhong Xiang committed suicide in the detention center last night." "Did you not know?" "Approximately when?" "It seems it was around 2 in the morning." Nan Zhi recalled that after their encounter, Qiao Jingyue had taken a phone call in the living room before he left. Therefore, Yen Su's account was largely credible. She felt a mixture of surprise and inevitability. Given the involvement of the Jiang family, a scapegoat was necessary to quell the unrest, and Zhong Xiang was destined to be that scapegoat, a scenario long foreseen by Sheng Huayan. She could not help but inquire, "I have heard also involves the Jiang family, particularly Jiang Kaming. Jiang Kaming's prison troubles are inescapable. I overheard my father mention that as long as he was motivated by greed, deceiving Zhong Xiang, the charges should not be excessively severe." Nan Zhi harbored a cold smile within, for with Zhong Xiang deceased, the blame could easily be cast aside. The Jiang family's maneuver was undeniably ruthless. However, for Jiang Shudong and Jiang Meng, it appeared to be a desperate bid for survival. She feigned a bit of lament, expressing, "I never anticipated. Alas, Jiang Qing again. What a commotion this has stirred." Ostensibly, she remained the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family. Yet if she displayed excessive composure, it might raise suspicions. Yen Su, however, was rather candid, suggesting that the Jiang family might be embroiled in trouble, advising her to maintain a distance from them. "Nan Zhi, I hope my words do not seem presumptuous, but I must convey that my father has indicated someone is targeting the Jiang family, which is bound to result in a fierce conflict. You must not get entangled." Nan Zhi was not one to be easily swayed by a few kind words. She expressed her gratitude appropriately, sincerely thanking Yen Su. Yen Su continued, "Our pharmacy has a partnership with a pharmaceutical factory that is now in turmoil. Given the circumstances, they will undoubtedly seek to cover their losses. Are you interested?" Although Yen Su's intentions were not solely business, the opportunity presented was too enticing for Nan Zhi to dismiss. Their meal extended nearly 2 hours, and by the time they parted, it was nearly noon. Yen Su seemed reluctant to leave, appearing as if he wished to accompany her to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately. Nevertheless, Nan Zhi dismissed his overtures, recognizing it as merely the typical pursuit of a wealthy young man. Marriage would not pass the scrutiny of his family. As she contemplated returning to her company, she received a call from Li Xiao. Having just finished breakfast, she had arranged lunch with him. This time, Nan Zhi arrived first. While Li Xiao was over 20 minutes late, clad in a thin jacket despite the biting cold, his face showing signs of exhaustion with dark circles under his eyes. Pouring tea for him, she inquired about his pallid complexion. "Did he not sleep well?" Without any preamble, Li Xiao admitted, "Nan Zhi, I'm sorry." Nan Zhi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by his apology. "Zhong Xiang is dead, and, the truth is, I have been using you all along." His admission was fraught with pain and confusion, yet Nan Zhi understood. Resting her chin on her hand, a faint mockery danced in her eyes. "In truth, had you not called, I would have never considered it." Li Xiao's bitter smile revealed the weight of his confession. "So, in essence, I have inadvertently confessed. Nan Zhi nodded. Her curiosity piqued more by his animosity toward Qiao Jingyue than by how he had exploited her. This time, Li Xiao fell silent. She did not press him further. Instead, she gazed quietly at a painting on the wall. It appeared to be a rendition of Van Gogh's irises, evoking a sense of solitude, unease, and a struggle to rise. In her youth, she too had dabbled in painting, daring to believe she could replicate the works of that mad genius. Refusing to adhere to her teacher's instructions to first sketch outlines and still life. She was reprimanded and mocked for her audacity to compare herself to Van Gogh. At the time, she felt her teacher stifled her burgeoning talent, and, alongside Suku, they soaked their artwork in water, leading to a complaint to her home. Ms. Nan wielded a rattan cane, nearly breaking her spirit. Even now, on rainy, overcast days, her legs still bore the ache of those memories. Gently brushing her leg, the heart-wrenching voice of teacher Nan echoed in her ears once more. What genius! You are merely an ordinary person. You must learn to embrace mediocrity in order to find happiness. Thus, she never even attended university. Actually, Li Xiao's voice pulled her back to reality. She raised an eyebrow, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Li Xiao reiterated, in truth, I'm the half-brother of Qiao Jingyue. Brother? He nodded, conceding to this designation, yet he would not acknowledge it, and even less did he desire to. It seems that every half-sibling, whether sharing the same father or the same mother, carries untold stories, much like the one between her and Jiang Yuan. Discussing such matters was particularly arduous for Li Xiao. Chapter 77. The weight of pressure in Li Xiao's narration. It is evident that his parents shared a profound love for one another. His mother hailed from the esteemed Shu family, while his father was merely an ordinary soldier, which led to vehement opposition from her relatives regarding their union. To demonstrate her commitment, she audaciously became pregnant before marriage, compelling her family to acquiesce, reflecting the depth of her affection for her beloved. However, when Li Xiao was merely 10 months old, a calamity struck. His mother went to care for her ailing niece at her late sister's home and, after 2 months, became pregnant with the child of Director Qiao. This led to her separation from Li Xiao's father and her marriage to her brother-in-law, resulting in Li Xiao being taken to live with his grandparents. The impact of this upheaval devastated his father, who, in his sorrow, requested to be dispatched to the frontier. In a tragic mission, he perished alongside bandits. Li Xiao's grandparents, heartbroken by the loss of their beloved son, succumbed to despair and passed away a few years later, leaving him to be sent to his maternal grandfather's home. At the Shu residence, he felt like an awkward presence, believing himself to be an abandoned orphan, unaware that Miss Shu Yun was his mother. How did you eventually come to know? Nan Zhi inquired, observing her calm and composed demeanor, which remained unshaken by his tale. Li Xiao felt a considerable release of the tension that had gripped him for years. He had kept his anguish bottled up, with no one to confide in. Now that he had opened up, a torrent of suppressed emotions surged forth, rendering everything unspeakable no longer taboo. In college, when my grandfather's house was being demolished, I returned to collect my belongings and stumbled upon my father's relics. He had a notebook filled with accounts of his joys and sorrows, alongside photographs of him and my mother and my birth certificate. Unsure of how to respond, Nan Zhi could only pour him another cup of tea. Just then, a waiter arrived with their dishes, alleviating the awkwardness between them. Li Xiao took a sip of tea and continued. I was young and impetuous at the time, stirred by youthful fervor, and sought out Miss Shu Yun. And what transpired then? Did she acknowledge you? Yes, she did, and even introduced me to Director Qiao. Director Qiao, the father of Qiao Pinyin and Qiao Jingyue. Nan Zhi recalled having seen Li Xiao at the birthday banquet of the old Master Qiao, and surmised that the Qiao family did not treat him too harshly. Before long, Li Xiao's words confirmed her thoughts. Director Qiao was exceedingly kind to me, nurturing and promoting my endeavors, treating me as kin. On numerous occasions, he publicly stated that I was as significant as Qiao Jingyue. Yet, I had no need for their insincerity. I even harbored doubts that my father's affairs were not as straightforward as they appeared. The subsequent events required no further elaboration. Nan Zhi comprehended entirely. He was exacting revenge upon the Qiao family. The suspicions he had mentioned were likely founded on substantial evidence. So, you're aware of Zhong Xiang's peculiarities, and thus deliberately introduced me to him, intending to leverage his aberrant interests to unveil his collusion with Jiang Kaming in the production of counterfeit medicine. Your target is the Jiang family, who supports the Qiao family, thereby striking at the Qiao family itself. I am merely bait, ensnaring Zhong Xiang for you, am I not? Suddenly, Li Xiao grasped Nan Zhi's hand. Nan Zhi, I confess that initially I was exploiting you, yet I have never disregarded the peril you face. I believe I have developed feelings for you. Nan Zhi was both amused and exasperated. How audacious to confess at such a moment. Could a mere declaration of affection erase the peril she nearly brought upon him? She had never feared being used. As long as it served a beneficial purpose, it was her very essence. Hence, let us refrain from discussing emotions. Once that line is crossed, the rigor of the hunt is lost, and everything becomes convoluted. Li Xiao anticipated that Nan Zhi would erupt in fury, or at the very least, berate him soundly. However, Nan Zhi proved to be far more astute than he had imagined. She gently pushed his hand away and, using a serving chopstick, offered him a piece of meat. Let us eschew such trivial sentiments, Dr. Li. Let us collaborate instead. You have your objectives, and I have my adversaries. It is our shared interests that will fortify our alliance. Li Xiao gazed deeply into her eyes, which seemed to possess an X-ray vision, penetrating her very soul. A hint of a smile graced Nan Zhi's lips, showing no sign of trepidation. It was Li Xiao who faltered first. He sighed, Nan Zhi, your demeanor places immense pressure upon me. It should not be mere pressure, but rather guilt. Dr. Li, although I have not pursued the matter, it is a fact that I nearly caused Zhong Xiang's demise. By a hair's breadth, you would have become an accomplice. This was the reason he had been so eager to apologize upon hearing of Zhong Xiang's death. The burden of his conscience had nearly suffocated him. Collaboration? Nan Zhi lifted her teacup and gave it a gentle shake. Leaning on his chin, Li Xiao chuckled ruefully, your stance truly makes it difficult for me to refuse. Why refuse? I am quite amiable, even serving as your human shield. I was mistaken, Nan Zhi, Nan Bao. Sister Nan, please forgive me this once. Nan Zhi couldn't help but laugh at his jest, yet quickly adopted a serious demeanor, even exuding an air of solemnity. Dr. Li, if we are to collaborate, sincerity must be at the forefront. Once is enough for betraying one's comrades. He nodded, clinking his cup against hers with vigor. This day marked Zhong Xiang's end, a time of chaos for the Jiang family, and a day of triumph for Nan Zhi, filled with orders and allies. Thus, one must continue to live, otherwise, who can predict what tomorrow may hold? In this light, could it be that the one targeting the Jiang family is indeed Li Xiao? Is there truly no one lurking in the shadows? Just as Nan Zhi found herself in a state of confusion, Qiao Jingyue was equally troubled. Due to Zhong Xiang's affair, he had spent the entire night in unrest, and as soon as he lay down in the early morning, he received a call from Qiao Jingyue summoning him to her residence. Upon seeing the elegant woman seated on the living room sofa, he rubbed his eyes. Mother, what brings you here? It was your father who sent me, Qiao Jingyue replied. Jingyue, your aunt arrived on a late-night flight. She has just landed and is quite exhausted. All for your sake. Qiao Jingyue felt a sense of bewilderment. What is the matter? Shu Yun pursed her lips, ultimately saying nothing, but instead retrieved an unsealed envelope from her bag. She tossed it onto the coffee table, and photographs slipped out. Qiao Jingyue's expression hardened as he casually picked them up, examining each one in turn. Jiao Jingnan exchanged a glance with Shu Yun before turning her attention to Jiao Jingyue's expression. His countenance remained serene, with the corners of his mouth curled in a familiar, subtle mockery. The photographs within were few, merely 4 or 5, which he perused swiftly. Casting them onto the sofa, he remarked indifferently, what does this mean? I do not comprehend. Shu Yun hesitated, glancing at Jiao Jingnan. Jiao Jingnan extracted one of the photographs, pinching it between her fingers and presenting it to Jiao Jingyue. You are to wed the young lady from the Jiang family, yet here you are, engaging in clandestine rendezvous, captured in photographs that were hastily dispatched to your father's secretary. Jingyue, Do you grasp the implications of these images being unveiled? Qiao Jingyue let out a soft exclamation, just as a commotion outside interrupted him, and Song Chun entered, leading Wang to Dalong. Chapter 78. With an exuberant bark, Wang rushed towards Qiao Jingyue, only to halt abruptly before him, too intimidated to act out. After settling into a crouch, he stuck out his tongue in a display of endearment, gazing up at him with an obsequious expression. Instantly, Qiao Jingyue was reminded of the charming South Zhi, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he reached out to pat Wang's head. The dog, taken aback by the affection, emitted a melodious hum that belied its imposing stature. Song Chun, observing the scene, interjected with irritation. "What are you doing, you foolish dog? Who is your father? Your uncle has only cared for you for a few days, and you already betray me? You wretched creature, I could stew you right now." Qiao Jingyue replied with a cold smirk. "Make sure the pot is large enough, or you won't fit." Wang, puzzled, responded, "Uncle, is that polite?" The tense atmosphere dissipated with Song Chen's arrival. Qiao Jingnan, both exasperated and resigned, turned to Song Chun and said, "Go outside and play. We have serious matters to discuss." Song Chun, rebellious yet compliant, was about to lead the dog away when Qiao Jingyue interjected, "He need not leave. This concerns him, and he must remain." Taking a seat beside Qiao Jingyue, Song Chun whispered, "Uncle, what is going on? Why so serious? Are my parents getting a divorce? I declare, I'll choose neither. Just give me money." Qiao Jingnan, on the verge of sipping her tea, nearly choked. She slammed her cup down, instinctively reaching for a feather duster. Song Chun too felt his hair stand on end, prepared to hide behind his great-grandmother at the slightest sign of her wrath. However, Qiao Jingnan merely sighed at this rate. "Your father need to get divorced. He'll be a widower before you know it. Rest assured, I'll ensure he waits at least 3 years before seeking a new wife." Qiao Jingnan truly felt defeated at this point. Qiao Jingyue, maintaining an impassive demeanor, observed the playful banter between mother and son, then lowered his gaze to present a photograph to Song Chun. Glancing at it, Song Chun recognized it instantly. It was a photo of South Zhi beside his car at the entrance of Huangjin Tai. "Damn, who is the scoundrel that took this?" Qiao Jingyue calmly sipped his tea, quietly scrutinizing the two women across from him. Qiao Jingnan, her brows furrowed, pointed at her son. "Take a good look. Is that you?" Song Chun pulled out the remaining photographs, his expression shifting dramatically. Particularly, the last one depicted 2 figures entwined in an embrace, shrouded in shadow. Out of 5 photographs, only 1 featured him, the others did not. Last night, he had been unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle, leaving only South Zhi and his uncle inside. Given the context of these photos, he could discern the truth. Qiao Jingyue, it seemed, had indeed taken a fancy to his own niece. And thus began the day of familial betrayal. With long fingers tracing the rim of his porcelain teacup, Qiao Jingyue remarked, "You've been careless. Someone has captured you at this critical juncture." Fuming, Song Chun pointed to himself. "Me?" Qiao Jingyue's dark eyes glimmered like ink. "The car belongs to you, but the person does not. What do you think?" Song Chun inwardly cursed Qiao Jingyue's ancestors, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? That old schemer is forcing me to take the blame." Unfortunately, he had no choice but to bear the burden, having sought Qiao Jingyue's assistance to return from abroad not long ago. If he does not offer assistance now, the old man might turn against him and send him away without a second thought. Song Chun covertly observed Qiao Jingyue, whose slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the teacup, exuding an unmistakable warning. Gritting his teeth, Song Chun exclaimed, "Yes, it was me. I was merely conversing with a friend in the car. What of it?" This sudden twist of events left Qiao Jingnan's chest aching with indignation as she approached and struck her son lightly, scolding, "You ungrateful boy. How could you so casually admit to something like this?" With the weight of guilt lifted, Song Chun boldly retorted, "The car is mine, and the woman is mine as well. Why should I shy away from claiming it?" As a conflict between mother and son loomed, Shu Yun quickly intervened, saying, "Let's clarify things. Song Chun is young and passionate. There's nothing wrong with him dating a girl." In an effort to maintain peace, Qiao Jingyue, who had previously appeared languid, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Your brother-in-law is currently in the ascendant phase of his career. Whether he can take over our father's position and secure it depends on the next couple of years. The reason this email found its way to our father's secretary's inbox and the motives behind it merits serious contemplation. At this point, he turned to Song Chun, adding, "You should also learn to manage yourself better and not cause your father any trouble." Song Chen's heart seethed with resentment. He had risked his reputation to assist this old man, and yet he was still facing sabotage. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he heard Qiao Jingyue suggest, "Don't you wish to enter the entertainment industry? There is an opportunity now. Su Zian's company is holding a talent show, and you should participate." "No way," Qiao Jingyue protested. At that moment, Song Chun was too preoccupied with the schemes of his uncle to care about the betrayal. This old man always seemed to know exactly what he desired, deftly seizing his vulnerabilities and compelling him to align with him. He fervently countered his mother. "You always say no to everything. I want to join the talent show. I want to rely on connections or exploit any rules. I will depend solely on my own abilities, and besides, trainees undergo closed training, surrendering their phones, and there won't be any girls around. Doesn't that meet your demands?" Qiao Jingyue regarded him with approval, acknowledging his performance. Yin Shu, ever gentle, played the peacemaker in the household, now urging Qiao Jingnan, "Honestly, I think what Chun Chun says is valid. He has such an appealing appearance. He could definitely become a superstar. Moreover, our family has the means to support him, so he won't be bullied." Among the 4 individuals and 1 dog present, everyone except Qiao Jingnan supported Song Chen's aspiration to enter the entertainment realm. He slumped onto the sofa, declaring, "If you refuse, I will go out and dance on a pole." Qiao Jingnan's nostrils flared as her chest heaved violently. It took a considerable moment before she managed to calm herself, responding coldly, "I will discuss this with your father first." Song Chun held no objections towards his gentle father. As long as Qiao Jingnan agreed, Song Ting would likely concur as well. With that thought, he exhaled in relief and raised an eyebrow at his uncle. Qiao Jingyue, still calm, held his teacup firmly. Once they returned to their respective rooms, Song Chun immediately pursued Qiao Jingyue, pulling him into his own room. Once the door was closed and the music was playing, he seized his uncle by the collar, raising his fist. Qiao Jingyue regarded the young man before him with a dismissive glance, causing Song Chen's bravado to diminish considerably, his hands falling helplessly to his sides. "Qiao, your actions are rather disheartening," he said. Qiao Jingyue retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, gesturing for Song Chun to partake. Upon receiving a shake of the head, he brought it to his lips and lit it, the flames illuminating his features. "Song, soon enough, your desires will be fulfilled. Is that not satisfactory?" "That's not what I meant." Song Chun raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. "I was referring to Sister Nan. You don't even dare to acknowledge her. Don't you realize that this is a form of disrespect? Let her go. Do not tarnish her." Chapter 79. Harassment. Qiao Jingyue gazed at him, his demeanor icy and forbidding, his brows seemingly capable of conjuring frost. "How long have you known her? Are you aware of her true nature? Have you forgotten how she exploited you to secure a contract with the hospital? Nan Zhi is not the sweet, innocent girl you envision. She is cunning and ambitious, viewing men merely as tools for her own advantage." Song Chun, upon hearing these words, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. His eyes sparkled with indignation as he retorted, "I have never regarded her as a naive fool. Must a woman be devoid of cunning and intellect? She is an orphan, and employing certain strategies to survive is not a crime. She has harmed no one. Is it wrong for her to wish for a better life? In this harsh reality, in this world of predators, you, my grandfather, my father, my mother, and you all utilize various means in your respective domains." Song Chen's words landed like a powerful blow, striking the man's chest and stirring a tumult of emotions within him, even causing a metallic taste to rise in his throat. He spoke the truth. Each word was akin to a venomous needle, piercing deeply into Qiao Jingyue's heart. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Did she say all this to you?" "No," Song Chen replied. "As you mentioned, I have only met her a few times, never in private. These insights are drawn from Su Ku. We spent considerable time together, and occasionally discuss their affairs. My understanding of Nan Zhi may be one-sided, but is your perspective any less biased? Qiao Jingyue furrowed his brow, recalling the first time he encountered Nan Zhi. It was at the wedding of a leader from the health system, where she arrived with a hefty red envelope to offer her congratulations. However, without an invitation, she was denied entry. The young girl stood under the sun, utterly unfazed, even assisting the bride with her gown. She had hoped this would allow her to blend in. But when the groom cast a lingering glance her way, the bride promptly shoved her aside, causing her to tumble down the steps in her high heels, scraping her knees. At that moment, she knelt on the ground, surrounded by a throng of passers-by, yet none extended a hand to help her. She gasped for breath, managing to rise on her own. Qiao Jingyue intended to approach and examine her injuries, but to his astonishment, she soon latched onto a rotund man with a jovial face, seamlessly integrating herself into the wedding festivities. In that instant, an intense revulsion towards her blossomed within Qiao Jingyue, akin to discovering that a cherished candy tasted like excrement, utterly repulsive. "Uncle, could you possibly treat her with a bit more kindness?" Song Chen's voice drew Qiao Jingyue back from the depths of his memories. He replied coolly, "I'm acting in her best interest, and so should you. Do not be overly kind. We cannot afford to give your mother any leverage against you." After a brief pause, he added, "Since you understand her struggles, do not inflict further unexpected harm upon her." Song Chun seemed to grasp only part of the sentiment, yet he recognized that, given Qiao Jingnan's temperament, maintaining distance from Nan Zhi was indeed prudent at this juncture. Unbeknownst to Nan Zhi, turmoil brewed within the Song family as she remained at the hospital. Having yet to finish their meal with Li Xiao, a call from the hospital interrupted, reporting complications with the clinical trial. The two hurried to the hospital, only to discover that the one in distress was Grandma Zhao. After participating in the drug trial, Grandma Zhao continued taking the imported medication until yesterday, when she began the new drug. This morning, she felt unwell but suppressed her discomfort, fearing that it would jeopardize her eligibility for the trial. However, as her abdominal pain intensified, she could no longer endure it, prompting the attending physician to notify Nan Zhi. Upon their arrival, they found Grandma Zhao in the midst of an emergency, forcing them to wait outside. Aunt Zhao and her son were also present, and upon seeing Nan Zhi, they were overcome with emotion, rushing towards her and accusing, "It's all your fault. Your medication is poison and has harmed my mother." Li Xiao intervened, separating them, and said, "Aunt Zhao, please remain rational. The test results have yet to be disclosed, so refrain from making unfounded accusations." Und Zhou, an intern lawyer, boasted of his legal knowledge, declaring, "Don't think that the signed agreement absolves you of any responsibility. If anything happens to my grandmother, I will ensure your hospital faces dire consequences." Nan Zhi inhaled sharply, taken aback by Aunt Zhao's formidable son, whose words were laden with hostility. Li Xiao, having long surpassed the age of engaging in verbal sparring with the youth, positioned himself protectively in front of Nan Zhi and calmly stated, "Let us wait for your grandmother to come out before discussing this further." He then led Nan Zhi to sit elsewhere and inquired, "Are you feeling anxious?" Nan Zhi shook her head, admitting to a slight unease but otherwise feeling fine. Li Xiao contemplated fetching her coffee but feared further disturbance from Aunt Zhao and her son, so he ordered via his phone for delivery instead. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qiao Jingyue arrived with the coffee. He first glanced at Aunt Zhao and her son before raising an eyebrow at Li Xiao, remarking, "Dr. Li, interns are not your errand boys. Please do not have them deliver coffee during work hours." Li Xiao intended to offer a rebuttal, but constrained by the presence of others, could only respond stiffly, "Understood. I will take care." Qiao Jingyue did not press the matter further, handing the coffee to Nan Zhi. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out, their fingertips brushing together, causing her to feel a sudden warmth and glance up at him. The man's expression remained serene, his dark eyes deep and imposing, exuding a calm indifference characteristic of someone in a position of authority. For reasons unknown, Nan Zhi felt a tightness in her chest. Qiao Jingyue then approached Aunt Zhao and her son. As the temporary head of the clinical drug trial center, he adopted a markedly gentler demeanor. Offering soothing words, and numerous reassurances. Noticing Nan Zhi's unwavering gaze, Li Xiao quietly remarked, while others may perceive him as arrogant and aloof, he is quite adept at assessing situations and managing unforeseen circumstances when he chooses to. Nan Zhi wished to respond, but felt the moment inappropriate. So she gently patted Li Xiao for comfort. Just then, Qiao Jingyue glanced over, and the moment their eyes met, his expression darkened. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the emergency room doors swung open and several doctors emerged in succession. Qiao Jingyue and Li Xiao immediately approached them, and the attending physician, aware of the patient's unique circumstances, promptly relayed her condition. It turned out she was in shock due to gastric bleeding, which the doctors diagnosed as a result of the medication. Zhao's son immediately shouted, "It is indeed a problem with your new medication. Do you still wish to argue?" Nan Zhi looked at him as if he were a fool. "Sir, do you not secretly wish for something to happen to Grandma Zhao?" The man's face flushed with anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? I certainly hope for my grandmother's good health, but your medication. There is nothing wrong with the medication. Grandma Zhao has a medication history spanning over 20 years. The long-term use of diuretics like tolvaptan can irritate the stomach and cause ulcers, which cannot develop overnight. Mind your words, lawyer. Our hospital has its own counsel." With that, Qiao Jingyue pushed past him and turned back to Nan Zhi, giving her a slight nod. "Come with me." Chapter 80. Do not seek me. The words of Qiao Jingyue rendered Aunt Zhao's son speechless. Some individuals possess an innate aura of authority, even clad in a white coat. He emanates a formidable presence that instinctively compels others to submit. His mother tugged at him, and together they approached the recently wheeled-out Grandma Zhao. Li Xiao, wishing to accompany them, was deterred as Qiao Jingyue insisted on a private discussion with manager Nan Zhi. Concerned for her well-being, he intended to follow. However, after only a couple of steps, Qiao Jingyue remarked, "Dr. Li, if you are off duty, you should return and rest. I need to speak with manager Nan alone." Nan Zhi shook her head at Li Xiao, signaling him not to worry. The two did not venture elsewhere. They remained in the leadership office of the experimental center. Upon closing the door, they entered a realm entirely separate from the outside world. Nan Zhi felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of Qiao Jingyue's sudden mood swings. Although he had defended her earlier, it was merely in the interest of the hospital, and she could only claim a fraction of that glory. Feeling stifled, Qiao Jingyue unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his exquisite collarbone. In an instant, he noticed Nan Zhi standing at the door, her hand clutching a cup of coffee, which only intensified his irritation. Rising abruptly, he strode over, snatched the coffee from her grasp, and discarded it into the trash bin. Nan Zhi stood there, momentarily dazed. Witnessing his towering figure approach, she instinctively stiffened, fearing he might engage in yet another shameless act. In this instance, she had misjudged him. However, the coffee had never touched her lips. As she continued to gaze at the trash can, Qiao Jingyue's unresolved anger flared once more. Glancing around, he retrieved a paper cup and poured her a glass of hot water. The warmth of the cup was soft in his hands. Instead of thrusting it into her grasp, he placed it on the table, then instructed her, "Come and sit." Nan Zhi, bewildered by a series of actions, approached slowly, pulling the chair back before sitting down. Determined to take the initiative, she boldly stated, "Thank you for your support of our Nang Pharmaceuticals earlier. However, this matter has become clear. It is not a problem with the medication." The man continued to gaze at her in silence. His unwavering stare made her increasingly uneasy, prompting her to inquire, "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" "I've been with Li Xiao all day." She nearly rolled her eyes at the audacity of his concern. In truth, her day had been quite busy, having had morning tea with Yin Su and a private lunch with Li Xiao before arriving at the hospital. Though his tone carried a hint of sarcasm, it remained relatively composed. Nan Zhi found his ambiguous demeanor increasingly perplexing, causing her to frown slightly. Rising, she declared, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He stood as well and queried, "So, does it mean it's my turn to dine with you tonight?" Nan Zhi flashed him a bright smile. "Aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend?" Drawing closer, he encircled her slender waist with his arm. "Is it still painful?" His voice lowered, resonant and rich, as if emanating from deep within his chest. Nan Zhi froze momentarily, suddenly realizing the implication of his question. Last night, he had inadvertently caused her injury. It is not the first time he has harmed her. During their initial encounter, she was hospitalized. Last night was not particularly severe. Initially, Nan Zhi did not notice, but later, while in the restroom, she discovered some bloodstains. To her astonishment, the scoundrel was aware of it, leaving her with a desire to thank his entire family. "It's nothing. I'm leaving now," she said. He grasped her hand, gently caressing from the back of her hand to her fingertips. A tingling sensation surged through her scalp, and she bit her lip, wanting to break free. Yet, he held on, not making any further moves, but merely keeping her hand in his head bowed, his deep black eyes fixated upon her. Nan Zhi felt her face flush under his gaze. Had she not faced hardship before, she might have thought this man cherished her. Yet now, reflecting on it made her feel foolish. Suppressing her impatience, she lightly hooked her fingers around his. "Professor Qiao, it's work hours. It's inappropriate for us to be locked in a room for too long." Suddenly, he pulled her into his embrace, forcefully rubbing against her. "This is all your fault." Nan Zhi furrowed her brow, about to speak when he cupped her face. "You need to behave yourself. We were photographed last night, and I had Song Chen acknowledge it. His mother might come looking for you, but do not worry. Just handle it casually." Nan Zhi, her thoughts scattered, found herself asking, "What do you mean? What does it mean that Song Chen acknowledged it? Could it be?" Suddenly comprehending, she wished she hadn't tea. How ironic. She pushed him away. "Qiao Jingyue, are you even a man? You were the one who slept with me, and now you've thrust it upon a child. How can you be so shameless? Song Chen is not a child. He has more tricks up his sleeve than you can imagine. Is that the crux of the matter? The real issue is your cowardice. You refuse to acknowledge it. I can acknowledge it. Dare you? His fledgling career, a stable life, even his very existence. Nan Zhi, you're not a fresh graduate. Can't you see I'm trying to protect you? Protect? How absurd, she scoffed. Seeing her mocking expression, he continued, even if I admitted it. What would it change for me? Would Jiang Yuan still marry me? Or would the hospital dismiss me? But you, on the other hand, would be the target of public scorn. Can you bear such consequences? The world of adults is indeed harsh. His candor was a form of cruelty in itself. Sensing he was too cold, he gently stroked her face. As long as you behave, I will ensure your safety and that your medication progresses smoothly through trials. Nan Zhi smiled. He was excessively confident. She was a pharmacist, not a prostitute. Did he truly believe that as long as he was a man who could provide her with orders, she would be willing to sleep with him? It is true that she approached him with a purpose, yet he was also the most significant person in her life. It was not merely a fleeting infatuation. It was a mutual support forged in hell. How could they, after only a few years, forget each other so easily? She had thought their mutual salvation was a shared endeavor. It was merely her unrequited wish. She gazed at him with an unprecedented indifference. Behave? And what if I do not? The man furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with discontent. What do you intend to do? It is over between us. This time, it was Nan Zhi who spoke. Qiao Jingyue was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into an unrestrained laugh. Are you jesting? Her small face was tightly set. I'm not like you. If I speak, I mean it. Qiao Jingyue, it is truly over. When you find yourself in heat in the future, do not seek me out. The mirth on the man's face slowly stiffened and faded away until not a trace remained. Along with it vanished the guise of gentleness, leaving behind a visage that radiated an icy, bone-chilling coldness. He spoke in a low, menacing tone, with a Yin Su and a Li Shao at your back. Do you believe you can simply cast me aside? Chapter 81. There are many men. Nan Zhi felt no inclination to elucidate her stance, nor did she deem it necessary. She continued to provoke him, asserting that there were many men around her, including Sheng Huayan and Song Chen, all of whom surpassed him. At the mention of Sheng Huayan, Qiao Jingyue's eyes glimmered with a deeper mockery as a sudden realization struck him. Nan Zhi was acutely aware of his disdain, believing he could not be swayed regarding his brother. Yet, who would dare to voice such a sentiment? The tides of fate are unpredictable. Just yesterday, she had never fathomed that Li Shao was of the same maternal lineage as him. Nan Zhi reined in her emotions, adopting a demeanor that was both aloof and cool. her striking features shrouded beneath a veneer of world weariness, creating a palpable sense of distance from life. She reached for the door but paused, turning back to regard Qiao Jingyue. A glimmer of secret delight flickered in his gaze under her scrutiny. Was he employing a strategy of feigned indifference? He understood well that a woman's words should not be taken at face value. However, Nan Zhi refrained from uttering any conciliatory phrases. Instead, she smiled and queried, "Professor Qiao, you are a man of integrity. Surely, you would not let our altered relationship influence your opinion on my clinical drug trials?" The man clenched his teeth in response. This vixen dared to provoke him merely to safeguard her trivial interests. He raised his hand, his long, cool fingers lightly grazing her soft hair, giving it a gentle tug. Just as Nan Zhi was about to lose her temper, he released her, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "As long as you treat the patients well, I will fully support you." Only then did Nan Zhi feel a sense of relief. Setting aside other concerns, Qiao Jingyue's unwavering commitment to patient care was never in doubt. She nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Qiao." With that, she opened the door and departed. Not glancing back, Qiao Jingyue's gaze sharpened, and his handsome visage darkened with an icy demeanor. The hospital was permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant, a fragrance that Nan Zhi found particularly distasteful. Standing in the bustling lobby, an inexplicable sense of grievance surged within her. She yearned to escape, to breathe in the liberating air outside. However, as an adult, she recognized that she lacked the privilege of caprice. Taking a deep breath, she silently rallied her spirits and sought out the attending physician for Granny Zhao to inquire about her condition. Upon receiving permission, she photographed the medical records and proceeded to the research center to review the documentation. Ultimately, she purchased some nutritional supplements before heading to the ward. Just as she was about to knock, she heard the agitated voice of Aunt Zhao's son emanating from the room. There must be a connection between Granny's issues and that medication. How could she have been fine at first, only to encounter problems after the switch? Aunt Zhao's tone was significantly subdued, though the doctor had stated that her gastric bleeding was a result of long-term medication. "Are you foolish? This is a hospital. Of course, they will protect their own. I must take the medical records and consult someone else. There must be some ulterior motive at play." Nan Zhi stepped back, and sure enough, moments later, the man stormed out. After lingering for a while, she finally approached the door to knock. Aunt Zhao appeared somewhat surprised to see her, her emotions a blend of indifference and guilt. Nan Zhi, however, greeted her with a bright smile. "Aunt Zhao, how is Granny doing now?" Perhaps due to prolonged stress, Aunt Zhao's nasolabial folds were pronounced, imparting an air of sorrow to her visage. She nodded slightly, inviting Nan Zhi to take a seat. However, Nan Zhi remained standing, placing her gift aside and offering a few insipid words of consolation before preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, before she could depart, Jiang Yuan arrived, accompanied by a tall, elegant figure, Qiao Jingyue. The hospital was rather small, and merely 2 hours after their previous encounter, they found themselves face-to-face once more. Nan Zhi's gaze swept across his sharply defined features before she lowered her head and proceeded towards the exit. Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow and called out, "Nan Zhi." "Wait a moment." Nan Zhi halted, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Jiang Yuan glanced at Aunt Zhao, lowering her voice somewhat. "Could you wait for me outside for a few minutes? I need to speak with Aunt Zhao." Nan Zhi, feeling that there was little to discuss with Jiang Yuan, replied coolly, "Then we can talk when you have the time." This implied her unwillingness to wait. A look of grievance washed over Jiang Yuan's face as she turned her pleading gaze towards Qiao Jingyue. "Jingyue, please help me persuade Nan Zhi. I truly have matters to discuss with her." Qiao Jingyue responded, "It's just a few minutes. You wander around the hospital all day. What could possibly be so urgent?" Nan Zhi frowned, but ultimately refrained from countering his words and stepped outside. Jiang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and began conversing with Aunt Zhao, who seemed to view her as a savior, leading to a lengthy discourse that consumed half an hour. Nan Zhi leaned against the wall, engrossed in her phone. She had recently been playing a dating simulation game recommended by Sang Sang, featuring a variety of charming male characters, all exquisitely designed, with enticing voices. Her favorite was a bespectacled architect who crafted home furnishings, repaired fences, tended to gardens, and cared for pets, exuding warmth and homeliness. The character affectionately called her Little Fool, prompting a smile to grace Nan Zhi's lips. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a chilling gaze upon her and looked up to find Qiao Jingyue standing at an angle across from her, one hand tucked in his pants pocket. Nan Zhi offered him a polite smile, the kind reserved for acquaintances who remain unacquainted. Qiao Jingyue felt as though a heavy stone lodged itself in his chest, rendering him breathless. Just then, Jiang Yuan emerged from the ward, apologizing to Nan Zhi. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." Nan Zhi exhibited no signs of complaint, asking, "What did you wish to discuss?" She gestured toward the nearby staircase devoid of foot traffic. "Let us talk here." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan acquiesced. Qiao Jingyue did not follow them, leaving the corridor occupied solely by the two women. Nan Zhi continued to peruse her phone, showing no inclination to hurry Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Yuan frowned and said, "Nan Zhi, could you please refrain from looking at your phone? I thought that was the least one could do to show respect." Nan Zhi retorted, "I believe respect should extend beyond mere appearances. At the very least, one should not poison the pomegranate juice offered to others. Don't you think, sister?" A chill ran down Jiang Yuan's spine. Every time she referred to her as sister, it seldom boded well. The events that unfolded on their father's birthday were entirely orchestrated by Jiang Qing, for which she had paid a heavy price. Nan Zhi, being a girl herself, could you not be so unkind and refrain from mentioning in the future? After all, you remain unscathed while she is left. What a true embodiment of the Virgin Mary. Her words bear a striking resemblance to that phrase about losing merely a leg, whereas she has lost love itself. As Nan Zhi gazed at the woman's face, said to be as delicate as a chrysanthemum, she maliciously leaned in and remarked, "Jiang Yuan, when you are violated, will you be able to say you merely lay there for a moment while countless children have perished?" At that moment, Qiao Jingyue was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly heard a piercing scream, causing his brows to furrow as he rushed over immediately. Chapter 82. Little green tea in the narrow stairwell. Nan Zhi stood on the upper level while Jiang Yuan lay several steps below, sprawled on the ground with her hair splayed around her and blood trickling from her forehead. A flicker of anger crossed Qiao Jingyue's features as he pushed past Nan Zhi and descended the stairs with determined strides. Nan Zhi remained still, her expression blank as she gazed at the figure below. She lifted her gaze and noticed a surveillance camera on the opposite wall, a sardonic smile curving her lips. Jiang Yuan had fallen quite hard. Besides several soft tissue contusions, she suffered a fracture in her left arm and a mild concussion. Cradled carefully by Qiao Jingyue into the hospital room, Jiang Yuan trembled in pain. At that moment, no one attended to Nan Zhi, who paid no heed to anyone as she left the hospital and returned home. Just as she was preparing to sleep, her phone rang incessantly. Her family was calling. Upon answering, Jiang Shudong immediately launched into a tirade, hurling accusations of malice and ill intent, asserting that like mother, like daughter. Nan Zhi listened quietly, her delicate face pale as her nails dug into her palm. When Jiang Shudong finally paused to catch his breath, she calmly inquired, "Father, did Jiang Yuan claim that I pushed her?" On the other end of the line, Jiang Shudong hesitated, asserting that it didn't require Yuan's word. One could deduce from the situation that she had maliciously redirected her anger towards Yuan. "Father, your toes can think? Impressive. No wonder your business keeps flourishing." The irony in her words was palpable, even through the phone, leaving Jiang Shudong visibly embarrassed. Not wishing to engage in further verbal sparring, he barked a command for her to come to the hospital and apologize to Yuan. Nan Zhi hung up and turned off her phone, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. The following morning, she made her way to the hospital. As Jiang Yuan was admitted to the orthopedic ward, she immediately spotted Li Xiao. Li Xiao pulled her aside, saying, "Your situation is the talk of the hospital. 2 incidents, in fact." Surprised, Nan Zhi asked, "2 incidents?" "Yes. The first is that Aunt Zhao's son has filed a complaint against you, claiming you were indifferent and had a poor attitude towards patients. The second is that you pushed Jiang Yuan down the stairs, causing her injuries." Clearly more intrigued by the first matter, Nan Zhi responded, Aunt Xiao's son, Zhang Dong, right? I'm not even a hospital employee. Does his complaint hold any weight? Besides, it was evident that you all treated him worse that day. He.S. merely picking on the vulnerable. Li Xiao, however, was more concerned about the second matter. Forget that lunatic. He's just desperate. Tell me, what happened with Jiang Yuan? Nan Zhi suddenly laughed. Are you feeling sorry for your ex? Li Xiao's expression darkened. I've long since lost interest in her. Oh, I forgot. You like me now? Li Xiao was on the verge of frustration. How could she so easily jest about such matters? Did she truly not believe in his sincerity? Wait, we're digressing. He sighed deeply. Are you going to see her? I'll accompany you. After a moment's consideration, Nan Zhi agreed. The two of them arrived at Jiang Yuan's hospital room, just in time to encounter Qiao Jingyue approaching with food in hand. Their gazes locked, and a pang of anxiety struck Nan Zhi's heart. Deep down, she was acutely aware that her composure was merely a fade. To her surprise, Qiao Jingyue did not confront her with accusations as Jiang Shudong had done. Instead, he merely nodded indifferently. As the door swung open, several pairs of eyes turned towards them in the upscale hospital room. Among them, Jiang Ming and 2 or 3 doctors and nurses. Jiang Ming scanned the group, and with so many present, she suppressed her animosity towards Nan Zhi, forcing a smile towards Qiao Jingyue and Li Xiao. Jingyue, Xiao, you're all here. Come sit down. She brushed past Nan Zhi without so much as a glance. Jiang Yuan, albeit awkwardly, remarked, Nan Zhi, you're here too. I told Mom and Dad it was my fault. It had nothing to do with you. The previously aloof Nan Zhi suddenly felt her eyes welling up with tears. She bit her lip, standing there awkwardly, her head slightly bowed in a semblance of remorse. As a seasoned tea artist, Jiang Ming sensed a profound crisis upon encountering the familiar scenario. Before she could react, Nan Zhi lifted her head, large tears streaming down her cheeks. Auntie, sister, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone to the stairwell to talk to my sister yesterday. I shouldn't have rebuffed her while she was speaking, nor should I have stood by, watching her fall without reaching out. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. The images replayed in my mind over and over. It's all my fault. It should have been me who fell, and I should be the one lying in that hospital bed. At this point, overwhelmed by her inner turmoil, she hunched over, covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. If Jiang Yuan's earlier demeanor was perceived as magnanimous, Nan Zhi appeared utterly pitiable, a child who had lost her mother early, now facing the wrath of her stepmother's daughter. With no recourse other than to accept blame, she had no other way out. Even the onlookers could sense the tension. Li Xiao, aware that she was merely acting, felt a pang of sorrow. Unable to restrain himself, he gently supported Nan Zhi, saying, Do not be upset. President Jiang and Annie Jiang are reasonable people. They understand this is not your fault and will not blame you. Finding solace, Nan Zhi buried her face in his shoulder, her cries growing louder. No, I will never forgive myself. What does it matter if my sister scolds me? I could have endured that, had I refrained from retorting. She wouldn't have become agitated and wouldn't have fallen. Oh, how I regret it. The expressions of those present were a tapestry of emotions. Jiang Yuan was on the verge of leaping up to strangle Nan Zhi. Jiang Ming's countenance darkened, her thoughts racing with disdain for the audacity of the girl. The calmest among them was Qiao Jingyue, his handsome face betraying no emotion, yet the weight of his gaze upon the two women was heavy and brooding. His hand in the pocket of his white coat crushing a pen. As Nan Zhi's sobs grew more intense, she appeared increasingly fragile and unable to care for herself. Nearly collapsing against Li Xiao, Jiang Yuan, unsure how to respond, looked to her mother for help. Jiang Ming wiped her eyes, signaling for her to join in the act of weeping, but Jiang Yuan found herself unable to comply. She exuded an air of intellectual pride, aware that shedding tears before her current boyfriend, her ex, and her colleagues would tarnish her reputation irreparably. In a state of turmoil, she could only clutch the sleeve of Qiao Jingyue, pleading, Jingyue, please make her stop crying. It gives me a headache. Upon hearing her entreaty, Qiao Jingyue swiftly approached Nan Zhi, separating the two with a firm hand, pushing Nan Zhi aside to shield Li Xiao. What are you doing, Qiao Jingyue? He retorted. Dr. Jiang requires tranquility. She can return once the tears have ceased. The expressions of the doctors and nurses were a tapestry of complexity, revealing that regardless of the situation, a boyfriend's loyalty prevailed. A sharp pang struck Nan Zhi's heart as she bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears as she raised her gaze, resembling a sorrowful flower drenched in rain. "Sister, please take care and rest. I shall not intrude further," she murmured before covering her face and fleeing. Li Xiao cast a cold glare at Qiao Jingyue before hastily pursuing her. Chapter 83. Visiting the urology department throughout her journey, Nan Zhi encountered numerous doctors and nurses, eventually finding herself in tears as she entered the restroom. She secluded herself in a stall, emerging after approximately 10 minutes. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Li Xiao. Observing the tear-streaked visage before him, Li Xiao queried, "Are you truly this heartbroken?" Nan Zhi placed her hand beneath his nose, remarking, "This medication is quite effective. I intend to promote it to the production team." A sharp, stinging sensation enveloped him, prompting Li Xiao to retreat, yet he could not suppress the watering of his eyes. He gazed at Nan Zhi in astonishment. With a sudden laugh, Nan Zhi continued to wash her hands meticulously, saying, "Life imitates art, and art imitates life. It's a disservice to actors like Jiang Meng and her daughter. This is not to disparage your former partner, but you are likely blind to the truth. Jiang Yuan is not as splendid as she appears to the male gaze." In the midst of the rushing water, Li Xiao lowered his voice. "You didn't fall for the person. You coveted her family's wealth." Nan Zhi responded with silence. Li Xiao approached, playfully splashing water, his tone tinged with melancholy. "At that time, I was deeply troubled, feeling utterly incapable of contending with the Qiao family, yearning for a shortcut." "What sort of shortcut is this?" "The common folk cannot contend with the powerful. Even if Jiang Shudong is wealthy, it matters not. If you seek a shortcut, you ought to target those close to him, perhaps by swaying Qiao Jingyue or enticing Qiao Jingnan." Li Xiao swiftly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Young lady, your thoughts tread on perilous ground." Nan Zhi winked at him, her eyes still red from crying, yet exuding an enchanting allure. A surge of warmth coursed through Li Xiao as he leaned closer. However, Nan Zhi pushed him away, asserting Li Xiao remained composed. He touched his flushed face, questioning, "Why do you refuse to believe that I have feelings for you?" Nan Zhi did not answer directly. Instead, she turned to face him, quietly asking, "Do you recall the painting we saw while dining that day?" Li Xiao pondered for a moment, recalling a specific artwork that had captured Nan Zhi's prolonged gaze. It was a recreation of Van Gogh's irises. "We are akin to those flowers, striving alone towards the light in this darkened land. Which is more vital, love or survival? I believe we both understand the answer." Li Xiao furrowed his brow, words forming on his lips, but he ultimately sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall not pressure you further. Where are you headed now?" Nan Zhi examined her reflection in the mirror. Though her appearance had improved, her eyes remained red, a striking effect nonetheless. "To the administrative office. Didn't you mention that someone lodged a complaint against me? I will accompany you." She shook her head, insisting, "No need for that. I don't want people to think poorly of you. I can manage on my own." Watching her solitary yet resolute figure retreat, Li Xiao shook his head in disbelief. Upon arriving at the administrative office, with a reddened nose and eyes, Nan Zhi found that the leader, initially intending to reprimand her, softened his stance. Without waiting for him to inquire, she proactively shared, "In fact, Dr. Jiang Yuan approached me yesterday, and we had a dispute in the stairwell." Initially perceiving this as a private matter of the Jiang family, the leader had no intention of delving into it. However, upon hearing her account, he couldn't help but perk up his ears. Nan Zhi rubbed her eyes. "The daughter of a volunteer had approached me in the past, wishing to transfer from the 3rd hospital to volunteer here. I declined her request due to her frail health. Subsequently, I was unaware of how they sought out Dr. Jiang. And then, as a result of this incident, I even confronted Dr. Jiang in the cardiovascular office, feeling that her authority as a resident physician was somewhat excessive." The leadership shared this sentiment, yet, due to her connections with the Jiang family and Qiao Jingyue, they refrained from voicing their concerns at that time. Now that a crisis has arisen, it is only natural to take a firm stance against such unethical practices. Nan Zhi continued to elaborate, and when she emerged, It was the leader who personally escorted her out. At the entrance, she caught sight of Qiao Jingyue. He stood there quietly, tall and elegant, his demeanor exuding a chilling indifference, reminiscent of an unearthly being. However, he had descended from the pedestal Nan Zhi had placed him upon. She glanced at him before making her exit. "Does it hurt?" he suddenly inquired. Nan Zhi was taken aback and turned to face him. He shifted his posture, but did not approach her, merely reiterating his question. Following his gaze, Nan Zhi glanced at her wrist. Gently rolling up her sleeve, she revealed bruises and deep scratch marks. Her eyes flickered with emotion as she softly replied, "It's bearable." This injury was inflicted by Jiang Yuan during a heated argument. She had grasped Nan Zhi's wrist. In a fit of rage, Nan Zhi had forcefully thrown her off, causing her to tumble down the stairs. Thus, it could be said that Nan Zhi had indeed pushed her down. Qiao Jingyue's knowledge of her injuries likely stemmed from reviewing the surveillance footage. Yet, it remained uncertain how he intended to confront her, seeking retribution for his fiancée, Yi. However, he chose not to utter another word, turning and entering the room, closing the door behind him. Nan Zhi furrowed her brow, but decided not to dwell on it. The heavens may pour, mothers may remarry, and Qiao Jingyue may seek vengeance. Yet she found herself powerless in the face of it all. Nevertheless, while Qiao Jingyue's revenge had yet to unfold, the hospital's disciplinary announcement had been issued. Due to lax supervision, Qiao Jingyue faced a penalty regarding his bonus, and Jiang Yuan's promotion to attending physician was revoked. The hospital was rife with speculation regarding this disciplinary action. The prevailing narrative suggested that Jiang Yuan had exploited her relationship with Qiao Jingyue to seek personal advancement, a notion that was widely regarded with disdain. The competition within the hospital was fierce. Residents aspired to become attending physicians, while attending physicians sought to ascend to deputy directors or directors. The process was not only accompanied by stringent evaluations, but also required various accomplishments and publications. Attaining professorship or directorship was deemed implausible without enduring a decade or two of grueling work within the hospital. Thus, Qiao Jingyue was revered as a figure of admiration. Yet he stood alone in this regard, possessing genuine talent and knowledge. However, those who sought to circumvent the rigorous examinations for immediate advancement would inevitably incur the wrath of their peers, unable to endure the scrutinizing gazes of fellow doctors and nurses. Jiang Yuan opted to leave the hospital and recuperate at home. On the day of her discharge, only her parents came to fetch her. Qiao Jingyue, likely irked by the situation and possibly preoccupied with surgery, did not come to see her off. Jiang Yuan felt drained and harbored intense resentment towards Nan Zhi. She finally comprehended the anguish of Jiang Qing, the pain of causing harm only to be met with backlash. Initially, Nan Zhi had sought only to protect herself, unaware of the profound depths of the hospital's intrigues. With a mere ripple, she had stirred up tumultuous waves. It appears that Qiao Jingyue is not universally admired and respected in Renan, as some wish to see him brought low. With greater knowledge comes the ability to wield influence. Nan Zhi has been frequenting the hospital even more, venturing beyond orthopedics to cardiothoracic surgery and the experimental center, often eager to lend her presence. When Yan Su learned of her whereabouts, he sought her out. Upon encountering her at the experimental center, he expressed surprise. "Young Master Yin, what brings you here?" He replied, "Pursuing Miss Nan is no simple feat. I have even tracked her to the hospital." Nan Zhi responded, "Is it truly that intense?" The hospital, after all, is not an ideal place for conversation. Just as they were preparing to leave, they crossed paths with Qiao Jingyue. Yan Su greeted him, "Brother Yu." Qiao Jingyue nodded, inquiring, "Here, for urology? I can introduce you to a doctor." Nan Zhi, who had been looking down, raised her head disapprovingly at his remark. Chapter 84. Three people at that moment. It was as if a fuse had been ignited. A shadow crossed the depths of Qiao Jingyue's dark eyes as he lifted his eyelids, and, amidst Yan Su's awkward laughter, solemnly remarked, "It is unwise to conceal one's ailments. You must seek treatment if you are unwell. I recall that your condyloma acuminatum worsened due to your reluctance to disclose it. Have you fully recovered now?" Yan Su felt an overwhelming urge to strike back, bewildered by the audacity of such words. Suddenly, A gentle hand rested on the back of his hand, soothing him. In an instant, Yin Su transformed from a bristling dog into a docile one. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Yu, I shall cease joking with you. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Qiao Jingyue did not press further, his gaze dimming slightly. Nan Zhi and Yin Su departed side by side, and throughout the encounter, she exchanged not a single word with Qiao Jingyue, nor did their eyes meet. However, as Nan Zhi brushed past him, Qiao Jingyue turned, his gaze lingering on the delicate curve of her waist for an extended moment. Nan Zhi quickened her pace, her steps growing ever swifter. Fortunately, Yin Su was tall and long-legged, yet by the time they reached the outside, he was still slightly breathless. He smiled and complimented, "You possess impressive stamina." Feeling slightly flustered, Nan Zhi sensed the man's piercing gaze even without turning to look. She instinctively quickened her pace. Forcing a smile, she replied, "Well, in our line of work, one must be constantly on the move. Poor stamina is not an option." Yin Su hesitated for a moment, mustering the courage to explain. "Do not believe what Qiao Jingyue said earlier. He is merely a friend of mine who contracted the illness himself and, rather absurdly, associated it with my name." As he continued, his credibility appeared to wane, and he despondently added, "Though I do enjoy a good time, I have always been cautious. In fact, I have not gone out to have fun for a long while." Nan Zhi chuckled, pondering how to respond, just as she thought she could evade the topic. Yin Su persisted, "Ever since that night, I have been enchanted by you, to the point of obsession. I fear you may mock me, but I have never been this fervent, even in my first love." Nan Zhi was no stranger to admirers. In fact, countless individuals had shown affection towards her throughout her life. Thus, she navigated such situations with ease. Yet, Yin Su's intensity was challenging to manage. She needed him in her life, yet could not afford to reject him as bluntly as she had with Li Xiao, nor could she allow herself to dangle him along. Seeing her about to speak, Yin Su suddenly shoved the candies he had brought into her mouth. "Please refrain from uttering any refusals for now. Let us simply interact as friends for the time being, and you can judge whether I am truly the playboy they claim I am. All right?" He added, with a pitiful tone, "Had I known I would encounter you, I would have lived my life with more restraint." At the age of 25 or 26, Yin Su had shed his youthful innocence, yet retained a heart full of sincerity, which deeply moved Nan Zhi. Consequently, she nodded in agreement. Yin Su, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together, wanting to embrace Nan Zhi yet hesitating. However, she took the initiative to hug him. "Zan Su, I am uncertain of how I appear in your eyes, but I must clarify that I am far from perfect. In fact, I have many flaws. It will be wise for you to open your eyes and see clearly." As Yin Su smiled, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were both indulging in a mutual sense of apathy. Nan Zhi also chuckled, expressing her hunger. "Should we dine before continuing our idle banter?" "All right," I said. "Where would you like to eat?" "Anything will do, as long as it satisfies my hunger. Let us opt for Huayan cuisine. I know a particularly serene restaurant with exquisite dishes." Nan Zhi nodded in agreement, but just as we got into the car, she received a call from Su Ke. "Nan Bao, I have something to attend to. Could you pick up Luo at the airport?" Nan Zhi paused, bewildered. "Who are you referring to?" Su Ke stammered slightly, taking a moment to respond. "Didn't I mention before? Luo has decided against continuing her studies and wants to come to Shun City to stay with us." A surge of frustration ignited within Nan Zhi. "Su Ke, are you out of your mind? What can she do without even finishing high school? Tell her to go back." Su Ke mumbled something on the other end, prompting Nan Zhi to hang up in irritation. Yin Su, observing her, hesitantly inquired, "Is she a child skipping school?" Nan Zhi rubbed her temples, explaining she is a friend's younger sister. "Yin, please just drop me off by the roadside. We can postpone our meal." Yin Su deftly turned the steering wheel, taking a detour to the airport. "No worries. I'll accompany you to pick her up. And please, call me Yin Su." At the airport, Luo pouted upon seeing Nan Zhi. "Why are you here? Where is Su Ke? I'll knock him out. What is your preferred method of demise?" Just as Luo was about to retort, she caught sight of Yin Su standing behind Nan Zhi, and her eyes lit up. She greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, handsome brother." Yin Su kindly took her suitcase, replying with a warm smile. "Hello." Nan Zhi, eager to avoid further chit-chat, urged, "Let us go, get in the car." Qiao Jingyue, despite her petite stature, was strikingly beautiful, with large eyes, a sweet smile, and delightful dimples. Walking together with Nan Zhi, they drew considerable attention, prompting Kaluo to stand tall and occasionally sway her hair bun. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yinsu opened the car door. Kaluo's eyes widened at the sight of the emblem on the vehicle. "Is this a Bugatti? Oh my, it's stunning," she exclaimed, climbing into the passenger seat. Yinsu looked astonished, glancing back at Nan Zhi. Feeling a bit awkward, she knocked on the car door, saying, "You should sit in the back." Kaluo protested, "What? Is the front seat reserved for your girlfriend? Come on, let me experience the thrill of riding in a luxury car, just this once." Nan Zhi began to feel irritable. Sensing a potential argument brewing, Yinsu suggested to Nan Zhi, "How about you sit in the back for now? We can head to dinner first." For Nan Zhi, Yinsu remained someone deserving of courtesy. She couldn't overstep the bounds of politeness. She nodded, and the three of them proceeded to the Huayong restaurant Yinsu had recommended. Throughout the journey, Kaluo remained relatively composed, though she incessantly snapped photos. The restaurant was nestled deep within a tranquil courtyard, with winding paths leading to serene pavilions and lush greenery, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. Yinsu handed the menu to the two ladies, recommending the establishment's signature dishes. Kaluo glanced briefly, her interest waning. Instead, she found herself captivated by the hotel's decor, snapping photos incessantly. Nan Zhi furrowed her brow, but noticed Yinsu shaking his head with a smile, remarking that children often behave this way. She quietly inquired, "Do you have children at home?" "My cousin has two, slightly younger than her, and they are simply boundless," he replied. A smile finally graced Nan Zhi's face. "It's a bit chilly today. Let us order a lamb soup hot pot." Yinsu found himself entranced by her smile. Everything she said was delightful. After their meal, Yinsu led the two girls along the corridor for a leisurely stroll to admire the scenery. The corridor was somewhat narrow, with Yinsu and Nan Zhi walking side by side at the front, while Kaluo lagged behind. Suddenly, a boisterous group approached, and Yinsu pulled Nan Zhi aside to avoid them. As they drew nearer, he realized he recognized them all. Chapter 85. Intoxicated with a playful glint in his eye, Shang Huayan turned his gaze between the two individuals and cheerfully remarked, "Ah, come and dine, have you?" Yinsu replied with a smile, "Brother Shang, you are late. We have already finished our meal, but allow me to treat you this time. Just put on my tab." Shang Huayan feigned a stern expression and said, "Young Master Yin, let us save that for another occasion. This is a business matter." Yinsu immediately understood and replied, "Then I shall not disturb you." Nan Zhi also offered a smile to Shang Huayan. "Goodbye, Director Shang." As Shang Huayan watched them depart, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Qiao Jingyue. 20 minutes later, Qiao Jingyue arrived. Seeing his slightly disheveled hair, Shang Huayan couldn't help but chuckle. "You're late. They have already left." "Just the two of you?" Qiao Jingyue mused. "I think there was a young lady. Quite lovely, very youthful." Qiao Jingyue, however, was indifferent to others. After taking a sip of cold water, he stated, "After dinner, let us continue the gathering. Bring Yinsu along." Shang Huayan furrowed his brow. "Are you serious about Nan Zhi?" He scoffed. "I've been with her. Even if she were to be discarded, it wouldn't be for someone with the surname Yan." Shang Huayan shook his head disapprovingly. "Stubborn as a dead duck. Usually, they end up as sour duck soup." Yinsu escorted Nan Zhi and Kaluo back home, personally carrying their luggage to the doorstep. However, he did not enter. After casting a lingering glance at Nan Zhi, he departed. Kaluo rolled her eyes at Nan Zhi. "No wonder you look down on Su-ku and my brother. It seems you have your eyes set on a wealthy heir." Nan Zhi's expression turned icy. She abruptly threw her luggage and pushed Kaluo against the door. Taller than Kaluo, she held the door in a manner reminiscent of a wall slam. Kaluo, frightened yet trying to maintain her composure, stammered, "What do you intend to do? You mentioned your brother. Tell me, what does he want you to do?" Kaluo lowered her head. "He wants me to study. Spend a few days in Shan City and then go back. At the very least, I should pass the university entrance exam." Raising her head defiantly, Kaluo asserted, "You and Su-ku didn't attend university, and neither did my brother. Why must he force me to go? Nan Zhi didn't wish to engage in futile debate. Lecturing this girl would yield no results. She turned to call Su Ke. Feeling disgruntled, Ke Luo retreated to the sofa to edit photos and then boasted about them on social media to her classmates and friends. That night, Yin Su had just added Ke Luo on WeChat and hadn't even glanced at the content she posted. He merely clicked a casual like. Presently, he stood outside a private room at Huangjingtai, adjusting his collar before entering. Upon entering, he was met with the smiling, fox-like face of Sheng Huayan. Zan Su, why are you alone? Where's your girlfriend? Yin Su has a girlfriend? Who is she? Why didn't you bring her to introduce to everyone? It's that girl from billiards night, Sheng Huayan replied, observing Qiao Jingyue's expression. Tonight's gathering had been orchestrated by Qiao Jingyue, who insisted that Yin Su bring Nan Zhi along. Now, with only Yin Su present, it was uncertain what antics Qiao Jingyue would unleash. With good humor, Yin Su explained, she is not my girlfriend yet. I'm still pursuing her, but I haven't succeeded. One individual leered. Isn't she just a pharmaceutical representative? Please provide a list. Don't say I'm chasing after it. I've already fallen asleep. As he finished speaking, a sudden pain struck the back of his head, prompting him to turn around and shout angrily, "Who the hell hit me?" Qiao Jingyue lowered his face, removing the cue stick from his hand, and said, I apologize. I merely wanted to try this cue and didn't see you. The assailant, realizing it was Qiao Jingyue, begrudgingly accepted his misfortune, while Yin Su's gaze turned contemplative. He then adopted a stern expression, reminding, Nan Zhi is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. The individual, feeling disgruntled, met Qiao Jingyue's icy warning gaze and dared not utter another word. At that moment, Qiao Jingyue stood up, pulling Yin Su along, declaring, let us go play some billiards. Yin Su, wishing to return early, replied, Brother Yu, can we skip it? My arm hurts today. Someone chimed in teasingly. Is it from carrying your girlfriend? Zan Su Bolu said, confirming their words. Qiao Jingyue's expression darkened further as he tightened his grip on Yin Su's hand, pushing him forward. Annoyed, Yin Su was not genuinely afraid of Qiao Jingyue, but just as he was about to protest, he found himself embraced by Sheng Huayan. Last time, I watched the pretty girls play, and it made my hands itch. Come on, let us play a few rounds. Su Ke arrived, carrying beer and duck delicacies, grinning mischievously. Nan Zhi felt a strong urge to slap him back, having not exchanged a word upon opening the door. Ke Luo, seeing a familiar face, rushed into Su Ke's arms, crying and making a fuss. Su Ke, growing weary of her antics, pulled her away, saying, You're a grown woman now. Be mindful. No matter how old I am, you're still my brother. You can't ignore me. Nan Zhi observed coldly, extracting a can of beer from her bag. Su Ke hastily led her into the bedroom, shutting the door behind them. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Nan Zhi sipped her beer and stated, let her have a few days of fun, then send her back. Nan Bao, that might not work. Su Ke, seeing the anger on her delicate face, Su Ke explained, teenagers can be stubborn. They want to turn back until they hit a wall. How about this? If she wants to work, we let her join the company. Once she experiences the hardships and harsh realities of the workplace, she might reconsider. Aren't there many such examples online? Nan Zhi frowned, skeptical of this naive notion. Su Ke sighed. To be honest, Nan Ke Pharmaceuticals is IE's labor of love. If he, then Ke Luo becomes his heir and will be a shareholder in Nan Ke Pharmaceuticals. We have no right to prevent her from staying in the company. Nan Zhi regarded him with a sardonic look. But is she even an adult? She just turned 18. Even if she is an adult, that does not guarantee her eligibility for inheritance. Su Ke suddenly recalled something and frowned. The two fell into silence until a sound of something falling echoed from outside. Su Ke stepped out to find Ke Luo picking up the beer from the floor. He snatched it away. How old are you to be drinking beer? Ke Luo's eyes glistened with tears. I know you all look down on me. Our family has been wiped out. I'm the only one left. Is it only when I'm dead that you would be happy? Su Ke hastily covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with panic as she glanced at Nan Zhi. Nan Bao. She is intoxicated. Do not heed her nonsensical ramblings. Nan Zhi remained composed, even exhibiting a hint of indifference, as she reached for a mop to clean up the spilled beer foam. Suku attempted to take over. A sharp glare from Nan Zhi sent a shiver down her spine. Nan Bao. Nan Zhi straightened up, resolute in her decision to allow her to stay, at least for the time being. Suku, sensing her acquiescence, let out a sigh of relief, yet apprehension lingered as she quietly urged. Is it truly convenient for her to stay here, Qiao? We are finished. With that, she turned and retreated to the bedroom, leaving Suku standing there, somewhat bewildered. She then observed Nan Zhi meticulously gathering Qiao Jingyue's belongings, placing everything into a single bag. When you head downstairs, please take it with you and dispose of it in the trash bin. Chapter 86. Unsavory words. Koluo was assigned to the business department, shadowing Sang Sang. While the intention was to train Koluo, Nan Zhi could not bring herself to have her engage in the most arduous and demeaning work as a pharmaceutical representative, opting instead to have her run errands within the department. Suku was quite pleased with this arrangement, offering a few words of encouragement to the young girl before ushering Nan Zhi into the office. Nan Bao, what exactly transpired between you and Qiao Jingyue? Nan Zhi's hand, which was gripping her coffee cup, froze momentarily. She then lifted her gaze, replying indifferently, I have finally come to believe you are correct. He is not a man of our humble status. Really? Suka clearly found this hard to believe. What you feel for him is merely an obsession. How could you possibly let go so easily? Letting go is necessary, even if I cannot. The truth is he does not desire me. She continued, by the way, do keep an eye on product quality. Although Li Xiao is currently at the hospital, we must remain vigilant against those who might seek to undermine us. Suku, whose resilience under pressure was rather lacking, felt a twinge of worry upon hearing this, but quickly realized that such expressions would only serve to discomfort Nan Zhi further. Consequently, he raised his eyebrows and said, all right then, if it comes to that, we need not conduct business with Renan. After all, there are other hospitals in Shunsheng. As the two conversed, Yin Su entered the room. Upon seeing the large bouquet of roses in Yin Su's hands, Suku was left utterly speechless. It seemed that Nan Bao's appeal was thriving, with suitors seamlessly following one after another. Noticing that Nan Zhi remained in a daze, Yin Su thrust the flowers into Suku's arms, causing Suku to turn an alarming shade of green. I'm straight, he stammered. Yin Su shot him a glare. What are you thinking? I merely need you to hold these for me. After last night's relentless rounds with Brother Yu and Director Sheng, my arm is too sort of lift. Upon hearing that name, Nan Zhi involuntarily stifled her smile and casually inquired, did you go out to Huang Jintai with them last night again? Who ended up taking off their clothes this time? I didn't engage in that. I can no longer dare to partake, he replied. Finally, he leaned closer to Nan Zhi and whispered, I believe only you can defeat Qiao Jingyue. Will you seek retribution for me next time? Nan Zhi slightly recoiled from the warm breath he exhaled, saying, how could I possibly compete with him? By the way, aren't we supposed to head to the pharmacy? He nodded. Let us leave now, but I need you to drive. As Nan Zhi took the keys, they stepped outside just as Koluo approached them. Sister Nan Zhi, I need to deliver some documents to a client. Could you give me a ride? Nan Zhi hesitated to refuse, considering Koluo's unfamiliarity with the area, and after inquiring about her destination, which coincidentally aligned with their route, she agreed. Koluo adeptly climbed into the back seat and leaned forward to greet Yin Su. Yin Su's gaze shifted away from her legs clad in a short skirt, and he nodded with a smile. Koluo, somewhat enviously watching Nan Zhi drive, remarked, Sister Nan Zhi, I wish to learn how to drive as well. At that moment, while Nan Zhi was engaged in a phone call through her Bluetooth headset, Yin Su, sensing the awkward silence, quipped, you appear quite young. Are you of age? I am. Indeed. I'm already 18, she replied. Nan Zhi coolly interjected, let's talk about it once you've earned enough for driving lessons. Koluo bit her lip, poised to say something, but upon glancing at Yin Su, she swallowed her words. During their outing with Yin Su, Nan Zhi successfully secured a minor order, with Yin Su merely facilitating introductions. All negotiations were conducted by Nan Zhi herself, although these chain pharmacies bear the name of the Yin family enterprise. They are all subcontracted to individual operators. Without the introduction of a young master, it is likely that no one would spare her a second glance. To express her gratitude towards Yin Su, Nan Zhi invited him to dinner. Yin Su, exhibiting a hint of pride. Requested the mango sticky rice from the Thai restaurant at May Sunshine Plaza. Nan Zhi chuckled and replied, "Consider it arranged. Let us go." Before they could reach the restaurant, they received a distress call from Kaluo. "Sister Nan Zhi, please come and help me." "What happened?" Nan Zhi inquired. The response was merely a stream of tears, followed by an address. Coincidentally, it was also at May Sunshine. Upon locating the niche brand store, Nan Zhi couldn't help but frown. To her knowledge, the store's prices were exorbitant, and Kaluo's decision to shop here seemed rather reckless. As she entered, she found Kaluo surrounded by several women, some clad in uniforms, while others were elegantly dressed customers. The frightened girl, upon seeing Nan Zhi, became animated, calling out, "Sister Nan Zhi." The customers turned at the sound, and Nan Zhi recognized them, Jiangqing and Yang Weiwei. She furrowed her brow, pondering the remarkable resilience of these two, whose fathers were imprisoned, yet somehow found the time to shop. Jiangqing, wearing a hat and mask to avoid recognition, had initially expected to corner a Navi target, but was startled to have drawn Nan Zhi instead, causing her heart to flutter slightly. Yang Weiwei felt similarly, aware of their past encounters and the discomfort of standing vulnerable before someone who knew their secrets. She whispered to Jiangqing, "Shall we leave?" Jiangqing clenched her teeth, replying, "Wait. I've already called my cousin. She will handle this." Yang Weiwei, hearing this, felt compelled to stay, though her confidence waned considerably. Nan Zhi disregarded the two defeated rivals and approached Kaluo directly. "What is the matter?" Upon noticing Yin Su by her side, Kaluo found her courage and pointed at Jiangqing's group, exclaiming, "They're bullying me, mocking me as a country bumpkin. They tried to snatch the clothes I was trying on, and those people helped them." She wept as she gestured towards the sales associates. Nan Zhi felt a headache coming on. "Is it really worth it over a piece of clothing?" "It is," Kaluo insisted. "I'm a minor shareholder in Nank Pharmaceuticals, not the bumpkin they claim I am. I'm not someone anyone can bully." The sales associates looked blankly, unfamiliar with Nank Pharmaceuticals. However, Jiangqing sneered. "A small workshop has a shareholder? How laughable." Nan Zhi held little regard for Kaluo and felt a strong urge to send her home in disgrace. But that did not justify others taking advantage of her. She pulled Kaluo closer and shot Jiangqing a mocking smile, almost failing to recognize her. "Aren't you the daughter of the major pharmaceutical company involved in counterfeiting? Has your father been sentenced yet?" As a woman, even though Jiangqing's plight may be self-inflicted, she refrained from exploiting her violation for sympathy, demonstrating considerable mercy. However, Jiangqing holds a different perspective. She believes that all her suffering has been wrought by Nan Zhi, and now a single utterance has torn open the wounds of hatred. "My father was wrongfully accused, yet your mother is undeniably a murderer. A mere psychiatric evaluation allows her to evade the clutches of justice. This is something we surpass you and your mother in." Nan Zhi's delicate visage instantly transformed into one of icy severity as she seized Jiangqing's hair. "Have you ingested too much filth? Your words are so foul." "Jiangqing, I am extending an opportunity for you to apologize." Struggling in vain, she suddenly caught sight of a tall, imposing figure in the distance, and tears streamed down her face. "Brother-in-law, save me." Chapter 87. The bald one. Nan Zhi stood with her back to the door, acutely aware of a gaze directed at her. Without turning around, she knew precisely who was watching. Her heart tightened, and the hand gripping Jiangqing's hair instinctively clenched. "It hurts, Nan Zhi, let go of me. Brother-in-law, save me." Jiangqing cried out in a chaotic manner. The man strode over with long strides, his calm demeanor marred by a palpable anger. Yin Su quickly stepped in front of him, his voice low. "Yuga, it's all a misunderstanding." Qiao Jingyue's expression darkened as he pushed Yin Su aside and seized Nan Zhi's wrist. A sharp pain radiated through her, causing Nan Zhi to bite her lip. His voice was cold and harsh. Still not letting go, Nan Zhi bit down hard enough to draw blood, but remained silent, glaring fiercely at him. He tightened his grip on her, and in retaliation, she yanked Jiangqing's hair. If he didn't mind his future sister-in-law becoming a bald girl, then he could very well break her wrist. Indeed, Jiangqing's cries grew louder, nearly causing her to faint. Beside them, Yang Weiwei held her breath in fear. while Kaluo hid behind Yen Su. Yen Su rushed forward, his face taut, fists clenched. "You go, please let go." Seeing Yen Su's readiness to fight, Qiao Jingyue smirked derisively and finally released his grip. The moment he did so, Nan Zhi, unable to endure the pain, let go of her own hand. Jiang Qing staggered back, collapsing against Yang Weiwei, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Weiwei, trembling, implored Professor Qiao, "You must stand up for Qingqing." Yen Su gently supported Nan Zhi's wrist, which was encircled by bruises, stark against her pale skin. "Does it hurt?" Nan Zhi, with cold sweat beading on her forehead and her lips trembling from pain, managed to smile and shake her head. "It's nothing." Professor Qiao showed restraint. "Zansu, VCBD Vita, Gonfon Qiao Jingyue." "You go as a grown man. Why would you resort to violence against a girl?" Qiao Jingyue cast a cold glance downward, the corners of his mouth curling in mockery. "If I truly meant to strike, would she still be standing here?" "Yen Su, mind your own business regarding her and me." This statement held profound implications. Yen Su, perceptive as ever, instinctively furrowed his brow. Nan Zhi, not wishing for Yen Su to become entangled in this matter, pulled him along. "It's fine, I'm all right. Let us go." "Stop." Observing their retreating figures, Qiao Jingyue radiated an oppressive fury. Nan Zhi slowly turned back under his formidable presence, while Yen Su held her firmly. As his gaze fell upon them, Qiao Jingyue's hand instantly clenched into a fist. It took immense willpower to refrain from landing a blow on Yen Su's face. Nan Zhi, with a dispassionate expression, inquired, "Professor Qiao, do you have any further instructions?" Qiao Jingyue experienced a momentary lapse of thought, unsure of how to justify his earlier, instinctive words. "You're leaving just like this, with this matter unresolved?" Jiang Qing and Yang Weiwei exchanged glances of delight, with Yang Weiwei whispering, "Will Professor Qiao hit her?" Jiang Qing, brimming with satisfaction, thought to herself, "Let him strike this vile person. Let us see how she continues to act so arrogantly." Their voices were barely audible, yet the profound silence of the surroundings allowed every word to resonate in Nan Zhi's ears. With a raised brow, she recalled that this matter had yet to be resolved. Turning to the sales assistant, she inquired, "What about that dress from earlier?" Perhaps her gaze was too frigid and fierce, for the once arrogant sales assistant promptly retrieved the dress, presenting it before her. Nan Zhi turned to Kaluo, asking, "Is this the one?" Kiskivicolo, startlet, responded in a whisper, "Yes." Just as Yen Su was about to offer to pay, Nan Zhi interjected, "Please wrap this dress up and charge it to Miss Jiang's card." Jiang Qing immediately protested. "On what grounds?" "Simply because your aunt, uncle, and cousin unanimously claim that you have wronged me." Jiang Qing, remember this. You have harmed me twice, and you are destined never to stand before me again. This dress serves as a reminder of your repeated self-sabotage. With that, she snatched the dress from the sales assistant's hands and tossed it to Kaluo. Jiang Qing, infuriated, felt as though she might vomit blood. Just as she was about to retort, she was interrupted by Qiao Jingyue. "Sister-in-law, leave." Jiang Qing's eyes widened, convinced she had misheard. Yet Qiao Jingyue's actions conveyed the truth of her understanding. After being forcefully pushed aside, Jiang Qing erupted into tears. Qiao Jingyue, indifferent to her plight, observed Nan Zhi, who refused to utter another word, veins pulsing at his temples. The atmosphere remained tense until they returned to the car, where Kaluo finally dared to breathe. She gazed at the dress cradled in her arms, and then at Nan Zhi, her emotions complex, mingling admiration with jealousy. It was evident that the man, even more handsome than Yen Su, must have some connection with Nan Zhi. Otherwise, he would not have shown them such leniency. But why did everyone gravitate toward her? This had been the case in Li City and now in Shun City as well. Nan Zhi's anger subsided slightly as she cast a glance at Kaluo, thinking it best to address matters at home. A young lady must preserve her dignity. However, that very glance incited Kaluo's ire, prompting her to exclaim, "If you have something to say, say it directly, rather than adopting that cryptic demeanor as if I am the one at fault." Nan Zhi found herself momentarily speechless, a multitude of words bubbling to her lips, but ultimately stifled. With a sense of regret, she said to Yen Su, "Let us have dinner together next time." As they halted at a red light, Yen Su looked at her, his eyes filled with reassurance. It's all right, don't overthink it. Today's events were entirely their fault. His words, though evidently abbreviated, resonated differently in Kaluo's ears, suggesting that Yen Su believed she too bore no blame. This realization bolstered her confidence, and she rushed to her friend group to share the tale, embellishing it as she went. By the time they arrived home, she felt like a downtrodden heiress bullied by a malicious nouveau riche. As the door closed, she boldly confronted Nan Zhi. Do you think I was in the wrong today? I do not, and neither does Yen Su. I merely retaliated against those who sought to belittle me. Surprisingly, Nan Zhi found herself devoid of anger. She cast a fleeting glance at Kaluo. It is indeed a commendable trait to retaliate against oppression. However, when one lacks the capability and resources, provoking those who are beyond one's reach, and then expecting me to clean up the ensuing mess, does that display courage or folly? Are you blaming me for bringing you trouble? Very well, I shall refrain from seeking you out next time. There is no need for you to fear. Nan Zhi let out a cold laugh, seemingly oblivious to the fact that this is not merely a question of whether to involve me, but rather one of your ability to gauge your own limits and avoid calamity. Do not frequent such establishments in the future. Why should I not go? My brother is wealthy. That wealth belongs to him, not to you. Kaluo suddenly narrowed his eyes, adopting a tone laced with intrigue. Nan Zhi, I have long wished to inquire. Did you, in fact, cause my brother's demise, harboring intentions to seize control of the company he founded? At the mention of Kuyi, a fleeting glint appeared in Nan Zhi's eyes, and she, somewhat guilt-ridden, averted her gaze from Kaluo. Chapter 88. The Thousand Cuts. Nan Zhi was left with internal injuries from her confrontation with Kaluo, suffering from a throbbing headache and slightly blurred vision. This was a lingering consequence of her traumatic experience. Despite undergoing numerous examinations, no pathological cause was identified. She suspected it might be a manifestation of the currently prevalent PTSD. Closing her eyes, she attempted to drift into sleep, but it felt as though someone were relentlessly stabbing her brain with a sharp instrument, causing her eyes to ache as well. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, she reluctantly ventured into the living room in search of medication. A dim light illuminated the room where Kaluo was engrossed in a game on her tablet, simultaneously chatting with friends via voice call. Nan Zhi caught snippets of her own name entwined with some unsavory remarks, prompting her to frown slightly before striding over. Kaluo was startled, causing the tablet to slip from her grasp. What are you doing? Sneaking around like that? Don't you realize how indecent it is? Without uttering a word, Nan Zhi seized the medicine bottle and retreated to her room. Just as she closed the door, she heard Kaluo mutter something about being insane and the hereditary nature of such afflictions. Pressing her temples, she struggled to suppress the urge to confront her. She acknowledged her mistake. Having Kaluo stay at her home was ill-advised. Tomorrow, she would have Su could take her away. Typically, Nan Zhi would take only one pill, but today she swallowed two. With her eyes shut, she was preparing to hypnotize herself into a state of slumber to alleviate the pain when her phone chimed. Upon checking, she found a message from Sheng Huayan's secondary account. Are you and Yen Su serious? Taken aback, Nan Zhi pondered why her relationship status with anyone would concern him. After a brief pause, she typed her response, Director, are you truly invested in my lifelong affairs? To soften her reply, she added a cheeky emoji. Sheng's secondary account was not one for frivolity. It cut straight to the chase. Yen Su is notorious for his conquests. Do not be misled into thinking you are special enough to reform him. Even if he were sincere, the Yen family is not one you can simply waltz into. It would be wise to recognize your own position. Nan Zhi was not a virtuous person. Her interest in Yen Su was primarily exploitative. However, she did not harbor any animosity towards him. If fate were to provide an opportunity for such a remarkable man to cherish and adore her, that would indeed be splendid. Who said marriage was a necessity? Men could indulge. Why should women not enjoy love without the constraints of matrimony? Nan Zhi found herself at a loss for words at Sheng Huayan's condescending remarks. Yet she could not afford to offend him, replying simply, Thank you for your concern, Director. I understand. You think you understand? You do not. Each day at the golden stage, countless girls dream of marrying into affluent families. These girls, possessing beauty and attending prestigious schools. Yet what do they ultimately achieve? You would do well to focus on your work. Had these words come from a family elder, Nan Zhi would have expressed gratitude to them. But Sheng Huayan was a different matter entirely. She recalled their interactions were far from this tone. Was this truly Sheng Huayan? She hurried to check his social media, only to find no updates since her last visit. Turning to Sheng Huayan's primary account, she noted that it was updated every few days, primarily with work-related content, presenting a more serious demeanor. She glanced at the latest post from Sheng Huayan, noticing a number of mutual friends had liked it. She clicked on each of their profiles, only to find no trace of Sheng Huayan's alternate account, which struck her as peculiar. It seemed as though this account was solely in contact with her. Nan Zhi felt a sense of bewilderment. She was not so self-absorbed as to believe that Sheng Huayan held any affection for her, yet his actions were undeniably perplexing. Despite having taken medication, she struggled to sleep due to the presence of Sheng Huayan's WeChat message, and upon waking, her head throbbed incessantly. In her less-than-ideal state, she felt unfit to drive. Yet Kaluo accused her of deliberately avoiding giving her a ride. Without having eaten breakfast, she hurried out to hail a taxi. Nan Zhi felt too drained to be angry. Just as she was about to take the subway, she spotted Yin Su waiting for her downstairs, holding a steaming breakfast in his hands. It was rather chilly that day, and Yin Su was dressed lightly in a shirt and a jacket, his fingers icy from standing in the wind for who knows how long. A warmth blossomed in Nan Zhi's heart. She was not a masochist, and it naturally brought her joy to be treated kindly. "Why didn't you come upstairs?" she asked. Yin Su rubbed his hands together, replying, "I thought it might be inconvenient since you live with someone. Are you heading to the office? I can manage on my own. Please, let me give you a ride. I need an excuse to pick you up this afternoon. Grant me this opportunity." Though she recognized the underlying strategy, it nonetheless brought her delight. Without further pretense, she accepted the ride. Once in the car, Yin Su handed her a thermos filled with soy milk made from red beans, jujubes, peanuts, and longan, claiming it was especially beneficial for girls. Nan Zhi took a sip, the warmth soothing as it settled in her stomach. Yin Su pointed to the bag containing a chicken sandwich and a beef sandwich, both delicious yet low in calories. Nan Zhi found herself increasingly impressed with skills like his. What girl could possibly resist? This soy milk is exquisite. Where did you buy it? He smiled without responding. Girls shouldn't easily harbor anger, but don't bottle it up either. If you encounter a situation like yesterday's again, I'll take you out for some fun. He seemed to have witnessed the entire ordeal, and Nan Zhi, without reservation, sighed and explained, "Kaluo is the sister of another manager at our company, Kuyi. Their grandmother was once our family's maid and saved my mother's life. Now that her grandmother has passed and her brother is missing, I feel obligated to look after her, but my temper often leads to conflicts." Even Yin Su seemed at a loss for words, eventually remarking, "That girl does have quite the temper. Perhaps she'll improve once she outgrows her rebellious phase." As they conversed, they arrived at the company without noticing the passage of time. Just as Nan Zhi stepped out of the car, she spotted Kaluo alighting from a taxi. Kaluo shot her a fierce glare, saying nothing as she stormed into the building. Nan Zhi felt there was nothing to be said. If Kaluo chose to misunderstand, that was her prerogative. After a while, Sang Sang approached her with complaints, stating that Kaluo had broken the copier and, after a few harsh words, had retreated to Su Ku's office in a huff. Furrowing her brow, Nan Zhi was about to seek out Su Ku when her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a client she had spoken with a couple of days prior. She gestured for Sang Sang to step outside and answer the call. In the tea house, Qiao Jingyue set down her teacup and gently wiped her lips with a handkerchief before leisurely addressing Mrs. Yan. "I have arranged for the person you requested. As for what to do next, that is entirely up to you." Mrs. Yan's brows furrowed in irritation. "What can be done? Am I truly expected to hand her a 5 million yuan check to sever ties with my son? She is hardly worthy. Do not underestimate this young woman, Mrs. Yan. She possesses considerable prowess. First, she attempted to entangle my Chun-Shun, and when that proved futile, she turned her sights on your Asu. Such a woman will go to great lengths to secure her place in a wealthy family. Rest assured, Mrs. Song, I shall deftly handle this little vixen. As Qiao Jingyue noted that the time was drawing near, she contentedly stepped into the inner room, where a screen provided a barrier. Yet, everything spoken outside was crystal clear. Chapter 89. Longing to kiss her, as Nan Zhi entered the private room, she was greeted not by a portly middle-aged man, but by a resplendent and elegant woman. Instantly, she sensed that today's encounter would not be straightforward. Before she could utter a word, the woman raised her eyelids and, in a haughty tone, inquired, "Are you Nan Zhi?" "Yes, and you are?" "I am Yin Su's mother." "Good day, Mrs. Yin." Only then did Mrs. Yin regard her properly, acknowledging that Nan Zhi possessed a certain beauty, which explained why Yin Su had his housekeeper prepare breakfast exclusively for her. At home, exclusively? In that moment, Nan Zhi finally grasped the significance of the breakfast she had received, and it was no wonder his mother sought her out. "Mrs. Yin, The woman raised her hand to silence her. "Nan Zhi, I am here today to convey that my son, Yin Su, is an only child. While his wife need not come from a prestigious family, she must possess a reputable lineage and noble character. We are well aware of your true nature. If you wish to thrive in Shin City, I advise you to keep your distance from my son. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Nan Zhi listened intently, realizing that while the words were indeed insulting, their capacity to harm was minimal. The vocabulary of these affluent women was shockingly limited, continuously revolving around status, quite tedious. Moreover, she could empathize with Mrs. Yin. Were she a mother, she too would be infuriated if a wayward girl attempted to ensnare her son. While contemplating how to offer some consolation, she suddenly noticed a silhouette moving behind the screen. It appeared to be a woman. Nan Zhi concentrated, pondering who it might be. A supporter from the Yin family? Surely, there was no need for concealment. Wouldn't a larger crowd amplify their collective disdain? Suddenly, she recognized the woman's hairstyle, reminiscent of a news anchor. This hairstyle, it seemed familiar. In her moment of distraction, she neglected to respond to Mrs. Yin's remarks. Observing her silence, the woman assumed it was a form of defiance and sneered, "I know you are dissatisfied, thinking that Yin Su's affection grants you immunity. You are gravely mistaken. Yin Su's interest in you is fleeting. Once the novelty wears off, you will become nothing more than the refuse he is eager to discard." Nan Zhi smiled. "If that is the case, why go to such lengths? It would be wiser to wait until he grows weary of me, thereby sparing you the burden of being seen as a villain and distancing yourself from your son." "You." Mrs. Yin found herself at a loss for words, as Nan Zhi's retort rang true. From behind the screen, Qiao Jingyue cursed under her breath, deeming Mrs. Yin a fool for allowing a mere young girl to lead her by the nose. With such intellect, it was a mystery how she had secured her position as the matriarch of the Yin family. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and Nan Zhi's gaze flickered back to the screen. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated from the door. Fuming with embarrassment, Mrs. Yin demanded, "Did you call Yin Su here?" Nan Zhi feigned innocence. "I had no idea I would be meeting you. How could I possibly notify him?" The occupants within the room remained silent, and those outside seemed impatient. Without further ado, one of them pushed the door open and stepped inside. Both Nan Zhi and Mrs. Yin were taken aback, for it was not Yin Su who entered, but Qiao Jingyue. His brow furrowed slightly, and his cold, piercing gaze swept over everyone in the room. Mrs. Yin rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Jingyue, what brings you here?" In an instant, the man reverted to his previously aloof demeanor, as though the impatient figure moments ago was merely a figment of Nan Zhi's imagination. He nodded to Mrs. Yin, apologizing, "Madam, I apologize for entering without your permission. I am here to see Miss Nan." "Me?" Nan Zhi was taken aback. She could hardly fathom what merit she possessed to warrant a visit from Professor Qiao. With a nonchalant expression, Qiao Jingyue continued, "I was at your company looking for someone. They informed me you were here, so we must leave quickly. There is an issue with the new drug." At that moment, Nan Zhi's heart sank. The trials of the new medication were indeed her greatest vulnerability. Grabbing her bag, she stood up to leave, forgetting to bid farewell to Mrs. Yin. Faced with Mrs. Yan's furious gaze, Qiao Jingyue offered an apology before following her out. Once outside, Nan Zhi inquired, "Is it another problem with Granny Zhao?" Qiao Jingyue did not respond directly, urging instead, We must hurry. If we delay, it will be too late. Too late? Is someone going to die? Panic set in, and Nan Zhi broke into a jog to keep up with Qiao Jingyue. At the entrance of the tea house, his car was parked, and without hesitation, she opened the passenger door. A faint smirk tugged at Qiao Jingyue's lips as he endeavored to conceal his satisfaction. Focused solely on her anxiety, Nan Zhi urged him, "Please, drive faster." Qiao Jingyue remained calm, navigating through the congested city at a speed of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Inside, Nan Zhi felt as though her heart was being gnawed by a swarm of ants. Glancing at the man beside her, she felt compelled to gather more information. "Professor Qiao, could you please elaborate on the situation?" Qiao Jingyue's well-defined hand leisurely grasped the steering wheel, yet his brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, "This is bad. There's a traffic jam. Yes, this time of day tends to be congested. Could we possibly take an alternate route?" Her suggestion echoed his own thoughts, and he readily agreed. "All right, let's take a few side streets. Hold on tight." Fearing to disturb his concentration while driving, she refrained from speaking further, waiting until he had maneuvered onto a densely wooded lane before sensing something amiss. "Professor Qiao, why are we driving further away from the hospital?" "Who said we were going to the hospital?" He brought the car to a halt at the roadside. Nan Zhi stared into his inscrutable dark eyes for several seconds before the realization struck her. She had been deceived. Anger bubbled within her, and she reached for the door handle, only to find it locked. Furrowing her brow tightly, she impatiently knocked. "Open the door. I want to get out." The man dismissed her threats, leisurely retrieving a pack of cigarettes, shaking one loose, and placing it between his lips. As the smoke wafted through the air, he addressed the woman intent on pounding the door. "Save your energy. It's futile." Nan Zhi turned to glare at him fiercely. "Qiao Jingyue, what exactly do you intend to do?" Leaning back in his seat, he exhaled a plume of smoke toward her, adding with a hint of wickedness, "You should be grateful. I was trying to save you." "You saved me? Didn't you say you never joke about patients?" "Did I?" "You mentioned Granny Zhao." Nan Zhi abruptly halted, for those were merely her own fabricated thoughts. He had not uttered a single word. In despair, she closed her eyes, pondering her own foolishness. Suddenly, the man's large hand, callous from holding cigarettes, rested gently against her cheek, his thumb gliding softly along her smooth skin until it reached her chin, where he gave it a delicate squeeze. The aromatic blend of menthol and smoke infiltrated her nostrils, causing her to furrow her brow, not due to the cigarette, but because of his proximity. Leaning back, she attempted to evade his breath. "Qiao Jingyue, don't you find this tedious?" The man gazed at her slightly parted, rosy lips, a shadow of dark intent flickering in his eyes. Damn it, he was actually contemplating kissing her. Chapter 90. Daydream gazing at the man looming over her, Nan Zhi screamed, "Qiao Jingyue, what are you planning to do?" The man pinched her delicate face, his voice low and cold. "You ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for me, you would still be enduring humiliation at that tea house from Yensu's mother. Well, I must thank you, but I don't require your assistance. I believe I communicated quite well with Mrs. Yen. Her remarks were not problematic at all." The man's expression darkened. "Do you truly consider the term garbage acceptable?" Nan Zhi shrugged nonchalantly. "Indeed, you have said far worse to me in the past." Qiao Jingyue paused. "Have I said such things?" "Professor Qiao, I have taken your lessons to heart and expressed my gratitude. May I exit the vehicle now?" Her palpable disdain pierced through him, leaving Qiao Jingyue feeling increasingly stifled. His handsome features contorted with a brooding intensity. He inhaled sharply, and then leaned down to capture her lips, exhaling the smoke into her mouth. Nan Zhi gasped, instinctively opening her mouth to cough, but he seized the moment to deepen the kiss. In that intimate exchange, the frustrations that plagued him dissipated like wisps of smoke. He kissed her more fervently. Nan Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded the man before her, both familiar and strange. His kiss was laden with a fierce possessiveness. Was this reluctance? After a moment's astonishment, she began to struggle violently. Yet, he expertly restrained her, pressing his body against her, his large hand tearing at her clothing, his breath husky as he murmured, "Nan Zhi, do not move. I desire you." A tremor coursed through her, and she released her grip on his wrist. This despicable man, driven by primal urges, after a wave of sorrow, she unexpectedly softened, gently kissing him. He let out a contented sigh, a deep, alluring sound. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Zhi pushed him away, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Professor Qiao, are you so reluctant to part with me? Have you fallen for me?" Her words detonated like a bomb in his mind, freezing him in place, his gaze turning icy and terrifying. In an instant, he withdrew, the desire in his eyes vanishing completely, replaced by a cold indifference, as if he had transformed into a different person. Nan Zhi felt a pang in her heart, an inexplicable bitterness and grievance spreading within her. Moments ago, she had resisted. Now, she clutched at his clothing, imploring, "Answer me. Have you fallen for me?" He forcefully pushed her away, retorting, "Nan Zhi, what daydreams are you indulging in broad daylight?" Mirroring his tone, she shot back, "If you do not love me, why go through the trouble of luring me out to the tea house?" "Qiao Jingyue, what are you feeling in the light of day?" A fleeting darkness flickered in his eyes, his voice cold and dismissive. "You are overthinking it. I merely cannot forget your body." After all, his gaze lingered on a certain part of her physique. "Your body is exquisite, and I find great pleasure each time." The words that followed were far too crude, far more explicit than anything he would usually utter in the privacy of his bedroom. Suddenly, Nan Zhi burst into laughter, pondering whether the inability to forget equated to a casual encounter. She recalled that forgetting did not come without cost, and it was quite steep. It was rumored that Yin Su had bestowed upon her a contract worth 500,000. Perhaps she should offer 1,000,000 instead. Would he comply? If murder were not a crime, Nan Zhi would have relished the thought of strangling this despicable man. He had an uncanny ability to trample her into the mud. In comparison, the humiliation inflicted by Yin Su's mother paled in significance. A sharp sound echoed within the confines of the car as flesh met flesh. Nan Zhi clenched her fists, casting a fearful glance at the crimson imprint on the man's face. In a moment of lost control, she had slapped him. It was evident that Professor Qiao, a man of considerable stature, had probably never experienced such a thing from a woman before. At that moment, his tongue pressed against his cheek, and the flames of fury in his eyes threatened to consume her. Gradually, Nan Zhi relaxed, a defiant smile gracing her lips as she regarded him, her gaze a challenge that dared him to retaliate. The two engaged in a silent standoff, the passage of time stretching thin like a fragile thread. After what felt like an eternity, the stillness was shattered by the sound of the car lock disengaging. His low voice was laced with a hatred that seemed capable of tearing her to shreds. "Get out." Without hesitation, Nan Zhi flung open the door and stepped out. Yet, as her feet met the ground, she realized her legs trembled, nearly betraying her. Steadying herself against the car door, she lifted her chin and strode away with purpose. Inside the vehicle, the man's veins bulged as he struck the steering wheel with force. The sudden, jarring blare of the horn caused her legs to weaken once more, nearly bringing her to her knees. As she turned to glance back, she saw his car speeding past her, kicking up small stones that struck her shoes. With her heart finally at ease, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She had undoubtedly crossed Qiao Jingyue. Yet what to be done? Their relationship was doomed to prevent any semblance of friendship. Peaceful coexistence seemed a far-off dream. Standing by the roadside for a moment, she intended to summon a ride when her phone rang. It was Yin Su. His voice bore a hint of urgency. "Nan Zhi, where are you?" Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to keep her tone calm. "What is the matter? Is there something wrong? I heard that my mother went to see you. She didn't trouble you, did she?" "No." Yin Su, clearly skeptical, pressed. "Where are you? I need to see you immediately." Nan Zhi glanced around and realized she was in a small park, promptly sending him her location. After sending the message, she settled onto a stone bench beneath a tree, waiting. Yin Su arrived swiftly, despite the frigid weather. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and a stray lock of hair had fallen from his normally slicked-back style, giving him a slightly disheveled appearance. Yet, this version of him appeared even more sincere and endearing. Nan Zhi waved, "Over here." Upon seeing her, Yin Su hurriedly apologized. "Nan Zhi, please disregard what my mother said. I will handle it." She offered him words of comfort and even spoke in defense of his mother, which helped alleviate his feelings of guilt and agitation. However, he soon lamented, "Nan Zhi, I've come to realize that you truly do not harbor any affection for me. If one truly cared, how could they possibly be so indifferent? Nan Zhi pondered, and indeed it was true. She recalled a time, at the tender age of 8 or 9, when she harbored a fondness for the bespectacled boy in her class. However, his mother disdained her family's reputation, prompting Nan Zhi to contemplate pilfering cured meats from her kitchen to win his favor. Now, she found herself devoid of even the capacity for anger. To put it plainly, it stemmed from a lack of concern. A sense of awkwardness washed over her. Yin-Su, perhaps you should just let it go. Yin-Su, visibly agitated, retorted, no, I cannot abandon this midway. I truly am quite terrible. Before she could finish her thought, Yin-Su silenced her with a kiss. Chapter 91. Embrace him. Nan Zhi held the lollipop he had given her, her eyes wide and expressive. It seemed he had an affinity for stashing sweets in his pockets. Yin-Su felt a twinge of irritation. He wished he would refrain from uttering such phrases in the future. I like you, he asserted. This isn't just a fleeting infatuation. Nan Zhi, make an effort to like me a little more, and you will discover the depths of my character. Nan Zhi, by her very nature, was one who responded better to gentleness than to harshness, particularly after being treated dismissively by Qiao Jingyue. The contrast with Yin-Su's demeanor was strikingly profound, drawing her in closer against her will. After a prolonged silence, Yin-Su finally heard her inquire, why do you carry candy with you? Zan-Su deeply, I'm trying to quit smoking. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhi became aware of the faint scent of smoke lingering on her. She felt an urge to explain. Yet Yin-Su did not press further, leaving her at a loss for words. The silence between them hung heavy with awkward tension until, fortuitously, Nan Zhi's phone rang, shattering the peculiar atmosphere. However, once she concluded the call, an even stranger feeling settled in. Yin-Su regarded her with curiosity. What has transpired? The call had originated from the hospital, indicating there was an issue with a new medication, a matter that echoed the unsettling deception she had faced from Qiao Jingyue earlier, evoking a sense of impending trouble. Yet, she could not dismiss it as mere fantasy. It was the hospital calling, stating that there had been a complication with the clinical trial of a new drug from her company. Let's go to the hospital, he urged. On their way, Nan Zhi remained preoccupied with concerns about Granny Zhao, only to discover upon arrival that her situation was unrelated. Granny Zhao had already been moved from her ward, and the trial had been halted. The issue lay with a young volunteer in the second phase who had developed respiratory difficulties, chest tightness, and heartburn after taking the medication that morning. When she arrived, she found Qiao Jingyue conducting an examination. His eyes, visible above his mask, were focused and serene, exuding the aura of a dependable physician, a stark contrast to the rogue demeanor he had displayed in the car. Nan Zhi steadied her thoughts and approached him once he finished his examination. Professor Qiao, how is the volunteer? Qiao Jingyue glanced around and instructed, all unrelated personnel, please exit. The only one remaining was Yin-Su. Yin-Su, understanding the situation, promptly apologized to the nurse ushering them out and signaled to Nan Zhi with his lips, I will wait for you outside. Once they were alone, Qiao Jingyue drew the curtain around the examination bed and, in a tone audible only to them, remarked, tell me, does Yin-Su love you or merely your body? Nan Zhi nearly doubted her own hearing. The usually meticulous Professor Qiao was making such a statement at this moment. Was it appropriate? Naturally, she refrained from responding and raised her voice slightly, inquiring, Professor Qiao, how is the volunteer? He leisurely gathered his stethoscope. Are you certain you wish to discuss this here? Nan Zhi remained silent, following him to the adjacent office. The room was small, accommodating only a desk and 2 chairs. She stood by the desk, enveloped in his presence. Upon entering, Qiao Jingyue immediately bent to write a medical record, while Nan Zhi quietly observed him, her gaze inevitably drawn to the face concealed behind the mask. She vividly recalls the sting of that slap, wondering if his face is still flushed. If he needs a mask to conceal it, he would likely harbor even more resentment toward her. Have you had enough? Nan Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Even in such a state, you still have the audacity to flirt with me. Nan Zhi, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with derision. Why are you so provocative? Nan Zhi narrowed her eyes, but quickly suppressed her indignation. She forgave him. A man plagued by unfulfilled desires can only vent through empty bravado. Her delicate fingers tapped lightly on the table. Professor Qiao, it is currently work hours. I am inquiring about the patient's condition as a representative of the pharmaceutical company. I have the right to know. Qiao Jingyue's expression darkened, the constriction in his chest intensifying to the point where he questioned whether he too had developed a heart condition. Clearing his throat, he finally addressed Nan Zhi. Based on the examination results, the volunteer's reactions are of a pathological nature. Nan Zhi frowned. Did I not make myself clear? She prompted again. Could you perhaps simplify your terminology? He set down his pen, gazing at her in disbelief. Although you are merely a business manager at a pharmaceutical company, your field is medicine. Tolvaptan is also developed by your company. Shouldn't you possess basic medical knowledge? Nan Zhi thought to herself, here we go again. If the professor wishes to impart knowledge, he could do so at a school. If nothing else, he could summon his graduate students instead of subjecting her to this. Noticing her displeasure, Qiao Jingyue chose not to press further, simply stating, this individual has some heart issues, compounded by his alcohol consumption during the trial. Alcohol? Well, to be precise, it was an alcoholic beverage that he was unaware of, which triggered the symptoms. Nan Zhi exhaled in relief, as long as it wasn't a side effect of the medication. However, observing the gravity of Qiao Jingyue's demeanor, it seemed he was withholding certain details. This is work, Nan Zhi reminded herself, unable to dwell on the discord between her and Qiao Jingyue, and pressed for clarity. Surprisingly, the man was not as sardonic as before, merely regarding her with a complex expression. Your medication. Nan Zhi's heart raced in anticipation, her breath momentarily suspended. Just as she thought she might suffocate, she heard Qiao Jingyue say, this type of medication carries certain side effects, as seen in Grandma Zhao's case. Long-term use can provoke gastrointestinal reactions and even urinary system responses. However, your new drug remarkably circumvents these adverse effects. Impressive indeed. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the report, delivering a sincere commendation devoid of personal sentiment. Nan Zhi felt her eyes welling up. Had the person before her not been Qiao Jingyue, she might have been tempted to embrace him. For the first time, her medication had received validation, and the one recognizing it was none other than the formidable Qiao Jingyue. She vividly recalled how he had once looked down upon Nan Zhi Pharmaceuticals' new drug. Unable to embrace him, she bowed deeply to Qiao Jingyue, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Professor Qiao, for granting me this opportunity. There is no need to thank me. All of this is a result of your own hard work. I believe that once the fourth trial concludes, the medication from Nank will be introduced to numerous hospitals across the nation. Consider how to ensure a steady supply. A faint smile appeared on Nan Zhi's pale face. Given the scale of Nank Pharmaceuticals, it is entirely incapable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. I have made up my mind. If the approval is granted, I wish to transfer the patent. Qiao Jingyue pondered for a moment, finding Nan Zhi's proposal to be the most viable. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Recognizing her understanding of the greater picture and her ability to navigate the complexities without arrogance or greed, Nan Zhi resembled a resplendent flower. Initially, he found her gaudy and superficial, yet as the blossom withered, she bore unripe fruit that gradually matured. Contemplating this, a pang of sorrow gripped his chest, as if he had lost something precious. Chapter 92. The survivor Yin Su waited for Nan Zhi for a while before receiving a call from a friend requesting his assistance. He glanced at the tightly shut door, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately acquiesced to his friend's plea. When Nan Zhi emerged, she noticed the WeChat message he had sent and replied before seeking out Li Xiao. At present, she felt a compelling urge to share her thoughts with someone. Unfortunately, Li Xiao was occupied with surgery. After wandering through the orthopedic department, Nan Zhi prepared to leave the hospital, only to unexpectedly encounter Qiao Jingyue once more. It seemed this hospital was rather small. Given the earlier incident, Nan Zhi felt compelled to greet him. She forced a smile and said, Professor Qiao, what a coincidence to see you again. Qiao Jingyue narrowed his eyes slightly, perceiving in Nan Zhi a odd reminiscent of their first meeting, both insincere and irksome. With a cold snort, he chose to ignore her. This suited Nan Zhi just fine, and she hastily attempted to exit. However, as she brushed past him, he seized her wrist. Surprised, she looked at him and asked, "Is there something you need? I would like to introduce you to a client. Come with me." Nan Zhi raised her gaze towards the sky, pondering what sort of client he was referring to. Sensing something amiss, she smiled politely and declined, "Thank you, Professor Qiao. But our company's production capacity is currently insufficient, so I fear we cannot accept any orders." Cannot accept, or simply unwilling to. Do you believe, Miss Nan, that with Yin Su by your side, you'll have an endless stream of orders? Nan Zhi endeavored to overlook the sarcasm in his words, responding coolly. If you continue on this path, Professor Qiao, you might as well consider a career as a screenwriter. Your imagination is quite vivid. My willingness to accept orders is solely dependent on capability. His mask obscured much of his expression, yet his eyes bore a chilling intensity, laced with an undertone of coercion. What I require of you is not merely an option, it is a necessity. Nan Zhi felt momentarily dazed. When did the notoriously difficult Qiao Jingyue become insistent about her accepting orders? Was the world truly in such disarray? Turning down an opportunity presented on a silver platter was surely an act that would invite calamity. With a resigned nod, she conceded, "Very well, since you insist. I shall reluctantly comply." Qiao Jingyue found amusement in her response. What a clever little fox. Come with me. He tugged her along. Where are we going? Nan Zhi stumbled slightly as he pulled her. To discuss the order. He could hardly wait a moment. Nan Zhi began to suspect that the order was merely a pretext. Perhaps his true desire was to take her to bed. He guided her through less crowded areas, which was peculiar, for in a bustling hospital, he managed to lead her into a dim, narrow corridor that was almost devoid of people. Curious, Nan Zhi inquired, why are these areas nearly empty? He cast her a sidelong glance, an insidious glint in his eyes. Do you wish to know? Suddenly, she found herself disinterested. Yet he continued unabated, because this is where people typically pass when they die. The dead man's passage. A chill coursed through Nan Zhi's body, and she instinctively huddled closer to herself. A wicked smile curled beneath his mask. If you're frightened, you may hold on to me. Nan Zhi cast a sharp glance at him, then lowered her hand, raising her head high as she strode ahead. The man furrowed his brow and followed suit. Suddenly, he halted, grasping her arm. Irritation flared within Nan Zhi. Qiao Jingyue, what do you intend to do now? The man gestured for silence and led her to a door, coming to a stop. At that moment, a gentle, intermittent voice reached her ears. It was Jiang Yuan. A trace of sarcasm flickered in Nan Zhi's eyes. No wonder he appeared so anxious. If Jiang Yuan were to see them walking alone in this nearly deserted corridor, it would be difficult to interpret it innocently. However, wasn't Jiang Yuan supposed to be recuperating at home? Why was she here in the hospital, and in this particular place? Straining her neck to glimpse beyond, she was unexpectedly held down by the man's hand on her head. He then opened the door and thrust her inside. Her phone slipped from her pocket, crashing to the ground with a sound as she was pushed into the darkened room, the door shutting behind her with a definitive thud. Both Jiang Yuan and the man pushing her wheelchair turned their attention towards the disturbance. In that instant, the man suddenly drew a knife, pressing it against Jiang Yuan's neck. Darkness enveloped Nan Zhi, causing her breath to slow to an almost imperceptible rhythm. Huddled at the door, her fingers clutched tightly to the frame, she struggled to swallow, pondering the nature of this place, where the air was thick with a foul, metallic scent. Reaching out to retrieve her phone yielded nothing but emptiness. Desperation clawed at her as she felt around again, but still found nothing. Damn it! She contemplated kicking the door, but then reconsidered, choosing to remain silent. Outside, Qiao Jingyue was presumably with Jiang Yuan. His intention to confine her here was clearly to prevent Jiang Yuan from seeing her. If she were to create a ruckus, he would surely be furious. Ultimately, it was unlikely that any true harm would come to her. She decided to wait until he departed. Gradually, Nan Zhi sank down, sitting on the floor. In the stillness, the surroundings became eerily quiet. The door, likely made of metal, provided excellent sound insulation. All she could discern were faint rustlings from outside. Presumably, Qiao Jingyue and Jiang Yuan were engaged in some form of conversation or activity. Aware of her fear of darkness, Nan Zhi endeavored to empty her mind, dismissing all thoughts. Yet, the tendrils of dread, deeply rooted within her, sensed her terror and began to writhe with madness. They pierced her soft innards with sharp barbs, creating openings through which they devoured her flesh, growing at a frantic pace. Pain radiated from her heart, spreading throughout her body. Her scalp, fingertips, even her eyes. She felt as if her eyes had transformed into two gaping wounds, blood tears streaming from their corners. As her inner turmoil escalated, the external environment began to shift. The fetid air and sinister darkness pressed heavily upon her, morphing into grotesque corpses, their forms grotesquely contorted. Yet sharing a singular characteristic, their eyes were all bloodshot, hollowly gazing at her. The vines that had penetrated her skin resembled mischievous children waving their arms, burrowing into their eyes and thirstily sucking their blood. False, all of it, merely an ordinary room. Nan Zhi was a woman of formidable willpower. She endured the dual pressures of body and mind, each second stretching interminably. In her perception, it felt as though an eternity had passed, and the outside world seemed devoid of any sound. Thus, she rose and exerted all her strength to pull the door. It remained immovable. With trembling hands, she pressed against the lock, pleading for the door to open. Blood from her fingers stained the lock, then the entire door cascading down to the floor, transforming the darkness into a sea of crimson, layer upon layer, engulfing her feet, calves, thighs, waist, and neck. 7 years prior, the leeching earthquake claimed countless lives, with the greatest casualties occurring at Leeching No. 1 Middle School, where the most tragic scene unfolded in a gymnasium, where a multitude of young children were piled atop one another, leaving only a single girl as the survivor. Chapter 93. The Pale Beauty. A significant incident occurred at Rennan Hospital. A murderer, while receiving medical attention outside of custody, took Jiang Yuan hostage during his escape. Fortunately, Professor Qiao Jingyue timely intervened and rescued her, subsequently assisting the police in apprehending the criminal. In her effort to protect Qiao Jingyue, Jiang Yuan sustained an injury. A stab wound to her arm. The sight of Qiao Jingyue cradling the blood-soaked Jiang Yuan as he rushed her to the emergency room was witnessed by many, evoking emotions more intense than those typically found in a drama. Though Jiang Yuan's injuries were not severe, the trauma she experienced was profound. Even during the debridement and suturing, she clung to Qiao Jingyue's hand, unwilling to let go. By the time Qiao Jingyue remembered that someone was still locked in the specimen storage room, it was already evening. He ventured down the ominous corridor, where the bloodstains had been meticulously cleaned, the scent of disinfectant lingering heavily in the air. Frowning, he pushed open the iron door to the storage room. The room, devoid of windows, was shrouded in darkness. Dimly illuminated by the corridor's inadequate lighting, the glass jars containing human specimens glimmered coldly. As he stepped further inside, he found a room densely populated with glass containers, yet no one was present. It appeared his concerns had been unfounded. The woman was undoubtedly resourceful and had likely vacated the premises long ago. Just as he was about to leave, something shiny caught his eye on the floor. Picking it up, he discovered it was an earring. Its exaggerated geometric design unmistakably belonged to Nan Zhi, whom he had seen wearing it earlier that day. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he brought the earring close to his nose and inhaled deeply, detecting the faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of the girl. Like a voyeur, he clasped the earring in his palm, his thoughts consumed by her delicate, pale earlobe. After placing the earring in his pocket, he prepared to exit. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he reached up to flick the light switch in the room. With a sharp click, darkness enveloped him. Was the light broken? A wave of nausea gripped his stomach, and a sense of constriction weighed heavily on his chest. Nan Zhi suffered from claustrophobia. Without hesitation, Qiao Jingyue swiftly exited the room and descended the stairs. He made his way to the surveillance room, where only a few discrete cameras were installed along the corridor, accessible for viewing by only a handful of personnel within the hospital. Presenting his badge, he personally accessed the footage. Knowing the camera placements, he had expertly evaded capture while escorting her along that path, leaving no record of their passage. The door was also situated within a blind spot of the surveillance, and in the 30 minutes following the incident, he could not find any trace of Nan Zhi in the nearby footage. This indicated that she had remained inside. He continued to rewind the footage until, 2 hours later, he finally saw Li Xiao carrying her away. The camera captured only Li Xiao's back and her exposed legs. Who else could it possibly be? After deleting the video, Qiao Jingyue proceeded to the orthopedics department. Li Xiao was not present, and the nurse merely informed him that he had already clocked out. Frustrated, Qiao Jingyue dialed his number. Initially, there was only a busy signal, and then the line went dead. He cursed under his breath, unsure whether he was directing his ire at Li Xiao or himself. Meanwhile, Li Xiao observed the bewildered girl sitting up, hastening over to her. "You're awake?" Nan Zhi touched her forehead and asked, "Where am I?" "At my place." "Your place? It's quite tidy." Upon hearing her words, Li Xiao felt an immense relief wash over him. "Do you feel any discomfort now? Would you like something to eat?" Nan Zhi shook her head, attempting to rise from the bed, but her legs were so weak that she nearly collapsed to the floor. "What are you doing? Just lie down properly." Li Xiao shouted, anger bubbling within him. Heaven knows how terrified he was when he saw the girl convulsing in the specimen room. He felt fortunate that after his surgery, upon hearing from the nurse that she had been looking for him, he dialed her number, and even more so that he persisted in calling her repeatedly until she awoke from her unconscious state and found her phone on the ground. "Nan Zhi, you have claustrophobia. Who locked you in the specimen room?" Truth be told, he already had a suspicion when he asked this question. The foolish phone call earlier. Nan Zhi briefly recounted the events, and Li Xiao swiftly pieced together the information he had seen in the hospital group chat, grasping the general idea of what transpired. Just then, the doorbell at Li Xiao's home rang incessantly. "Is there a visitor at your house?" Li Xiao scoffed. "Not a visitor, just a fool." He scanned the room, found a baseball bat, and swung at the moment the door opened. Qiao Jingyue, who had trained in martial arts since childhood, instinctively tilted his head at the sound, but did not manage to completely evade the blow, which struck his shoulder solidly. He staggered but regained his balance, only to face a second swing from Li Xiao. This time, Qiao Jingyue grasped his wrist while simultaneously delivering a kick to Li Xiao's abdomen. Naturally, Li Xiao dodged, and the two began to clash violently. Hearing the commotion, Nan Zhi struggled to get out of bed and rushed outside. Upon witnessing the two engaged in combat, her headache intensified. "Stop it, Li Xiao. Don't fight anymore." Seeing her focus solely on Li Xiao, Qiao Jingyue's eyes burned with anger, and he landed a punch on Li Xiao's chin. Li Xiao was no match for Qiao Jingyue. His baseball bat had long since fallen to the ground, and he staggered backward several steps. Nan Zhi hurried to support him. "Li Xiao, are you all right?" A warmth flickered in Li Xiao's eyes. "I'm fine. Why did you get out of bed? You should lie down." Observing their mutual concern, Qiao Jingyue's expression darkened. "Nan Zhi, come here." Nan Zhi shot him a glance, ignoring him entirely. He was momentarily taken aback, his anger diminishing significantly. "I wasn't aware that the light in that room was broken. I understand. You just discovered your girlfriend and didn't want to create unnecessary misunderstandings," Nan Zhi replied, her voice hoarse. "As for the absence of light, along with the severed limbs and internal organs, those were mere coincidences, I comprehend." Qiao Jingyue fell silent for a moment before quietly stating, "It won't happen again." "It won't happen again? What future do they have?" Nan Zhi wished to end the conversation. "I heard Jiang Yiwen was injured. Shouldn't Professor Qiao be by her side now?" Qiao Jingyue furrowed his brow, casting a hostile glance at Li Xiao. "What you told her?" Li Xiao snurta. "What do you think I could possibly say? Your heroic rescue has spread like wildfire through the hospital's various groups. Professor Qiao, you are quite impressive." In the final sentence, Li Xiao imitated the infatuated tone of the young nurses, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. Nan Zhi pulled Li Xiao into the room, saying, "Li Xiao, lend me a hand. I have a headache." Li Xiao, ever accommodating, was about to close the door. Qiao Jingyue's expression darkened. He reached out to block the door, but the force he exerted caused his injured arm, struck by a baseball bat, to throb painfully, prompting a frown. Suppressing his frustration, he attempted to speak in a gentle tone. "Nan Zhi, I wish to have a private conversation with you." Before Nan Zhi could respond, Li Xiao interjected on her behalf. deeming it unnecessary. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qiao Jingyue seized his collar, thrust him outside, and promptly locked the door behind him. Chapter 94. A wild outburst in the realm of audacity. Qiao Jingyue undoubtedly holds the record for being the first to intrude into another's abode, forcibly thrusting the host outside and locking the door behind him. Outside, Li Xiao was vociferously cursing, pounding and knocking, yet Qiao Jingyue remained unflappable, utterly unmoved by the commotion. Nan Zhi admired his composure, akin to a mountain unshaken by an earthquake, yet she wished he would not direct such demeanor towards her. Stepping back, she sank into the sofa, her hand resting upon her forehead. "Your behavior is utterly devoid of decorum," she remarked. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from retorting and instead approached her. Crouching down, his strong, defined hands enveloped hers, the calloused fingers gently caressing her hands back. A shiver ran down Nan Zhi's spine. She felt no affection nor flirtation, merely an unsettling chill. "What are you doing?" she inquired, as he tightened his grip, preventing her escape. "Calm down. I merely wish to express my apologies. I was unaware that the light in that room was malfunctioning. The situation was perilous, and I could not guarantee your safety from the assailant wielding a knife. Hence my decision to push you inside." In truth, Nan Zhi would have comprehended his reasoning without his explanation. However, reason and emotion diverged sharply. The damage had been done, and a light-hearted apology bore no significance. "Professor Qiao," she ceased her struggle, speaking sincerely. "In that circumstance, your response was entirely justified, and I can understand your actions. As for my subsequent fainting in the room, that was solely my issue, so there is no need for you to apologize. I should rather express my gratitude." Though her words were earnest, they struck Qiao Jingyue's ears with a tone of sarcasm. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Nan Zhi abruptly stood up and, with astonishing speed, dashed to the door, flinging it open and fleeing outside. Qiao Jingyue was left speechless. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, who had been awaiting the locksmith, approached her. "How'd you get out?" he queried. Nan Zhi offered a wry smile. "Why shouldn't I? Indeed, there was no reason to linger with that mad dog. Li Xiao, please take me home." Glancing at the door, Li Xiao, concerned about Qiao Jingyue pursuing them, quickly led Nan Zhi downstairs, managing to reach the car before Qiao Jingyue could emerge. Upon reaching the ground floor, Nan Zhi spotted Yin Su smoking by the vehicle, his expression fraught with anxiety. As soon as he saw her, he rushed over, grasping her hand. "Where have you been? Why didn't you answer any of my numerous calls?" Before Nan Zhi could respond, his gaze shifted to Li Xiao disembarking from the car, and his brow furrowed. Both Li Xiao and Nan Zhi wore matching gray men's slippers, devoid of outerwear, further deepening Yin Su's frown until Nan Zhi softly uttered a cry of pain. Li Xiao immediately interjected, "Release Nan Zhi, her hand is injured." Yin Su glanced down, only to discover that Nan Zhi's fingernail had been broken down to the quick. Despite having been treated, blood still seeped from the wound. He hastily loosened his grip, a look of guilt washing over him. "What happened?" "I had a minor mishap at the hospital. May I come upstairs? I feel quite cold." Without hesitation, Yin Su removed his suit jacket and draped it over Nan Zhi's shoulders. As he observed the silhouettes of two individuals ahead, Li Xiao hesitated, retracting his foot, just as the locksmith company called him. He promptly entered his vehicle. His relationship with Nan Zhi was one of collaboration, and after her clear refusal, further pursuit seemed futile. Yin Su was indeed a suitable match for her. A bitter smile crept across Li Xiao's face as he drove home, where an imbecile awaited him. Yin Su assisted Nan Zhi upstairs. Once the door closed, he inquired, "Is there a first aid kit at home? I can tend to your wounds." Li Xiao had already taken care of it, but earlier he had inadvertently caused her to bleed again while dealing with that scoundrel, Qiao Jingyue. As a doctor, he could not have overlooked her injured finger. He could only feign indifference. Nan Zhi gently withdrew her hand. "It's nothing. Dr. Li has already treated me." "Why are you here?" she asked. "I called you numerous times, but couldn't reach you. I was worried something had happened, so I came to check on you." "Have you eaten?" Nan Zhi shook her head. "I'm not hungry." Yin Su scrutinized her pallor. "Even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. I'll order takeout for you." A sudden smile illuminated Nan Zhi's face. "Just please don't let the housekeeper cook." A hint of embarrassment flickered across his handsome features. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Yin Su, let us give it a try. Nan Zhi interjected softly, interrupting him. Yin Su was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his voice. What did you say? With tears glistening in her eyes, she turned her head, allowing a single tear to cascade down her cheek. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. No, I heard you. I'm willing, and you cannot go back on your word, Yin Su replied, a hint of urgency in his tone as he firmly grasped her arm. Nan Zhi turned to him, blinking back tears as she smiled. I haven't changed my mind. Every human possesses vulnerabilities, and Nan Zhi was no exception. Her weakness lay in her fear of kindness from others. Having endured a surfeit of malice since childhood, she had armored herself against the world. Yet within that sharp defense, there remained a sliver of softness, yearning for sweetness. It was the flashlight that Kuyi consistently illuminated for her on the long street, the protection Suko offered her in the dark alley amidst chaos, and the bowl of sweet tangyuan prepared by Grandma Ku in the kitchen. It was also that radiant smile from Qiao Jingyue after he rescued her from the clutches of death after 7 days. He was the first person she encountered upon her escape, inevitably ensnaring her heart and making her see him as the one she cherished deep within. Yet today, he had thrust her back into an abyss of despair. In her waiting, she reassured herself that as long as Qiao Jingyue could unlock that door, she would retract her words of finality, regardless of whom he loved or what his desires were. As long as he did not push her away, she could shamelessly cling to him, no matter the humiliation endured. Alas, he did not return as the gallant knight of 7 years prior, coldly abandoning her in the depths of hell. Such a person would never exist again. Yin Su cupped her face, urging her gently, do not cry. I will always treat you well from now on. With her long lashes glistening with tears of joy, Nan Zhi replied, do you know? Gazing at the girl's lips, which were tantalizingly close, Yin Su's voice turned hoarse. I wish to unleash my wild heart within yours, Zhi. Sensing the increasingly fervent breath of the man, Nan Zhi felt her muscles stiffen. Suddenly, the door swung open, and accompanied by the youthful, slightly off-key singing of a girl, the two embracing figures instantly parted. Kuluo's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a sensational scene upon entering. Her gaze fell upon Yin Su's face, displaying a hint of anger as she exclaimed, if you wish to be intimate, please return to your own room. Yin Su, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, then I'll take my leave. The takeout will arrive shortly. Do keep your hands dry. In truth, Nan Zhi felt a twinge of gratitude towards Kuluo, for she was not yet ready for such an encounter. Yin Su descended the stairs to his car, perhaps a bit dazed, completely oblivious to the man standing not far from his vehicle. He held a cigarette, and his eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent as he observed Yin Su. Moments later, he entered his car and pressed the accelerator to the floor, heading straight for Yin Su's vehicle. Chapter 95. An unfortunate incident. It was the following day when Nan Zhi learned of Yin Su's car accident. She hurried to the hospital, her gaze landing on the plaster cast encasing the man's arm, prompting her to ask, how did you end up in a cast? Did you not tell me it wasn't serious? Yin Su maintained a surprisingly optimistic demeanor. Just look at those with broken arms and legs. Mine is much lighter in comparison. Now come, sign for me. Amused by his playful spirit, Nan Zhi swatted his outstretched hand away, her voice softening as she inquired, how did the accident happen? Has the perpetrator been caught? When the topic arose, he appeared somewhat reticent, dismissing it with a casual tone. It's nothing, just acquaintances. Minor bumps are inevitable. Acquaintances? Under her persistent questioning, he finally admitted that he had rear-ended Qiao Jingyue, but refrained from mentioning the location. However, Nan Zhi's mind was as clear as crystal. It seemed someone had indeed lost their composure the previous night. This morning, Li Xiao had even posted on social media, revealing a chaotic living room. It was evident that Li Xiao was genuinely furious, as his caption was rather sharp. Home is where one sits, but the dog comes from the heavens. The comments were varied and colorful, with Chunwu innocently asking, Teacher Li, did you adopt a Siberian husky? Li Xiao retorted, not a husky, just a crazed stray. Chunwu responded, surely not. Your residence is in a high-end community. How could a stray enter? Jiang Yuan, recovering at home, also chimed in. Where could a stray possibly come from? Perhaps Li Xiao has attracted some romantic trouble? Beneath her comment, Li Xiao simply replied with a dismissive heh. Nan Zhi could easily deduce who was behind this chaos, and combined with Yin Su's brief words, she could certainly guess how the crazed stray had lost its wits. After offering Yin Su a few words of comfort, she contrived an excuse to leave, heading towards the cardiology department. Recently, Qiao Jingyue had not been seeing patients, and his surgeries had dwindled. She was unsure of his current busyness. In the corridor of the ward, she located him. Qiao Jingyue was instructing students on case studies. Upon hearing her call, he lifted his gaze, his sharp, indifferent eyes peering from beneath his short black hair, devoid of any guilt. After handing over the medical records to his students and exchanging a few hushed words, they departed. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, he approached her, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Nan Zhi clenched her fingers, her tone frosty as she replied, "Shouldn't it be you explaining things to me?" "Explain? To you? Huh?" His dismissive demeanor did not provoke her. Instead, her voice grew colder. "Why did you hit Yin Su? This could have resulted in severe consequences." He frowned slightly. "This was entirely an accident. I have already reconciled with Yin Su. What does it concern you? I am his girlfriend." Upon hearing the words girlfriend, a crack appeared in his otherwise arrogant facade, his seemingly calm gaze brewing with immense anger. With a swift motion, he grasped her slender wrist. His piercing gaze fixed on her face contorted in pain. "Did you promise him?" In her moment of discomfort, she found herself oddly calm, realizing he was fully aware of her progress with Yin Su. Drawing a measured breath, she responded coolly, "Yes, just last night, I promised him. He's now my boyfriend. Now, I implore you, what gives you the audacity to confront my boyfriend?" The man's eyes darkened ominously as he removed his mask, a hint of mischievous amusement gracing his thin lips. "How quick you are." Nan Zhi clearly had no desire to engage in any verbal sparring with him. She glared fiercely. "Qiao Jingyue, let us part ways amicably. Do not behave like a petulant child. If you dare to harm my boyfriend again, I shall." Her words were abruptly cut short as the man seized her by the neck, forcefully slamming her against the wall. Although he shielded her head with his hand at the moment of impact, Nan Zhi felt stars exploding in her vision. She promptly shut her eyes, her head seemingly more fragile than that of an ordinary person. However, she soon opened her eyes again and said to the man before her, "Release me, Qiao Madman." He appeared unfazed by this unkind moniker. "Why should I let you go?" "Because you have shared my bed, I do not permit you to be with him." She half closed her eyes and unexpectedly leaned closer to him. The sweet, alluring scent of the girl enveloped him, surpassing even the sterile aroma of the hospital, igniting an uncontrollable flutter in his heart. Yet, he remained immobile, not even attempting to restrain her further. "What is this? You have just declared your new relationship. Yet you cannot resist trying to seduce me?" Nan Zhi chuckled softly, glancing at the bustling corridor. Although they were in a visual blind spot, some curious glances were still cast their way. Her delicate fingers grazed his lips, teasingly brushing against his skin. "Professor Qiao, all it takes is for you to utter I love you, to express that you cannot bear to lose me, to wish for me to be your girlfriend, and I would break up with Yin Su in an instant." Her fingertips traced his Adam's apple, lingering there as she drew small circles. A shiver ran through him. His breath suddenly heated, his body taut with tension. Nan Zhi's dark eyes glinted with crimson intensity as she withdrew her hand, reiterating, "Do not harbor foolish dreams. You are utterly unremarkable. I only desire your body." She laughed heartily before unexpectedly shoving him away forcefully. "You claim to like me, yet you intend to mistreat me? If you consider me mere dirt beneath your feet, do not interfere with my pursuit of another. Qiao Jingyue, do not demean yourself. I truly will come to disdain you." With that, she brushed past him, maliciously nudging him as she swiftly departed. The man's face darkened, cold as ice, as he raised his right hand and struck it heavily against the wall. The resounding impact attracted attention, and a nurse approached, her eyes widening at the sight of his bloodied hand. "Professor Qiao, what has happened to you?" "It's nothing," he replied, cradling his injured right hand with his left. It had already taken a blow from Li Xiao, and after that strike, he sensed something was amiss with his bones. As he walked away, he informed the nurse, There's a minor issue with my hand. I'll have Director Liu take over the surgery this afternoon. The nurse complied, but was left pondering. She had clearly seen a woman earlier, and now that Dr. Jiang was absent from the hospital, who could that person have been? Nan Zhi went out briefly, returning with a basket of fruit. Yin Su felt a sense of helplessness. I do not wish to eat. Why go through such trouble? Nan Zhi picked up a large, crimson apple, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance, and playfully pouted, but I want to eat it. Yin Su glanced at his hands, offering a wry smile. I cannot peel it for you. Then I shall peel it for you, young Master Yin, and I will carve a little rabbit as well. As she spoke, she deftly took the apple and began to peel it with great focus. Yin Su watched her intently, captivated by her delicate and slender fingers. Her grip on the knife remarkably skilled. In no time, the thin apple skin cascaded down like petals. She was indeed beautiful and sweet, and for those who loved her, the rewards were bountiful, provided she wished it. A yearning stirred within Yin Su. He was overwhelmed with the desire to rush over and kiss her. He was so entranced by Nan Zhi that he failed to notice a pair of envious eyes lurking at the entrance of the ward, watching them intently. Chapter 96. Serve me a drink, the nurse inquired of the young girl standing at the door. Little one, do you wish to enter? Upon hearing the voice, Nan Zhi turned to look and saw Kaluo standing at the entrance, cradling a bouquet of flowers. As Kaluo noticed her gaze, she confidently strode in and approached the hospital bed, addressing Yin Su. Brother Yin Su, I saw your post about being hospitalized, so I came to visit you. Yin Su gazed upon the sweet girl holding a large bouquet of sunflowers, a warm smile gracing his face. Thank you, Gigi. Please arrange the flowers. Nan Zhi pouted. You only know how to command me. I'm peeling an apple and have no free hands. He playfully pinched her nose with his uninjured hand, and though he missed, his laughter was infectious. Kaluo found the scene rather irksome. Nan Zhi wiped her hands and casually took the flowers, placing them down. Next time you visit a patient, remember to bring a flower basket. Who keeps a vase in a hospital room anyway? Her well-meaning advice, however, ignited Kaluo's fury. You don't need to twist my words. You simply don't want me to visit Brother Yin Su, do you? Nan Zhi was taken aback. Is this how all teenagers behave in their tumultuous years? Yin Su interjected on Nan Zhi's behalf. Sister Nan Zhi did not mean it that way. You all side with her, my brother, Su Ku, and even you, Brother Yin Su. You've all been deceived. She is a fickle woman who delights in playing with men's emotions. Watching Kaluo erupt into tears and shouts, Nan Zhi felt almost petrified. What was happening? They had barely exchanged a few words, and she was making such accusations against someone she hardly knew. Was this a sign of folly or just sheer absurdity? Nan Zhi had no female friends, and her understanding of women primarily stemmed from adversaries. Thus, when faced with the delicate Kaluo, she found herself utterly at a loss. Furrowing her brow, she finally asked, Don't you have work? Kaluo cried even louder. You wicked woman. You only want all the men to revolve around you. It's disgusting. With that, she stormed off. Nan Zhi wore a bewildered expression akin to an elderly person on the subway, engrossed in their phone. What on earth just happened? Yin Su took her hand. Don't be upset. She's likely projecting her own issues. Nan Zhi sighed. Forget her. Just eat your apple. Yin Su indeed noticed the apple cut into bunny shapes and clumsily picked up his phone to take a picture. Nan Zhi chuckled. What are you doing? Posting on social media? You must show off the apple your girlfriend cut for you. With a gentle gaze, Nan Zhi looked at him. Yin Su was like a ray of warm sunshine piercing through her world, and even if she were but a fleeting mayfly, she yearned to draw near. However, Yin Su's social media post ultimately went unshared. Suddenly, 4 or 5 women burst into the ward, their fragrances wafting through the air, each one strikingly beautiful and fashionably adorned. Upon seeing Yin Su, the red-haired woman with voluminous waves rushed forward, exclaiming, My Su, how did you get hurt? I'm so worried for you. Not to be outdone, another curvaceous lady pushed past the redhead, pulling Yin Su toward her heart while speaking in a foreign tongue. The 2 women behind were equally unyielding, one of whom, a tall figure with short hair, extended her hand towards Nan Zhi, greeting her, Hello, we are Yin Su's ex-girlfriends. Yin Su, indeed, was a man of many conquests. His former flames spanned across ages, industries, and nationalities, almost touching the realm of gender fluidity. Now, having finally emerged from the throng of women, his handsome face was flushed. Whether from embarrassment or some other emotion remained unknown. "What brings you here?" Nan Zhi inquired. The red-haired lady responded, "You posted about the accident on social media, so we naturally came to see." The beautiful woman from Korea immediately began chattering away, and the short-haired beauty translated for Nan Zhi, revealing that there were outstanding cosmetic surgery fees to be settled, urging Yin soon not to perish. Nan Zhi remarked, "Are you still concerned about cosmetic surgery fees after breaking up?" "Indeed," came a reply. "Yin Su treats people exceptionally well, even after parting ways. The girls who were with him do not suffer. Should any issues arise, he readily lends a helping hand, thus earning him a stellar reputation in the circle." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Nan Zhi's face, prompting laughter from the short-haired beauty. "No need for modesty. It is precisely as you think. He's like central air conditioning." It turned out this warmth was not exclusive, but rather a nurturing force for all living things and the earth. The women continued to surround Yin Su, even insisting on staying to keep him company. Ultimately, Nan Zhi departed under Yin Su's reluctant gaze. In the corridor, she encountered Qiao Jingyue, who had just finished work, looking dashing in his black trench coat. Upon noticing Nan Zhi, an indifferent glimmer crossed his eyes as he brushed past her, exuding an air of haughty superiority, as if she were mere dust unworthy of his attention. However, Nan Zhi remained unfazed. "Qiao, what a pretense," she thought. Did he dare deny that those women in Yin Su's room were not brought there by him? Immature and tedious. Nan Zhi did not return home immediately. Instead, she visited a supermarket to purchase pork bones and vegetables, intending to prepare a soup for Yin Su. While in her car, she received an apologetic video call from him. The women had dispersed, and he asked if she would accompany him. Nan Zhi pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm making soup for you. I'll come over once it's ready and keep you company for the night." Upon hearing her words, Yin Su's mood brightened as though a dark cloud had parted. He had anticipated that she might suggest a breakup during the call. Watching Yin Su on the screen, excited like a young boy, Nan Zhi smiled. Everyone has a past. After all, Nan Zhi left around 8 o'clock. Kaluo was absent. This girl was quite spirited, having just arrived in Shin City a few days ago. She mingled effortlessly with people both inside and outside the company, returning home late after a day of fun. Nan Zhi called Su Ku to ask him to keep an eye on her before setting off. Upon reaching the hospital, however, she found herself at a loss. The man with whom she had shared tender moments just over an hour ago had vanished. Stunned, Nan Zhi summoned a nurse for information. The nurse informed her that Yin Su's family had just arrived and taken him away. She added that the patient's condition permitted home recovery, and hospitalization was not strictly necessary. Nan Zhi felt neither elated nor dejected. Gazing at the soup in her hands, she recalled adding several Chinese medicinal herbs, a flavor she typically disliked. Perhaps she could return home to make noodles instead. Suddenly, a large hand reached over and took the soup pot from her grasp. Startled, Nan Zhi turned to find herself face to face with the exquisitely handsome visage of a man. As she was about to unleash her anger, a sudden thought struck her. It seemed that every time she became enraged, this insufferable man derived a peculiar delight from it. Conversely, when she clung to him in a bothersome manner, he would eagerly push her away. She was no psychological expert and could not fathom the depths of his twisted mind. Yet she was certainly capable of handling him. "Professor Qiao, what a coincidence." Although her words were insincere, she managed to muster a beautiful smile. Qiao Jingyue squinted his eyes. He had anticipated her to erupt in fury, but was taken aback by her warm reception. He shook the thermos in his hand. "Coincidence? Were you not specifically here to deliver soup to me?" "Indeed. Had you arrived a tad later, I would have fed it to the dog," she replied with a beaming smile, as if uttering the most romantic lines of the century. The man narrowed his eyes, and in a sudden motion, seized the nape of her neck. "Come, let's go to my office. I want you to personally feed me." Chapter 97. Unfastening the button question. What should one do if a proud man, whom you just chastised and who behaves disgracefully, now insists on your company, requesting you to feed him soup? I await your advice urgently. There is no definitive answer. As long as Qiao Jingyue desires it, Nan Zhi cannot escape. Unless she were to scream assault in the hospital corridor, but such an outcome would likely render her the enemy of the entire hospital, preventing her from even entering Run and in the future. Being drawn into his solitary office, Nan Zhi was reluctant to enter. The man wore a faint smile. Are you frightened? Provocation held no sway over Nan Zhi. She nodded. Indeed, at this late hour, alone with a man. I'm concerned my boyfriend might misunderstand. Qiao Jingyue retrieved his phone and unlocked it. Then let us have a video call with your boyfriend, the three of us together. The phrase together lingered on his lips, imbued with an ambiguous intimacy. Nan Zhi's face flushed, not from shyness, but from anger. With every layer she uncovered about him, the urge to strangle him grew stronger. What manner of creature was Qiao Jingyue? He was a far cry from the gentle, patient man who had always indulged her in her memories. Entering with her head bowed, she resembled a wilted kitten, no longer in a state of perpetual readiness for battle. Qiao Jingyue found her in this state particularly endearing. He pulled out a chair and sat down, placing a hand on her shoulder. Nan Zhi complied, instinctively resting her slender fingers on the table. The man's gaze darkened as he stood to fetch a medical kit. Watching his tall figure, a frown creased Nan Zhi's brow. It seemed he was indeed quite unwell. How did you injure your hand? Qiao Jingyue's melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. She flexed her fingers nonchalantly, rolling her eyes. It's just a minor injury from a door. Did Qiao Jingyue not notice the bloodstains on the door? He chuckled softly. Just a broken nail. Do you wish for a river of blood? Are all doctors so callous? What would you prefer? A kiss? His half-closed eyes glimmered with a light-hearted smile. Nan Zhi attempted to withdraw her hand, insisting, this small injury can be treated by a nurse. It's no trouble for you. He grasped her wrist, but his arm brushed against something soft, causing a pained expression to flicker across his handsome features. Nan Zhi furrowed her brow. Professor Qiao, are you trying to feign injury? Qiao Jingyue remained silent, deftly unfastening the cufflinks of his shirt, rolling up his sleeves. Just as Nan Zhi braced herself for an attempt at seduction, she beheld his entire arm marred with bruises, some areas already turning yellow, stark against his fair skin, presenting a ghastly sight. This injury will take at least 3 to 5 days to heal. I can hardly steady my scalpel. Nan Zhi narrowed her eyes. Is it Li Xiao? Yes. If he were any more ruthless, my arm would be rendered useless, and soon. Countless patients would lose a capable doctor. Nan Zhi refrained from arguing, knowing he could certainly shout this statement down. However, she felt no guilt, nor did she pity him. Instead, she relished in the irony, thinking that despite such injuries, he could still destroy someone's home and run people over. His claims of being severely injured were, in her view, questionable at best. Qiao Jingyue felt a heavy weight in his chest, unable to breathe, both stifling and suffocating. While Yen Su had his arm in a cast, she busied herself with slicing apples and preparing soup, oblivious to his plight. It seemed that her heart had truly moved on from him. For the first time, a man who had never deeply contemplated this matter found himself painfully aware of the girl's affections, only to realize that he had already lost her. Noticing the profound melancholy in his gaze, Nan Zhi felt a shiver down her spine. She rose to her feet, stating that it was late and she needed to return home. Just as she reached the door, the man behind her caught up and pushed her against the doorframe. He enveloped her, every inch of his heated body pressed closely against hers, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Due to their mutual familiarity with each other's bodies, Nan Zhi could not help but respond, biting her lip in restraint as she pressed herself against the door, her voice hoarse and suppressed. Qiao Jingyue, let me go. The proud and noble man, surprisingly acting like a petulant child, refused to release her, insisting, not until you help me with my medication. Qiao Jingyue, do you even realize what you are doing? Just as you once said about me, you are being shameless. Suddenly, he nipped her ear, and as Nan Zhi gasped in pain, he triumphantly licked his canine tooth, asserting, what I think is not the case. Nan Zhi found herself nostalgically recalling the aloof Professor Qiao from their initial encounters. His warm hand, heated against her palm, glided from her slender waist down to her abdomen. As he teasingly whispered, now that you've parted with Yen Su, We can be as we were before. Hmm? A flicker of defiance crossed Nan Zhi's eyes as she suddenly arched her back, her elbow striking his abdomen with force. Qiao Jingyue was taken aback by her abrupt retaliation. Barely avoiding a vulnerable spot, he watched as the girl seized the opportunity to slip through the door and escape like a slippery eel. She stood in the corridor, pointing downwards, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Qiao Jingyue was both furious and annoyed, a dull ache persisting in his abdomen. He sat at his desk, opened the thermos, and picked up a nearby spoon, drinking the soup in a fit of retribution. After a couple of sips, feeling it insufficiently satisfying, he lifted the thermos and took a large gulp. Coughing, he choked on it, spilling soup from the corner of his mouth and splattering some onto the documents. In a flurry, he attempted to wipe it up, nearly toppling the thermos in the process. Steadying himself, he angrily tossed aside the tissue and muttered a beautifully profane phrase in Chinese. The office was filled with such splendid scenery, yet sadly, Nan Zhi could not appreciate it. She had rushed to the orthopedic department. That night, Li Xiao was on the night shift. Surprised to see her, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be with your boyfriend?" Nan Zhi shot him an exasperated glance. "You're out of the loop. Yin Su has been discharged." "Discharged? Oh, so he can recuperate at home. What, did someone meddle?" Nan Zhi preferred to avoid mentioning that name and instead asked, "Did you get hurt last night?" "Of course," Li Xiao replied, his body aching all over, forcing himself to work that day. However, he did not want to appear weak in front of Nan Zhi. "Not all. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, just suffering heavy losses at home." "What, did that mad dog come whining to you?" Nan Zhi chuckled, aware that he was temporarily unable to wield a scalpel. It was a facade. He had always been one to pretend. Suddenly, Nan Zhi adopted a serious demeanor. "Li Xiao, I sought you out for a rather perplexing matter." Li Xiao glanced around to ensure their privacy and lowered his voice. "What is it?" "Regarding the criminal from the hospital yesterday. Why did he take Jiang Yuan hostage?" It was evident that her inquiry exceeded the usual boundaries, leaving Li Xiao utterly perplexed. With a sigh, Nan Zhi patiently elucidated the criminal, who was on medical parole for a heart condition, and Jiang Yuan, who returned to the hospital for a checkup due to a fracture. Surely, there must be a connection. Li Xiao hesitated for a moment. "Wait, let me look into this individual." After a brief interval, he appeared to have discovered the answer, staring at Nan Zhi in stunned silence. Chapter 98. Adolescence. Nan Zhi felt a surge of anxiety. Is there really a problem? Li Xiao Nudda. That individual was once a researcher at Jiang Pharmaceuticals Laboratory, sentenced to life imprisonment 17 years ago for poisoning medication. Nan Zhi clenched her fists tightly. "What is his name?" "Zheng Anyuan." Upon hearing this name, Nan Zhi's face turned as pale as snow. "Nan Zhi, are you all right?" After a long pause, she shook her head slowly, steadying herself against the table before sitting down. Li Xiao stood up to pour her a glass of water. "Please drink some water first." The warm liquid flowed down her throat into her stomach, gradually restoring warmth to her body. Suddenly, she grasped Li Xiao's hand tightly. "Li Xiao, if my suspicions are correct, that incident was certainly not an accident. It may have been Zhang's intention to assist that person in escaping." "What?" Li Xiao was taken aback by her far-fetched conjecture, his ears ringing. "Nan Zhi, you mustn't jump to conclusions. Is a person who has been imprisoned for over a decade truly worth Zhang's risk of breaking the law?" Nan Zhi regarded Li Xiao with a complex expression. Many matters, despite their status as partners, had no bearing on Li Xiao's quest for vengeance, and she could not divulge them to him. In truth, she had already surmised why Jiang was so intent on extricating this person. Zheng Anyuan had once been a senior to Nan Zijuan, the only one familiar with her research style. If others failed to grasp the information she had provided to Jiang Shudong, then, faced with immense profit, Jiang Shudong might indeed take the risk to liberate Zheng Anyuan from incarceration. She even pondered whether, had it not been for Qiao Jingyue's appearance, Zheng Anyuan might already be seated in the laboratory at this moment. However, if her conjecture were accurate, Jiang Shudong was exceedingly audacious. Moreover, what Qiao Jingyue? Was his presence their mere coincidence or a deliberate act? If the latter, was he merely a smokescreen for Jiang Shudong? Countless murky uncertainties obscured Nan Zhi's vision. She felt as though she stood in a dark alley, with even the faintest glimmer of light shrouded by fog, unable to find her way out. Li Xiao, I'm going home. Li Xiao observed her disheartened demeanor, longing to call her back, yet hesitated, and she had already walked away. Never mind, everyone harbors secrets, and he had not revealed all of his to her, had he? Upon returning home, Nan Zhi immediately retrieved a box from her wardrobe. She tossed aside the album and took out the file beneath it. Inside were the items Qiao had left in the safe after the incident. Previously, Nan Zhi had hesitated to examine them closely, believing he was meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Nan Zhi had clearly instructed her not to involve herself in the pharmaceutical industry, not to inquire about events from 18 years prior, and certainly not to contact Jiang Shudong. Nevertheless, Qiao had still established this small company in Shuncheng with Su Ku, seeking details about the case from 18 years ago. Now, she even suspected that his sudden trip to YD country was not for the sake of counterfeit drugs, but rather to find clues. In this regard, Koluo's assertion that she was responsible for her brother's demise was not entirely unfounded. The door was abruptly pushed open, and Koluo's voice, filled with anger, rang out. Nan Zhi, is it you who forbade Su Ku from playing with me? Nan Zhi was startled. Her hand trembled, causing the items she held to fall to the ground. She hurried to pick them up, but her hands shook slightly due to her palpitations. Koluo regarded her with curiosity, then glanced at the scattered items, suddenly noticing the two figures of Qiao. What are you holding? Nan Zhi had already tidied everything up and put it away. It was the medication approval documents left by her brother. She remained composed, her expression impeccable. Koluo did not dwell on it further and returned to her earlier question. Why didn't you let Suka take me out to play? He.S. not going for fun. He.S. mingling and networking. Those people are not of good character. As a young girl, if you encounter danger, he won't be able to protect you. Huh, you must think I'm gullible? Aren't you just afraid I might meet wealthy heirs? Nan Zhi retorted. One must not be excessively vile. Such behavior invites retribution. Under normal circumstances, Nan Zhi might have given her a lesson, but today's events had profoundly shaken her. She felt as though from the moment she stepped into Shuncheng, she had been ensnared in a vast whirlpool. She waved her hand at Koluo and said, Are you done? If you are, then leave. I wish to sleep. Nan Zhi, you. Koluo gritted her teeth, yet felt powerless against her, stomping her foot as she exited. Are teenage girls always this difficult to manage? What about her own adolescence? That night, Nan Zhi dreamt of being a teenager herself, clad in an oversized t-shirt and ripped jeans, her ponytail intricately braided, exuding an aura of coolness. Yet, she felt no joy. She stormed home from school, the sound of her footsteps echoing on the old wooden floor, finding her mother, Nan Zhi, smoking on the terrace. She wore an ivory-white robe, her short hair neatly framing her pale face. The haughtiness that stemmed from her aloofness made her appear regal. Even in such a dilapidated setting, Nan Zhi watched from the doorway, growing increasingly irate. She did not desire such a mother. She would prefer one like Qiao Jingyue, plump and sporting unattractive permed wool curls, always dressed in gaudy colors. Yet, she would comfort her children and defend them against bullies, unlike her own mother, who remained cold and distant, like a lifeless corpse. Nan Zhi's throat tightened, but she summoned her courage. Mom, please stop going on business trips with Uncle Lin. You should quit that job. The woman's indifferent gaze fell upon her swollen cheeks, but she did not inquire who had struck her, merely asking, why? Nan Zhi broke down. People say you're his mistress. His wife even came to the school to cause a scene. It's so humiliating. Finally rising, Nan Zhi extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and replied coldly, If I don't work, who will support you? You could do something else. You're a PhD. You could be a teacher, an engineer. Anything is better than being a mistress. A sharp slap landed on Nan Zhi's other cheek, and amidst her trembling fear, her mother retorted, First, I am not his mistress. He is not worthy of it. Second, I'm mentally unstable. No company would hire me. With that, she left the weeping Nan Zhi behind and retreated to the study, closing the door. Nan Zhi knelt on the ground, her face buried in her hands, overwhelmed by a torrent of grievances that found no outlet. Suddenly, she rose and flung open the door, sprinting alone into the depths of the dim alley. Located in the southwestern border town of Lee City, the area was notorious for its lack of safety, where countless evils festered in the shadows of the night. A wooden door creaked open, revealing a slender, dark-haired boy in slippers, who, after a moment of surprise, grabbed a flashlight and pursued her. He maintained a distance of 10 paces behind her, the beam of light illuminating her path. Kuyi, Kuyi, Nan Zhi shouted, awakening from her reverie. Chapter 99. The Great Misunderstanding. Perhaps it was a dream of Kuyi that left Nan Zhi feeling calmer upon seeing Koluo in the morning. The debt of gratitude is difficult to repay. She owes the life of her kin and can only take responsibility for it now. Koluo, feeling uneasy under her gaze, furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you intend to do to me?" With a narrowed smile, Nan Zhi replied, "What would you like me to do?" Suddenly recalling the rumors from their days in Liqing, Koluo tightened her grip on her collar and threatened, albeit weakly, "Don't touch me. My grandmother is your mother's savior, and my brother has treated you well. You cannot repay kindness with malice." Nan Zhi took 2 steps closer, pushing her onto the sofa, her knee pressing against Koluo's abdomen as she looked down from above. "Little girl, when the debt of gratitude becomes too burdensome to repay, what do you think is the best course of action?" Koluo let out a shriek. "Don't kill me." Nan Zhi's voice turned cold, taking on a sinister edge reminiscent of a deranged killer. "If you're afraid, then behave. If you cause me any more trouble, I might as well drug you into a fool, ensuring I can care for you for the rest of your life, which would at least honor your brother and grandmother." Frightened, Koluo curled up and wept, while Nan Zhi felt no remorse, delighting in her breakfast. She reminded herself that she was a woman in love and sent a somewhat meager breakfast photo to Yen Su, adding, "Have you eaten? Are you feeling any better today?" Yen Su did not respond. She assumed he was still asleep. Just as she was about to put down her phone, she suddenly received a message from Sheng Huayan's alternate account. "I've signed you up as a volunteer for the event. Pack your things and report to the YJ office by 9 a.m. tomorrow. A bus will take you to the airport, so make sure your luggage is ready." There was a registration form attached, the implication clear. Nan Zhi was to fill it out and return it. She couldn't help but chuckle at Sheng Huayan's overbearing authority, making decisions on her behalf without consulting her. Without even glancing at the registration form, she called him directly. At that moment, Sheng Huayan was preparing to drive to the office. When he saw Nan Zhi's call, he took a moment to collect his thoughts, recalling the volunteer situation. Damn that Qiao dog. He wouldn't have pulled Nan Zhi into this, would he? Steadying himself, he answered the call. "Leader." Nan Zhi's sweet and soft voice made Sheng Huayan's heart flutter, and he began to understand why Qiao was reluctant to let go. "Ahem, Nan Zhi, what can I do for you?" Nan Zhi glanced at the time of the WeChat message, sent mere minutes ago. Was Sheng Huayan busy with important matters? Or had he lost his mind? Of course, she couldn't voice these thoughts. Instead, she used a warm, cheerful tone to say, "I saw the message you sent, but I don't have time lately. Is it possible for you to assign someone else?" Sheng Huayan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The so-called good brothers were merely enemies from a past life. Just as he was about to respond, his other phone rang. The caller was the very rival he had been cursing. Covering one phone's receiver, he lowered his voice to curse. "What on earth are you up to? She must go. And how do you expect me to make her go? Shall I kidnap her or threaten her company into closure if she refuses?" Qiao Jingyue paid no heed to his frantic outbursts. If he could not manage such trivial matters, what right did he have to lead? "Sheng Zai, pursue your endeavors without hesitation. Your father has faith in you." "You old fool. Pray tell, why are you so insistent on involving her? Is it merely because you wish for her to remain in Shunxing to care for Yen Su? Yet, Yen Su has returned home. You need not concern yourself with that. Focus solely on your own affairs." With that, he ended the call. In a fit of frustration, Sheng Huayan muttered a curse, which unexpectedly reached Nan Zhi's ears. "Leader, what are you saying?" Clearing his throat, he replied, "I was cursing a dog I keep at home. It is far too disobedient." Nan Zhi chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to pursue the matter. "Nan Zhi, I believe it would be best for you to go." Sheng Huayan continued to extol the virtues of attending, mentioning several prominent heirs from pharmaceutical companies who were also going. Nan Zhi felt a twinge of temptation, yet with Yen Su recuperating, it did not seem prudent for her to leave at this time. "Well, leader, May I find someone else in the company to take my place? Sheng Huaiyan adopted a serious demeanor. Nan Zhi, do you understand why I insist on your attendance? No, I do not. The destination is leeching. Realizing this was not an insurmountable reason, she found herself unable to decline. To refuse further would be to show a lack of appreciation. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. Very well, leader, I shall fill out the form immediately. Sheng Huaiyan sighed in relief, yet his tone carried an air of condescension. The personnel from several pharmaceutical companies attending this trip are those who contributed substantial donations to qualify. You are being granted special admission. Nan Zhi felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Had she nearly forfeited an opportunity purchased with someone else's money? Having accepted the invitation, she hurriedly finished her breakfast and rushed to the office. First, she delegated her current tasks to Sang Sang and informed Su Ku of her upcoming whereabouts. Su Ku was quite excited. When you return, will you bring back the rice noodles and tofu from old Zhang's at Jumuqiao? And the milk cakes? If time permits. Perhaps even the wild mushroom chicken soup? Are you out of your mind? After a 6 or 7 hour flight, the noodles would be a mushy mess. Vacuum seal them. Bring the ingredients, and we can cook them ourselves. Nan Zhi playfully tapped his head. All you think about is food. Promise me. Nan Zhi, exasperated by his persistence, waved him off. I fear you, but this shall be the last time. Su Ku's delight resembled that of a dog raised by Song Chun, and Nan Zhi was almost tempted to pat his head, only to notice Kaluo outside, gazing at them with a forlorn expression. Retracting her hand, she calmly instructed Su Ku on a couple of matters before returning to her office. Once she departed, Kaluo entered. Su Ku immediately rummaged through his drawer for snacks to offer her, but she disdainfully pushed them aside. Su Ku, are you even a man? His expression shifted instantly. He stood up, panic evident in his eyes as he gazed at Kaluo. Who told you I'm not? Kaluo did not anticipate such a vigorous reaction from him, and simultaneously felt a twinge of fear. Well, that was not my intention. I merely meant to inquire why, as the owner of Nank Pharmaceuticals, you allow Nan Zhi to take the lead in every matter. Realizing that her interpretation was not as she had initially thought, Su Ku felt a sense of relief, yet stammered. We are all friends. Those with the capability should naturally take on more responsibilities. After Kaluo rambled on about Nan Zhi's shortcomings to Su Ku without any effect, she shifted the conversation, inquiring about Nan Zhi's purpose for traveling to Liqing. Su Ku, not pondering much on the matter, readily divulged. During her 3-day business trip, Nan Zhi had only packed a small suitcase. Upon arriving at the YJ Bureau, she indeed spotted the bus bound for the airport already in place. She had not arrived particularly early, and the seats on the bus were already over half filled. After checking in, a young assistant gestured for her to board and take her seat. She did not observe any suspicious individuals. It appeared her speculation from the previous night had been erroneous. Some people were not as trivial as she had imagined. Chapter 100. The lavatory. It was only upon boarding the plane that Nan Zhi realized how naive she had been. As she settled into her seat, a tall man arrived beside her, shedding his black trench coat before taking the seat adjacent to hers. Upon turning his head, he feigned surprise at seeing her, his astonishment laced with an air of arrogant indifference, as though it were merely a coincidence. Having mentally prepared herself for this encounter the previous night, Nan Zhi remained composed, offering him a perfunctory smile in acknowledgement of the coincidence. With that, she closed her eyes. Thus far, all of Sheng Huaiyan's grandiose justifications had turned to mere nonsense in her mind. She found it perplexing why Qiao Jingyue insisted on her participation in this volunteer medical event. Did he assume that being away from the metropolis meant she would be available for his whims? With her eyes shut, she resolved not to engage in any further conversation with him. Qiao Jingyue, too, abstained from speaking, appearing preoccupied as he retrieved a stack of papers from his briefcase and began to review them. After a while, a flight attendant approached, presenting him with a cup of coffee, which he accepted with his elegant hands, expressing gratitude. The flight attendant blushed instantly and shyly withdrew. Shortly thereafter, another individual appeared, offering him a box of chocolates. These were not standard offerings from the airline. It was evident that the attendants were sharing their personal stash to curry favor with him. This attention was not limited to the flight attendants, but also included the scions of pharmaceutical companies traveling alongside them. Initially, Nan Zhi welcomed this distraction, hoping they would occupy Qiao Jingyue's attention and spare her from his advances. However, she soon realized that the constant comings and goings of people began to intrude upon her own peace. Frowning, she retrieved her eye mask and a thin blanket, preparing to shield herself from the unwelcome disturbances. Qiao Jingyue glanced her way, and when the flight attendant returned to intrude once more, he stated, "I do not require any service. Please inform your colleagues not to frequent this area unnecessarily. It disrupts others' rest." Unmoved by his intervention, Nan Zhi turned away, presenting her back to him. Qiao Jingyue's gaze lingered on her delicate figure beneath the blanket, a glimmer of predatory anticipation flickering in his eyes. He had 3 days at his disposal. There was no need to rush. Being scrutinized like prey made it nearly impossible for Nan Zhi to find solace in sleep. Her mind swirled with confusion, an unsettling sensation that someone was watching her. Unable to endure it any longer, she tore off her eye mask and stood up. The man regarded her with surprise, questioning her intent. Dismissing him, she strode directly to the lavatory. The airplane lavatory was cramped, yet within its confines. She found a semblance of safety, reluctant to emerge. She remained inside until a knock resounded from outside. Assuming it was another passenger needing to use the restroom, she felt compelled to vacate, only to find Qiao Jingyue waiting outside. Stunned, she instinctively attempted to flee, but he pushed her back inside, following her in and shutting the door behind him. In such a confined space, their bodies were pressed closely together, his gaze fixated on her face, his elongated, deep-set eyes slightly uplifted. As she reached for the door from beneath his arm, he seized her hand, their fingers entwined. The intensity of his presence rendered her dizzy, and Nan Zhi could only claw at his vulnerable palm. But no matter how much she struggled, he effortlessly deflected her attempts. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on Nan Zhi's forehead as she realized the futility of this contest. She released her grip, her chest rising and falling slightly in irritation. Qiao Jingyue, eager to appease, reached out, gently patting the back of her hand before grasping it again, signaling her to continue pinching. In that moment, Nan Zhi suddenly comprehended that her sincere retaliation had, in his eyes, transformed into a playful flirtation. A chill of despondency washed over her. Sometimes, conflict arises between individuals of unequal power, and the weaker party inevitably suffers. "Had enough?" he asked, resting one hand on her slender waist, applying gentle pressure. His warm palm, even through her clothing, sent shivers through her sensitive waist, almost uncontrollably. Her reaction emboldened him further, prompting him to become increasingly audacious. "Let us not waste any more time. Let us try it on the plane." His cool, detached voice carried a hint of amusement as he uttered such wicked words with an earnest tone. "Let go of me. I don't want this." Her high-pitched voice, though suppressed, echoed loudly in the quiet restroom. The man's lips descended upon hers, capturing her soft mouth and gently pressing against it. The scent of his mature presence enveloped her, forceful and domineering, momentarily clouding her thoughts. A sharp knock resounded from outside, accompanied by a delicate female voice asking, "Is anyone in there?" Nan Zhi froze, her muscles tensing as she suddenly pushed him away, her chest heaving. Yet he shamelessly closed in again, whispering in her ear, "Are you scared?" "Of course. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand." Her voice resonated from deep within her chest. The mention of boyfriend caused the man's eyes to redden. He seized Nan Zhi's shoulders and pressed her against the door. The loud thud startled the person outside. Another knock followed, with the woman outside inquiring, "Is everything all right?" "I'm a flight attendant. Do you need assistance?" A sardonic smile crept across Nan Zhi's face, evidently. The flight attendant was aware of Qiao Jingyue's presence inside and had come purposefully. "Your accomplice has arrived, Qiao Jingyue. Now let me go." His response was to nibble on her ear, declaring, "I want you." "How despicable can you be?" She retorted. "I sent it because you lured me? Just look at you. Dressed so provocatively. You enticed me the moment we boarded." Nan Zhi felt an overwhelming urge to bite him. Observing her flushed face, He lowered his gaze to meet hers, his bottomless eyes betraying no emotion. Do you wish to leave this place? Obviously. But there's someone outside. Aren't you afraid she'll see? Let her go. All right. But you must kiss me first. Nan Zhi had never encountered such a shameless man. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly exerted force, switching their positions. Now atop him, she pouted her red lips, blowing air toward his mouth. Do you want me? Of course. His embrace around her waist tightened, making his desires unmistakably clear. Yet Nan Zhi maintained a stern expression. But right now, I have lost interest in you. The persistent knocking at the door continued. Yet the two individuals remained earnestly engaged in flirtation. Qiao Jingyue tugged at her skirt, suggesting, wouldn't you discover your interest by simply trying? I assure you, the experience will linger in your memory. Who would reminisce about a pile driver? As a flight attendant, I've just started my menstrual cycle. Could you kindly provide me with a packet of sanitary pads? South Ji suddenly blurted this out, catching Qiao Jingyue off guard. The woman outside hesitated momentarily before responding affirmatively. Hearing the footsteps recede, South Ji swiftly opened the door, casting a glance at the incapacitated man and winking at him. Professor Qiao, while you await the flight attendant to deliver your sanitary pads, do make sure to savor the moment. Chapter 101. True affection after Nan Zhi returned to her seat. It was only after a brief interval of around 10 minutes that the man reappeared. He held a package of sanitary pads, tossing it into Nan Zhi's lap. Your sanitary pads. Nan Zhi disregarded the sarcasm in his tone and instead scrutinized him, observing, that was quite swift. It seems you need to replenish. Surprisingly, he did not exhibit irritation. Rather, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, I truly need to refuel. As he spoke, his gaze bore into Nan Zhi's eyes, as if he were intent on extracting a piece of her essence. A chill ran down Nan Zhi's spine, prompting her to hastily don her eye mask and drift into slumber. Remarkably, she fell asleep quickly, only to be roused by the announcement over the intercom. Qiao Jingyue withdrew his hand, gazing out at the sky, and quietly remarked, I visited Liqing 7 years ago. Still somewhat dazed, Nan Zhi pondered, 7 years ago? Wasn't that? Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization.